Chapter 1. The Seven Swords of Shunshao. In the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent, there lies the Li continent. Atop the solitary peak of the Shunshao Sword Sect, beneath the shade of a millennia-old tree, a young man in his 20s reclines on the ground, his hands clasped behind his head, legs crossed in a relaxed manner, and a blade of grass lodged between his lips, lost in a serene slumber. The remnants of a recently extinguished campfire and a scattering of bones bear witness to a fierce battle that once transpired in this very spot. This young man, known as Lin Feng, is the esteemed senior disciple of the Shunshao Sword Sect, a direct disciple of Su Mu Bai, the master of the Haoran Sword and one of the seven swords of Shunshao. He is, in fact, the sole disciple of Su Mu Bai. Su Mu Bai is no ordinary figure. His extraordinary talent ranks among the elite in the annals of the Shunshao Sword Sect, celebrated as an once-in-a-century genius. Had it not been for an unforeseen injury that stunted his foundational growth, he would likely have ascended to the position of the sect's master by now. Alas, there are no what-ifs. A talent rendered ineffective can no longer be deemed a talent. The seven swords of Shunshao signify not only seven renowned blades, but also seven formidable individuals, whose names resonate across the entirety of the Li continent. They're the Haoran Sword, Tai Sword, Laming Sword, Chunyuan Sword, Yanlong Sword, Honglian Sword, and Bingpa Sword. The current wielders of these swords are Su Mu Bai, Luo Yintan, Zhao Ziwen, Jiang Zhe, Lu Yi, Lu Hongluan, and Lung Hanzhuang. Among them, Lung Hanzhuang is the youngest, yet to reach a century in age, while the others are nearing 3 centuries. This significant age disparity arises from the arduous challenge of obtaining the recognition of the seven swords of Shunshao. There have been instances where each sword's holder has faced prolonged periods of unrecognition. Without the approval of the seven swords, unleashing their full potential remains an impossibility. The seven swords can engage in battle independently, each possessing unique attributes, yet they can also unite to form the formidable Big Dipper Sword formation, and when combined, their might transcends mere addition, yielding overwhelming power. Regrettably, Su Mu Bai has fallen behind. Had he not, the prowess of the Shunshao Sword Sect would have undoubtedly reached new heights. The current generation of the seven swords of Shunshao has finally achieved full recognition, yet the loss of one member evokes a poignant sense of regret. Where's Lin Feng, my dear nephew? A voice suddenly resonated from the heavens. Lin Feng opened his eyes and, with a casual gesture, summoned his 3-foot azure blade that hung from the tree. It swiftly expanded in size. He stepped onto the blade, transforming into a streak of light soaring into the sky. Flying on a sword is a fundamental skill for sword cultivators, attainable upon reaching the second realm of the Ninghai stage. In the skies above the solitary peak, a woman of exceptional beauty stood suspended in midair. She was Lung Hanzhuang, the master of the Bingpa sword and a junior sister to Su Mu Bai, as well as Lin Feng's venerable aunt. As Lin Feng approached her, he clasped his hands in greeting and bowed, saying, Lin Feng pays his respects to Aunt Lung. Follow me. Lung Hanzhuang glanced at Lin Feng before turning to depart. Yes, Aunt Lung. Lin Feng responded, promptly following in her wake. While Lung Hanzhuang traversed the void, Lin Feng followed closely behind, gliding on his sword, the two methods of movement fundamentally distinct. Tito mastered the art of sword flight. One merely needs to attain the second realm of cultivation, the Binghijing, while the skill of soaring in the void demands the 5th realm, the Kungjing. The disparity in power between the two is profound. At this moment, Lin Feng found himself in a state of bewilderment. Cold Master Uncle would not casually venture to Gutsuan Peak. In fact, it was difficult for any of the other esteemed masters or disciples of the Shunshao sect to arrive. After all, Gutsuan Peak was now solely inhabited by Lin Feng. His master had been away for quite some time and had yet to return. The only junior sister he had was taken under the wing of Master Uncle Lu, leaving him, the supposed eldest disciple of the Shunshao sect, in a position that belied his title. It was rare for anyone to come to Gutsuan Peak unless compelled by unavoidable circumstances. Gutsuan Peak had long since lost its significance had it not been for Su Mu Bai's continued existence. It would have been claimed by other members of the Shunshao sect long ago. Su Mu Bai, after all, was one of the seven swords of Shunshao, the master of the Haoran sword, and a senior to the current sect leader, Luo Yuntian. Although not particularly powerful, his status was significant. Coupled with the fact that he had sustained injuries during a mission that hindered his cultivation, his presence commanded respect among the disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect. Should anything unfortunate befall Su Mubai, the Howren Sword and Gutsuan Peak would surely become the center of contention among many. Even if one could not wield the sword's full power, possessing it remained a dream for countless disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect. Logically, as Su Mubai's sole disciple, it was Lin Feng's destiny to inherit it. Yet, despite being the current eldest disciple of the Shinshao sect, his abilities were woefully inadequate for such a legacy. The Howren Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shinshao, was a prestigious emblem of the sect and could not be entrusted to one of mediocre talent. Before long, they arrived at a secluded hall on the main peak of the Shinshao sect, where the remaining masters of the 7 swords awaited. In the center of the hall lay an ice coffin, before which knelt a young and beautiful maiden, weeping softly. Upon seeing her, Lin Feng's heart sank. The girl weeping was none other than his junior sister, Su Xiao, the only daughter of Su Mubai. Their matriarch had been gone for many years, and the only reason for such profound sorrow in his junior sister could only be one. The person within the ice coffin was Su Mubai. Had his master perished? Lin Feng stood frozen, his mind blank, forgetting even to breathe. It was not until he could no longer contain himself that he exhaled slowly, his thoughts drifting back over 20 years to when he was but an infant, abandoned in the wilderness. As for why Lin Feng possessed memories from infancy, it was because he was not originally of this world. A mature soul resided within the body of a mere child. Hailing from Earth, Lin Feng was the youngest scientist there, having displayed exceptional talent from a young age, his intelligence surpassing even that of Einstein. His research focused on the most advanced subjects known to mankind. Alas, Lin Feng was too young. His youthful exuberance coupled with early fame bred a lack of discretion. When he unveiled technological advancements that were 30 years ahead of the world, he eagerly sought to share them with the public, desiring to become a global icon. This, however, drew the attention of several powerful nations, which offered him lavish conditions to acquire his groundbreaking technology. As a patriotic and ambitious youth, Lin Feng would naturally not relinquish the fruits of his arduous scientific endeavors to foreign nations they were destined for his motherland. The outcome was, regrettably, predictable. Just as Lin Feng was about to set foot on his homeland, the enemy nation resorted to deploying devastating nuclear weapons, reducing Lindong and the surrounding area to ashes. After that, Lin Feng was left in the dark. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself in the continent of Jiuzhou. Fortunately, his scientific achievements had been dispatched back to his homeland through an alternate route, ensuring that Huaxia would rapidly rise and surpass its adversaries with the aid of his research, thereby granting his life a semblance of meaning. Having experienced death, Lin Feng underwent profound personal growth, reflecting on how many of his past actions seemed juvenile and foolish. Had he been more discreet, he might have avoided such a dire fate. Now, it was too late for regrets. Given the divine opportunity of rebirth, Lin Feng resolved to live wisely, vowing never to repeat such foolishness. However, upon reincarnating into this new world, Lin Dong encountered a grave predicament. He had been abandoned in a desolate wilderness. Most critically, this infant Lin Feng, being merely a few months old, lacked the means to survive. While others found themselves transmigrated as favored children of destiny, noble scions, or at the very least, members of affluent families, he had inexplicably become an unwanted orphan. Yet, these challenges were not insurmountable with Lin Feng's intellect. He could thrive regardless of the world he inhabited. Unfortunately, as a mere infant, despite his exceptional cognitive prowess, he could only resort to crying. After a relentless hour of wailing, Lin Feng, exhausted and famished, felt his consciousness fading. He sensed he was on the brink of starvation. On the cusp of death, so soon after rebirth, he pondered whether to weep or to laugh. Where would he go after death? Returning to Earth seemed unlikely, as his body had been vaporized in the nuclear assault, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Lin Feng's cries attracted a wild beast, its emotionless gaze fixated on his frail form, poised to pounce at any instant. Just as Lin Feng awaited his inevitable demise, a figure descended from the heavens, landing before him. It was Su Mubai, who was out searching for rare herbs to restore his own foundation. Surveying the nearly unconscious Lin Feng, Su Mubai contemplated briefly before vanquishing the beast with a single stroke of his sword, then cradling Lin Feng and taking him back to the Shenxiao Sword Sect, where he would be accepted as a true disciple. Disciples of the Shenxiao Sword Sect were categorized into outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. The true disciples were exceedingly few, while inner disciples were somewhat more numerous, and outer disciples were the most common. Regardless of when they joined or their age, outer disciples were required to address inner and true disciples as senior brothers or sisters, and inner disciples were likewise obliged to show similar respect to true disciples. When Lin Feng turned 5, Su Mubai returned, bloodied and bearing a small girl in his arms. This girl was Su Xiao. As for Su Xiao's mother, Lin Feng had never encountered her. The specifics of the events that transpired that year remained a topic Su Mubai was reluctant to discuss. As Lin Feng was the earliest disciple to enter the fold, he naturally assumed the role of the eldest senior brother. However, this position seemed rather superfluous. The disciples of the Shenxiao Sword Sect whispered among themselves in hushed tones, lamenting that Su Mubai had already been rendered incapable, and any disciple he took on was similarly ineffectual. Indeed, Lin Feng possessed an almost imperceptible presence. He seldom ventured from the solitary peak of solitude and had not participated in the annual sect competition. The disciples of the Shenxiao Sword Sect were only aware of the existence of this eldest senior brother, yet none had ever laid eyes upon him. One must ponder, who would hold such a senior brother in high regard? Reflecting on the moments when his master, Su Mubai, had rescued him, Lin Feng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Su Mubai was not merely his master, but also his adoptive father, a benefactor whose kindness outweighed the heavens themselves. Moreover, he had bestowed upon Lin Feng the gift of life. Without Su Mubai, Lin Feng would not have survived to this day. Now, with the most revered master gone, Lin Feng felt as though the very world had collapsed around him. Chapter 2. The flower of the other shore. Lin Feng, burdened by a heavy heart, took measured steps toward the ice coffin. Upon beholding the familiar visage within, he faltered, nearly losing his balance. Could it truly be his revered master? The one who had rescued him, nurtured him, and imparted invaluable skills. Had he truly perished? How could he leave this world without receiving the gratitude he so richly deserved? At that moment, a wave of regret washed over Lin Feng. He had concealed too much from his master. He should have allowed his master to take pride in him. To raise his head high before all the members of their sect, proving that though Su Mubai had fallen, his disciple was no failure. In his previous life on earth, Lin Feng's arrogance and ostentation had cost him dearly, leading him to tread carefully in this new existence. Adhering to the principle that humility is paramount, he presented himself as unremarkable and inconsequential, striving to avoid the gaze of others. High-profile behavior only breeds envy and animosity. What was the point? Yet, how could a scientist who once stood at the pinnacle of Earth in his 20s, whose intellect surpassed that of the great Einstein, and who had pioneered technology 30 years ahead of humanity, be anything but extraordinary? It was merely a matter of choosing not to showcase his brilliance. Even his master, Su Mubai, remained unaware of his true potential. A testament to how adeptly Lin Feng concealed his capabilities. Only those who have faced death can truly appreciate the value of life. The thought of having failed to repay his master's monumental kindness pierced Lin Feng's heart with anguish, and tears flowed unbidden down his cheeks. A man may shed tears, but only when sorrow truly strikes at the core. Big brother, Su Xiao wailed, collapsing into Lin Feng's embrace. Having grown up together, their bond was undeniable. When Lin Feng was merely 5 or 6 years old, he had taken on the responsibility of caring for Su Xiao during Su Mubai's frequent absences. If the Howren sword had not been unsuitable for women, Su Xiao would not have joined the Morning Glow Peak. Do not weep, my junior sister. Though our master is gone, I remain here for you. I shall not allow anyone to bully you. Though Lin Feng's heart ached profoundly, he offered words of solace. As the brother and sister wept in each other's arms, a voice suddenly interrupted. Enough, you two. Your brother Mubai has not yet departed this realm. Startled, Lin Feng and Su Xiao turned to see Luo Yutian, the headmaster of the Shenxiao Sword Sect and master of the Tai Sword, who was also Su Mubai's junior. Master uncle, did you just say our master is alive? Is it true? Lin Feng's excitement was palpable. Indeed, brother Mubai lives, but he has been afflicted by a potent poison known as soul-devouring powder. The victim's spirit falls into a deep slumber, gradually consumed until complete demise. The duration of this process varies according to the strength of the poisoned individual. Brother Mubai has the ability to endure for approximately 6 months. To counteract this poison, we must concoct a spirit elixir using the flower of the other shore as the primary ingredient. We possess all other necessary herbs within our sect. But this flower is exceedingly rare, and we do not have it in our possession, Luo Yuntian explained. Upon hearing that Su Mubai was alive, Lin Feng and Su Shiyu were filled with exhilaration. However, Luo Yuntian's subsequent words plunged their hearts into despair once more. The Shinshao Sword Sect stands as one of the most prestigious sects within the realm of Lizhou. The rarity of the ethereal medicine, which even the Shinshao Sword Sect lacks, underscores its elusive nature, making its discovery a formidable challenge. Master, where can I find the other shore flower? Lin Feng inquired earnestly. He was resolute, regardless of the cost. He would procure the flower to save his revered master. This was a duty he felt compelled to fulfill as a disciple. Meanwhile, Su Shiyu turned her gaze towards Luo Yutian, fully aware that the quest for the other shore flower would determine the fate of her father, Su Mubai. Thus she shared his urgency. You disciples need not concern yourselves with the other shore flower, Luo Yutian reassured them. Rest assured, we will find a way. Not only is Brother Mubai a member of the Shinshao Sword Sect, but he is also our senior brother. Regardless of how rare the other shore flower may be, we shall find it. Master is right. Shi Yao, do not weep. We will surely devise a method to rescue Brother Mubai. A woman clad in a flowing red gown, whose beauty was captivating, spoke. She was Lu Hongluan, Su Shiyao's mentor and the master of the Honglian sword, one of the 7 swords of Shinshao. Among the 7 swords, only 2, Honglian and Bingpa, are suitable for female wielders, as they exclusively seek female successors, while the remaining 5 swords are intended for male practitioners, such as Su Mubai's Howren sword, which demands a spirit of righteousness and masculinity to unleash its full potential. Women, by nature, tend to be somewhat indecisive. Thank you, Master. I am truly grateful to all my esteemed elders. Su Xiao expressed her gratitude. Thank you, respected elders. Lin Feng echoed her sentiments with a respectful gesture. Since the master was unwilling to disclose the whereabouts of the other shore flower, further inquiries would be futile. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the Shinshao Sword Sect, he was merely an unremarkable disciple, unworthy of their attention. He resolved to seek solutions on his own, for the library of Gutsuan Peak housed countless texts, undoubtedly containing relevant records. Apart from the matter of rescuing his master, there was another concern that weighed heavily on Lin Feng's mind, who had inflicted harm upon his master. Thus, he pressed on with his inquiries. Master, I have another question that I hope you might clarify. Speak, Luo Yutian replied. Who is responsible for my master's grievous condition? Lin Feng asked through gritted teeth, a subtle glint of indignation flickering in his eyes. Lin Feng, I understand that Brother Mubai's situation has greatly impacted you, and I empathize with your feelings as a disciple. However, the purpose of gathering you disciples was not merely to inform you. It is because, as those closest to Brother Mubai, you deserve to be aware of his circumstances. As for vengeance, do not burden yourself with such thoughts. The Shinshao Sword Sect will not suffer such indignities in silence. Otherwise, any petty force would dare to trample upon us. Though Luo Yuntian's tone remained calm, the fury simmering beneath was palpable. It is well known that the Shinshao Sword Sect is one of the most formidable forces in the Luzhou realm. A sect of sword cultivators with unparalleled offensive prowess, and few would dare to provoke them. This incident not only left senior brother Su Mubai poisoned and comatose, but it also resulted in the disappearance of the Howren sword, one of the 7 swords, for the Shinshao Sword Sect. This is not merely a loss, but a profound humiliation. Regardless of the enemy's background or support, they must pay the price. The Howren sword is the emblem of the Shinshao Sword Sect, and its integrity must be preserved at all costs. Otherwise, would the 7 swords of Shinshao not have to be renamed the 6 swords of Shinshao? Moreover, the combined power of 7 swords far surpasses that of 6. From every conceivable perspective, the Howren sword must be reclaimed. I understand. Master, may I bring my mentor back to Gutsuan Peak? Lin Feng inquired once more. Perhaps not. Conditions at Gutsuan Peak are currently limited. Should anything unfortunate befall senior brother Mubai, we would be unable to respond promptly. It is best for him to remain here, where we can monitor the situation closely. Luo Yutian declined. Then I must trouble you, Master. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude with a bow. He recognized the wisdom in Luo Yuntian's words. Bringing his mentor back could lead to unforeseen complications that might worsen his condition. It was indeed the best choice for him to stay under the watchful eyes of the elders. His sole focus should be on locating the ethereal flower. Lin Feng, there is no need for such formality. The matter concerning senior brother Mubai is a closely guarded secret of our sect. You and your fellow disciples should refrain from gossiping about it to avoid unnecessary troubles. Your paramount task at this stage is to cultivate diligently, so that when senior brother Mubai awakens, you can surprise him, said Luo Yutian. Yes, master. Yes, elder. Lin Feng and Su Shiyu replied in unison. Very well. If there are no further matters, you may return. With us disciples here, senior brother Mubai will certainly be safe, Luo Yutian assured them. Thank you, master. Thank you, elder. The two then departed together. Once outside the side hall, Lin Feng could not help but say, Junior sister, if you have time, please come back to visit more often. Gutsuan Peak is the fruit of our master's labor and also your home. Indeed, I will, senior brother. However, I must focus on my training now. Only with strength can I protect you and father, Su Shiyu replied earnestly. Junior sister, you should not bear such a heavy burden, Lin Feng sighed. Senior brother, my mother is gone, and now father has been gravely injured. I am not even qualified to know our enemies. Do you not think I am utterly useless? Su Shiyu gazed at Lin Feng with tear-filled eyes. Not at all. Junior sister, you have already worked very hard. You are simply still young and need to accumulate experience gradually. Every formidable figure in our realm has spent hundreds, if not thousands, of years in their craft. Lin Feng quickly reassured her. But senior brother, I cannot wait that long. I must strive harder than others, the young girl asserted with determination. Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, letting out a deep sigh. The little girl who once trailed behind him, calling him senior brother at every turn, had now grown up. Senior brother, you need not worry about me. I will take care of myself, and my mentor treats me very well. I must earn the recognition of the Scarlet Lotus Sword, she declared. Junior sister, do not feel overwhelmed. I will always be here for you. Lin Feng spoke these words for the first time, his heart aching for Su Xiao. The young girl bore far too much for her tender age. Having lost her mother at an early age, now even her father stood on the brink of life and death. These burdens should not fall upon a mere girl in her teens. Despite Su Xiao's considerable talent, she remains far from avenging her grievances. Only by acquiring the Hongmian sword, one of the 7 swords of the Divine Sky, could there be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, all discussions are futile. Understood, master brother. Thank you. I shall return to my training now. Go forth. Su Shiyu took to the skies on her sword. With a flicker of thought, Lin Feng summoned his own sword from behind, which swiftly expanded before him, and he ascended alongside her. His next destination was the solitary peak of Gutsuan, where he would delve into ancient texts in search of information regarding the other shore flower. Although his master had suggested leaving this matter to the sect, Lin Feng preferred not to place his hopes in others. Additionally, there was another matter awaiting him. His master lay gravely injured and on the brink of death. It was his duty as a disciple to exact revenge. Chapter 3, The Secret Realm of the 9 Hells within the side hall of the Divine Sky Sword Sect. After Lin Feng and Su Ling Xiao departed, Luo Yuntian finally spoke. Let us proceed according to plan. Yes, master brother. The other 5 responded in unison. Cold junior sister. For this mission against the Rakshasa sect, you shall refrain from participating for the time being. Instead, return and thoroughly research the materials concerning the secret realm of the 9 Hells. Your age fits perfectly within the regulations when the realm opens in a month. You shall enter incognito to seek the other shore flower. I will assign another to divert attention from the outside, regardless of the circumstances. We must obtain the other shore flower and rescue Brother Mubai. He has sacrificed so much for our sect. We cannot let our esteemed contributors feel disheartened. Luo Xiao instructed while gazing at Long Hans Wang. Rest assured, master brother. I shall complete the task. Long Hans Wang replied. Very well. Everyone may disperse. Luo Yutian nodded. Once the others had departed, he remained stationary, pondering his lingering doubts. Ordinarily, the Rakshasa sect would not dare provoke the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Yet, they had not only severely injured Master Brother Su Mubai but had also stolen the Howren sword. How could such a trifling sect withstand the wrath of the Divine Sky Sword Sect? Was there someone orchestrating events from the shadows? Who could it be? The Infinite Demon Sect or the 7 Kill Sect? Moreover, with the opening of the secret realm of the 9 Hells imminent, it was peculiar that Brother Mubai had succumbed to the soul-devouring powder at this critical juncture, necessitating the other shore flower within the realm for an antidote. Was someone attempting to lure the Divine Sky Sword Sect to deploy greater forces into the 9 Hells? What could their purpose be? These questions demanded careful unraveling by Luo Yutian. In any case, the vengeance for Su Mubai must be fulfilled, and the Howren sword cannot be forsaken. Regardless of the enemy's intentions, those who dare provoke the Divine Sky Sword Sect must prepare to bear the consequences of their actions. Upon returning to Gutsuan Peak, Lin Feng commenced his search through the vast collection of texts. The library of Gutsuan Peak was immense, with books piled high. Once, Gutsuan Peak basked in glory, but now it had fallen into obscurity. Through Lin Feng's relentless efforts, fortune favored the diligent. After 3 days, he finally unearthed information on the Other Shore flower within an ancient tome detailing the rare spiritual herbs of the 9 continents. The flower of the Other Shore, known for its affinity for cold climates, predominantly flourishes in frigid regions. Its blossoms, reminiscent of dragon claws, are of vivid crimson, with scaly roots and slender, pointed leaves. The solitary calyx supports a terminal umbellate inflorescence. It is said that the flower of the Other Shore is linked to the netherworld. After perusing its description, Lin Feng learned that this flower had been sighted in a place known as the 9 Nether Secret Realm. He promptly commenced his search for information regarding this enigmatic locale. Soon, he unearthed details about the 9 Nether Secret Realm, rumored to be a gateway connecting to the underworld. The atmosphere within this secret realm is thick with a chilling aura, devoid of sunlight, resulting in the flora and fauna therein consuming this cold energy, with some undergoing mutations, giving rise to various spiritual herbs and extraordinary beasts. Entrants must exercise utmost caution, for a moment's inattention could lead to their demise. The 9 Nether Secret Realm opens once every century. Lin Feng calculated the next opening of the 9 Nether Secret Realm, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. It would open in just over a month, remaining accessible for 3 months, while his master could endure for half a year, ample time indeed. If he could locate the flower of the Other Shore within the secret realm and combine it with medicinal materials from the Divine Sky Sword Sect to concoct a spiritual elixir, he could save his master from the poison. However, Lin Feng was suddenly struck by a realization. The 9 Nether Secret Realm opens only once every 100 years. Yet his master had fallen victim to soul-devouring powder at this very moment, compelling him to seek the flower of the Other Shore. Was it merely a coincidence? Unlikely. This suggested that someone was targeting the Divine Sky Sword Sect. It appeared he could not rely on the sect for hope. The quest for the flower of the Other Shore would rest solely upon his own shoulders. Having discovered a means to save his master, Lin Feng shifted his focus to another pressing matter: who had inflicted such harm upon his master? As a disciple, avenging his master was a matter of duty. However, uncovering the identity of the culprit would not be straightforward, especially since the sect's patriarch had indicated that this was a closely guarded secret, likely known only to a select few within the upper echelons of the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Contemplating this, Lin Feng found himself at an impasse. Despite being the senior disciple of the current generation at the Divine Sky Sword Sect, and having been there for over 20 years, his limited excursions from the solitary peak had resulted in a narrow acquaintance with the sect's higher-ups. He was relatively familiar only with the other 6 members of the 7 Swords of Divine Sky, alongside his master, while the rest remained largely unknown to him. Thus, in order to ascertain the identity of the one who harmed his master, he would have to approach one of the 6 uncles. Whom should he seek? The patriarch uncle was certainly not an option. If he had intended to share information, he would have done so long ago. After considerable deliberation, Lin Feng ultimately decided to approach Cold Frost, knowing her to be a person of warmth beneath her icy exterior. During his childhood, when Su Mubei often left the sect, he had been entrusted to Cold Frost's care. However, that was over 20 years ago, and since Lin Feng had learned to fend for himself, he had lived on Solitary Peak with his junior sister, Su Xiao, until she became a disciple under Lu Hongwan. With his choice made, Lin Feng proceeded to the Jade Maiden Peak, overseen by Cold Frost. Upon entering, he was intercepted by 2 female disciples. The Jade Maiden Peak exclusively accepted female disciples, and male disciples from other peaks of the Divine Sky Sword Sect were required to announce their purpose before entry. Please, senior brother, halt. May I inquire from whence you come and your purpose at Jade Maiden Peak? 2 female disciples intercepted Lin Feng, politely inquiring about his identity. They could discern that Lin Feng was a true disciple, yet they did not recognize him. I am Lin Feng from Gutsuan Peak. I wish to meet with Elder Cold, and I kindly ask you 2 junior sisters to relay my message. Thank you. Lin Feng replied courteously. Lin Feng? Gutsuan Peak? The 2 disciples from Yunu Peak exchanged astonished glances and exclaimed in unison, You are senior brother Lin Feng? The title of senior brother left Lin Feng momentarily speechless. Since entering the Shinshao Sword Sect, he had seldom ventured beyond Gutsuan Peak, primarily to maintain a low profile and survive. In his past life on Earth, his youthful arrogance had led to his downfall. Now, having been reborn, he was determined not to repeat the same mistakes. The formidable empires on Earth wielded nuclear weapons as devastating trump cards, and the great powers of Li Jiao were no less formidable. What perplexed Lin Feng was how, despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous, individuals still recognized him, unbeknownst to him, as the senior brother of the Divine Sword Sect. His mere title rendered any attempt at obscurity futile. Had Lin Feng ranked outside the top 10 among his peers in the sect, it is likely that the disciples would have been unaware of his existence. Nonetheless, despite his notoriety, it was not for commendable reasons. The upper echelons of the Divine Sword Sect could only describe Lin Feng with a single word: useless. The disciples, on the other hand, added another word: mysterious. While useless was a common refrain, mysterious stemmed from their lack of encounters with him. It was no wonder that the two female disciples from Una Peak were taken aback upon meeting the legendary senior brother. "I am Lin Feng. I kindly ask you two junior sisters to inform Elder Cold," Lin Feng reiterated. "Of course. Please wait a moment, Senior Brother Lin. I will notify her right away." One of the Yunu Peak disciples responded, promptly turning to enter the mountain. The other remained behind, scrutinizing Lin Feng. Typically, in Li Jiao, a sect senior brother is a figure of considerable strength, representing the sect's prestige. However, the senior brother of the Divine Sword Sect was deemed a failure, a topic of frequent discussion among the disciples. The mysterious, yet ineffectual senior brother before them piqued the curiosity of all. The Yunu Peak disciple gazed at Lin Feng and lamented inwardly. "Senior brother Lin Feng is quite handsome. It is a pity his strength is so lacking. Otherwise, who knows how many senior and junior sisters he would captivate." Lin Feng was indifferent to others' perceptions of him. Soon, the disciple who had gone to relay the message returned. "Senior brother Lin, please follow me." "Thank you, junior sisters. No need for formalities, senior brother." Lin Feng followed the guiding disciple into Una Peak, marking his first visit. Within the Divine Sword Sect, there were two places that male disciples yearned for intensely. The first was Yunu Peak, renowned for its enchanting female disciples. The second was Chaxiao Peak, overseen by Lu Hongwan. However, there were distinctions between the two peaks. Una Peak, managed by Long Hans Wang, only admitted female disciples, while Chaxiao Peak, under Lu Hongwan's stewardship, accepted both genders. Comparatively, Yunu Peak held a greater allure. Under the curious gazes of numerous female disciples, Lin Feng finally encountered Long Hans Wang. "I have met Master Long," Lin Feng respectfully declared. "There is no need for such formality, my dear nephew." "Speak your mind," Long Hans Wang replied, her expression as impassive as her name suggested. Her demeanor was consistently frosty, exuding an air of coldness towards everyone, reminiscent of an icy queen. "Master Long, I have come here today rather audaciously to inquire about the identity of the one who has caused such harm to my master. I beseech you to enlighten me." Lin Feng clasped his hands, articulating the purpose of his visit. Understanding Long Hanchuang's straightforward nature, he preferred to be direct. "My dear nephew, as my senior brother, the headmaster has already stated that matters concerning Brother Mubai will be handled by our Divine Sky Sword Sect. You should focus your thoughts on your cultivation, striving to inherit Brother Mubai's legacy and avoid being a target of others. Leave other matters alone," Long Hans Wang responded. "You misunderstand, master. I merely wish to ascertain the identity of our adversary. I have no intention of taking action myself, for my current abilities are inadequate. As the sole disciple of my master, I believe I am entitled to know who our enemy is. This knowledge would serve as motivation for my continuous self-improvement. I implore you to share this with me," Lin Feng stated earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Long Hans Wang concluded that Lin Feng had a valid point. After all, Mubai had only one disciple whom he had nurtured since childhood. Their bond was both master and father-son. Thus, revealing the truth would not be harmful. "My dear nephew, I can share this information with you, but it must remain confidential, as it pertains to the secrets of our Divine Sky Sword Sect. I am disclosing this only because you are the sole disciple of Brother Mubai," she said. "Rest assured, Master Long, I shall keep this a secret and will not divulge a single word," Lin Feng eagerly assured her. "The one who harmed your master is the Demon Gate." Chapter 4. The Demise of the Demon Gate. The Demon Gate? Is this sect formidable? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled, as he had never heard of it. His ignorance stemmed from his limited exposure. Ever since his master, Su Mubai, had brought him into the Divine Sky Sword Sect, he had seldom ventured outside, leaving him woefully uninformed about the world. His knowledge of the major powers was limited to what his master occasionally mentioned. The fact that he had not heard of this sect suggested it was not among the elite factions within the Liu realm. How could an obscure sect dare to provoke the Divine Sky Sword Sect? The Demon Gate is not particularly strong, Long Hans Wang replied. Then how could they possibly offend the Divine Sky Sword Sect? Lin Feng's tone was filled with skepticism. The Divine Sky Sword Sect was one of the top 4 powers in Liu. What was the Demon Gate compared to them? In the past, the Demon Gate would not have dared to act so recklessly. However, now they have allied with the Boundless Demon Sect, emboldening them to take such risks. Your Uncle Zhao and Uncle Jiang ventured to the Demon Gate to seek vengeance for your master and reclaim the Howren Sword. But they were ambushed by the Grand Elder Qian Shanxiong of the Boundless Demon Sect on their way and could not reach the Demon Gate. They must return to discuss their strategy with the headmaster, Long Hans Wang elaborated. Now I understand. Lin Feng's heart was enlightened. He was already familiar with the Boundless Demon Sect. The master has previously emphasized the significance of this sect. Both the Wujie Demon Sect and the Shinshao Sword Sect rank among the paramount forces within the Lizhou realm. And they are sworn adversaries, continually embroiled in minor conflicts. With such formidable allies backing them, it is no wonder that the Rakshasa sect dared to severely injure the master. I extend my gratitude to Elder Long for this information. Lin Feng clasped his hands in appreciation. Lin Feng, my disciple, as the sole protege of Brother Mu Bai, he harbors great expectations for you. Though your innate talent may not be remarkable, it is well understood in our cultivation world that talent is not the sole determinant of success. As the saying goes, diligence can compensate for deficiencies. If you devote your entire focus to your cultivation, it is not impossible for you to inherit Brother Mu Bai's Howren Sword and the Gutsuan Peak in the future. Otherwise, given Brother Mu Bai's current state, it won't be long before they change hands. Elder Lung's words caused Lin Feng, who usually remained unperturbed even in the face of adversity, to momentarily lose his composure. The thought of the Howren Sword and Gutsuan Peak changing ownership was utterly unacceptable to him. I implore you, Elder Long, to enlighten me further, Lin Feng said respectfully. Taking a deep breath, you are aware that Brother Mu Bai suffered an injury to his foundation during an early mission, which has led to stagnation in his cultivation over the years. The rest of us have far surpassed him. As the master of the Howren Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shinshao, his current strength no longer befits this title. Within the Shinshao Sword Sect, many are coveting the Howren Sword and Gutsuan Peak. The only reason they have yet to act is that our sect leader is shouldering the pressure. However, with Brother Mu Bai gravely injured and the Howren Sword lost, it is certain that some will seize this opportunity to strike. You must prepare yourself mentally. For Lin Feng, who adhered to a philosophy of humility and survival, the internal strife of the sect was of little concern. Yet, should anyone dare to encroach upon what belonged to his master, that would be utterly intolerable. I understand now. Thank you, Elder Ling. Lin Feng bowed once more in gratitude. Enough. Return and focus on your cultivation. Even if we have lost the Howren Sword and Gutsuan Peak this time, we can reclaim them through strength in the future. I believe you will not disappoint Brother Mu Bai's expectations. Lin Feng also gleaned detailed information about the Rakshasa sect from Elder Long, learning that it was comprised of former fugitives. With this knowledge, he devised a plan and subsequently departed from Yuna Peak, returning to Gutsuan Peak. Today's events imparted a crucial lesson to Lin Feng. In the 9 continents, being overly modest can be detrimental. Had he displayed even a fraction of his talent, perhaps Gutsuan Peak would not have fallen to such a plight, and no one would dare to covet the Howren Sword and Gutsuan Peak. That night, a shadowy figure stealthily departed from the Shinshao Sword Sect, hastening westward with remarkable speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Several 100,000 miles to the west of the Shinshao Sword Sect lies the Rakshasa sect. At this moment, within the Rakshasa sect, a clandestine meeting was underway, attended by a dozen decision-makers. One individual inquired, "Sect leader, is our course of action not too perilous?" The Wujie Demon Sect and the Shinshao Sword Sect are both the pinnacle of power within the Luzhou realm. Our Rakshasa sect's reckless involvement could indeed be a cause for concern. However, I must clarify that, in the past, I would have unequivocally refrained from participating in the conflict between the Wujie Demon Sect and the Shinshao Sword Sect. Yet, the circumstances have changed. The leader of the Rakshasa sect responded, "What has changed?" The Grand Elder of the Wujie Demon Sect, Taoist Wujie, has recently achieved a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, all the senior members of the Rakshasa sect were struck with disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gazed at their leader. Taoist Wujie has broken through? Does this not imply that the Wuji demon sect will decisively overpower the Shinshao Sword Sect? Witnessing the shock on everyone's faces, the leader of the Rakshasa sect smiled faintly and continued. The Wuji demon sect is currently collaborating with the Seven Kill sect to systematically dismantle the strength of the Shinshao Sword Sect. Once Taoist Wuji has firmly established his realm, he will launch an all-out assault on the Shinshao Sword Sect to annihilate this long-standing adversary, subsequently turning his attention to the Qingyan sect. When the Wuji demon sect reigns supreme over Luzhou, we, the Rakshasa sect, shall also soar to great heights by aligning ourselves with them. This is our singular opportunity, one we cannot afford to miss. With the leader's explanation, the senior members of the Rakshasa sect finally comprehended the situation. No wonder the leader dared to heavily injure Su Mubai, one of the 7 swords of the Shinshao, and seize the Haoran sword. A retreat plan had evidently been established in advance. The following day at noon, under the brilliance of the sun, a colossal phantom sword, 100 feet long, suddenly appeared above the Rakshasa sect, its tip descending ominously towards the sect. Boom. The protective formation of the sect barely withstood the onslaught for a moment before being utterly obliterated. The overwhelming force left the entire Rakshasa sect in turmoil, with countless structures teetering on the brink of collapse. How bold! Who dares to wreak havoc within the Rakshasa sect? Seeking death, are you? A thunderous shout echoed as dozens of senior members of the Rakshasa sect charged out. However, upon witnessing the gigantic sword in the sky, they were rendered speechless with terror. Boom! The gigantic sword descended relentlessly, and the members of the Rakshasa sect found themselves powerless to intervene, unable even to approach. Ultimately, they could only watch as the ethereal sword plunged into the main hall of the Rakshasa sect, annihilating it. The immense shockwave transformed the surrounding area into ruins, with even the senior members of the Rakshasa sect being forced to the ground, immobilized. The 100-foot-long sword embedded itself a third of the way into the earth, leaving 2/3 above ground. At that moment, the members of the Rakshasa sect noticed a figure standing atop the sword's hilt. Who are you? How have we, the Rakshasa sect, offended you to deserve such brutal treatment? The leader of the Rakshasa sect demanded loudly. He understood well that since the opponent had struck directly, pleading for mercy would be futile. The Rakshasa sect had committed numerous misdeeds in the shadows, and their origins were difficult to ascertain. The figure standing on the sword's hilt did not respond, instead slowly turning to reveal a face concealed by a ghostly mask. Then, with a firm stamp of the foot, boom, the colossal sword plunged another third into the ground, leaving only the hilt exposed. The Rakshasa sect, which had already been reduced to ruins, was completely flattened. The disciples and members suffered heavy casualties. A handful of formidable elites from the Rakshasa sect still clung to life. With a single strike, the sect was obliterated, a testament to the overwhelming prowess of the assailant. You scoundrel! Do you not fear retribution? The sect leader bellowed. The Rakshasa sect was his labor of love. He had envisioned soaring to greatness alongside the Wujimo sect, only to be blindsided by an unexpected assault, resulting in the annihilation of everything he had built. Where were the members of the Wujimo sect? Had they not promised to ensure the safety of the Rakshasa sect? Why had they yet to appear? The figure donned in a ghostly mask remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon the sect leader. He was Lin Feng, who had stealthily emerged from the Shinshao Sword Sect to exact vengeance for his master, Su Mubai. His initial display of strength was nothing short of terrifying. Were the higher-ups of the Shinshao Sword Sect to learn that this once-derided senior brother had vanquished the Rakshasa sect with a single blow, they would surely be astounded. Though the Rakshasa sect was not particularly strong, it was considered a mid-tier sect. Not just anyone could obliterate it, especially with a single strike. Are you from the Shinshao Sword Sect? The sect leader inquired, only to immediately refute his own question. Impossible. You cannot be from the Shinshao sect. The Wujimo sect promised me they would monitor every move made by your sect's elites. Who exactly are you? Lin Feng was preparing to dispatch this band of nefarious individuals when he suddenly sensed something. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword soared from the ruins. Landing before him, the Haoran sword. Gazing at the familiar blade, an array of emotions flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from the distance. Bold thief, how dare you commit such slaughter? Today, I shall send you to your demise. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's expression brightened with hope as he shouted, Elder, save me. The newcomer was Qiashan Xiong, the grand elder of the Wujimo sect, who was seething with rage. To the Wujimo sect, the Rakshasa sect was merely a pawn, yet one that still held value. Their mission was to ambush the Shinshao Sword Sect, dismantle its living forces, and safeguard the Rakshasa sect. With the sect's destruction, Was it not akin to a slap in the face for the Wujimo sect? For such a superpower, maintaining face was of utmost importance. Otherwise, who would be willing to serve them in the future? Standing atop the colossal sword, Lin Feng surveyed the approaching shadows with unwavering resolve. With a powerful thrust of his feet, he propelled himself into the air, wielding the Howren sword of his master, Su Mubai. He unleashed a strike toward the Grand Elder Qianshan Xiong and his cohorts. What initially appeared as a feeble, unremarkable strike transformed into a tempestuous force. As the heavens and earth shifted, unleashing a sword beam spanning dozens of feet, imbued with overwhelming might, aimed directly at the Wujimo sect. Sensing the astonishing power of the sword beam, Qianshan Xiong's heart raced. What is this? Sword intent? Who is this person? He has comprehended such a terrifying sword intent. Moreover, this very essence of sword intent instilled within him a profound sense of suppression. The righteous and unyielding sword intent, manifested through the unwavering sword of integrity, exerts a formidable restraining influence on those practitioners of demonic arts. Scatter, roared Qidao Xiong. In an instant, dozens of shadowy figures behind him dispersed in all directions, evading the strike of the sword, acutely aware of the constraining power embedded within its essence. Meanwhile, Lin Feng surged forward without hesitation, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, a mere breath of righteous spirit, a swift wind across the 1,000 miles. It seems the Grand Elder of the Infinite Demon Sect is not as formidable as his reputation suggests. Today, I shall temporarily spare your motley crew, but mark my words. Our paths shall cross again, and I shall claim your lives. Once Lin Feng departed, the shadowy figures regrouped around Qidao Xiong. Grand Elder, this individual's sword intent poses a significant threat to us. If left unchecked, he will undoubtedly become a dire menace to the Infinite Demon Sect. Qidao Xiong glared in the direction Lin Feng had vanished, his fists clenched tightly, trembling with rage. The suddenness of the encounter had prevented him from confronting the sword head-on. Reflecting on it now, he pondered the sheer number of his subordinates. Did it truly matter if the adversary comprehended sword intent? After years of dealings with sword cultivators, Qidao Xiong understood their strength. While formidable, they were not beyond reason. Moreover, the demonic arts of the Infinite Demon Sect were not to be underestimated. When had such a transcendent sword cultivator emerged within the boundaries of Lizhou? Qidao Xiong did not believe Lin Feng to be a member of the Shinshao Sword Sect, as few possessed such prowess, and those who did were under the watchful eye of the Infinite Demon Sect. If he were not from the Shinshao Sword Sect, then who could he possibly be? The news of the annihilation of the Rakshasa sect swiftly circulated, igniting curiosity regarding the identity of the ghost-faced man. To obliterate the Rakshasa sect with a single strike and depart unscathed from the assault of Grand Elder Qidao Xiong and numerous elite members of the Infinite Demon Sect was no ordinary feat. The more enigmatic Lin Feng became, the more he piqued the curiosity of the masses. The Infinite Demon Sect, too, commenced an investigation into Lin Feng's true identity. Within Lizhou, the only sword cultivator faction capable of threatening the Infinite Demon Sect was the Shinshao Sword Sect. Others paled in comparison. Moreover, the formidable figures of the Shinshao Sword Sect were already within their surveillance. Because of this, the upper echelons of the Infinite Demon Sect found themselves perplexed. What force could possibly cultivate such an extraordinary sword cultivator? Originally, they had intended to gradually erode the strength of the Shinshao Sword Sect, waiting for their ancestor to stabilize his realm before launching a decisive strike with minimal cost. However, the sudden emergence of this mysterious powerhouse had completely disrupted their plans. The higher-ups of the Infinite Demon Sect could never have imagined that the source of their troubles was none other than the so-called wasteful senior brother of this generation from the Shinshao Sword Sect. Chapter 5. Enlightenment of the Sword. Following the destruction of the Rakshasa sect, Lin Feng refrained from entangling himself with the arriving forces of the Infinite Demon Sect. After subduing his enemies with his sword intent, he departed swiftly. It was not out of fear of being outnumbered, but rather a desire to conceal his identity. He had gleaned some fundamental information about Grand Elder Qidao Xiong from Long Hans Wang. This individual, capable of assuming the esteemed role of the Grand Elder of the Wuji Demon Sect, possesses an undeniable prowess. Once engaged in combat, the affiliation with the Shinshao Sword Sect would inevitably be revealed, raising suspicions towards him. After all, apart from the essence of sword intent, all his abilities have been imparted by Su Mubai. The enmity between the Wuji Demon Sect and the Shinshao Sword Sect has persisted for many years, leading both factions to possess a profound understanding of one another. In the absence of absolute certainty regarding his ability to eliminate witnesses, Lin Feng has chosen to retreat temporarily. There will be ample opportunities to confront the Wuji demon sect in the future. There is no need for haste. Their audacity to employ the Rakshasa sect against Su Mubai has already placed them on Lin Feng's list for retribution. As for those survivors from the Rakshasa sect, they have been rendered utterly incapacitated. Sparing their lives would only subject them to a fate more unbearable than death. The Wuji demon sect, a malevolent force, would not harbor useless individuals. While the myriad of top-tier forces within the Li continent focused their attention on Lin Feng, he quietly returned to Gutsuan Peak. However, he no longer intended to remain idle as before. A month hence, he must venture into the Nine Nether Secret Realm to seek the ethereal flower for his master. It is imperative to diligently enhance his strength. Previously, Lin Feng believed that residing within a prestigious sect such as the Shinshao Sword Sect, as long as he refrained from provoking others, was sufficient. Solitude at Gutsuan Peak seemed favorable, at least ensuring longevity. Yet, the grievous injury sustained by Su Mubai has made him acutely aware that the Shinshao Sword Sect is not invincible, and this place may not be entirely safe. To prolong his existence, he must ascend to the pinnacle of the food chain. At the Shinshao Sword Sect, beneath the great tree at Gutsuan Peak, Lin Feng sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, motionless. Should any sword cultivator witness this scene, they would undoubtedly feel a mixture of envy and astonishment. For Lin Feng had entered an enigmatic state known as sword enlightenment, the ability of sword cultivators to engage in battles beyond their level with such ease. Becoming figures of dread within the cultivation world is fundamentally rooted in this enlightenment. Sword enlightenment constitutes a crucial aspect of a sword cultivator's combat prowess, surpassing even the elevation of realms. With each layer of understanding, their attack power surges dramatically. The levels ascend from sword momentum to sword intent, sword domain, and finally, the path of the sword. Each level further divides into 4 stages: subtle, minor achievement, major achievement, and ultimate. Only those with exceptional sword talent can attain such comprehension. At this moment, Lin Feng occupies the 2nd level of sword enlightenment, specifically the 3rd stage of sword intent, major achievement. Upon grasping the ultimate sword intent, he would stand a chance of attaining the sword domain. Sword enlightenment is the foundation for sword cultivators to engage in battles beyond their capacity. Yet it is not something that can be achieved at will. In the Li continent, the vast majority of grassroots sword cultivators spend their entire lives only grasping the subtle or minor achievement levels of sword momentum. Those who comprehend the ultimate sword momentum are exceedingly rare, and those who achieve the 2nd level of sword intent are even more of a rarity. As for the 3rd level, the sword domain, there has yet to be any report of its attainment within the Li continent, let alone the final path of the sword. Lin Feng's ability to grasp sword intent at such a tender age is a testament to his extraordinary sword talent. Should he choose to reveal this prowess, he would instantly become a focal point of cultivation within the Shinshao Sword Sect, gaining renown throughout the Li continent. Previously, Yifeng believed that leaning against a great tree would provide ample shade, thus he was not particularly devoted to cultivation. However, the circumstances have shifted dramatically. The master remains in a deep slumber. Although vengeance has been exacted, the quest for the mythical Other Shore Flower in the Nine Nether Secret Realm must commence. This realm opens but once every century, and each occasion is fraught with bloodshed and turmoil. Countless factions yearn to enter and seize the opportunities therein. Lin Feng dares not place all his hopes upon the Divine Sky Sword Sect. He suspects that the Boundless Demon Sect may lay traps within the Nine Nether Secret Realm, awaiting the unwary Divine Sky Sword Sect to fall into their snare. These 2 rival factions have been at odds for many years, each well acquainted with the other, while he himself is an unpredictable variable that the Boundless Demon Sect cannot foresee. Thus, Lin Feng resolves to enhance his combat prowess as much as possible before venturing into the Nine Nether Secret Realm. For a sword cultivator, the swiftest path to augmenting combat strength is not through increasing one's cultivation level, which requires gradual accumulation, but through the enlightenment of the sword. Enlightenment may be attained in a single moment of clarity. If Lin Feng could advance further to reach the 3rd realm of sword enlightenment, the sword domain, he would not only possess the strength to navigate the dangers of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, but would also wield unmatched power in the entire Li continent. Half a month later, beneath the 1,000-year-old tree on Gutsuan Peak, Lin Feng opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, his gaze tinged with disappointment. His efforts in sword enlightenment over the past 15 days had yielded progress, elevating his sword intent from mastery to its ultimate form. However, he had failed to comprehend the sword domain. This left him somewhat dissatisfied. After all, he He had earnestly applied himself, yet had not achieved the expected outcome. Should other sword cultivators learn of Lin Feng's sentiments, they would likely be incensed. To advance from mastery to the ultimate form of sword intent in merely half a month signifies extraordinary talent. Such rapid progress in sword enlightenment is unparalleled across the entire Li continent. Yet Lin Feng remains discontented. Truly, comparisons among individuals can be disheartening. Despite ultimately failing to grasp the sword domain, Lin Feng sensed that he was not far from its threshold. He simply needed an opportunity. However, the timing of such an opportunity remained uncertain. Alas, if only I could go to the sword tomb for enlightenment. He lamented. The conditions here are somewhat lacking. Comprehending the sword domain may prove challenging. In the sword tomb, however, there should be a chance. The sword tomb he referred to as the burial ground of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, housing the swords of innumerable predecessors since the sect's inception, including many renowned blades. The sword tomb is a sacred ground for sword cultivators and the optimal place for enlightenment. As the eldest disciple of this generation, Lin Feng would ordinarily be most qualified to enter the sword tomb. Unfortunately, he has concealed his own strength and talent, rendering his status as the eldest disciple largely nominal within the Divine Sky Sword Sect. He has never even participated in a sect competition. The qualification to enter the sword tomb is determined by such competitions, hence Lin Feng cannot gain entry at present. Unless he reveals his swordsmanship talent before the sect leader and higher-ups, it is assured that he would be immediately recognized by the sect. Not only would he gain access to the sword tomb, but he could also treat it as his home. Yet, Lin Feng is reluctant to take such a step for the moment. Armed with the wisdom from his previous life, he firmly believes that discretion is the better part of valor, for it allows one to endure longer and thrive. Unable to enter the sword tomb to comprehend the way of the sword, I shall delve into the mysteries of the Nine Nether Secret Realm. It is said to harbor an array of celestial treasures and earthly wonders, opening its gates once every century, enticing countless factions to vie for its riches. However, entry into the Nine Nether Secret Realm is not without its restrictions. One must possess a bone age not exceeding 100 years. Should one surpass this limit, they would be ruthlessly crushed by the forces of nature within. This stipulation means that each individual may only venture inside once in their lifetime, significantly curtailing the ambitions of various factions eager to scour the realm. After all, a bone age under 100 dissuades many formidable beings from attempting to enter. Moreover, these factions cannot afford to send all their meticulously nurtured prodigies into such perilous territory, lest they face utter annihilation. Each time the Nine Nether Secret Realm opens, there are fortunate souls who seize monumental opportunities and ascend to greatness, astonishing the world. This phenomenon incites many cultivators under 100 years of age, even those of modest talent, to seek their fortune within, hoping to stumble upon rare treasures that could irrevocably alter their destinies. Lin Feng, however, harbors no interest in the myriad treasures. His singular ambition is to procure the other shore flower. He is confident that with diligent cultivation, he can surpass the majority of prodigies within the Li continent, even without the aid of any treasures. As days pass, the solitary Kunzhen Peak remains an overlooked corner, even as the Shunjiao Sword Sect conducts grand ceremonies, blissfully ignoring this secluded spot. Lin Feng finds solace in this tranquility. Had it not been for the troubles surrounding Su Mubai, he would wish to linger here indefinitely, with no worries for sustenance. He could relish the scenery and indulge in barbecues. Why venture out to engage in life-or-death struggles? Lin Feng's choice to recline in peace stems from his experiences on Earth, where he learned the harsh truth that exceptional talent often attracts envy and danger. He prefers to remain inconspicuous. Furthermore, he feels little sense of belonging in this world, as if it were merely a fleeting dream from which he might awaken at any moment. Few individuals command his regard. His master Su Mubai and junior sister Su Xiao undoubtedly occupy the top two positions in his heart, their significance akin to a forbidden touch, invoking dire consequences. 2 days hence, Lin Feng finally perused all available information regarding the Nine Nether Secret Realm. He studied its historical occurrences, the necessary precautions for entry, and the transformative fates of those who ventured within, some even illustrious figures. He learned of the countless souls who entered, never to return, becoming sustenance for beasts or nourishment for flora. Upon discovering that entry is restricted to those with a bone age below 100 years, Lin Feng felt a slight relief. Although he seldom left Kunzhen Peak and remained largely unaware of the outside world, he gleaned some insights about the Li continent from his master Su Mubai. A bone age under 100, even among prodigies, imposes significant limitations. The true masters are ancient beings, having lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. This reality enhances Lin Feng's chances of discovering the other shore flower. Moreover, the flower possesses potent toxins, even if acquired. It cannot be consumed immediately, but requires complementary herbs to neutralize its effects, allowing for the creation of a harmless elixir. Even if someone else discovers it first, one can still reclaim it. Regardless of who obtains it, it is best to surrender willingly. Otherwise, one should not blame themselves for being ruthless. In order to save his master, Lin Feng will not show mercy. After understanding all this, he felt a sense of joy as he captured a creature resembling a rabbit from Earth in the dense forest of Gutsuan Peak and caught several fish by the pond, preparing to roast them at his usual spot. Before long, the meat sizzled and oozed with oil. Sprinkling some secret seasoning, he indulged in hearty bites. In this unfamiliar world, Lin Feng found the abundance of food to be his greatest delight, far surpassing the flavors of Earth. The meat was succulent and tender, melting in the mouth. Even without any seasoning, it was extraordinarily delicious. He recalled the first time he tasted it, nearly swallowing the bones whole. From then on, he developed a fondness for roasting meat beneath the towering trees on the mountain peak, making it a daily ritual. A day without this feast left him feeling uneasy. Now, Gutsuan Peak was solely inhabited by Lin Feng, free to do as he pleased. After a satisfying meal, he would take a nap or climb a tree to enjoy the scenery, relishing in a life of leisure. Over the years, he had sampled every creature that flew, ran, or swam, honing his roasting skills to perfection. If he were on Earth, his barbecue restaurant would surely be packed. As Lin Feng savored his meal, a figure descended from the sky, riding a flying sword. She observed Lin Feng, who was indulging in his feast, her stunningly beautiful face devoid of any expression, her eyes revealing no hint of emotion. The newcomer was Yi Qingxian, a direct disciple of Long Han's Wang, ranked 6th among the true disciples of the Shinxiao Sword Sect, making her Lin Feng's 6th junior sister. Both were well known within the sect. Yet their reputations were starkly different. One was a prodigious disciple, while the other was regarded as the inept elder brother. Among the 7 swords of Shinxiao, only 4 had taken on true disciples: the Haoran sword, Su Mubai; the Tai sword, Luo Yuntian; the Laming sword, Zhang Ziwen; and the Bingpa sword, Long Han's Wang. The other 3 had yet to find suitable successors. Lin Feng, my master wishes to see you. She has matters to discuss, Yi Qingxian stated coldly. She addressed him by his name, omitting any title of seniority. To her, Lin Feng, despite entering the sect slightly earlier, was unworthy of the title of elder brother in the Shinxiao Sword Sect. This sentiment was shared by other disciples as well. While Yi Qingxian did not harbor any particular dislike for Lin Feng, she certainly felt no fondness either. As time passed, it became evident that they belonged to different worlds. With Lin Feng's talent, he would eventually fade into obscurity, while she was destined to become a core figure within the Shinxiao Sword Sect. Master Ling is looking for me? Very well. I will come after I finish eating. Would you care to join me for a taste, junior sister Qingxian? The meat I roasted is not something everyone can savor. Consider yourself fortunate today. Lin Feng smiled as he looked up at Yi Qingxian, floating above. In truth, he had long been aware of her arrival but chose to ignore it. He had grown accustomed to her addressing him by name. She is indeed a favored daughter of heaven, and it is only natural for her to look down upon her slothful and indolent senior brother. No need for that. Come with me at once. Master is waiting for you, Yi Qingxian replied with an impassive expression. Very well. Lin Feng tossed away the bone in his hand, clapped his hands, and without a moment's thought, began to wipe them on his clothes, clearly accustomed to such behavior. This action elicited a slight frown from Yi Qingxian, who was soaring through the air on her sword. Who could have imagined that the senior brother of the Shinxiao Sword Sect was such a disheveled individual? After cleaning his hands, Lin Feng flew on his sword to Yi Qingxuan's side. Sister Qingxian, let us depart. Yi Qingxian guided Lin Feng to the foot of the Jade Maiden Peak, from where they ascended on foot. The Shinxiao Sword Sect comprises 16 peaks. Apart from the solitary Kuanfeng, which permits direct flight, all others require a pedestrian ascent, as per the rules. Otherwise, it would be deemed disrespectful to the peaks. As they traversed through the curious gazes of the many disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak, they soon encountered the waiting Long Han's Wang. Master, I brought senior brother Lin Feng. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yi Qingxian respectfully addressed Long Han's Wang. Qingxian, you may stay for the time being. Yes, master. Lin Feng approached Long Shishu, clasped his hands in salute, and bowed deeply. Nephew Lin need not be overly courteous. I have summoned you today to seek your counsel on a matter, Long Hanswang stated. Please, Shu, go ahead. In less than half a month, the Nine Nether Secret Realm will open. Within it lies not only the other shore flower that Brother Mubai requires, but also numerous treasures that can alter one's fate. The sect will dispatch a group of individuals to venture inside. Would you be willing to join us? She continued. Of course, it is fraught with danger, and one misstep could result in remaining there forever. If you are unwilling, I shall not press you. Upon hearing Lung Hanchuang's proposal to accompany the Xinjiao Sword Sect into the Nine Nether Secret Realm, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. He was indeed eager to enter the Nine Nether Secret Realm, however. He did not wish to join the others from the Xinjiao Sword Sect due to the inconvenience it would bring. The age restriction of 100 years for entry into the Nine Nether Secret Realm rendered many formidable individuals from various factions unable to enter, allowing him to navigate freely within. Shu, I think I shall decline the invitation, Lin Feng contemplated before rejecting it. How wonderful it is to act independently. Why complicate matters for myself? The disciples of the Xinjiao Sword Sect under 100 years old, in Lin Feng's view, were burdens. If danger should arise, would he come to their aid? If he did, he risked exposing his own strength. If not, would he merely stand by and watch them perish? That was simply unacceptable. After all, he was also a member of the Xinjiao Sword Sect. Thus, it was better to adopt a stance of ignorance and indifference. Standing nearby, Yi Qingshuan's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. This senior brother is not only slovenly, but also cowardly, bringing shame to the Xinjiao Sword Sect. Lung Hanswang did not anticipate Lin Feng's refusal. In her eyes, given such an opportunity, Lin Feng would surely be eager to accept. It seems she overestimated this disciple. Initially thinking the other lacked talent, she was surprised to find such a timid character as well. She wondered how senior brother Mubai could have taken on such a disciple. Lin Feng, you need not worry too much. This time, Qing Xian will also enter. Just follow her, and you should be safe with her protection. You must understand this is your only chance for a turnaround. If you miss it, it will be difficult to rise again. You remember what I mentioned last time, don't you? Long Hanswang patiently encouraged. Lin Feng was well aware of what Long Hanswang referenced. Many had their eyes on the isolated peak of Gutsuan and the Howren sword within the Xinjiao Sword Sect. Previously, the sect leader had kept things under control, but now, with the master severely injured and on the brink of death, the sect would soon expend considerable effort to heal him, likely leading to a loss of control. At that time, if he wished to retain Gutsuan Peak, he would have to reveal some of his strength. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to enter the Juyo secret realm alongside the sect members. Once inside, he could seek an opportunity to slip away, slightly revealing his capabilities while using this as an excuse for his actions. Moreover, since Long Hanswang had good intentions, to refuse again would seem ungrateful. With this in mind, Lin Feng agreed. Thank you, Master Long, he expressed with a cupped fist. There is no need for thanks. You are senior brother Mubai's disciple, and I have watched you grow since childhood. I only hope you can protect Gutsuan Peak and prevent it from being taken by others. Lin Feng vowed not to disappoint Master Long. That is good. Qing Xian, in half a month, you will enter the Juyo secret realm with Lin Feng, she commanded. Yes, Master. Yi Qingxian replied respectfully. Although she was reluctant to take Lin Feng, the burden, she had no choice but to comply with the master's orders. Lung Hanswang held significant authority at Unipeak. Please take good care of him, junior sister Qingxian. Brother Lin Feng, you are being too modest. In front of Master Long, Yi Qingxian dared not address Lin Feng by his name alone. Despite all being true disciples, the senior brother held a distinct position. Chapter 7. Blackwater Ducks. 7 days later, atop the main peak of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, thousands gathered, men and women, young and old, all shouldering 3-foot-long swords. Some donned green robes while others wore blue. The wearers of green were notably younger, while those in blue were relatively older. Among them were Lin Feng and Yi Qingxian, both clad in green robes. In the Xinjiao Sword Sect, attire held significance. One could not dress haphazardly. All disciples were required to wear green robes. Regardless of whether one was an outer disciple, inner disciple, or true disciple, the rule applied universally. However, to distinguish between the three, the garments bore inscriptions on the chest indicating their status: outer, inner, and true. Additionally, the belts varied in color. Outer disciples wore green belts, inner disciples had yellow, and true disciples sported white. The blue robes were reserved for the stewards. In the realm of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, if an outer disciple fails to advance to an inner disciple by the age of 40, they are automatically relegated to the position of a level 3 steward. Similarly, an inner disciple who does not attain the status of a true disciple by the age of 50 will find themselves demoted to a level 2 steward. Stewards are classified into 3 tiers: level 3 stewards, level 2 stewards, and level 1 stewards, corresponding to the strength levels of the sea condensation realm, the void-breaking realm, and the ethereal passage realm, respectively. Level 3 stewards, being the most numerous and the weakest in prowess, are often humorously referred to as stewards. Yet their duties are akin to menial tasks within the sect, placing them only slightly above outer disciples in status. Level 2 stewards enjoy a markedly superior position, tasked with the management of level 3 stewards. As for level 1 stewards, their standing surpasses that of many inner disciples. Should a level 1 steward break through from the ethereal passage realm to the sky sovereign realm, they would swiftly ascend to the ranks of the elders, a status that even ordinary elders far exceed that of stewards. Gathered upon the main peak are thousands of disciples and stewards dispatched by the Divine Sky Sword Sect to enter the 9 nether secret realm. Among them are 4 true disciples, each in their 20s, with the exception of Lin Feng, all hailed as prodigies and key cultivators within the sect. There are 128 inner disciples, each under 50 years of age, possessing considerable potential for development. Some are even as gifted as true disciples, albeit initially overlooked. During the sect's annual competition, it is common for inner disciples to be favored by various peak masters or elder councils, becoming true disciples themselves. Their fervent efforts during these competitions are driven by the hope of receiving focused cultivation from the sect. There are 812 outer disciples, most of whom barely meet the sect's recruitment criteria. The fate of the vast majority of these outer disciples is to endure until their term expires, ultimately becoming level 3 stewards, with only a select few ascending to inner disciple status and eventually becoming level 2 stewards. As for the elevation of outer disciples to true disciples, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, with only a handful recorded throughout the sect's extensive history. Approximately over 1,000 stewards remain, predominantly middle-aged individuals with average talents, having been reluctantly accepted into the sect. Their aspirations for distinction remain bleak, unless fortune smiles upon them. Stewards yearn for the opportunity to enter the 9 nether secret realm to seize their fortunes. Absent this chance, their lives may amount to mediocrity. Even a modest advancement to the status of an ordinary elder is a desirable goal, as it offers significantly better access to both status and resources than that of a steward. To garner respect and acquire additional cultivation resources, one must strive to ascend the ranks. Attaining the position of a peak master or a member of the Elder Council signifies one's entry into the core elite of the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Each time the 9 nether secret realm opens, various factions across the continent of Li Zhou dispatch numerous disciples to vie for opportunities. In their quest for fortune, they simultaneously gain invaluable experience. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse can never truly flourish. To grow stronger, one must venture forth and confront the trials of life and death. At this juncture, the sect's leader, Luo Yutian, is fervently encouraging the departing crowd. Though termed encouragement, it is more akin to a rousing call to action. Recounting the myriad individuals who have soared to greatness since the inception of the 9 nether secret realm, ultimately becoming formidable figures within Li Zhou. The message is simple, yet its impact is profoundly evident. Born into this era of the survival of the fittest, who does not aspire to grow stronger? Who does not yearn to become a formidable figure who governs the fates of others? With the exception of Lin Feng, everyone else is striving diligently to enhance their power. Observing the excited expressions of the crowd, Luo Yuntian felt the moment was ripe and waved his hand decisively. On this expedition to the 9 nether secret realm, my Xinjiao Sword Sect shall undoubtedly emerge as the foremost. Elders of the 12, I entrust this task to you. I expect you to bring back as much as you take today, 3 months hence. By the decree of the esteemed sect leader, Elder Gu Mingzhou of the Xinjiao Sword Sect stepped forward, clasping his fists in respect. He is one of the powerful members of the Elder Council. Let us depart. In an instant, Gu Mingzhou soared into the air, followed closely by the others on their swords. To ensure the safety of their disciples, the Xinjiao Sword Sect dispatched 24 elders, each at least at the sky ascension level, to accompany the journey. The procession made its way towards the opening of the 9 nether secret realm, a grand spectacle with a 2,000-strong group flying through the sky on their swords. Lin Feng concealed himself within the throng, striving to remain inconspicuous so that he might quietly depart alone upon entering the 9 nether secret realm, keeping his distance from Yi Qingxian. Unlike him, Yi Qingxian was not only blessed with unparalleled beauty but was also the pride of the Xinjiao Sword Sect. Widely recognized and admired, the multitude of men surrounding her attested to her popularity. Lin Feng had no desire to attract attention. The unfamiliar faces around him made him realize that despite spending 20 years in the Xinjiao Sword Sect, he knew so few people. Although the sect is one of the premier forces in the Li continent, with numerous members and new disciples being recruited each year, Lin Feng, as the eldest disciple with over 2 decades of experience, had indeed become too reclusive, rarely venturing out. In a gathering of over 2,000, he could count the acquaintances he recognized on one hand. As the eldest disciple, he felt inadequate. Meanwhile, various factions across the Li continent were sending out their teams in succession. The opening of the 9 Nether Secret Realm is regarded as a major event. Not sufficiently influential to alter the course of the continent, yet it would have a discernible impact. Everyone hopes that their disciples will seize opportunities within the realm and soar to new heights. After 2 days of sword flight, the Xinjiao Sword Sect's group arrived at the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains and came to a halt. The 10,000 Great Mountains is one of the 3 forbidden zones of the Li continent, filled with countless dangers. Even the strongest must proceed with caution. Fortunately, the location of the 9 Nether Secret Realm is not deep within the mountains, but rather at the periphery. Otherwise, the expedition might have faced annihilation before reaching their destination. The 3 forbidden zones are not to be trifled with. Even at the edge, one must exercise utmost caution. Blending into the crowd, Lin Feng gazed at the 10,000 Great Mountains, one of the 3 forbidden zones of the Li continent, and felt that, apart from the endless, undulating forests, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. At this moment, the leading elder Gu Mingzhou proclaimed loudly, "We are about to enter the 10,000 Mountains, one of the 3 great forbidden zones of the Li Zhou. Stay close, and do not lag behind. I have no time to wait for you. The sect master has instructed me to bring you all back, whether as corpses or living beings. He did not specify. Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone replied in unison. They were well aware that the sect master's words were mere formalities, not to mention the perilous 9 Nether Secret Realm. Even a routine expedition could not afford to bring back many, if any, of its participants. "Very well. Follow me." Gu Mingzhou led the way into the 10,000 Mountains. Over 2,000 individuals continued to soar forward on their swords. Before long, an hour had passed without incident. Lin Feng occasionally glanced down at the dense forest beneath. Curious about the dangers that might lurk within the 10,000 Mountains, one of the legendary forbidden zones. Alas, nothing transpired. However, at that moment, a vast expanse of rapidly moving black clouds appeared ahead. In the blink of an eye, they were not far off, accompanied by a cacophony of cries. Caw, caw, caw. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Feng felt little concern, but those around him seemed as if they had intoxicated, their sword flying becoming unsteady. "Awaken!" A commanding voice resounded, snapping everyone back to their senses. "Attention! These are the Blackwater Crows. Though their offensive power is not formidable, their cries possess a potent hallucinatory effect. You must maintain your resolve and not let your guard down. Otherwise, if you succumb to their illusions, the consequences will be dire." Gu Mingzhou declared emphatically. "Yes, Elder 12. They responded, pressing on. As sword cultivators, they were expected to possess unwavering determination. No matter what obstacles lay before them, they would cleave through them with a single stroke. Gu Mingzhou led the charge, sword in hand, unleashing a blade of light that extended several feet towards the dense throng of Blackwater Crows. The other elders followed suit, unleashing dozens of sword lights into the flock. Countless Blackwater Crows fell, plummeting from the sky. The specter of death incited the ferocity of the Blackwater Crows, driving them into a frenzy of cries. Caw, caw, caw. Several weaker disciples of the Xinjiao Sword Sect could not withstand the onslaught and fell into the depths of the illusion, unable to fly properly, tumbling downwards. As they plunged into the forest of the 10,000 Mountains, piercing screams echoed out. Ah, ah, ah. Then silence ensued. This scene unfolded with alarming swiftness, casting fear into the eyes of all the disciples, simultaneously invigorating their spirits. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. There appeared to be immense horrors lurking beneath the forest floor. The elders of the Xinjiao Sword Sect had the opportunity to rescue the fallen disciples, yet they refrained from acting. Firstly, their attention was required for the greater group. And secondly, this served as a test. If one could not even withstand the lowly mental assaults of the Blackwater Crows, it indicated limited potential, and it would be unwise to expend further energy and resources. The realm of cultivators is, indeed, a harsh and unyielding reality. Once one chooses the path of cultivation, one must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. Even Sumubai, once a prodigy of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, was forsaken by the sect after his foundation was damaged. Had it not been for Luo Yutian ascending to the position of sect leader, who, out of nostalgia, chose to aid him due to Su Mubai's injuries sustained for the sect's sake, the positions of Gutsuan Peak and Howren's sword would have long since changed hands, and Lin Feng would never have had the opportunity to become the elder brother of this generation within the Xinjiao Sword Sect. Chapter 8. Qingyun Sect. The disciples of the Xinjiao Sword Sect encountered a swarm of blackwater ravens in midair. Despite the elders continuously clearing the ravens from the periphery, the sheer number of them allowed many to infiltrate the crowd. The disciples drew their swords from their Qiankuan bags, soaring through the skies while slaying the blackwater ravens. The combat prowess of the blackwater ravens predominantly lay in their cries, which ensnared their prey in illusions before they struck and devoured them. Once their vocal abilities were rendered ineffective, their strength diminished significantly. Lin Feng unsheathed an ordinary sword, dispatching any nearby blackwater ravens with ease. However, to maintain a low profile, he feigned considerable effort in his actions. The battle raged on, with countless blackwater ravens falling into the dense forest, while occasionally a disciple from the Xinjiao Sword Sect would also succumb. After a few minutes, several blackwater ravens approached Lin Feng, emitting a piercing scream. Just as he prepared to strike them down, he noticed a figure swiftly advancing towards him, prompting him to feign a momentary distraction. Once all the blackwater ravens nearby were vanquished, he gradually regained his composure. "Thank you, Junior Sister Yi, for your timely rescue." Lin Feng clasped his fists in gratitude. The figure he had seen was none other than Yi Qingxian, who had chosen to withdraw momentarily to avoid revealing her true capabilities, allowing her to come to his aid. Meanwhile, two pairs of envious eyes were fixed upon Lin Feng. As the celebrated daughter of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, Yi Qingxian had garnered the admiration of many, including several prodigies. Her aloof demeanor, which rarely offered words to anyone, made her willingness to assist Lin Feng all the more provocative to certain individuals. Among the four true disciples heading to the Nine Underworld's secret realm, both Zhu Jie and Yang Fan held affections for Yi Qingxian. "Do not mention it. Since I have promised my master to ensure your safety, I shall do my utmost. For now, stay close to me to avoid any unforeseen incidents. For I cannot face my master or Uncle Su should anything happen," Yi Qingxian replied with an impassive expression. "Then I shall trouble you, Junior Sister Yi." Although Lin Feng yearned to maintain distance from Yi Qingxian, he recognized her intent to protect him. He resolved to seek an opportunity to distance himself once they entered the Nine Underworld's secret realm. Following Yi Qingxian closely, Lin Feng observed her deftly wielding her sword, dispatching the encroaching blackwater ravens. True to her status as a direct disciple of the frigid and formidable Long Han Zhuang, her prowess was undoubtedly among the elite of her generation. Her strong will rendered the ravens' cries utterly ineffective against her. Before long, these vexatious creatures were entirely eradicated. In this battle, approximately 20 to 30 disciples of the Xinjiao Sword Sect were tragically lost within the 10,000 Great Mountains. After vanquishing the blackwater ravens, Elder Gu Mingzhou led the group onward to their destination, displaying no semblance of regret or compassion for the fallen disciples of the Xinjiao Sword Sect. The black water crow can be regarded as the most rudimentary form of danger within the 10,000 Great Mountains. The elders have managed to ward off the majority of threats from the periphery. If they were unable to endure beyond this, it would be solely due to one's insufficient strength. Even before reaching their destination, they have already suffered losses of over 10 individuals. Such is the cruelty of the cultivation world. After 2 hours, the disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect arrived at a valley, precisely the destination of their journey, the Nine Nether Valley. This place was not originally known as the Nine Nether Valley, but following the opening of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, it was renamed, a title that has persisted for over 10 millennia. When Gu Mingzhou led the disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect to the Nine Nether Valley, several small to medium-sized factions and solitary cultivators had already arrived ahead of them. They gazed at the impressive procession of sword-wielders soaring through the sky with envy in their eyes. Other factions had employed grand magical artifacts to transport their disciples, while only the Divine Sky Sword Sect had flown in on their own swords. To be a sword cultivator is the aspiration of the vast majority of practitioners. Not only are they formidable in strength, capable of engaging in battles beyond their rank with ease, but the sheer act of flying on a sword is nothing short of spectacular. It is worth noting that practitioners who have not yet attained the ability to soar cannot fly for extended periods without relying on flying artifacts, each of which is worth a fortune and not easily possessed. Contrarily, sword cultivators only need to reach the sea condensation realm to learn the art of sword flight, an ability that others can only envy, were it not for the exceptionally rigorous standards for talent required of sword cultivators. The Divine Sky Sword Sect would likely have already claimed the title of the foremost power in the Lee continent. Well, the Divine Sky Sword Sect has arrived. Flying on swords, how magnificent! If only I could find a disciple from the Divine Sky Sword Sect as a partner, then I could soar alongside them. It would be so splendid. A woman exclaimed. Immediately, a man retorted, dream on. Who among the disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect is not a genius? Do you honestly think they would be interested in you? Can I just wish for a moment? Realistic thoughts, please. It's broad daylight. Stop daydreaming. You are the one daydreaming. You and your entire family. Such dialogues were merely a microcosm of the scene. Regardless of whether they belonged to smaller factions or were solitary practitioners, upon seeing members of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, their faces were adorned with profound envy, wishing fervently to be part of that esteemed group. The procession of over 2,000 individuals flew over the gathering place below and continued onward to a small hill in close proximity to the Nine Nether Valley, which served as the Divine Sky Sword Sect's encampment. Each time the Nine Nether Secret Realm opens, they establish their base here to send their disciples in, awaiting their return for 3 months. There are 4 similar hills corresponding to the 4 major factions of the Lee continent: the Divine Sky Sword Sect, the Azure Cloud Sect, the Limitless Demon Sect, and the Seven Kills Sect. The Divine Sky Sword Sect shares a relatively amicable relationship with the Azure Cloud Sect, while the Limitless Demon Sect maintains closer ties with the Seven Kills Sect. These 4 top-tier factions have formed a delicate equilibrium. However, it seems the Limitless Demon Sect is intent on disrupting this balance. The Divine Sky Sword Sect was not the first to arrive. Prior to them, the Azure Cloud Sect and the Seven Kill Sect had already set up camp with thousands of their members. Just as they were settling in, a voice resonated through the air. Gu, it has been a long time. I did not expect it to be you leading the team. The arrival of Wang Chuan, the law enforcement elder of the Qingyun sect, was accompanied by 3 young individuals, a pair of men and a woman. I had not anticipated that the Qingyun sect would send Brother Wang. Gu Mingzhou stepped forward to greet him, as they were well acquainted. Luoyi, why don't you go and familiarize yourselves with the esteemed disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect? Once we enter the Jiuyo Secret Realm, cooperation will be essential. Brother Gu and I have matters to discuss. Wang Chuan instructed the 3 disciples behind him. Understood, Elder, they replied in unison. Within the makeshift tent of the Shinshao Sword Sect, Wang Chuan sipped tea leisurely while inquiring, Brother Gu, I have heard that your sect has recently encountered some troubles. It's merely a minor issue. After battling the Wujimo sect for so many years, we are still thriving. What can they possibly do to us? Gu Mingzhou replied nonchalantly. Indeed. However, you must remain vigilant. The Wujimo sect is perpetually scheming to dominate the Lee continent. Should you require assistance, the Qingyun sect will undoubtedly lend its support. I appreciate your generosity, Brother Wang. By the way, it is said that a mysterious sword cultivator defeated the Luocha sect and single-handedly repelled the formidable Qian Daoxiong. I wonder which esteemed member of your Shinshao Sword Sect this might be? That, I must request your indulgence to keep under wraps, Gu Mingzhou replied, withholding information as he was unaware himself. The higher-ups of the Shinshao Sword Sect had convened to discuss the matter, but had reached no conclusions, not even identifying a suspect. A sword strike that could deter Qian Daoxiong is a feat accomplished by only a handful of sword cultivators within the Lee continent, all of whom belong to the Shinshao Sword Sect. It is unheard of for any other faction's sword cultivators to possess such prowess. Of course, the Lee continent is vast, and one cannot rule out the possibility of an ancient swordsman hidden away in obscurity. Yet what motive would they have to assist the Shinshao Sword Sect? Since you prefer to remain silent, I shall refrain from pressing further. Let us adhere to our customary alliance for this journey into the Jiuyo Secret Realm. I have a strong feeling that the Wujimo sect is up to something. Wang Chuan remarked. They can scheme all they like. We are more than prepared to confront them. Gu Mingzhou replied with a fierce expression. Meanwhile, the 3 esteemed disciples of the Qingyun sect, Li Luoyi, Su Wei, and Yang Guangji, gathered with Yu Xian, Lin Feng, Yang Fan, and Zhu Jie of the Shinshao Sword Sect. As all were esteemed disciples, engaging in conversation came naturally. In such circumstances, the inner disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect were not afforded the opportunity to participate. Li Luoyi and Yu Xian, both renowned for their exceptional talents, quickly bonded. Su Wei, Yang Guangji, Zhu Jie, and Yang Fan also engaged in lively discussions, while Lin Feng remained in a corner, preferring not to partake in frivolous socializing. Despite the apparent camaraderie, one could not ignore the fact that when personal interests were at stake, allegiances might swiftly shift. After a while, Li Luai turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "May I ask who this junior brother is?" "Senior sisterly, he is not a junior brother, but the esteemed eldest senior brother of the Shinxiao Sword Sect, Lin Feng." Zhu Jie answered with a smile. "Ah, so it is senior brother Lin." Li Luai responded courteously. Su Wei and Yang Guangji exchanged curious glances. Although Lin Feng was not particularly famous, the title of eldest senior brother carried a different weight. Everyone knew that the eldest senior brother of the Shinxiao Sword Sect was considered an inept recluse, one who did not even participate in the sect's grand competitions. It was indeed a surprise to meet him today. 3 individuals regarded Lin Feng with curious eyes. Lin Feng, however, remained unfazed. The more others underestimated him, the more his spirits soared. Chapter 9. The opening of the secret realm. The number of disciples entering the 9 nether secret realm from the 4 paramount sects was largely equivalent. An excess might lead to unforeseen accidents that could jeopardize the sect's foundation. Millennia ago, the 9 nether secret realm had witnessed an entire army perish, with none emerging from its depths. Conversely, a lesser number risked the possibility of benefits being seized by rival factions. After all, the treasures within were of considerable worth. Should one fail to acquire them, others might easily close the gap. Thus, a tacit understanding gradually formed among them. Every century, when the 9 nether secret realm opened, the dispatched prodigious disciples constituted no more than 1/10 or 1/12 of their respective sections. Regardless of the circumstances, they could respond adeptly. The members of the Qingyun sect swiftly departed, all awaiting the realm's unveiling. Just as Lin Feng contemplated quietly slipping away from Yuqi Xian, he was unexpectedly called back. "Lin Feng, when we enter the 9 nether secret realm, the chaos will scatter us, and each person may emerge in different locations. I will leave a signal. Upon seeing it, you must hasten to reunite with me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. The realm is fraught with peril, so exercise utmost caution." "Understood. Thank you." "Junior sister Qing Xian." Lin Feng responded calmly on the surface, yet internally he was elated. He had initially contemplated finding an opportunity to part ways once inside the realm. But now, it seemed fate had arranged for them to separate upon entry. As for seeking out Yu Qingxian later, that was utterly improbable. At that moment, a colossal airship emerged in the sky, emblazoned with the characters Wuji. The Wuji demon sect, one of the 4 supreme powers of the continent, had arrived. Standing at the bow, braving the wind, was the Grand Elder of Wuji demon sect, Qian Dao Xiong, a tall figure with a grizzled beard, his visage exuding an aura of menace. The crowd instinctively recoiled at the sight of Qian Dao Xiong, an innate fear welling within them. He was once a butcher with bloodied hands. Even a mere glance from him was sufficient to terrify the average person. Gu Mingzhou and Wang Chuan were equally taken aback upon seeing Qian Dao Xiong. The demon had made his appearance? Decades prior, Qian Dao Xiong had slaughtered over 1 million inhabitants of a city in pursuit of demonic cultivation, sending shockwaves across the continent. During that tumultuous period, the Wuji demon sect had become the common enemy of all, both small and medium factions, as well as solitary cultivators, vehemently denounced them. Many members of the Wuji demon sect mysteriously perished while on missions. Though the Wuji demon sect was formidable, they dared not confront the entirety of the continent. Ultimately, in a bid to quell the uproar, they had to instruct Qian Dao Xiong to remain hidden and announce that he had faced the sect's most severe punishment, ensuring that such events would never recur. As time passed, the fervor surrounding the incident waned, and it was only recently that Qian Dao Xiong resurfaced in the public eye. Not long ago, he had led dozens of adept practitioners from the Wuji demon sect to ambush the formidable sword cultivators Zhao Ziwen of Thunderclap Sword and Zhang Zhe of Abyssal Sword, ultimately compelling the duo to form a yin-yang sword formation to escape. Gu Mingzhou and Wang Chuan could scarcely fathom that the Wuji demon sect had dispatched Qian Dao Xiong. It appears that this expedition into the 9 nether secret realm will not conclude easily. The 4 foremost powers of the Li continent have gathered, while smaller factions and solitary wanderers continue to swell in number, effectively sealing off the 9 nether valley. Although all are acutely aware of the perilous nature of the 9 nether secret realm, where complete annihilation has previously occurred, the allure of the opportunities within is simply irresistible. In this age, no one harbors the desire to remain stagnant. Even risking one's very life is deemed a worthy price. 2 days later, a tremendous roar erupted from within the 9 nether valley. Thunderous reverberations followed, as a spiraling vortex of air manifested above, spinning incessantly. Everyone present understood that the 9 nether secret realm was on the verge of opening. Who among them would seize the chance to soar to greatness, and who would find themselves interred in foreign lands, remained an enigma. As time inexorably slipped away, A crackling sound pierced the air. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the very center of the swirling vortex above the Nine Nether Valley. Subsequently, the atmosphere trembled, unveiling a colossal passageway to the astonished onlookers. The mighty Qian Island ascended into the air, exclaiming with great mirth, "Ha ha ha, the Nine Nether secret realm has been opened. Listen well, followers of the Infinite Demon Sect." He paused momentarily, revealing a sinister smile. "Those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Anyone who dares to stand against the Infinite Demon Sect shall be met with ruthless extermination." Despite the Nine Nether secret realm being a closed space where killing and plundering are commonplace, uttering such words in front of nearly all the forces of the Li continent required considerable audacity. Even the Seven Kill Sect, which typically maintained amicable relations with the Infinite Demon Sect, furrowed their brows at this moment. "We shall heed the Grand Elder's command." All members of the Infinite Demon Sect replied in unison, their faces contorted into bloodthirsty grins. While they may have refrained from excessive actions outside, the dynamics within would be markedly different. Let us proceed. Opportunities await you. Do not tarnish the reputation of the Infinite Demon Sect. In an instant, the disciples of the Infinite Demon Sect surged forth, racing towards the spatial passage. The other three major powers were not to be outdone, issuing commands for their disciples to enter the Nine Nether secret realm as well. Lin Feng, mingling among the crowd, deliberately distanced himself from Yi Qingxian, seeking the freedom to act independently once inside. Being among his sect's members felt constraining, especially since their collective goals revolved around treasures and fortunes, while his singular objective was the mythical Other Shore Flower. Once all the representatives of the four major powers had entered, the smaller sects were next, followed finally by the solitary wanderers. Gu Mingzhou, the 12th elder of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, gazed at the entrance to the Nine Nether secret realm, his expression betraying little. Yet his heart was laden with concern. This time, thousands of disciples were venturing in, and it was uncertain how many would emerge unscathed. An hour later, the passageway to the Nine Nether secret realm closed completely, not to reopen for another 3 months, during which time no one could force it open. The Shenxiao Sword Sect retained over 20 elders, tasked with guarding this site for 3 months, awaiting the return of their disciples. All have entered. "Shall we engage in a wager as per tradition?" proposed Liao Jun of the Seven Kill Sect, a figure equally drenched in blood. The Seven Kill Sect and the Infinite Demon Sect operated under markedly different principles. The Wuji Demon Sect, brazen and tyrannical, constantly seeks to dominate the Liao continent through brute force, compelling all to submit to their oppressive might. In contrast, the Seven Kill Sect operates discreetly, adept at concealing its true nature. Yet, how far can a force built upon the principle of killing truly thrive? The gamble that Liao Jun speaks of is rather straightforward. Each time the Nine Nether secret realm opens, the four paramount powers wager against one another, each contributing a treasure. 3 months hence, the faction with the most survivors emerging from the realm claims victory and the stakes. While the outcome of the treasures may seem trivial, the prestige is of great significance. The victor gains the upper hand over the other 3 sects, thus elevating their own sect's reputation. It serves to infuse a modicum of amusement into the waiting period. As Liao Jun concluded his words, an ominous claw descended upon the residents of the Shenxiao Sword Sect. In response, a sword radiance erupted, colliding with the monstrous claw. The explosive clash reverberated, shaking the very earth. Once tranquility was restored, Gu Mingzhou stood, sword in hand, glaring furiously at Qian Daoxiong. "What do you intend to do?" "Qian Daoxiong?" Gu Mingzhou demanded, his voice laced with ire. "Nothing much. I merely wish to stretch my limbs after a prolonged seclusion." Qian Daoxiong replied with a smile. "Why target the Shenxiao Sword Sect for your exercise? It seems you are deliberately provoking us," Gu Mingzhou accused. "And if I am?" Qian Daoxiong retorted disdainfully. "The Wuji Demon Sect has incited the Rakshasa Gate to covertly attack us. This debt remains unsettled. Do you seek war? Let it be war. Then, does the Wuji Demon Sect fear the Shenxiao Sword Sect?" Gu Mingzhou responded, his agitation palpable. "Very well. Since the Wuji Demon Sect desires conflict, I shall immediately inform the sect leader," Gu Mingzhou declared, exasperated. "Suit yourself. However, before that, I shall test whether your Shenxiao Sword Sect has made any progress over the years." With a wave of his hand, Qian Daoxiong summoned a shift in the heavens. The once clear sky succumbing to encroaching darkness, while ominous sounds echoed throughout the realm. Gu Mingzhou's heart trembled at the sight. Was this not Qian Daoxiong's notorious technique? The devouring heaven demon art? He had once wielded this power to slaughter millions in a city. Qian Daoxiong Do you intend to annihilate us to refine your devouring heaven demon art? Gu Mingzhou shouted. At that moment, fear etched the faces of all present. The reputation of Qian Dao Xiong and his devouring heaven demon art resonated even more than that of the Wuji demon sect's master. Wang Chuan of the Qingyan sect wore a grave expression, poised to ally with Gu Mingzhou. Only the members of the Seven Kill sect appeared to relish the unfolding drama. I harbor no such intentions. If your Shinxiao Sword Sect can overcome my demonic art, then today's incident shall end here. Qian Dao Xiong replied nonchalantly. Among those gathered were not only the 4 leading sects, but also numerous smaller factions. Even as a high elder of the Wuji demon sect, Qian Dao Xiong dared not act against such a multitude. Decades prior, he had become the common enemy of the Liao continent and had been compelled to retreat into seclusion. He had no desire to repeat that experience. Very well, you have invited this challenge. Today, I shall experience the might of the devouring heaven demon art. Form the formation. Gu Mingzhou bellowed. The elders of the Shinxiao Sword Sect swiftly took action, each drawing forth their respective swords. A total of 24 long blades coalescing into a formidable sword array that soared into the heavens. Gu Mingzhou also offered his sword, merging it into the array. The sword formation metamorphosed into a colossal blade stretching hundreds of feet, piercing towards the sky. A resounding crash echoed. The heavens were breached. A shaft of sunlight cascaded down, and the sky shattered like glass, disintegrating into countless shards before vanishing. The once dim sky transformed back into clarity. Applauding, Qian Dao Xiong remarked with a hint of mockery. Quite impressive. Such a sword array has managed to pierce through half of my devouring heaven demon art. Indeed, the destructive power of sword cultivators is formidable. I, Qian Dao, keep my word. Today shall end here. His words cast a pall over Gu Mingzhou and the elders of the Shinxiao Sword Sect. Their combined strength, drawn from over 20 individuals, had barely managed to breach half of the demonic power. What if it were the full might? This fiend, having secluded himself for decades, had only grown stronger. Chapter 10. The hunt begins. The overcast sky evoked a sense of oppression. The previously tranquil forest erupted into a cacophony, as countless avian and terrestrial creatures raised their voices. This was the site of the Juyo secret realm, which opened once every century. At this moment, tens of thousands ventured into the realm, but they were not transported to a singular location. Rather, they were scattered across its various corners. In one section of the Juyo secret realm, a middle-aged man licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. He donned a black robe that obscured his head and body. Murmuring to himself, the hunt begins. Simultaneously, hundreds within the Juyo secret realm mimicked his actions, uttering the same words and donning identical black robes. Their mission was not to seek treasures, but to kill. In another corner, Long Hanswang shed her disguise, revealing her true self. She was precisely within the age limits, the youngest among the 7 swords of Shinxiao. In terms of strength, Long Hanswang was undoubtedly one of the most formidable in her age group. Few, if any, could rival her talent and age across the entire continent. Ordinarily, a powerhouse like her would be deemed invincible within the confines of the Juyo secret realm. Yet, a sense of unease gnawed at her. While mingling among the scattered individuals, Long Hanswang discerned many strong presences, though inferior to her. Their sheer numbers emanated a palpable bloodthirst that instilled doubt within her. In truth, the scattered individuals posed the least threat, lacking sufficient talent and support. They relied solely on themselves, achieving little despite occasional strokes of fortune. Typically, only 1 or 2 truly gifted talents would emerge from such ranks. However, the sudden appearance of so many strong individuals was clearly abnormal. Long Hanswang realized that this expedition into the Juyo secret realm would likely be far from simple. Yet, she harbored no fear. Such was the confidence of one who belonged to the 7 swords of Shinxiao. Upon landing, Lin Feng discovered, as Yi Qixin had foretold, that he was utterly alone in his surroundings. A wave of elation washed over him. He retrieved a pristine white garment from his Qianquan bag, discarding his blue robe, and donned a mask, transforming his appearance so drastically that even his closest master, Su Mubai, and junior sister, Su Muyao, would scarcely recognize him. At last, he felt free. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. In this place, he was unburdened by the fear of his identity being revealed. No one could possibly surmise that he was the useless elder brother of the Shinxiao Sword Sect. As for safety concerns, with his age below a century, Lin Feng hardly regarded anyone as a threat. His priority was to locate the other shore flower, and only then would he ponder other matters. Swiftly, Lin Feng darted through the forest. Unrestrained by the need to conceal his prowess, his speed was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. even amidst the dense woodland. Nothing could impede his swiftness. The other shore flower, known for its affinity for the cold, would likely be found near a water source, ideally a pond. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, capturing Lin Feng's attention. He halted, deducing from the cry that its owner was likely in grave peril. He pondered the nature of the distress. Was it a human or a beast? Sensing that the sound was not far from him, Lin Feng resolved to investigate. Advancing towards the source of the cry. Before long, he reached his destination. There lay a corpse clad in a blue robe, the body of a disciple from the Divine Sword Sect. Lin Feng approached, crouching to examine the remains. The corpse bore signs of having had its tendons severed, indicating it had endured great torment in life, with a fatal wound to the neck, inflicted by a sharp weapon. It appeared the assailant was human, not a beast. Although Lin Feng did not recognize the deceased, the sight of a vibrant life extinguished before him stirred a sense of discomfort within him. After all, they were all members of the same sect. Moreover, every disciple entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm shared a common objective: to seek the other shore flower, regardless of whether they succeeded. Lin Feng felt a sense of gratitude towards these individuals. What puzzled him was that they had only just entered the Nine Nether Secret Realm, with no time to pursue treasures or opportunities. The rationale for murder seemed unfounded. Why had this individual been slain? If it were at the jaws of a beast, it would be one thing, but to fall victim to a human, especially after enduring torment, was perplexing. What enmity could lead to such a fate? Thank you, Lin Feng uttered softly, before inquiring, why was he killed? The scene remained eerily silent, with no response. Lin Feng pressed on, we have only just arrived, having found nothing. Why was he still murdered? Silence persisted. Rising to his feet, Lin Feng's icy gaze pierced the shadows of the dense forest. Gradually, a figure emerged, cloaked in black, gazing at Lin Feng with surprise. How did you discover my presence? It inquired. Lin Feng retorted, I ask you, why did you kill him? A ludicrous question. The man in black scoffed. He is but an ant. To kill him requires no justification. Is that so? Then in my eyes, you too are an ant. May I not erase you at will? Of course. Only if you are capable of doing so. The man in the black robe uttered these words, and in an instant, he lunged forward, reaching Lin Feng in the blink of an eye, brandishing a dagger towards his neck. Instinct warned him that this masked figure was formidable, compelling him to act preemptively. He had no desire to prolong the confrontation. His intention was to eliminate the threat swiftly. Just as the dagger drew perilously close to Lin Feng's throat, the man in black suddenly felt a chill wash over him, his body devoid of strength, his hand slackening. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng had already touched his forehead with a fingertip, his speed so remarkable that it left no room for reaction. Who are you? The man in black asked. Incredulity itched across his face. He could not fathom that, apart from the Grand Leader, there existed another being within the Nine Nether Secret Realm who could render him completely powerless. I am the envoy of heaven, sent to punish demons like you. Go to hell and repent. The mortal realm is unfit for your kind. The man in black, his eyes wide with shock, failed to utter another word as he departed this world. Even in death, he remained oblivious to the nature of the entity he had encountered. Lin Feng, capable of obliterating the Rakshasa sect with a single strike and intimidating the Grand Elder of the Wijum Demon sect, was not a mere pawn to be trifled with. If he were to unleash his full potential, even he himself was unaware of his limits. Until now, he had yet to exert himself fully, having concealed his true strength. At times, Lin Feng yearned for an all-out battle, yet the need to protect his identity and abilities left him without an adversary. This desire remained unfulfilled. After effortlessly dispatching his foe, Lin Feng's figure vanished into the dense forest, continuing his quest for the elusive other shore flower. The battles within the Nine Nether Secret Realm extended far beyond this singular encounter. There were clashes between individuals, as well as confrontations with beasts. Generally, the vicinity of rare treasures was guarded by powerful aberrations. To obtain these treasures, one must first contend with the formidable beasts. As time progressed, the death toll steadily rose, reaching over 1,000 within a mere day. At this rate, the tens of thousands who entered would soon be insufficient to account for the fatalities. However, this was merely a temporary phenomenon. Similar situations had arisen in the past. The initial unfamiliarity with the Nine Nether Secret Realm led to significant casualties. After all, each individual only had one opportunity in their lifetime to enter this realm. Gradually, as they became acquainted with their surroundings, various factions would establish signals to gather their members. The greater the number of individuals, the safer they would be. Consequently, the mortality rate would naturally decline. Chapter 11. Liloi, the Nine Nether Secret Realm, is vast. With tens of thousands entering, it is akin to a stone cast into a pond, creating ripples that quickly fade into tranquility. Lin Feng traversed the dense forest for an entire day, encountering only a few individuals, all of whom he adeptly evaded. He did, however, come across numerous medium to large wild beasts. After a prolonged search, he finally spotted a small stream. Where there is a stream, a pond is sure to follow. Lin Feng followed the flow of the stream downstream. Before long, he beheld a waterhole. Yet, the outcome left him profoundly disappointed. The edges of the waterhole were marked by various tracks of birds and beasts. Clearly, this is a place where they come to drink. The higginbana flower is a precious treasure of heaven and earth, and wherever it blossoms, there are bound to be bizarre beasts guarding it. With such guardians, other wild creatures would certainly refrain from approaching to drink. This is what Lin Feng had gleaned from ancient texts before entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm. After some deduction, he concluded that the pool before him did not contain the higginbana he sought. Thus, he continued on his journey, not expecting to find the flower immediately upon entry. Each opening of the Nine Nether Secret Realm required a stay of 3 months before one could exit. Time was ample. However, ample time does not equate to complacency. Finding the flower sooner would grant him peace of mind. 3 days passed swiftly. Lin Feng advanced along the stream, discovering several pools along the way, none of which bore any trace of the higginbana. After merging with a dozen tributaries, the once humble stream had transformed into a river. Its flow significantly increased. This indicated that a vast lake must lie downstream, as it was impossible for such a volume of water to be contained otherwise. He merely needed to follow the current, and he would inevitably reach his destination. After traversing several dozen kilometers along the river, the sounds of combat reached Lin Feng's ears. Initially, he intended to disregard it, but then reconsidered. What if members of the Xianxiao Sword Sect were involved? As a member himself, he could not turn a blind eye to the plight of his fellow disciples. Thus, he stealthily approached. Upon witnessing the combatants, he confirmed that no disciples of the Xianxiao Sword Sect were present. One side comprised individuals in black robes whom he had encountered before, while the other was from the Qingyan sect. Lin Feng felt perplexed. It seemed that neither the Wujimo sect nor the Qixia sect had dispatched anyone in black robes. These black-robed figures were formidable, exhibiting ruthlessness that suggested they intended to kill. As Lin Feng pondered this, the battle neared its conclusion. Despite their numerical advantage, the Qingyan sect members were no match for the black-robed fighters. Nearly 5 individuals in black had forced nearly 20 disciples of the Qingyan sect into a desperate situation, leaving only 6 or 7 alive, the rest having fallen as corpses. Who are you? Why do you seek to annihilate the Qingyan sect? Are you not afraid of our retaliation? Li Luai demanded angrily. Her talent and strength were commendable, yet against the battle-hardened and ruthless black-robed figures, she found herself utterly overmatched. In truth, if Li Luai had been solely focused on escape, there was still hope. However, as a true disciple of the Qingyan sect, she could not abandon her comrades to flee alone. The Qingyan sect, along with the Xianxiao Sword Sect, is on our list for extermination. You can only blame yourselves for entering the wrong sect, one of the black-robed figures replied. Are you members of the Wujimo sect? No need to inquire further. I will not divulge anything unless what? Unless you all meet your demise. The black-robed figure declared, charging first towards the surviving members of the Qingyan sect. Intent on finishing the battle swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. To slay a true disciple of the Qingyan sect would yield significant merit. Engage, Li Luai shouted fiercely. Initially, the intention was to delay time. However, with the adversary offering no opportunity, a desperate fight became inevitable. Despite the foreknowledge of her impending doom, she would not waver in the slightest nor plead for mercy. As a true disciple of the Qingyan sect, she understood that even in death, she must uphold the honor of her sect. As both sides prepared to clash once more, the current strength of the Qingyan sect seemed insufficient to withstand a direct confrontation, likely leading to their swift annihilation at the hands of the cloaked figures. At that moment, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. Whoosh, 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 followed immediately by 4 anguished cries. As Li Luai and her fellow disciples of the Qingyan sect halted to observe, the scene before them struck at their very souls, leaving them profoundly shaken. 5 cloaked figures were present, 4 of whom were impaled by branches, pinned to a massive tree, barely clinging to life. The remaining individual found himself ensnared by a suddenly appeared man, grasping his throat with no hope of resistance. Who sent you? What is your purpose in the Nine Nether Secret Realm? Speak, and I may grant you a chance at survival, Lin Feng queried in a raspy voice. Gazing at the captive cloaked figure, Despite his desire to avoid meddling, he could not refrain from intervening at this critical juncture. The fates of the Qingyun sect disciples were of little concern to Lin Feng, but the revelation that the cloaked figures had the Shenxiao Sword Sect on their kill list compelled him to act. If he refrained from interference, more disciples of the Shenxiao Sword Sect could perish at the hands of these 5 cloaked individuals. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them, nipping this potential threat in the bud. The 5 cloaked figures, still alive, regarded the masked man before them with fear and disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend how they could have been simultaneously vanquished without the slightest chance to retaliate. In the outside world, such occurrences might be explicable due to the presence of numerous powerful beings, but this was the 9 Nether Secret Realm. The participants' bone age could not exceed 100 years, or they would succumb to the forces of nature. This indicated that the individual before them was under 100 years of age, a notion bordering on insanity. "Who are you?" rasped the cloaked figure in Lin Feng's grasp, struggling to articulate the question. "You lack the standing to inquire about my identity. Reveal your intentions and the mastermind behind you, or face death." A futile hope. Lin Feng, discerning the truth, realized that these cloaked figures were professionally trained and unlikely to divulge information. "Since you refuse to speak, let us conclude your wicked existence and accompany those you have slain into the afterlife." With that, he tightened his grip, swiftly snapping the figure's neck. The remaining 4, witnessing this horrific scene, opened their mouths, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The branches had not only pierced their hearts, but also unleashed a force so potent that their internal organs were shattered, extinguishing their lives. This spectacle left the disciples of the Qingyun sect in utter disbelief. Even Li Luoyi, a prodigy of the sect, was equally astonished. The strength of those 5 cloaked figures was well known to her. How could they have been so swiftly dispatched? And by an individual whose bone age did not exceed a century? Li Luoyi, who believed her talent unparalleled, felt profoundly shaken by this revelation. The person before her could not merely be described as a genius. He transcended that definition entirely. Lin Feng discarded the corpse of the man in the black robe and was about to depart when he heard the voice of Li Luoyi behind him. "Thank you for saving us, benefactor." He slowly turned, revealing his masked visage, and gazed at the members of Qingyun sect. "There is no need for gratitude. Even without your presence, I would not have spared these black-robed individuals. Regardless, it is a fact that you have saved us. May I request your name, so that upon our return, Qingyun sect may pay you a visit," Li Luoyi said, clasping her fists. "It was merely a trifling matter. You needn't dwell on it. Farewell." To him, it was a small affair, yet to them, it was a matter of life and death. Before Li Luoyi could finish her words, the figure had vanished without a trace. Lin Feng had no desire to engage in further conversation with the members of Qingyun sect. Having spoken, he departed directly. Staring at the spot where Lin Feng had disappeared, Li Luoyi remained lost in thought for a while. What kind of force could cultivate such a disciple? The absence of a sword indicated he was not a swordsman from the Shenxiao Sword Sect. The people from the Wujie Demon Sect and the 7 Kill Sect would not have come to their aid. Were there other factions on the continent capable of nurturing such a prodigious talent? Chapter 12. The identity of the black-robed man. Lin Feng continued his search for the Bayan flower, as nothing was of greater importance to him. As for saving Li Luoyi and the others from Qingyun sect, it was merely incidental, something to be forgotten afterward. The matter of the black-robed individuals had instilled a slight caution in Lin Feng, yet he did not dwell on it. He dared not speak of it outside. But within this realm, he could slay as many black-robed figures as dared to confront him. At this moment, in a corner of the Jiuyo secret realm, a battle had just concluded. Lying lifeless on the ground were 3 black-robed men. Standing before their corpses, examining them, was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, the master of the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenxiao, Long Han's Wang. Even before entering the Jiuyo secret realm, while mingling among the wandering practitioners, she had sensed the presence of many powerful beings. Now, she confirmed that the black-robed figures before her had altered their attire. Though she was unaware of their intentions for entering, it was certain that they were not here for benevolent purposes. After a thorough inspection, she found nothing of value. Long Han's Wang furrowed her brow. These black-robed men were clearly trained professionals, each heartless and unafraid of death. Had her strength not been overwhelmingly superior, the outcome of this encounter could have been quite different. Finding no clues on their bodies, Long Han's Wang, unwilling to relent, decided to remove the clothing from the black-robed men, exposing their upper bodies while leaving their lower garments untouched. Even though they were corpses, she was reluctant to sully her vision. After a meticulous examination of the arms, chest, and neck yielded no leads, She flipped the black-robed men over to reveal their backs. What came into view was a large, crimson character for kill, which almost spanned half their backs. This character was not merely inscribed, it was carved into their flesh, now fused with their bodies. At a single glance, Lung Hanshuang felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent wash over her. It was evident that the one who had engraved this character was no ordinary individual, otherwise such potent malice would not emanate from it. Lung Hanshuang stood frozen in place, contemplating for a long while before her gaze suddenly sharpened. Did they contemplate that possibility? The cold and composed Han Shuang immediately grew anxious. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. It seemed the quest for the Blood Lotus must be temporarily set aside. She had to eliminate as many of the black-robed figures as possible, while simultaneously locating her mentor Yuqin Xian and other disciples of the Shenxiao Sword Sect to convey the gravity of the circumstances. Otherwise, the expedition to the Nine Nether Secret Realm would undoubtedly result in catastrophic losses for the Shenxiao Sword Sect. Days passed, and before long, 10 days had slipped by. In the Nine Nether Secret Realm, battles erupted incessantly, with lives lost. Some perished at the jaws of beasts, others fell victim to the black-robed assailants, and some met their demise in the struggle for treasures. However, compared to the initial days of their arrival, the death toll had significantly decreased. The relentless slaughter by the black-robed figures finally captured the attention of both the Shenxiao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect. Those who had initially come in search of treasures and opportunities gathered en masse through the signals left by their sections. After all, no treasure could compare to the value of one's life. Both the Shenxiao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect assembled multiple teams, seeking solace in numbers. The smallest groups consisted of just a few individuals, while the largest boasted 50 to 60 members. As time progressed, the number of those who congregated continued to swell. Yuqin Xian belonged to the largest of these groups. Alongside her was another true disciple of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, Yang Fan. As a true disciple of Han Shuang, one of the 7 swords of Shenxiao, Yuqin Xian held a position of considerable prestige and talent within the sect. If all went as expected, she was destined to become one of the next 7 swords of Shenxiao. In this moment, devoid of the sect's core leadership, true disciples wielded absolute authority. Thus, she naturally emerged as the backbone of the team, with even the other true disciple, Yang Fan, deferring to her. The team led by Yuqin Xian and Yang Fan was currently regrouping after a recent confrontation with a squad of 6 black-robed figures. Following a grueling battle, they finally succeeded in vanquishing the enemy. Yet, despite their victory, the sect suffered the loss of 8 members, a fact that weighed heavily on Yi Qingxuan's conscience. Facing 6 adversaries with a numerical advantage of 5 to 10 times, the cost of 8 lives and numerous injuries for a hard-won victory was disheartening. The combat style of the black-robed figures was exceedingly bizarre. They disregarded their own lives entirely. Yi Qingxian felt as though she were battling a horde of soulless corpses impervious to pain. The notion of inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy while suffering 800 losses herself was a source of great distress for her. What are everyone's thoughts on these suddenly appearing black-robed figures? No one from the Shenxiao Sword Sect dared to speak. The recent battle had left them profoundly shaken. In the same realm, sword cultivators possessed the strongest offensive capabilities, yet their defensive prowess was comparatively lower. Confronted by the reckless and death-defying black-robed figures, they felt utterly at a loss. Ultimately, sword cultivators are still human, while their opponents seemed like beings devoid of pain and fear of death. Qin Xian, my sister. The figures cloaked in black were evidently not ordinary beings. Ruthless and merciless, they engaged in battle with a mentality of inflicting harm in exchange for harm. And even as they approached death, they sought to take someone down with them. Such entities could not be cultivated by just any force. And I sensed that their purpose for entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm was far from simple. Yang Fan spoke, his expression betraying a lingering trepidation. Despite his superior strength compared to the black-clad adversaries, he found himself unable to vanquish them, as they fought with reckless abandon, rendering him momentarily unprepared. In typical combat, the weaker party would undoubtedly seek a means of escape, adhering to the adage that preserving one's life ensures future opportunities for revenge. However, these black-robed individuals were different. Their sole concern was to extract a toll from their opponents before succumbing. Sword cultivators, particularly those lacking in defense, dreaded such foes. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, who held a distinct advantage, they still suffered the loss of over a dozen lives before finally annihilating the enemy. Brother Yang Fan was right. These black-clad figures were possibly not in the Nine Nether Secret Realm in search of treasures or opportunities. Before reuniting with our fellow disciples, we encountered numerous corpses, some belonging to the Xiao Sword Sect and others to different factions and lone wanderers, all slain by human hands. Initially, we presumed it was a struggle for treasure, but now it appeared highly probable that the black-robed individuals were responsible, an inner disciple added. We have seen many similar instances along our journey. So have we. I too. Other inner disciples and elders chimed in agreement. What could be their purpose in not seeking treasures or opportunities but rather fixating solely on killing? Yuqin Xian pondered, perplexed. No one could provide an answer to this query. The emergence of the black-robed figures cast a shadow over everyone's spirits. Initially, they had aspired to venture into the Nine Nether secret realm in pursuit of their own fortunes. Yet now they were compelled to follow the larger group. Regardless of their intentions, we must alter our plans. No one can act independently any longer. We must unite to survive. As you have witnessed, the combat prowess of these black-robed adversaries is formidable. If today we had only a third of our numbers, the outcome of who lives or dies would be uncertain. Yuqin Xian decisively outlined the survival strategy for the disciples of the Xiao Sword Sect within the Nine Nether secret realm. Her initial intention had been to split into groups to seek treasures and opportunities, including the elusive other shore flower, but now, for the sake of safety, collective action was the only viable option. Chapter 13, Valley of the Medicine King. Yuqin Xuan's decision garnered unanimous consent from all present. Given the current circumstances, even proposing to split into groups for opportunities would be met with reluctance. Who would wish to risk their life for the sake of fortune in the face of the black-robed marauders? After a period of rest, the group continued their journey with renewed vigor, leaving behind unique signals of the Xiao Sword Sect to summon additional allies. Meanwhile, the black-robed figures continued their merciless slaughter throughout the Nine Nether secret realm. However, as time progressed, they too began to incur losses. Though formidable, their numbers were ultimately limited. It was essential to recognize that the forces from all regions, along with solitary wanderers, entering the Nine Nether secret realm numbered in the tens of thousands. While the black-robed criminals counted merely in the thousands, to maximize their kill count, they would have no choice but to disperse. Upon entering, one could achieve commendable results. For at that time, individuals had yet to unite. However, once the looming peril was recognized, they began to congregate, making it increasingly difficult to vanquish them. Naturally, the enigmatic figures clad in black had their strategies, one being to augment their ranks. As their numbers swelled, any ensuing conflict would inevitably be exceptionally brutal. Yet, such matters held no relevance for Lin Feng. His sole focus was on tracking the elusive other shore flower. He evaded encounters with other factions, but showed no mercy towards the black-robed individuals. Thus far, he had claimed the lives of a double-digit number of them. After 2 more days of travel, Lin Feng arrived at a precipice overlooking a magnificent waterfall, its drop reaching several dozen meters. Below lay a vast, deep pool of water. At the edge of this pool, 2 groups of individuals could be seen. One group was comprised of the familiar black-robed figures, while the other, upon closer inspection, bore the insignia of the Yaowang Valley. The Yaowang Valley stood as one of the most distinctive forces in the region, boasting strength second only to the 4 major sects, and categorized as a large faction. Yet they never aligned themselves with others, whether it be the Wuji Mo sect or the Qisha sect, or even the Xiao Sword Sect and the Qingyun sect, all maintained amicable relations with the Yaowang Valley. After all, everyone faces times of injury, and Yaowang Valley specializes in such remedies. However, when one seeks medicine, Yaowang Valley decides whether to extend aid based on the seeker's talent and background, essentially an investment. Sumubai once sought assistance from Yaowang Valley, but alas, his injuries were too severe, having utterly destroyed his foundation. Even if healed, his future potential would be limited, as the elixirs required to restore one's foundation are exceedingly rare. Consequently, Yaowang Valley ultimately refrained from intervening, remarking that one could only seek their aid under the auspices of the Xiao Sword Sect. Although Sumubai was injured while executing a mission for his sect, the core leadership of Xiao Sword Sect had to prioritize the sect's interests and would not expend significant resources for a once promising genius rendered incapable. Perhaps it was this very reason, compounded by Luo Yuntian ascending to the position of sect leader, that allowed Sumubai to retain his status as the master of Gusi Yuan Peak, one of the 7 swords of Xiao. Otherwise, the Howran sword in Gusi Yuan Peak would have long since changed hands, rejected in his quest for healing. Sumubai had no choice but to comprehend the harsh realities of this world. He bore no resentment towards the sect and began to independently search for spiritual herbs capable of restoring his foundation. which led him to the fateful encounter with the infant Lin Feng. Apart from the black-robed figures in Yaowang Valley, a sight emerging from the depths of the pool utterly captivated Lin Feng's attention. It was a colossal serpent-like beast, its massive head reared high, reaching 5 to 6 meters above the surface, its eyes glimmering with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. This was merely a fraction of its body, with the majority concealed beneath the water. Lin Feng estimated its length to exceed 30 meters. The presence of such a gigantic serpent within the pool signified the likely existence of treasures below, though it remained uncertain whether the other shore flower was among them. In the face of the serpent, neither faction retreated. The black-robed figures were intent on hunting the beast to obtain its inner core and whatever treasures it guarded. The lingering confidence of the Valley of the Medicine King stems from their long-standing approach to affairs. Regardless of the faction to which the black-robed individuals belong, they have undoubtedly benefited from the grace of the Medicine King sect over the years. Throughout the entirety of the Li continent, only those from the Valley of the Medicine King experienced the lowest mortality rates when venturing outside. Even the 4 supreme powers are reluctant to offend the valley, for who knows when they might find themselves in need of assistance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant python incessantly issued warnings. Advance. The leading figure in black commanded sharply. In an instant, 9 silhouettes surged forth. At that moment, the python sensed danger and exhaled a breath of icy air. The frigid mist swiftly enveloped the surroundings, crystallizing into countless ice shards. Upon contact with the cold, the black-robed figures found their movement sluggish. With a mighty roar, the python leaped from the water, revealing its colossal body, stretching 30 to 40 meters in length. It then swung its tail towards the black-robed figures. The cold air impeded their agility, causing them to lose the quickness they initially possessed. Nevertheless, most managed to narrowly evade the python's strike, with only 2 unfortunate souls being swept away by its tail. Thud! Thud! The 2 black-robed figures, unable to evade in time, were sent flying by the python's tail, crashing into the ground beside the pool and creating 2 deep craters. The sheer force obliterated their internal organs, and blood gushed from their mouths, rendering them incapable of further combat. Such a terrifying blow. Rescue them, commanded Zhuge Qingyun, the young master of the Valley of the Medicine King, urgently. They did not concern themselves with whether the wounded were righteous or wicked. As long as there was a chance for salvation, they would extend their aid. The black-robed figures were formidable, having wreaked havoc within the abyssal secret realm, instilling fear in countless factions, and were clearly worth saving. The members of the Valley of the Medicine King swiftly approached the 2 fallen black-robed figures, commencing their rescue efforts. The leader among the black-robed individuals was enraged. Losing 2 combatants after just a single encounter was unacceptable. Beasts, seek your doom. Form the array. Let us conclude this swiftly. The remaining 6 black-robed figures heeded his command, retreating from the python's icy breath and positioning themselves at the edge of the deep pool. The 7 formed a formation, encircling the python, while simultaneously biting their right hands and using their bleeding fingers to inscribe ominous symbols in the air. Blood-red characters spelling out kill materialized before them. Once all 7 characters were fully formed, a crimson barrier ensnared the giant python. Perhaps sensing the impending threat, the python began to thrash violently within the confines of the barrier, repeatedly colliding against it. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact echoed, while the barrier remained intact. It trembled precariously, unlikely to hold for long. After all, the python's strength was no trifling matter, as evidenced by its earlier strike that incapacitated 2 black-robed figures. The leader of the black-robed individuals maintained the formation while preparing to deliver a lethal blow to the python, as the barrier threatened to collapse under the creature's might. The remaining black-robed figures ceased holding back, each biting their tongues and spitting forth a drop of their essence onto the characters. The barrier, once dimming and on the verge of shattering, regained its stability. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant python continued its furious roars. A chilling aura continuously surged forth from his mouth, causing the temperature of the air to plummet, swiftly freezing even the boundary. With a resounding crash, the frozen barrier shattered under the impact of the colossal serpent. However, at that moment, a flash of crimson light pierced through the scene. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream from the giant python, the smoke began to dissipate. As visibility returned, the lifeless body of the serpent floated on the water's surface, a gaping wound in its head, blood pouring forth and staining the pool a deep crimson. The cloaked figures stood, one by one, in a state of dejection. Chapter 14. The ice serpent with the beast slain. The cloaked figures finally exhaled in relief. The pressure exerted by the giant python had been immense. Had it not been for the formation that restricted its movements, this battle would have proven exceedingly arduous. Just as they were preparing to reap the rewards of their victory, an unexpected voice interjected. Clap, clap, clap. Indeed, quite an exhilarating battle, the voice remarked. The crowd was startled, as a masked figure had appeared in the center of the pool, standing atop the serpent's carcass, applauding. Who might you be? Inquired the leader of the cloaked figures. Although his tone remained calm, a tempest brewed within him. The sudden appearance of this individual, without his awareness, signified a power far beyond his own. How could such a formidable presence infiltrate the Nine Nether Secret Realm? That is precisely the question I wish to pose to you. Who are you, and what is your purpose in causing such wanton slaughter within the Nine Nether Secret Realm? Speak, and I may grant you a complete corpse. Lin Feng retorted in a hoarse voice. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figures instantly braced themselves for confrontation, unanimously springing into action, ignoring their physical exhaustion. They forced themselves to continue setting up the formation. Lin Feng, however, merely observed quietly, refraining from intervening prematurely. Once the formation was complete, he finally spoke. A commendable formation. Alas, it is of no use to me. Since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for not offering you a chance. As he spoke, Lin Feng advanced toward the leader of the cloaked figures. Thud, thud, thud. Each step seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of his adversary. As the distance between them lessened, the heartbeat quickened. By the time Lin Feng stood before the leader, the latter struggled to endure, clutching his chest in agony, gasping for breath. A mere barrier separated them. Gazing at the masked figure before him, the leader of the cloaked figures was engulfed in a profound sense of powerlessness and dread. He was overwhelmingly strong. He was no match for him. Even the thought of escape felt futile, as his body was no longer under his command. Coming to a halt, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slowly extended it. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the barrier was effortlessly pierced as if it were mere paper. As that insurmountable hand drew ever closer, the leader of the cloaked figures could bear it no longer. Death was not terrifying. What was truly frightening was the sense of dread that accompanied it. Even those trained professionally could not withstand such terror. Flee. The leader bit his tongue, shaking himself awake. Regaining control of his body, he turned and fled without a backward glance, desperate to escape this place of turmoil. However, just as he took a step forward, a hand descended upon his shoulder with the weight of a mountain. Immediately, a surge of sword energy invaded his body, wreaking havoc upon his organs and muscles. The excruciating pain became unbearable for the man in black, prompting him to scream loudly. Observing this, the other cloaked figures hastily turned to flee. Yet, before Lin Feng, they had no opportunity to escape. Moments later, all the black-clad individuals had been reduced to lifeless corpses, leaving the members of Yawang Valley in stunned silence. Such swiftness, such formidable strength. Having effortlessly dispatched the black-robed men, Lin Feng turned towards the center of the pond, preparing to collect the carcass of the giant python. Creatures like this beast are treasures in their entirety, aside from the most precious inner core. Its skin, blood, flesh, tendons, and bones are all worth a fortune. I am Zhuge Qingyun from Yawang Valley. I have heard of your esteemed presence. A voice interrupted Lin Feng. He glanced up at the speaker. What is it? Senior. This ice serpent is of great significance to our Yawang Valley. I kindly request that you part with it, Zhuge Qingyun said respectfully. Despite being the young master of Yawang Valley, he displayed no hint of arrogance. He had witnessed the entire battle and Lin Feng's exhibited prowess, coupled with the rules of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, compelled Zhuge Qingyun to adopt a humble demeanor. You desire this serpent? Lin Feng inquired. Indeed. Zhuge Qingyun nodded. What do you offer in exchange? That depends on what you require, senior. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by this response. He was aware of Yawang Valley's reputation. It was said in the cultivation circles of Liu that no matter what injury or ailment one suffered, a visit to Yawang Valley would suffice. For if they could not provide a remedy, no one in Liu could. Regardless of my needs, would you truly be willing to part with what I ask? Lin Feng countered. Absolutely. Zhuge Qingyun replied with certainty. The ice serpent was indeed valuable to Yawang Valley, yet not indispensable. His motivation stemmed from his favorable impression of Lin Feng and the desire to establish rapport, as was customary for the valley. Were it in the outside world, Zhuge Qingyun would not regard Lin Feng with such importance. But this was the Nine Nether Secret Realm, where only those under 100 years of age could enter. Together, these factors indicated that Lin Feng's talent was extraordinarily remarkable, ranking among the elite within Liu. Yawang Valley has always sought to befriend and invest in such prodigious talents, as it has been their enduring approach to survival. Then I seek the Nirvana flower. Does Yawang Valley possess it? Lin Feng hesitated before expressing his desire. He held little hope, but, at present, the Nirvana flower was his sole requirement. Other treasures held no allure for him. The Nirvana flower? Zhuge Qingyun appeared troubled. That item is far more precious than the ice serpent. It is uncertain whether it exists among Yawang Valley's collections, and even if it does, as the young master, he would require the consent of the higher-ups to access it. Senior, the Higanbana flower belongs to the extremely rare category of celestial treasures, which even my Medicine King Valley lacks. However, the Nine Nether Secret Realm is the most suitable environment for the Higanbana to flourish, and it has appeared multiple times in the past. If I were to find it, I would certainly exchange it with my esteemed predecessors. Let us await your discovery, then. After Lin Feng spoke, he ceased to engage with the other party, stowing the enormous body of the ice serpent into his Chinquan bag, and proceeded directly towards the base of the waterfall, where treasures guarded by extraordinary beasts were likely to be found. Upon entering the waterfall, he found a spacious cavern, soaring to heights of over 10 meters and plunging to depths of 40 to 50 meters. In the innermost recesses of the cave, Lin Feng discovered several unhatched serpent eggs. Upon sensing them, he noted that the vitality within was vigorous, indicating that it would not be long before they hatched into little snakes. Additionally, a plant the size of a palm, with leaves and stems of a deep emerald hue, grew inverted above the cave, its roots embedded within the crevices of the rock. A meticulous observation did not reveal the nature of this treasure, yet given that it was guarded by extraordinary beasts, it surely held great value. To avoid damaging the precious item, Lin Feng drew forth his longsword and meticulously carved away a substantial portion of the surrounding rock, securing it within his Qianquan bag. Fortunately, his Qianquan bag was gifted by Su Mubai, offering ample space. Otherwise, he could not have accommodated such a quantity of items. Having completed this task, Lin Feng conducted a final inspection of the cave, ensuring nothing was overlooked before he exited. The members of Medicine King Valley remained by the water's edge, awaiting his return. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge, Zhuge Qingyun spoke again. Esteemed predecessor, were any treasures discovered within? Indeed, treasures abound. However, if your Medicine King Valley desires them, you must offer the Higanbana in exchange. After speaking, Lin Feng leaped and vanished into the dense forest. He held little affection for the Medicine King Valley, which lacked discernment between good and evil, and thus preferred to limit his discourse with them. Unless they possessed the Higanbana, then a conversation might ensue. Uncle Chiu, can you discern this person's identity? Zhuge Qingyun inquired. A middle-aged man beside him shook his head. Returning to the Valley Master, the individual who just dispatched the man in the black robe did so with overwhelming strength, employing no sect techniques, so it remains indiscernible for the moment. Could it be that he is a prodigy secretly nurtured by the Shinshao Sword Sect? Zhuge Qingyun probed further. One of the 7 swords of Shinshao Sumubai has been poisoned by the soul-devouring powder and requires the Higanbana as a medicinal catalyst for his cure. This person's specific request for the Higanbana inevitably draws connections between the two. It is possible. However, we cannot dismiss other factions either. Chapter 15. Encountering danger in the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Long Hanshuang wore a grim expression, a chill radiating from her being that froze the surrounding flora. Beneath her feet lay the corpses of over 10 recently deceased disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect, 3 of whom were inner disciples. 3 days prior, Long Hanshuang had encountered the bodies of several Qingyun sect disciples, and upon examination, confirmed that they had fallen victim to the black-robed assailants. After considerable reflection, she resolved to pursue them and eliminate the threat in its infancy. After 3 days of relentless pursuit, she was confronted with the sight of so many Shinshao Sword Sect disciples' corpses, inciting her profound ire. Those scoundrels dared to slay disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect beneath her very nose. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Although the mission to enter the abyssal secret realm was to search for the other shore flower, Long Hanshuang, as one of the 7 swords of Shinshao and the master of Unipeak, could not idly stand by while her sect's members were being slaughtered. While the other shore flower was indeed significant, the lives of the thousands within her sect were far more precious, especially since her true disciple, Yuqin Xian, was among them. Finding a successor for the 7 swords of Shinshao was no simple task. Thus far, they had only discovered 4, with 3 remaining unaccounted for. Only by eliminating the majority of the black-clad assailants could Long Hanshuang pursue the other shore flower with peace of mind. The deaths of several Shinshao Sword Sect disciples further solidified her resolve to eradicate the black-clad figures, ensuring that even if she couldn't eliminate them entirely, they would be left trembling in fear and reluctant to show their faces again. After a brief moment, Long Hanswang took several deep breaths, gradually calming herself as she prepared to follow the traces left by the black-clad individuals and swiftly deal with them. However, as she turned her head, an object in the dense forest caught her attention. It was a bloodied white belt. The moment her tranquility was disturbed, she felt a surge of anxiety. For the white belt was a mark only worn by true disciples. Could it be that a true disciple had escaped and was now being pursued? Who could it be? Surely not Qin Xian? Long Hanswang thought with urgency. Qin Xian was unlike any other true disciple. She was not only a carefully nurtured protege of Long Hanswang, but also the inheritor of the Ice Soul Sword. Should anything happen to her, it would be an arduous task to find a suitable successor, even if it were not Qin Xian. The death of any true disciple would represent a substantial loss to the Shinshao Sword Sect. Each true disciple was a pillar for the future of the sect. Without time to ponder further, Long Hanswang hastily pursued, discovering numerous fresh bloodstains along the way, further reinforcing her suspicions and increasing her speed. 2 hours later, she arrived at a valley and, without a moment's hesitation, ventured inside, unafraid of potential ambushes. Perhaps in her view, her strength was sufficient to contend with any unforeseen circumstances. Any plot or scheme would prove futile against absolute power. Had it been in the outside world, Long Hanswang would have refrained from such recklessness, considering the absence of age restrictions and the presence of lurking ancient monsters. However, within the confines of the abyssal secret realm, she felt confident and empowered. The valley was expansive. After advancing for over 10 minutes, she spotted a figure lying motionless on the ground, uncertain whether dead or alive. Clad in the azure robe of a Shinshao Sword Sect disciple, it was a man. A flicker of joy ignited in Long Hanswang's heart. It was fortunate that it was not Qin Xian. She approached, crouched down, and turned the man over. Zhu Jie, a true disciple from Pingong Peak. She reached out to check for breath near Zhu Jie's nose and detected a faint trace of life. Just as Long Hanswang prepared to examine Zhu Jie's injuries, all sounds around her abruptly vanished. At that very moment, several black-clad figures surged from all directions. Their speed so swift that they reached Long Hanswang's side in the blink of an eye. Yet, as they believed they had the upper hand, a chilling, bone-piercing cold emanated from the body of Long Hanswang. All who came into contact with this frigid aura were instantly frozen, unable to advance even a fraction. In but a fleeting moment, those black-robed figures near her transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. A group of insignificant wretches daring to confront the disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect. Truly seeking death, Long Hanswang scoffed. Indeed, as the master of the Ice Soul Sword, her prowess was formidable, yet, regrettably for her, she would not escape this valley today. The 7 swords of Shinshao would first break the Howren sword, and now another sword would fall, reducing them to the 5 remaining. A contingent of black-robed figures emerged from the dense forest, with the leader clearly distinguished by his position ahead of the others. Do you think you can detain me? Long Hanswang replied, unimpressed. She harbored no doubt that no one could confine her within the 9 nether secret realm. This was not arrogance, but rather a firm belief in her capabilities. To confront you, we have exerted considerable effort and made meticulous preparations. Today, you shall surely have no return. Is that so? Then let us see. She retorted. If you fail to keep me here, when the 9 nether secret realm opens again, the entire Li continent will learn that your 7-kill sect has resumed the forbidden practice of the God of Slaughter technique. At that time, the 7-kill sect shall once again become the public enemy of the Li continent, and I shall relish watching how you justify your actions to all the factions. With her keen intellect, Long Hanswang had discerned the identity of the black-robed figures. A millennium prior, the 7-kill sect had nurtured a remarkably terrifying force, growing ever stronger through relentless warfare and nearly elevating the sect to supremacy over the Li continent. However, as the team grew in might, they gradually slipped from the control of the 7-kill sect, refusing to heed its commands. Wherever they went, they left devastation in their wake, sparing no lives. This was due to their cultivation of a forbidden technique known as the God of Slaughter, which, when mastered, transformed practitioners into emotionless machines driven solely by the urge to kill. As the situation escalated, the forces of the Li continent united to counter this formidable team. After eradicating them, they collectively approached the 7-kill sect to demand accountability. Recognizing the fierce approach of the major factions and their own culpability, the 7-kill sect, faced with potential annihilation, had no choice but to relinquish millennia of accumulation to quell the collective wrath and promise never to practice the God of Slaughter technique again, thereby ensuring their survival. Since then, the 7-kill sect had been gravely weakened and had yet to recover. To her astonishment, a millennium later, They had begun to secretly practice the god of slaughter technique once more. Indeed, it seems the truth cannot remain concealed. Yet, Long Hans Wang, you shan't have the opportunity to escape. I am genuinely curious. Are you not afraid of being consumed by slaughter, becoming an emotionless machine? Such existence would be worse than death. Long Hans Wang inquired, her curiosity piqued. That is not for you to concern yourself with. After a millennium of research, our 7-kill sect has refined the god of slaughter technique, eliminating its side effects. Now, you should contemplate how to escape from my net of heaven and earth. If you perish here, our identities shall remain concealed for the time being. As for the future, once the 7-kill sect unifies the Li continent, who will dare to defy us? The black-robed figure proclaimed arrogantly. Long Hans Wang chose not to respond further. A long sword, entirely silver-white and emanating a chilling aura, had inexplicably materialized in her hand, causing the ambient temperature to plummet. The Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of the Divine Sky, forged from the heart of everlasting ice. It can only unleash its full power when wielded with the most frigid of true energy. Ordinary individuals are utterly incapable of utilizing it. Upon contact, those lacking sufficient strength would be instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Long Hans Wang had cultivated her extreme cold true energy to an exceptionally high level, and in conjunction with the Ice Soul Sword, her power was formidable. The battle was imminent. Long Hans Wang, allow me to witness the extraordinary prowess of the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of the Divine Sky. As you wish. Boom. The clash of 2 energies, one white and one red, reverberated through the valley. The fierce combat commenced. The white represented Long Hans Wang's extreme cold energy, while the red emanated from the black-robed figures, a collective release of their murderous intent. Both forces stood in equal opposition. Ha ha ha, Long Hans Wang. The Ice Soul Sword is nothing remarkable. If this is all you can muster, you shall remain here today. Formation, arise. The black-robed man laughed heartily. Several red lights ascended from the valley. They dared not underestimate Long Hans Wang, so they had prepared 3 layers of formations, each meticulously arranged at great cost. No one would dare to belittle the sword cultivators of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, especially one wielding one of the 7 swords. Bolstered by the formation, the murderous intent gradually suppressed and consumed the extreme cold energy until the valley was suffused with a bloody haze of slaughter. Just then, a glimmer of white light emerged. Following this, Long Hans Wang's voice resonated. One sword, frost cold, freezing 1,000 miles. The white sword energy sliced through the air, tearing a rift in the murderous aura. Long Hans Wang surged through the opening, swiftly fleeing towards the valley's exit, leaving a trail of ice in her wake. She was not foolish. Her enemies had come prepared, and with the formation's enhancement, she could not unleash her full strength. Continuing the fight could indeed spell her doom. Chase. Dozens of shadowy figures pursued in the direction Long Hans Wang had fled. Chapter 16. The dark river time flowed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lin Feng had discovered numerous rare treasures within the 9 nether secret realm, yet the elusive bridge flower remained absent. The most promising lead still lay with the deep pool guarded by the apothecary valley and the black-robed figures, yet the ice serpent did not protect the bridge flower. Although only 1/3 of the allotted time had elapsed and 2 months remained until the realm's opening, the prolonged absence of the bridge flower left him feeling increasingly restless. As evening approached, Lin Feng grew weary and hungry. He sought a relatively spacious area by the river to kindle a fire. He carved a large piece of meat from the ice serpent's carcass from his spatial bag and began to roast it. The ice serpent was the most delectable beast Lin Feng had encountered since entering the 9 nether secret realm, rich in nutritional value. The meat was succulent, sizzling with oil as it roasted over the flames, and with a touch of secret seasoning, it was simply irresistible. Alas, no matter how exquisite the meal, it could not alleviate Lin Feng's simmering frustration. Should he find the bridge flower and still have time? He imagined he would savor every exotic creature encountered in the 9 nether secret realm. The flesh of exotic beasts is far more delectable than that of ordinary wildlife, and their strength is not to be underestimated. After indulging in a hearty meal, Lin Feng reclined against a grand tree to rest. The incessant chirping of insects and the occasional distant roar of unknown beasts did little to disturb his peace. In the past half-month, Lin Feng had indeed grown weary. In his quest for the elusive other shore flower, he had scarcely found time to rest. Coupled with the psychological burden he bore, even his robust physique began to feel fatigued. As he closed his eyes to recuperate, the surrounding thicket began to subtly tremble, though the sound was masked by the cacophony of insects. Before long, a spider, the size of a basin and possessing a visage reminiscent of a human face, emerged from the underbrush, drawn by the aroma of roasted meat, fixating its gaze upon Lin Feng. This was a human-faced demon spider, its body a deep black. A creature of aggregation, known for its potent venom, lurking by day and hunting in the dark. After a moment of observation and realizing Lin Feng remained unmoved, the spider launched an attack, propelling itself towards him with great force. However, before it could close the distance, a surge of sword energy cleaved it in two, its green blood splattering forth. This act stirred a hornet's nest. Countless human-faced demon spiders erupted from the thicket, each of considerable size. Yet, their fate mirrored that of the first, as they were all similarly bisected, their bodies forming a small mountain, the green blood pooling together and flowing into a nearby river, swiftly poisoning a vast number of fish and shrimp, a testament to the potency of their venom. Only when no more human-faced demon spiders emerged did Lin Feng rise slowly, gracefully leaping onto a branch. Despite the chaos surrounding him, he remained unblemished. Perched upon the limb, he fixed his gaze upon a dense thicket, his finger tracing a delicate arc as a wave of sword energy swept forth. A piercing shriek echoed from the underbrush. A colossal human-faced demon spider materialized, its size at least several dozen times greater than its predecessors, comparable to a small automobile. One of its legs had been severed, a copious amount of green blood oozing from the wound, immediately corroding the vegetation beneath. Its two bull-sized, crimson eyes locked onto Lin Feng, fangs extending over 10 centimeters in length. Thus began a standoff between man and beast. This was Lin Feng's first encounter with such a massive spider-like creature, and it piqued his interest. Approximately half a minute later, the human-faced demon spider unexpectedly launched an attack, spewing several strands of silk towards Lin Feng before swiftly retreating. Effortlessly evading the assault, Lin Feng followed at a leisurely pace, noting that this spider was markedly different from the previous ones, exhibiting a hint of intelligence. He was eager to discover its lair. After more than 10 minutes, the spider arrived at the entrance of an underground cavern and leaped down without hesitation. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng observed that the mouth of the cave was vast, with a diameter likely spanning several hundred meters, probably the stronghold of the human-faced demon spider. He took a step forward, finding himself suspended in midair without falling, and then proceeded to walk gradually towards the center of the cave, his body slowly descending. During this process, Lin Feng relied solely on his own strength, a testament to the fact that he had at least reached the fifth realm of the cultivator's path. The ability to traverse the air. Even in the realm of the youthful, one would be considered among the strong. Within the Divine Sky Sword Sect, an ordinary elder holds the status of youthful. This implies that Lin Feng's current display of cultivation is already commensurate with that of a standard elder in the Divine Sky Sword Sect. After descending over 100 meters, he finally reached the bottom of the cave, which was enveloped in utter darkness, obscuring visibility entirely. However, for a practitioner of Lin Feng's caliber, night vision is merely a fundamental skill, enabling him to discern the surroundings with clarity. Beneath his feet lay a multitude of white bones, stacked layer upon layer, indicating that numerous creatures had perished at the jaws of the man-faced demon spider. Among them, Lin Feng even discovered several human skulls. Casting his gaze around, he observed the surrounding rock walls, which were riddled with numerous small caverns, varying in diameter from several dozen centimeters to several meters, with one even reaching 30 to 40 meters. The air was pierced by a series of sharp, grating sounds. Pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the mouths of the surrounding caves. Ordinary individuals in such an environment would likely have fainted from fright, yet Lin Feng remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no hint of panic. It was not an act. Rather, he truly regarded the man-faced demon spider with disdain. With a mere thought, he could obliterate these repugnant creatures in a single strike. Suddenly, the sound intensified, drawing his attention to the largest cavern, from which emerged an extraordinarily large man-faced demon spider, towering the size of a 3-story building. Faced with the swarm of smaller man-faced demon spiders and this colossal beast, Lin Feng maintained an air of calmness. The demon spider emitted a piercing shriek, and as if responding to a command, all the surrounding man-faced demon spiders leapt from their lairs, rushing towards Lin Feng. Standing at the center, Lin Feng focused his mind. Countless sword energies materialized from thin air, and within mere seconds, he eradicated the entire swarm of man-faced demon spiders, their corpses cascading to the ground, completely masking the bones beneath. This exemplifies the terrifying prowess of high-level sword cultivators, whose lethality and destructive capacity surpass that of all other practitioners. However, sword cultivators possess a vulnerability. Their defenses are typically low. Should one withstand their assaults, there exists an opportunity for counterattack. Perhaps sensing the formidable power of this human, the demon spider retreated swiftly into its lair. Lin Feng followed suit, traversing a few hundred meters until he encountered numerous objects resembling silkworm cocoons hanging from the ceiling, varying in size, presumably food wrapped in silk by the spider beasts. He pressed deeper into the cave, finally arriving at the broadest section at its deepest point. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found no sign of the spider beast. It had clearly entered, so how could it have vanished without a trace? Such a large creature could not simply disappear. There had been no forks in the path to account for this. Frustrated, Lin Feng felt certain that something was amiss, and he had overlooked a detail. Nevertheless, he resolved not to continue the search. It would be a waste of time. He had more pressing matters to attend to. If it had fled, so be it. After all, it was merely a spider beast. To others, the internal elixir and venom sac hold substantial value, capable of fetching a handsome price or being exchanged for cultivation resources. However, for Lin Feng, investing a considerable amount of time in such pursuits was not worthwhile. Just as he was about to turn away, a massive semicircular stone deep within the cave caught his attention. It appeared to bear traces of movement. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the stone had indeed been shifted from its original position, likely by a spider-like beast attempting to obstruct his escape route. With a flick of his finger, a stream of sword energy shot forth, cleaving the boulder into countless smaller fragments. Another cavern emerged before him, accompanied by the soothing sound of flowing water. Could this be a passage leading to an underground river? Chapter 17. Crisis. Upon hearing the sound of water below, Lin Feng leaped without hesitation. During his month-long sojourn in the Nine Nether Secret Realm, he had traversed an unknown distance along the initial creek he had discovered. The creek had transformed into a river, and he had encountered numerous deep pools, yet the elusive ghostly flower remained absent. This absence began to cast doubt on his judgment. Would following this path truly lead him to the ghostly flower? Given its affinity for cold, the underground water's temperature must surely be lower than that above ground. Perhaps tracing the underground river would yield better results. It was this very thought that compelled Lin Feng to jump down. The further he descended, the louder the sound of rushing water became. After a drop of about 10 meters, he finally beheld the scene below. Indeed, it was an underground river with a substantial flow. As his feet touched the water, an immediate chill enveloped him, far colder than the surface temperature. This was undoubtedly a suitable environment for the ghostly flower, dark, damp, and frigid. Lin Feng lamented the fruitlessness of his past month's efforts. Had he known, he would have sought the existence of the underground river first. Nonetheless, it was not too late. There was still ample time before the Nine Nether Secret Realm closed. Without a thought for the direction the spider-like beast had fled, Lin Feng stepped onto the water's surface and advanced downstream. After traveling several hundred meters, a piercing sound sliced through the air. A vibrant crimson, thumb-sized venomous snake shot forth from a crevice in the rock, launching itself at Lin Feng with astonishing speed. Nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, causing the very air to tremble. With a casual motion, Lin Feng captured the small serpent in his hand, which protested with a reluctant hiss. After a brief struggle, the snake attempted to strike at Lin Feng's hand, only to have its head severed by a swift surge of sword energy. Discarding the severed body, Lin Feng shook his head and continued onward. As he progressed for several dozen kilometers, he encountered numerous assaults from subterranean creatures. The underground river proved to be far more perilous than the surface, fraught with danger. Although these were merely small beings, each possessed potent venom, and a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Continuing on, Lin Feng soon spotted the colossal spider-like beast hanging upside down above the underground river, its two crimson eyes warily fixed on him, while it emitted warning clicks from its mandibles. Out of respect for having led me to this dark river, I shall spare your life. Leave at once. Lin Feng addressed the spider beast. However, the creature remained fixated on him, clearly unable to comprehend human speech, despite having developed a modicum of intelligence. Noticing the spider beast's indifference to his words, Lin Feng found himself perplexed. After all, they were different species, and the spider beast's intellect had yet to reach its full potential, making communication impossible. As Lin Feng approached closer, the spider beast emitted an even louder warning. Chirp. Chirp. You refuse to leave? What are you making such a racket for? If you do not depart soon, do not blame me for not affording you another chance. With that, Lin Feng took another step forward, his mind swirling with questions. Why had the spider beast halted here after initially fleeing? Was it lying in ambush? With such a massive form occupying a significant portion of the dark river's space, how could it effectively set a trap? Despite his doubts, he knew he had to press forward. Just as the distance between them dwindled to mere meters, the spider beast launched its attack. Webs and venom erupted from its maw in a relentless torrent. For ordinary creatures ensnared by such webs, escape was nearly impossible, especially with the added threat of venom. Yet, Lin Feng was no ordinary opponent. A flash of sword energy manifested, cleaving the spider beast in two from dozens of meters away, its green blood splattering everywhere. From the remains, a dark green orb shot forth, landing in Lin Feng's hand. After a brief examination, he stored it within his spatial pouch. This orb was the spider beast's core, a treasure of immense value found within the bodies of all magical beasts. In truth, the spider beast also possessed a valuable venom sac, but Lin Feng harbored no interest in it. As he traversed the colossal carcass, Lin Feng finally grasped the situation ahead. It was no wonder the spider beast awaited him here. It was not seeking to ambush him, nor was it courting death, but rather, it had no path forward. The waters of the dark river gushed forth from subterranean passageways, and to continue along the river, one had to dive. Clearly, the spider beast lacked that capability. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng summoned a multitude of sword energies to form a protective shield around him, then plunged into the dark river. The sword energy shield repelled the water, preventing it from touching his body. The passage at the river's bottom narrowed significantly, and the current grew tumultuous, sweeping Lin Feng deeper underground as he surrendered to the flow. On the surface of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, a team of over 100 was engaged in the hunt for a massive beast known as the Horned Bull. This creature, formidable in size and possessing formidable defenses, lacked significant offensive capabilities. Countless flying swords and sword energy struck its hide. Although the attacks merely grazed its skin without inflicting substantial harm, their sheer volume was overwhelming. Even ants can bring down an elephant, especially when faced with such an army of formidable sword cultivators. As time passed, the Horned Bull's body was riddled with wounds. Both of its eyes were blinded, and a deep gash marred its neck, staining the ground crimson with blood. At last, with a resounding crash, a massive figure collapsed to the ground. It was time to reap the fruits of victory. This formidable team was none other than the Shenxiao Sword Sect, led by Yi Qingxian, and their numbers had swelled to nearly 200. Such a vast assembly would intimidate even the black-robed squads, compelling them to steer clear. For the numerical disparity was too great. Only by gathering dozens of black-robed individuals would they dare to act. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. The black-robed figures were not foolish. Aware of their inferiority, they naturally refrained from risking their lives. Their killing god technique had yet to be perfected, distinguishing them from the ruthless machines bred by the Seven Kills sect a millennium ago. During this period, Yi Qingxian led his team through the dense forest, in search of exotic beasts. Upon discovery, they would charge in unison to vanquish their quarry, extracting the inner cores and seizing the treasures guarded by these formidable creatures. The advantages of their considerable numbers were evident. Safety. Yet, this abundance also bore a drawback. The treasures unearthed were insufficient for equitable distribution. While inner disciples and elders might partake in some benefits, the outer disciples were left with naught. Alas, such was the fate of those with the weakest strength and lowest status. As time wore on, some of the elder outer disciples began to harbor discontent. They had originally entered with the intent of taking bold risks in search of great fortunes, yet, amidst the throng, they found themselves deprived even of the most mundane treasures. Consequently, a dozen or so outer disciples discreetly broke away from the main group. Just as they had distanced themselves, they encountered a 6-member black-robed squad. The outcome was inevitable. Not only did they lose their lives, but they also exposed the location of the Shenxiao Sword Sect's main force, the black-robed figures. Upon realizing the congregation of the Shenxiao Sword Sect hesitated to act recklessly, they dispatched 2 of their most adept in stealth to trail the sect's team, marking their path, while the others sought reinforcements. Their primary objective upon entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm was the Shenxiao Sword Sect, and with an opportunity to ensnare the entire force, they would not let it slip away. Unbeknownst to Yi Qingxian and her companions, their team had already fallen under the watchful gaze of the black-robed figures. She remained under the impression that the sheer number of the Shenxiao Sword Sect would deter any black-robed provocations, oblivious to the looming, greater threat. Chapter 18. Encounter with the Flood Dragon. Deep within the Nine Nether Secret Realm lay a sinkhole approximately 7 to 8 meters in diameter. Though the opening appeared modest, the depths revealed a hidden world, akin to a small paradise. Within the sinkhole flourished an array of rare plants and spiritual herbs, with a natural spring at its center, continuously bubbling forth a copious flow of water. This created a substantial deep pool, at the center of which stood a towering stone pillar over 10 meters in height. Dim light cascaded from the opening above, bestowing an air of mystique upon this secluded realm. Logically, such an exquisite environment would surely be a haven for wildlife. However, curiously, not a single creature could be found within the sinkhole. This peculiar circumstance could only imply one possibility. The sinkhole was the territory of some formidable exotic beast. Regardless of how inviting the environment may be, other creatures would dare not enter. At this moment, the surface of the pool began to ripple gently, and a head slowly emerged from the depths. Before him lay a serpent's head reminiscent of an ice serpent, yet distinct in its silvery hue, adorned with 2 silver horns, each several centimeters in length. As its head emerged from the water's surface, its sinuous body gradually followed, entwining itself around a stone pillar, ascending slowly until its elongated form was fully coiled upon the pillar. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a successfully transformed dragon, a jiao. The jiao coiled around the pillar, its head raised as if to absorb the luminescence cascading from the cave's entrance. Time passed, though its measure was indiscernible to Lin Feng, until he perceived a faint glimmer of light ahead. In an instant, he was swept out of the subterranean passage by the rushing waters. A figure suddenly emerged from the depths of the water-filled chasm, Lin Feng, freshly expelled from the underground tunnel. Finding himself in an unfamiliar environment, Lin Feng began to survey his surroundings. Upon spotting the silvery jiao entwined around the stone pillar, he could not help but gape in awe. What a magnificent creature! Its entire body shimmered in silver, the scales reflecting the light with a radiant sheen. This creature was undeniably more exquisite than the ice serpent he had previously encountered and likely possessed far greater strength. It had surely transcended mere serpentine existence to become a jiao. Was it drawing upon the essence of the sun and moon for its cultivation? Lin Feng speculated. Encountering a jiao favored by the heavens, he chose not to intrude upon its meditative state. The transformation from serpent to jiao was no trivial evolution. It required enduring the trials of heavenly tribulation, with a success rate alarmingly low, perhaps less than 1 in 10. The majority would be reduced to ashes beneath the onslaught of celestial forces. Thus, the chance of encountering a jiao was exceedingly rare. Due to Lin Feng's silent emergence, the jiao remained oblivious to his presence, continuing to absorb the radiant light that fell from above. Having dwelled in this realm for countless ages, it had grown complacent, confident in its formidable power, undisturbed by any creature daring to interrupt its solitude. Within the vast expanse of the 9 Nether secret realm, few beasts of equal standing could be found. The jiao was indeed a sovereign entity. Minutes passed, and feeling a twinge of boredom, Lin Feng stepped onto solid ground, dispelling the sword chi that had enveloped him. Once more, he raised his gaze toward the jiao, and in that moment, their eyes met. The jiao, having undergone the trials of heavenly tribulation, possessed a level of intelligence far beyond that of lesser creatures such as spiders or ice serpents. Although it might not rival humanity, its intellect was not far behind. It could hardly fathom how a human had suddenly appeared in its domain. Throughout its long existence, the jiao had encountered many humans. As the 9 Nether secret realm opened but once every century, drawing in thousands to tens of thousands each time, some inevitably wandering near the chasm, discovering its presence. Naturally, those who ventured too close were invariably regarded as prey. It must be said, humans, as the spirit of all beings, were quite delectable. Forgive me, noble jiao. I stumbled in here by accident, unaware that this is your territory. If my presence is unwelcome, I shall take my leave at once. Lin Feng addressed the magnificent creature. He believed that the esteemed creature known as the Jiao Long must possess the capacity to comprehend his intentions. The more formidable the beast, the greater its intelligence. When a beast attains a certain level of strength, its intellect can rival that of humanity. Lin Feng was not intimidated by his opponent. Rather, he understood that the transformation into a jiao was no trivial feat. Success in this endeavor indicated a favor bestowed by the heavens. In the absence of enmity, there was no necessity to instigate unwarranted bloodshed. Having uttered these thoughts, Lin Feng took but 2 steps before suddenly freezing in place. The surrounding environment, coupled with the formidable presence of the Jiao Long, was precisely the sanctuary he had desperately sought for the growth of the mythical Himalayan flower, regardless of its existence. This was undeniably the most promising location he had encountered, and he could not simply depart. Lin Feng raised his gaze once more towards the Jiao Long, which had been fixed upon him unwaveringly. Perhaps having regained its composure, the Jiao Long felt its authority was gravely insulted. How dare a mere human intrude upon its domain? What were its intentions? To pilfer its treasures? Or to pose a threat? Either way, such actions warranted death. With a resounding roar that was neither fully draconic nor truly serpentine, the Jiao Long proclaimed its might. Though it was not a true dragon, Its voice was far superior to that of a mere serpent. Upon successfully transforming into a Jiao, its vocal cords underwent a significant metamorphosis, unleashing a roar that emanated its formidable aura. Lin Feng felt a wave of oppressive force wash over him as whirlwinds erupted, lifting the waters of the deep pool into a spectacular display reminiscent of a dragon siphoning water. Seeing the Jiao Long's overwhelming display of dominance ignited a spark of ire within Lin Feng. How audacious! He had already offered an apology. Yet this long serpent showed him such blatant disrespect. Did it truly believe him to be devoid of temper? Upon discovering that this location was highly likely to harbor the Himalayan flower, Lin Feng had been seeking an excuse to engage. Now, the initiative had been taken by the creature. He could not be blamed for what was to follow. The Jiao Long's howling persisted, its momentum seemingly escalating. As if to assert its sovereignty to the surrounding beasts and demonstrate its supremacy, Lin Feng retrieved the Howren sword from his Qianquan pouch. The moment the sword graced his grasp, a profound transformation overtook him. His concealed power erupted forth, and his ultimate sword intent was unleashed. For too long, he had endeavored to appear unremarkable, wishing to avoid drawing attention. Though he stood alone on the solitary peak, it was still the territory of the Shinshao Sword Sect. Any significant commotion could easily attract notice. Moreover, there were ancient beings in seclusion within the forbidden grounds of the sect. However, here in the Jiao secret realm, the circumstances were entirely different. There was no one to discern his identity, and even if discovered, none would associate him with the ineffectual senior brother of the Shinshao Sword Sect. He was free to unleash his full potential and explore the limits of his capabilities. The Jiao Long had presented itself, thus a battle with all his might was inevitable. Yet, as Lin Feng prepared to unleash his hidden strengths, the heavens suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder roared. It seemed as though even the very fabric of this world was shaken to its core. In the deepest recesses of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, there stands a resplendent palace adorned in gold and jade. Above the grand entrance, 3 prominent characters are inscribed: Nine Nether Palace. Within the palace, a spectral figure materializes. He gazes skyward, murmuring to himself, "After so many years, at long last, someone has stirred this realm." Thankfully, the wait has not been in vain. Chapter 19. Within reach, Lin Feng revels in his newfound strength, immersed in boundless joy. At long last, he can unleash his full power in combat. It is akin to a soul long suppressed suddenly experiencing a cathartic release. The sensation is utterly exhilarating. At this moment, the dragon, a creature of formidable presence, is rendered dumbfounded by Lin Feng's displayed prowess. Its dragon-like roar has ceased, and the phenomena in the sky are even more terrifying than during his tribulation. This human before it is overwhelmingly powerful, rendering it utterly outmatched. Should a conflict arise, it would surely meet its demise. After millennia of cultivation, the dragon is reluctant to accept such an outcome. The arrogance and disdain in its eyes have morphed into sheer terror. Lin Feng remains oblivious to the dragon's transformation. With his right hand gripping the Howren sword, he gradually raises it, the blade pointing at the dragon. "Come, if you seek battle, I shall oblige." In that instant, as Lin Feng directs the sword towards it, the dragon feels an intense pressure, as if ensnared by an overwhelming force, paralyzed by the fear of imminent death. Merely this slight elevation of the sword nearly shatters the dragon's resolve, a testament to Lin Feng's formidable might. As Lin Feng prepares to strike, he senses an anomaly. The dragon's roar has vanished, and the once dominating aura has dissipated. No longer is there arrogance in its gaze, only fear and a pitiable demeanor remain, accompanied by a few tears. This spectacle leaves Lin Feng utterly perplexed. What is happening? Wasn't a fight imminent? Why has it suddenly cowered? Faced with this unexpected turn of events, he finds himself at a loss, as the dragon has evidently lost its will to fight. Reluctantly, he lowers the Howren sword aimed at the dragon. At this juncture, the dragon finally regains the ability to move. It slowly lowers its head into the water, leaving only a small portion above the surface, and then cautiously approaches Lin Feng, gazing at him with imploring eyes. Were this seen to be witnessed by others, it would surely leave them agape. From a distance, one might observe a silver-scaled dragon bowing its noble head to curry favor with a mere human. Lin Feng, too, is bewildered by this sudden change. After a moment of contemplation, he approaches the edge of the deep pool and reaches out to stroke the silver horn atop the dragon's head, akin to petting a cat in a previous life on Earth. The dragon, in turn, squints its eyes in sheer delight. Thus, Lin Feng concludes that his overwhelming display of strength has indeed intimidated the dragon, leading it to submit. This dragon possesses intelligence, recognizing its futility in combat. it has promptly surrendered. One must concede that its intellect is quite high. Should a true battle ensue, it might well meet its end by his hand. Since you have submitted to me, from this moment forth, I shall be your master. Lin Feng gently patted the head of the Jiaolong and spoke. The Jiaolong seemed to comprehend, nodding repeatedly. Ah, quite good. Let us rename you. Given your silvery hue, let us call you Little White. The Jiaolong nodded enthusiastically. A smile graced Lin Feng's face as he relished the joy of having a silver-horned Jiaolong as a companion. In his previous life on Earth, people enjoyed the company of cats and dogs. Now, he was nurturing a dragon. Although it was not a true dragon, it was certainly a step above mere cats and dogs. He mused that if he ever had the chance to acquire a genuine dragon, it would elevate his status immensely. After amusing himself with Little White for some time, Lin Feng realized that although the Jiaolong possessed considerable intelligence, it still could not fully grasp his words without accompanying gestures for clarification. This was to be expected, as the Jiaolong had lived in the secluded Nine Nether Secret Realm, which opened only once every century. Even then, it was unlikely that anyone could locate it, resulting in minimal interaction with humans. He believed that with time, as they traveled together, the Jiaolong would soon be able to communicate effortlessly. Transitioning to the main topic, Lin Feng inquired about the location of the treasure guarded by Little White. He was eager to discover whether it was the elusive Yinhuan flower he sought. As one of the most formidable beasts in the Nine Nether Secret Realm, the Jiaolong's treasures were manifold, ever since it had transformed into a Jiaolong. The nearby mystical creatures had either become its prey or vacated the area, leaving behind an abundance of spiritual herbs and plants that had been cultivated in this small paradise. Over the years, the surrounding treasures had been thoroughly scavenged, and their quantity had reached a considerable level. Every plant in sight was a rare gem from the outside world, akin to a meticulously tended medicinal garden of a powerful faction. The spiritual herb Lin Feng had obtained in the ice python's lair would hardly rank here. The Jiaolong, unaware of Lin Feng's specific desires, could only guide him through the small paradise in search of the flower. After a prolonged search, they had yet to spot the Yinhuan flower, causing Lin Feng to grow anxious. Without the Yinhuan flower, all other treasures appeared trivial, and he had no inclination to appreciate them. In an attempt to convey his request more clearly, Lin Feng gestured and explained to Little White once more. Yet, after much effort, the Jiaolong remained bewildered, its innocent demeanor causing Lin Feng considerable frustration. Currently, their communication was limited to the most basic exchanges. What to do? If only he were on Earth, he could simply show Little White a picture, and it would recognize it instantly. After pondering, Lin Feng picked up a stick and sketched the general shape of the Yinhuan flower on the ground. However, the result was far from satisfactory. Not only did Little White seem confused, but even Lin Feng himself could not discern any difference between his drawing and other flowers and plants. Sighing in resignation, Lin Feng felt utterly at a loss for how to proceed. With no other options, he resolved to continue searching slowly. His greatest fear was exhausting all possibilities only to discover that the flower was nowhere to be found. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that the rarity of the Yinhuan flower far exceeded that of ordinary spiritual herbs. The more precious a treasure, the more nutrients it required, typically. Such spiritual plants thrived in environments where other flora could not survive. In other words, the Higanbana must thrive in solitude, devoid of any surrounding flora. Consequently, the search area has been significantly narrowed. Lin Feng began to meticulously scout for corners bereft of vegetation. Nothing there. Nothing here either. As Lin Feng focused intently on his quest for the Higanbana, the dragon, Xiaobai, gradually submerged itself into the tranquil waters, quietly departing. In truth, Lin Feng had long noticed Xiaobai's movements, but chose not to intervene, tacitly permitting its departure. If it wishes to leave, so be it. Lin Feng's purpose for entering the Jiaoyu secret realm was to locate the Higanbana to cure his master, Su Mubai. Even though the dragon was a treasure trove in itself, having refrained from harming it initially indicated an intention to spare its life. Ultimately, it would need to be released. As for bringing it out of the Jiaoyu secret realm, that seemed impractical. The dragon's considerable size would render it impossible to conceal, and its wealth of treasures would likely attract powerful foes waiting outside, eager to hunt it for its riches. At that point, would he aid it or not? Rather than placing himself in a dilemma, it was wiser to let it go now. Disregarding Xiaobai's departure, Lin Feng continued his search for the Higanbana. After a short while, ripples began to form in the water. The dragon, Xiaobai, emerged from the depths and approached Lin Feng, gently nudging him with its head. "Stop that. I'm busy." Lin Feng expressed his annoyance. He remained remarkably calm at Xiaobai's return. Xiaobai nudged him again. What is it? Lin Feng turned to gaze at Xiaobai. The enormous dragon opened its mouth, revealing a plant that had appeared countless times in Lin Feng's dreams. What is this? Lin Feng's eyes widened, and a wave of joy enveloped him. Chapter 20. Departure. The object that Xiaobai presented was precisely the Higanbana Lin Feng sought within the Jiu secret realm. He had finally found it. His master was saved. At this moment, Lin Feng released all the burdens he had carried, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Ever since Su Mubai had been injured, he had been plagued by guilt, feeling responsible for his master's dire predicament. Had he revealed his talents from the outset, he would have certainly received focused training from the Shinshao Sword Sect, possibly even attracting the attention of the ancestral elders in seclusion. His words would then carry weight, and none would dare disregard him. Perhaps the sect would reassess Su Mubai's worth. With a prodigious disciple like Lin Feng, they would not forsake Su Mubai. After all, their bond, though not paternal, was akin to that of a father and son. With the aid of the Shinshao Sword Sect, perhaps Su Mubai would not have had to venture out alone, thus avoiding injury. Even hypothetically, had he not revealed his talents before the sect's higher-ups and merely accompanied his master on outings, today's outcome could have been averted. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Feng bore immense psychological pressure. Unlike Su Xiao, who could only urge herself to strive harder due to her limitations, Lin Feng possessed the capability yet had failed to act. If Su Mubai were to perish in this manner, he would undoubtedly bear a lifetime of guilt. Fortunately, he has only sustained grave injuries. As long as he can procure the other shore flower, he will awaken. There is still time. Lin Feng calmed his excited heart, caressed the dragon, and gently grasped the other shore flower, expressing his gratitude. Little Bai, thank you. The dragon, Little Bai, sensed its master's joy and nuzzled against him affectionately. From that moment on, Little Bai's status in Lin Feng's heart soared. Anyone who dared to harm the dragon would face his wrath. With the other shore flower in hand, the objective of entering the Nine Nether secret realm had been achieved. Now he merely awaited the realm's reopening. However, Lin Feng did not intend to join forces with the disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect, as that would impose restrictions upon him. How much freer one is alone. Little Bai, I must depart. Will you stay behind or accompany me? Lin Feng gestured towards the entrance of the pit, asking symbolically. He presumed that Little Bai would choose to remain, subjugated by fear of its own power, perhaps even hoping he would leave swiftly. If he departed, the dragon would remain the sovereign of this place. Yet, Little Bai continued to affectionately rub against Lin Feng, emitting soft sounds of delight. Do you wish to accompany me? Lin Feng inquired, uncertain. The dragon promptly nodded vigorously. Are you certain? I intend to leave this realm for the outside world, which is fraught with danger. With your substantial size, you could easily attract peril if you were not cautious. As he spoke, he gestured emphatically. The crux of the matter was that the dragon's size posed a significant risk. He hoped Little Bai understood his sentiments. It was not that he was unwilling to bring the dragon along, rather, its conspicuous stature, having successfully transformed after enduring the tribulations, made it a rare entity, replete with treasures. Should they venture out, even the most powerful factions would covet it. The Qianquan bag could not contain living beings, and the Grand Elder of the Woolly Demon Sect, Qian Dao Xiong, was still outside. If he did not act, even the Shinshao Sword Sect might be incapable of safeguarding Little Bai. Thus, it would be wiser for the dragon to remain in the Nine Nether secret realm. Little Bai seemed to grasp Lin Feng's intent. It soared into the air, spiraling a few times, and astonishingly began to shrink in size. Ultimately, to Lin Feng's astonished gaze, it transformed into a slender little white snake, roughly the thickness of a pinky finger. After its diminutive transformation, Little Bai flew to Lin Feng, joyfully circling around him. Lin Feng extended his hand, and the little white snake promptly settled in his palm. It was hard to believe that this delicate creature had once been a grand dragon. How marvelous. I never imagined you could shrink. In that case, you shall accompany me from now on. When the opportunity arises, I shall assist you in becoming a true dragon, soaring through the skies. Lin Feng exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Little Bai rolled playfully in his hand. Once assured that Little Bai would accompany him, Lin Feng prepared to gather the precious spiritual herbs and medicines within this small paradise to take with him. Had Little Bai chosen to stay, he would not have disturbed these treasures, but if he was to leave, it would be sheer waste to leave them behind. After an exhaustive 5-day effort, Lin Feng finally completed a significant undertaking. He successfully relocated all the somewhat rare spiritual herbs and medicines from the small blessed land into his universe bag. Upon returning to the solitary peak of solitude, he could plant them in his medicinal garden. The more precious the item, the more delicate it is. Thus, He had to take the soil along to ensure their survival within the universe bag. The considerable quantity of herbs was the reason for the extended duration of his task. Nevertheless, Lin Feng found it worthwhile. After discovering the other shore flower, his spirits lifted. Treasure hunting is undoubtedly a pursuit of endless joy. Each time the Jiuyo secret realm opens, tens of thousands risk their lives to enter. What is it for, if not for these spiritual herbs and medicines? If any faction were to stumble upon this small blessed land, one could only imagine the excitement it would incite. Of course, after the exhilaration comes the grim realization of becoming food for Little White. Given the prowess displayed by Little White, even if all members of the 4 top-tier factions united, they would be of no consequence other than to fill Little White's belly. Little White, we are leaving. I shall take you outside to enjoy the delights of the world. Free from the confines of this small place, Lin Feng declared, reaching out his hand. In an instant, a small white snake darted into his sleeve, coiling around his arm, entirely undetectable to the outside world. Then, Lin Feng soared into the air, emerging from the entrance of the pit and landing on the ground, choosing a direction at random before hastily departing. The direction he selected fortuitously aligned with that of Yi Qingxian and his companions. However, the two parties were still quite distant and unlikely to encounter each other soon. Meanwhile, 2 figures cloaked in black stealthily trailed behind the formidable entourage of the Xinshao Sword Sect, leaving markers along their path. For others dispersed to seek assistance. One black-clad individual, following the secret signals left by the 7 Kill Sect, located a team led by the true disciple Miao Kuan. The black-robed figures were clandestinely cultivated weapons of the 7 Kill Sect, unknown to ordinary disciples, with only true disciples possessing the privilege of knowledge. Upon meeting the black-robed figure, Miao Kuan learned of the Xinshao Sword Sect's movements, nearly leaping with excitement. He immediately summoned all available personnel, preparing for an ambush. The 7 Kill Sect had long since formed a covert alliance with the Wijimo Sect, aiming to systematically eliminate the living forces of the Xinshao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect, gradually devouring the 2 great sections, wounding the valiant Jian Sumubai, luring the Ice Soul Swords Lung Han's Huang into the Jiuyo secret realm to capture her, and then annihilating all individuals from the 2 sects who entered the realm were merely appetizers. A series of significant actions lay ahead. It remained to be seen whether the Xinshao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect could withstand such onslaughts. Chapter 21. Reciprocity. 7 days later, the main force of the Xinshao Sword Sect encountered an ambush by the 7 Kill Sect. Caught unprepared and with the 7 Kill Sect having meticulously arranged formations, they suffered considerable losses. However, under Yi Qingxuan's leadership, they ultimately managed to escape from the 7 Kill Sect's formations. Now, the Xinshao Sword Sect had found a spacious area to rest. This battle had made it clear to them that threats did not solely arise from the black-robed figures, but also from the 7 Kill Sect and the Wijimo Sect. Every individual is shrouded in a veil of shadows, and Yi Qingxian is no exception. At this moment, she finds herself perched alone on the branch of a grand tree, lost in contemplation. Prior to entering the 9 Nether Secret Realm, Yi Qingxian sought counsel from others. Historically, those who ventured into the 9 Nether Secret Realm did so in search of treasures and opportunities. Some formed alliances, while others chose to act independently. When individuals from opposing factions encountered one another, unless one side possessed overwhelming strength, the likelihood of violence over treasures was minimal. Typically, they would part ways to avoid mutual destruction or inflicting significant losses upon themselves. Although many have perished within the realm with each opening, this time is markedly different. A mysterious group of cloaked figures has emerged, and even the 7 Kill Sect has begun to forsake its traditional protocols. In the recent skirmish, had the Divine Sky Sword Sect been even slightly outnumbered, or had she exhibited any hesitation, they could have easily faced annihilation at the hands of the 7 Kill Sect. What is truly amiss? The more Yi Qingxian pondered, the more she sensed an unsettling shift. Are the 4 paramount factions poised to shatter years of peace and prepare for war? The severe injury of her master, Su Mubai, serves as a foreboding omen. Although the assailant was the Rakshasa sect, the true mastermind is the Wujim demon sect. And who, pray tell, is the ghostly-faced swordsman responsible for the destruction of the Rakshasa sect? A multitude of questions torment Yi Qingxian, intensifying her premonition of impending calamity. Despite her inner turmoil, she dares not reveal a hint of her anxiety. The Divine Sky Sword Sect relies on her to maintain order. If she succumbs to confusion, the chances of survival for her comrades would diminish even further. Taking a few deep breaths, Yi Qingxian strives to compose herself, contemplating the path that lies ahead. Initially, She had gathered such a multitude to combat the cloaked figures, never anticipating the involvement of the Seven Kill sect. With their numbers swelling, they become a more conspicuous target, easily pursued by the Seven Kill sect. In open confrontation, the Divine Sky Sword Sect fears no faction. Had the Seven Kill sect not laid an ambush to catch them off guard, the outcome could have been uncertain. What Yuqing now fears most is the possibility of the Seven Kill sect aligning with the Cloaked Figures or the Wijum Demon sect. Such an alliance would spell doom. Dispersing their ranks would increase the likelihood of survival but also render them vulnerable to being picked off one by one. The optimal strategy would be to locate the Qingyun sect and forge an alliance. This way, even if they were to encounter any two of the three formidable factions, the Seven Kill sect, the Wijum Demon sect, and the Cloaked Figures, they would be able to respond adequately. Yet, the Nine Nether secret realm is vast. Where could one possibly seek out the Qingyun sect? Meanwhile, Yang Fan, a fellow disciple of the true lineage, had unknowingly approached Yuqing from behind. Gazing at the woman he yearned for day and night, his heart surged with fervor. Merely the sight of her silhouette ensnared him completely, igniting a desire to embrace her and savor her essence. Yang Fan had not intended to enter the Nine Nether secret realm. As a true disciple, he lacked for cultivation resources and possessed commendable talent, rendering the perilous venture unnecessary. However, upon learning that Yuqing would be entering the realm, he altered his course of action, filled with thoughts of her. Had I found Yuqing immediately upon entering the Nine Nether secret realm, the close companionship over 3 months might have ignited a spark. Even if no such spark were to emerge, a favorable impression could be established. With so many admirers of Yuqing within the Shenxiao Sword Sect, a positive impression would grant one a significant advantage over others. The other true disciple, Zhu Jie, shared this sentiment, which is why they ventured in together. Yet, neither anticipated the perilous nature of this journey. Zhu Jie even lost his life, while Yang Fan found himself in danger numerous times. However, peril does possess its virtues. As the saying goes, true feelings emerge in times of adversity. The greater the danger, the stronger the bonds that can be forged. Observing Yi Qingxuan's silhouette, Yang Fan suppressed the fervor within him and softly remarked, "Sister, we must depart. Otherwise, the Seven Kill sect will catch up." "Then let us go," Yuqing replied, leaping from the branch without casting a glance back at Yang Fan. Those who cultivate the extreme cold true qi tend to exhibit a rather aloof demeanor. Just as Long Han's Wang was, so too is Yuqing. This very disposition often stirs the conqueror's instinct within men, perhaps accustomed to Yi Qingxuan's manner. Yang Fan paid it no mind and followed suit. Not long after the Shenxiao Sword Sect's party departed, the Seven Kill sect arrived. Observing the recently extinguished fire and scattered animal bones, it became clear that the Shenxiao Sword Sect had just taken a respite here. Miao Kuan, filled with ire, cursed. Damn it. They fled swiftly. He understood that it was imperative to catch up with the Shenxiao Sword Sect's team without delay. Having painstakingly set an ambush and arranged formations to gain a significant advantage, he knew that if the Shenxiao Sword Sect regained their composure and faced him head-on, the Seven Kill sect would fare poorly. In the realm of cultivation, sword cultivators were inherently aggressive. One must strike while the iron is hot, lest the outcome be dire. Chase! Miao Kuan bellowed, leading the pursuit in the direction the Shenxiao Sword Sect had taken. 2 hours later, as dusk fell, the Seven Kill sect followed the trail left by the Shenxiao Sword Sect to a hillside. The foliage here was denser. Suddenly, Miao Kuan halted in his tracks. "What is it, senior brother?" A disciple of the Seven Kill sect inquired. "Something is amiss. There is a problem." "What kind of problem?" Just as the two conversed, a sharp command rang out. "Form the formation. Avenge all fallen disciples of the Shenxiao Sword Sect." Hundreds of sword lights surged forth from the surrounding dense thickets. An ambush. "Prepare for battle," Miao Kuan shouted in shock. He could not fathom that the Shenxiao Sword Sect, having suffered a grievous defeat earlier that day, would dare to set a trap for them that night. Such madness! As the sword lights descended upon the ranks of the Seven Kill sect, they suffered significant casualties, with dozens falling before the initial assault from the Shenxiao Sword Sect. Witnessing this, Miao Kuan gritted his teeth in fury and exclaimed, "Bastards!" He then commanded loudly, "Listen. Seven Kill sect members, charge forward, or you shall become living targets." As his words fell, a long sword thrust menacingly towards his face. Clang! Miao Kuan swiftly struck, sending the sword flying. The longsword fell into Yi Qingxuan's grasp, and once more, he swung it at Miao Kuan. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat. The other members of the Seven Kills sect began to dash into the surrounding dense forest. The battle between the two sects commenced. Throughout the day, the Seven Kills Sect and the Divine Sword Sect clashed twice. In the morning, the Divine Sword Sect was ambushed by the Seven Kills Sect, only to retaliate in the evening. It must be said that the Divine Sword Sect played their cards exceptionally well, catching the Seven Kills Sect completely off guard. This clearly illustrates that the leaders of both factions, Miao Kuan and Yi Qingxian, are formidable individuals. Chapter 22. Seeking allies. The battle did not last long before reaching its conclusion. As the saying goes, a single step ahead leads to victory. In this confrontation, the Divine Sword Sect maintained an absolute upper hand, overpowering the Seven Kills Sect and avenging their earlier defeat. Ultimately, Miao Kuan, sensing the tide turning, led the Seven Kills Sect in retreat. Victory. Yi Qingxian chose not to pursue them. The ambush on the Seven Kills Sect had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, one that yielded unexpectedly fruitful results. As a cultivator of the sword, one must possess an unwavering resolve to advance boldly. Recently, a small faction within their ranks had exhibited a rather negative attitude. If this continued, the morale of the entire team would inevitably suffer. Thus, Yi Qingxian resolved to ambush the pursuing Seven Kills Sect. This battle not only avenged their earlier grievances, but also bolstered the team's morale, achieving a dual purpose. Senior sister, we have won. Yang Fan approached Yi Qingxian, a smile gracing his face. He had performed admirably, having slain 3 and severely injured 6. However, victory should not lead to complacency. Vigilance must be maintained at all times. Otherwise, they risk repeating the mistakes of the morning. This expedition into the Nine Nether Secret Realm had presented numerous unexpected challenges, and no one was there to aid them. To survive and emerge, they could only rely on themselves. Yi Qingxian remarked coldly. Rest assured, senior sister, we will not afford the Seven Kills Sect another opportunity, will we? Yang Fan declared. Brother Yang is right. Our Divine Sword Sect has never feared anyone, be it the Seven Kills Sect, the Limitless Demon Sect, or those robed figures. As long as they dare to come, we will ensure they leave without return. A disciple from the inner sect replied loudly. No return, no return, no return. Echoed the voices of all disciples and elders of the Divine Sword Sect, their spirits soaring after their recent victory. Seeing the exuberance of her comrades, Yi Qingxian finally allowed a hint of a smile to grace her lips. The combat effectiveness of a team is significantly intertwined with its morale. Presently, this team had evidently regained its footing, their prowess enhanced beyond measure. Yi Qingxian's smile left the male disciples of the Divine Sword Sect momentarily speechless. This was the first time they had witnessed the Ice Mountain Goddess, Yi Qingxian, smile. Standing nearby, Yang Fan was utterly captivated by her radiant expression. She was breathtaking. Not to mention others, even he, as a true disciple, had never before seen her smile. Indeed, this journey into the Nine Nether Secret Realm had not been in vain. Everything was unfolding according to his aspirations. The Ice Mountain Goddess of the Divine Sword Sect had smiled at him. Upon returning to the sect, it would be sufficient for her to boast in front of other true disciples. Yi Qingxian merely revealed a fleeting smile before quickly regaining her icy demeanor. For her, even the slightest smile was a considerable challenge. Let us tidy up and continue onward. While departing, we must create traces to mislead our enemies, Yi Qingxian instructed. Senior sister, what should we do next? Yang Fan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qingxian responded, along the way. Remember to leave the special signals agreed upon with the Qingyan sect, and remain vigilant for any signs of their presence. Perhaps the Qingyan sect is also searching for us. If the two sects join forces, our ability to ensure our safety will be significantly enhanced. Indeed, if we seek out the Qingyan sect, our alliance will guarantee a safe passage out of the Nine Nether Secret Realm. While the Shinshao Sword Sect sought the Qingyan sect, the Qixia sect was also in search of allies, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to the Shinshao Sword Sect. The evening skirmish, where the Shinshao Sword Sect lay in ambush, resulted in heavy casualties for the Qixia sect, leaving Miao Kuan exceedingly enraged. He could not accept such a defeat. The annihilation of the Shinshao Sword Sect was imperative to quell his resentments. Where is the Grand Leader? Can we contact him? I need him to send some men to assist me in obliterating the Shinshao Sword Sect. Miao Kuan questioned a figure clad in black robes. The Grand Leader is engaged in more significant matters within the Nine Nether Secret Realm and cannot concern himself with these trifles, the black-robed individual replied. He was part of the secret division cultivated by the Qixia sect, responding solely to the orders of the sect leader. Despite Miao Kuan's esteemed status as a true disciple, it held no weight with the black-robed figure. However, Under normal circumstances, the black-robed individual was reluctant to offend true disciples. For one could never tell who might ascend to the position of sect leader in the future. Do you call this a trivial matter? Miao Kuan, already in a foul mood after suffering a setback at Yi Qingshuan's hands, exploded with fury. With so many casualties in the Qisha sect, how can this be considered insignificant? For the Grand Leader's undertakings, this is indeed a minor issue. The black-robed figure asserted, his statement holding a kernel of truth. The Grand Leader was occupied with the task of confronting Lung Han's Huang, one of the 7 swords of Shenxiao. The weight of Lung Han's Huang alone far surpassed that of all the individuals from the Shenxiao Sword Sect who had entered the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Even among the core leadership of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, Lung Han's Huang held a prominent position. If she could be permanently detained within the 9 Nether Secret Realm, it would deal a grievous blow to the Shenxiao Sword Sect. I refuse to believe that there is anything more crucial than the annihilation of both the Shenxiao Sword Sect and the Qingyan Sect. Miao Kuan vehemently suppressed his rage. Miao Kuan, our Killing God team operates directly under the command of the sect leader. You lack the authority to issue orders to us. However, as a true disciple in the future of the Qisha sect, we are loath to become adversaries, as it would hinder the sect's development. What I can tell you is that the Grand Leader and his team have entered the 9 Nether Secret Realm on a mission of utmost importance. Far exceeding the significance of your concerns, the black-robed figure explained solemnly. He would not have gone to such lengths to clarify if it weren't for the other party's status as a true disciple. The true disciples, regardless of the faction they belong to, hold an esteemed position. Barring unforeseen circumstances, securing a role within the core upper echelons is almost inevitable, with a faint possibility of ascending to the role of the sect leader. Is this truly the case? Miao Kuan inquired, his skepticism evident. Absolutely true. The affirmation from the figure in the black robe quelled much of Miao Kuan's inner fury. The black-robed individual was reluctant to foster enmity with him, and he too felt similarly inclined. The Killing God Brigade serves as a formidable blade for the 7-Kill sect, although only the sect leader can wield this blade. As a true disciple, who does not harbor aspirations of becoming the sect leader, both the 7-Kill sect and the Divine Sky Sword Sect were in search of allies. With just over a month remaining until the opening of the 9 Nether Secret Realm, a significant clash was inevitable between the two factions. Yet it appeared that the Divine Sky Sword Sect was at a distinct disadvantage. Days passed, and the ranks of the 7-Kill sect swelled increasingly. While they had yet to encounter the large contingent of the Infinite Demon sect, they did come across several scattered smaller teams, in addition to their own members, bringing their numbers to nearly 400. Conversely, the Divine Sky Sword Sect saw little new strength join their ranks. Surrounding their territory were a dozen black-robed individuals conducting guerrilla warfare, ensuring that Yi Qingshuan's dispatched personnel were ruthlessly ambushed. These black-robed figures refrained from engaging in direct confrontation, focusing instead on obstructing the search for allies while simultaneously pinpointing the location of the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Eluding them was impossible, and pursuing them proved futile, leading Yi Qingshuan's spirits to plummet. She understood that if this continued, the Divine Sky Sword Sect would inevitably face annihilation. It was essential to devise a means to deal with the black-robed figures, even at a considerable cost. In that moment, someone in the group discovered a signal left by the Qingyan sect. A flicker of joy ignited within Yu Qingxian, finding the Qingyan sect could temporarily alleviate their crisis. She promptly moved forward to investigate. Typically, prior to embarking on a large-scale mission, each faction establishes a signal for mutual communication. The intricacy of crafting such signals is paramount. Other factions, upon encountering them, cannot decipher them without specialized techniques, leaving destruction as the sole option. Before entering the 9 Nether Secret Realm, the Qingyun sect and the Divine Sky Sword Sect had already conferred, agreeing to cooperate when necessary and standardizing their signal for usage in times of need. The signal left by the Qingyun sect was not unique to their sect, but shared with the Divine Sky Sword Sect, implying that the Qingyun sect was also seeking the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Yu Qingxian began the process of unlocking it. Soon, she pinpointed the direction of the Qingyun sect and led her companions from the Divine Sky Sword Sect swiftly in pursuit of the indicated path. As for the black-robed figures lurking nearby, Yi Qingxian chose to disregard them. Her priority was to reunite with the Qingyun sect. Chapter 23. Breakthrough. Half a month later, within the 9 Nether Secret Realm, a monumental battle unfolded between two mountains. The number of participants exceeded a staggering 1,000. Do not underestimate this number, as it is far from insignificant. It is important to note that those engaged in battle are not ordinary individuals from the secular world, but rather practitioners from the realm of cultivation, with their powers having at least reached the third stage of the breaking illusion realm. Among them are even a few formidable beings of the fourth stage, the penetrating subtlety realm. Such a multitude of cultivators participating in combat is a rarity. Even within the confines of the Li continent's cultivation world, the Shenxiao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect find themselves trapped between two mountains, with the Seven Kills Sect positioned ahead and the Wujimo Sect at their rear. Additionally, there are dozens of cloaked figures who intermittently launch surprise attacks. The skies above are also fortified with a barrier to prevent the sword cultivators of the Shenxiao Sword Sect from flying with their swords. The four dominant forces of the Li continent have formed a precarious balance through their alliances. The Qingyun Sect and the Shenxiao Sword Sect remain unafraid of the Wujimo Sect and the Seven Kills Sect, and even when at a disadvantage, they can respond with composure. However, the involvement of the cloaked figures has drastically altered the dynamics of the battle. Their ruthlessness is matched only by their vast combat experience. Each ambush they execute claims a fresh life, or at the very least, inflicts severe injuries. The already beleaguered Shenxiao Sword Sect and Qingyun Sect are left utterly defenseless, forced to retreat their lines. Fortunately, while stationed here, the Qingyun Sect had established a defensive formation, which is currently holding off the onslaught. Yet, this is not a sustainable solution. Once the formation is breached, there will be no escape, and death awaits them. Within the formation, Yi Qingxian and Yang Fan from the Shenxiao Sword Sect, along with Li Luoyi and Su Wei from the Qingyun Sect, for esteemed disciples, are deliberating strategies. They all bear wounds, with Yang Fan's injuries being the most severe. He had just survived a surprise attack from two cloaked figures, narrowly escaping with his life thanks to his swift reflexes. A total of 7 esteemed disciples from both sects had entered, yet the whereabouts of the other 3 remain unknown, leaving only these 4 to huddle together for warmth. Sister Qingxian, the formation cannot withstand much longer. They will soon breach our defenses. What shall we do? Li Luoyi inquired, her face etched with worry. The other 2, Yang Fan and Su Wei, were filled with bitterness. Had they known that this journey into the Nine Nether Secret Realm would be so perilous, they would have never ventured forth. Yang Fan regretted the most. He had entered for love, yet now, with his life at stake, he wondered what good it would be to win Yi Qingxian's affection. Their only recourse now is to make a collective dash through a gap the moment the formation is broken, and whatever fate befalls them thereafter is left to chance. Yi Qingxian sighed, faced with a dire predicament, feeling powerless. If it were only the Seven Kills Sect and the Wujimo Sect, perhaps they could muster a struggle. But with the addition of the cloaked figures, their chances of victory are nearly non-existent. They must choose to strike at a single point. Whatever lives they manage to save will be a blessing, far better than perishing together in this place. Sister, is there truly no other option? Yang Fan asked, unwilling to accept their grim fate. Should they attempt a collective escape, the esteemed disciples would undoubtedly be targeted, and given their injuries, survival seems impossible. Yang Fan cannot resign himself to dying here. He is still young, blessed with great talent, and his future potential is limitless. No. Yi Qingxian shook her head. She truly could not fathom how to escape. The 4 fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Yi Qingxian finally spoke. Let us gather everyone and decide on our point of breakout. The formation has begun to show cracks. It can withstand no more than 10 minutes before being breached. 3 minutes later, Yi Qingxian gazed at the hundreds before her, uncertain how many would survive the ordeal. Perhaps even 1/10 would not be attainable. She had long since resigned herself to the possibility of death. As the heir to the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenxiao, Yi Qingxian was acutely aware that the enemy would never spare her. At that moment, she could attract significant attention, creating opportunities for others. This was the only contribution she could make. Dear junior brothers and sisters, I trust you are all aware of the predicament we face. This is the Nine Nether Secret Realm, not the outside world. No one will come to our rescue. We must rely solely on ourselves. If we wish to live, we must consolidate our strength. Once the enemy reveals a gap, we must scatter and flee swiftly. The few of us who are true disciples will undoubtedly become the prime targets of the enemy, thus increasing your chances of escape. Remember, after you leave, find a place to hide and patiently await the reopening of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, which will transport you away. Do not expose yourselves again, nor seek any opportunities. What good is fortune when one's life is at stake? If you are fortunate enough to escape the Nine Nether Secret Realm, please report the events that transpired here truthfully to the sect. Let the sect decide the course of action. Once Yi Qingxian concluded her address, an unsettling silence blanketed the gathering. Despite being cultivators who had anticipated such a day, the reality was still hard to bear. Who among them wished for death? Was life not preferable? Sister, we shall fight to clear your path. You are the true disciple of Shinshao Sword Sect, the inheritor of the Ice Soul Sword. We may perish, but you must not. A disciple from the inner sect cried out. In response, countless disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect echoed the sentiment. Clear a path for our sister. Annihilate the minions of the Wuji Demon Sect and the Seven Kill Sect. Yi Qingxian raised her hand, signaling for silence. The assembly fell once more into hushed stillness. I appreciate your sentiments, but your actions will not save me. They will only jeopardize your own chances of survival. The enemy's focus is on the true disciples. They would sooner let you go than spare us, so please heed my words, if an opportunity arises. Flee and preserve your own lives. Yi Qingxian spoke with unwavering patience. Her words were grounded in reality. The death of a true disciple bore far greater significance than that of 10 or even 100 inner sect disciples. As for the outer disciples, the two were incomparable. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air, startling everyone. A massive fissure appeared in the formation, threatening to collapse at any moment. The 4 true disciples stood at the forefront, having chosen the direction of the Seven Kill Sect as their point of breakout. After all, in terms of overall strength, the Wuji Demon Sect was somewhat stronger than the Seven Kill Sect. Naturally, they opted for the weaker faction as their avenue of escape. As Yi Qingxian beheld the widening chasm, an involuntary thought crossed her mind. Am I to perish? Even with her mind steeled for the possibility, a sense of anxiety enveloped her. She had never envisioned her demise within the depths of the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Once, she had even entertained dreams of surpassing her master, Lunghans Huang, inheriting the Ice Soul Sword, achieving renown across Lizhou, and becoming a female sword immortal. Yang Fan stood nearby, trembling with fear, his body quaking uncontrollably. In contrast, Li Luai and Su Wei maintained a semblance of composure. But the despair in their eyes was unmistakable. A series of shattering sounds echoed crack, crack, crack. Attack! Yi Qingxian commanded with a fierce whisper, grasping her fated flying sword. She charged toward the direction of the Seven Kill Sect, with Li Luai and Su Wei following closely behind. At that moment, Yang Fan hesitated. He truly did not wish to meet his end so soon. Stealthily, he retreated into the crowd, removing the white belt that symbolized his status as a true disciple. Seeking to evade the enemy's pursuit through this ruse, the battle commenced. The Shinshao Sword Sect and the Qingyan Sect united to break through the siege from the Seven Kill Sect, which found itself momentarily overwhelmed. Fortunately, a figure cloaked in black joined the fray, alleviating some of the pressure on the Seven Kill Sect. The Wujile Demon Sect swiftly advanced from the rear, launching a two-pronged assault, while the formations above sealed their escape. Realizing that retreat was impossible, Yi Qingxian bit her silver teeth, casting her fated flying sword forth, her eyes reflecting her resolve. With a thunderous roar, the sword exploded, breaching the defenses of the Seven Kill Sect. Blood trickled from Yi Qingxuan's lips, and her vision blurred, nearly causing her to collapse. Thankfully, she was supported by the hastily arriving Li Luai. Sister Qingxian, are you all right? I am fine. Do not concern yourself with me. Focus on leading everyone to safety, Yi Qingxian replied weakly. Moments before, she had detonated her fated flying sword, an act of desperation that bore both lethal intent and a cry for help. The stewards of the Shinshao Sword Sect, witnessing Yi Qingxuan's self-sacrifice, quickly followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of explosions, reminiscent of fireworks. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained unaware of the impending annihilation facing the Shinshao Sword Sect. After departing from the small paradise of Xiaobai, he began to indulge in a leisurely life of exploring mountains and rivers. The scenery within the Nine Nether Secret Realm was indeed breathtaking, preserved in its pristine state after centuries without human interference. Standing atop a high vantage point, Lin Feng gazed out at the verdant expanse before him. Suddenly, faint sounds reached his ears. Listening intently, he discerned the distress signals from the Shinshao Sword Sect, urgent and desperate. For them to resort to self-detonating their fated flying swords spoke of their resolve to face death. The situation was dire. Without a moment to lose, Lin Feng shouted. Xiaobai. A small white snake emerged from his sleeve, its form rapidly expanding until it resembled a dragon, lowering its head before Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped forward without reservation. Whoosh! The body of the dragon vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage as it raced toward the battlefield. Chapter 24. The dragon displays its might. Yi Qingxian, accompanied by the sword cultivators of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, detonated their life-bound flying swords, catching the Seven Kills sect and the Wujimu sect completely off guard. While this act could not alter the overall situation of the battlefield, it created a breach in their formidable defenses, granting a glimmer of hope for survival. Amidst the crowd, Yang Fan's eyes brightened as he recklessly charged toward the opening. Just as he was about to escape the encirclement, he was intercepted by two cloaked figures. Confronted by the ruthless and battle-hardened black-robed individuals, Yang Fan, still nursing his injuries, was utterly defenseless and was swiftly incapacitated after a mere exchange of blows. Before long, another disciple of the Qingyun sect, Su Wei, also suffered severe injuries. Bang! Li Luoyi was struck on the back with a palm. Blood gushed from her mouth as her body collapsed beside Yu Qinxian. At this point, all four true disciples of the Shenxiao Sword Sect and the Seven Kills sect lay defeated, awaiting only death. The battle raged on. The Shenxiao Sword Sect suffered grievous losses. After detonating their life-bound flying swords, the sword cultivators lost 80% of their combat power, left to await their fates. Fortunately, many managed to break free from the encirclement, though it remained uncertain how many would ultimately survive. Yang Fan's heart felt like ash, his eyes hollow, as if his very soul had departed. Li Luoyi and Su Wei wore expressions of despair. As paragons of the Qingyun sect, they were unwilling to embrace death, yet had no choice but to confront the grim reality. Yi Qingxian appeared calm on the surface, but a profound sorrow welled within. He never imagined he would meet his end in such a manner. Filled with reluctance yet unable to change his fate, the four true disciples had been captured, and more than half of the Shenxiao Sword Sect's sword cultivators had resorted to self-detonation. Even in their final moments, they refused to grant their enemies an easy victory. Those who managed to escape were still being pursued. The outcome of the battle seemed all but predetermined. A resounding roar, reminiscent of a dragon's cry, echoed in everyone's ears. Simultaneously, an irresistible pressure enveloped the battlefield, compelling all combatants to cease their fighting, frozen in place. As the crowd slowly looked up, a dragon appeared in the sky, having seemingly materialized out of nowhere. The spatial restrictions imposed by the formation appeared utterly ineffective against it. A dragon? Miao Kuan murmured in disbelief. Dragons evolve from serpents, and transforming into a dragon is an arduous feat, requiring one to survive a cataclysmic tribulation. Success would elevate them to the fifth realm of aerial mastery, akin to human cultivators. The pressure emanating from this dragon was evidently far beyond the mere aerial mastery, possibly reaching the sixth realm of divine unity. Could it be that the dragon's lair lies nearby? Had the sounds of battle summoned it? What are we to do? Given the dragon's demonstrated power, even if all present were to converge upon it, they would merely serve as sustenance, perhaps even failing to breach its defenses. Roar! The dragon emitted another cry. Neither holy dragon nor otherwise. The pressure doubled instantly, forcing those lacking in strength or nursing injuries to kneel upon the ground. Miao Kuan felt tears welling up. This was unfathomably overwhelming. The vast expanse of the Nine Nether Secret Realm seemed to beckon danger, particularly as they ventured close to the lair of the dragon. Was this not an invitation to death? He yearned to flee, yet fear restrained him. In the stillness that enveloped them, any movement would surely mark him as a target for the dragon. The emergence of the dragon provided a temporary reprieve for the disciples of the Shenxiao Sword Sect and the Qingyun sect, yet joy eluded them. In a single phrase, they found themselves escaping from the wolf's den only to tumble into the tiger's lair. Death was imminent on all sides. However, a flicker of solace remained. Previously, it was a solitary demise, but now it would be a collective fate. "Ha! You lot, come. Kill me. Why the hesitation? Weren't you just so formidable?" A disciple of Qingyun's sect laughed maniacally, having been stifled for too long. He had witnessed his closest friend perish before his eyes, powerless to intervene. In truth, death itself can be less terrifying than the paralyzing fear that precedes it. The knowledge of inevitable demise, coupled with the helplessness to avert it, can drive even the most resolute minds to madness. His laughter echoed across the battlefield, met with silence, as no one dared to respond, fearing the dragon's notice. In their hearts, a singular thought resounded. Please, do not notice me. Please, do not notice me. The throng of cloaked figures was equally paralyzed by fear. After all, no one willingly seeks death. The once tumultuous battlefield succumbed to an eerie quietude. What transpired next transcended comprehension and would remain etched in their memories forever. The dragon descended gracefully, finally alighting upon the ground, and atop its formidable head stood a masked figure. This tableau left the onlookers in a stupor, their minds momentarily blank, devoid of rational thought. The dragon, a creature of unparalleled pride and might, would never allow a mere human to stand upon it unless it willingly submitted. For the proud dragon to bow to a human, the disparity in strength must be insurmountable. It is crucial to remember that this is the Nine Nether Secret Realm, a realm apart from the outside world. Those who enter possess an age of less than a century. To subdue a dragon at such a tender age speaks volumes of the individual's terrifying prowess. Amidst the collective shock, one person unveiled a smile of astonishment, Li Luoi, the esteemed disciple of the Qingyan sect. She recognized the man upon the dragon's head as the one who had rescued her previously. Though she had inquired about his name, he had remained silent. Despite her ignorance of her benefactor's identity, Li Luoi was certain of one thing. The masked man was in opposition to the cloaked figures. This realization brought her a profound sense of relief. She was saved. The dread of death dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming curiosity. She longed to uncover the visage concealed beneath the mask of the man who had saved her twice. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxian, after the initial shock, felt an inexplicable familiarity with the masked man standing atop the dragon, yet could not recall where she had encountered him. As she pondered, her thoughts drifted back to the past. As Yu Guang's gaze fell upon Li Luoi beside him, he noticed the despair and fear that once adorned her face had vanished, replaced by a smile indicative of having survived a calamity. This realization interrupted his reverie. Yi Qingxian speculated that Li Luoi might be acquainted with the masked man. Lin Feng surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses, many of whom belonged to the Divine Sword Sect. Although he did not personally know them, they were all part of the same sect. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a surge of anger. As the senior disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, he bore a share of the responsibility for their deaths. Regardless of the circumstances, without the Divine Sword Sect, there would be no Su Muba, and without Su Muba, there would be no Lin Feng. Moreover, the sect had sheltered him for over 20 years, allowing him to cultivate in peace, a debt he must acknowledge. Anyone who dared to strike against the Divine Sword Sect would become Lin Feng's enemy. The deceased could not be revived, so vengeance was the only recourse. Chapter 25. Feast everyone. You have 1 minute to gather together by sect. Those who exceed the time limit shall perish. Lin Feng declared as his first command. The individuals present immediately sprang into action, fearful of inciting the displeasure of this formidable figure. Yi Qingxian and Li Luoi supported each other to rise. Though they bore considerable injuries, they were still mobile. As they walked, Li Luoi quietly whispered in Yi Qingxuan's ear, "Sister Qingxian, we have been saved." "Luoi, do you know him?" Yi Qingxian inquired, astonished. "I have seen him. However, I do not know his true identity," Li Luoi replied, shaking her head. "When did you see him?" "Not long after entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm, I was pursued by several men in black robes, and then he appeared." "Sister Qingxian, he is incredibly strong. With a single strike, he dispatched all the black-robed men." Yi Qingxian was rendered speechless. "Of course he is strong. Did you not see how he subdued the dragon? A mere dragon would not allow him to tread upon its head if he were not formidable. Since he saved you, did you not inquire about his identity?" "I did, but he did not disclose it." Li Luoi's voice carried a hint of complaint. As the celebrated daughter of the Qingyan sect, it was her first time proactively asking a man's name, only to be met with disregard. "Ah, I see." Yi Qingxian understood. No wonder Li Luoi beamed upon seeing him. She had always felt a sense of familiarity with that figure, yet could not place it. In less than a minute, 5 factions stood before Lin Feng: Divine Sword Sect, Qingyan Sect, Wujima Sect, Qisha Sect, and the Black-Robed Men. Lin Feng had instructed everyone to assemble by sect to prevent Xiaobai from mistakenly harming members of the Divine Sword Sect and Qingyan Sect. "Who are you? To which faction do you belong?" Lin Feng raised his hand, pointing at the black-robed men. Dozens of them felt an immediate tightening in their chests. They could not answer this question. The clandestine cultivation of the Killing God group by the Qisha sect had not yet been made public, and revealing such information would have dire consequences. However, remaining silent would also offend the imposing figure before them. Seeing no one speak, Lin Feng casually asked again. Still unwilling to reveal? Silence continued to reign. Lin Feng had anticipated such an outcome. These individuals clad in black robes were likely assassins trained by a certain faction. Their mission in the Nine Nether Secret Realm was presumably to ambush the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect and the Qingyan Sect. "Xiaobai," he called. "Roar." The dragon responded affectionately. "It's up to you now," Lin Feng declared, leaping down from the dragon's head. The dragon swung its tail and opened its immense maw. "Flee." All the black-robed figures prepared to scatter at once. A tremendous and irresistible force emerged, ensnaring the black-robed individuals who were attempting to escape. Despite their desperate struggles, the overwhelming suction was insurmountable, rendering them helpless as they were drawn inexorably closer to the dragon's gaping mouth. Ultimately, dozens of black-robed figures were consumed, becoming the dragon's sustenance. Gasped. Witnessing this scene, everyone present inhaled sharply. The dragon's might was truly terrifying. It devoured so many with a single bite. Particularly for those from the Shinshao Sword Sect and the Qingyan Sect, they were acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the black-robed figures. How could the very foes that had caused their sect such distress simply vanish in this manner? The dragon's digestive capabilities were astonishingly formidable. The consumed matter was instantaneously transformed into vital energy. For the dragon, devouring dozens of individuals was merely a trivial feat. Xiaobai. Are you full? Lin Feng inquired nonchalantly. Roar. If you're not satisfied, then finish them off. With that, Lin Feng pointed towards the direction of the Seven-Kill Sect. This gesture sent a wave of terror through the ranks of the Seven-Kill Sect. The recent scene of the black-robed figures being devoured was still vividly etched in their minds, and they certainly did not wish to share their fate. Miao Kuan, a prominent disciple of the Seven-Kill Sect, hastily stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. Senior, we belong to the Seven-Kill Sect. I am Miao Kuan, the third true disciple under the sect leader. I implore you to spare us for my master's sake. The Seven-Kill Sect would be immensely grateful. Lin Feng remained unresponsive to his plea. The dragon, Xiaobai, once again opened its vast maw towards the Seven-Kill Sect's formation. Upon witnessing this, Miao Kuan was utterly terrified, shouting desperately, Senior, you cannot kill me. I am a disciple of the sect leader. If you slay me, my master will not let this go unpunished. The immense force manifested once more, this time aimed at the Seven-Kill Sect. If the black-robed figures had been unable to escape the pull, the individuals from the Seven-Kill Sect stood no chance. Their capabilities paled in comparison. One by one, they were drawn toward the dragon's ravenous mouth. The air was filled with countless cries of despair. You fiend, you shall meet a wretched end. The Seven-Kill Sect will not spare you. We will seek vengeance upon your entire clan. Miao Kuan shouted frantically. Before long, the Seven-Kill Sect too was obliterated, all consumed and converted into energy within the dragon's belly. The remaining factions, the Wuji Demon Sect, the Shinshao Sword Sect, and the Qingyan Sect, began to tremble in fear. If the black-robed figures had been devoured for their silence, what fate awaited the Seven-Kill Sect? Despite not uttering a single query, one was still consumed. Perhaps Miao Kuan was correct. The figure before them was indeed a heartless demon, capable of taking lives without a flicker of hesitation. Only Yi Qingxian, Li Luoyi, and a few others who had once accompanied Li Luoyi were aware of their safety, yet the rest of the sects remained oblivious to the identity of the masked individual. In addressing the Seven-Kill Sect, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the Wujima Sect. With merely a glance, many from the Wujima Sect were rendered incapacitated. The reason for confronting the Wujima Sect last was to allow them to experience the gradual approach of death. Lin Feng had not forgotten the grievous injury inflicted upon his master, Su Mubu, for which the Wujima Sect was the orchestrator. Today was but a collection of interest. He would settle the score with them in due time. Just as Lin Feng was about to instruct Xiaobai to continue feasting, an unknown voice cried out, urging everyone to flee, proclaiming that this demon would not spare them, and that hesitation would mean their doom. Instantly, the members of the Wujimu Sect scattered in all directions. The disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect and Qingyan Sect began to stir, fearing that they would be the next to be devoured after the Wujima Sect. Perhaps fleeing early might afford them a chance of survival. Everyone from the Shinshao Sword Sect remained still. Stand your ground. The Qingyan Sect members echoed the command, asserting that anyone who dared to move would be expelled from their ranks. Yi Qingxian and Li Luoyi issued their orders in succession. The words of the two esteemed disciples proved effective, gradually calming the restless crowd. Chapter 26. The harvest of treasures. The members of the Wujima Sect sought to escape, but Lin Feng would not grant them such an opportunity. He released a fraction of his aura, pinning them to the ground, immobilized. This was a testament to the disparity in power. Xiaobai, the dragon, ascended into the air and inhaled deeply, drawing the members of the Wujimu Sect towards him. One by one, in mere minutes, the Wujima Sect met the same fate as the Seven-Kill Sect. Today, he consumed hundreds, greatly benefiting Xiaobai's growth. Yet, the next step towards evolving into a true dragon would prove exceedingly arduous. The transformation from a flood dragon to a true dragon was infinitely more challenging than that from a serpent to a flood dragon. If the likelihood of a serpent becoming a flood dragon was 1 in 10, then the chance of a flood dragon evolving into a true dragon was but 1 in 1,000. Such odds were dishearteningly grim. Xiaobai had been cultivating in the Nine Nether Secret Realm for nearly 10,000 years. Aware of the impossibility of achieving dragonhood alone, he chose to follow Lin Feng upon sensing his formidable strength, hoping that Lin Feng might one day assist him. With the Wujima sect, 7 kills sect, and the cloaked figure's forces vanquished, the remaining small squads posed little threat. Lin Feng stood atop Xiaobai, preparing to depart, wishing to keep his identity concealed from the onlookers. Benefactor, do you still remember me? I am Li Luoyi from the Qingyun sect, she boldly called out to Lin Feng, summoning her courage. She realized that if she remained silent, he would leave. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Feng turned to find Li Luoyi standing there, visibly anxious. I remember, he replied. Thank you for recalling me. This marks the second time you have saved me, and I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. I hope you will share your name, as I shall forever hold it in my heart. Miss Luoyi, as I previously mentioned. Rescuing you was merely a matter of convenience. It was true last time, and it remains so now, so do not take it to heart, Lin Feng replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Li Luoyi felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Indeed, it was just as it had been before. He was entirely disinclined to engage with her. As the proud daughter of the Qingyun sect, having faced rejection twice, the grievance in her heart was palpable. Just as Lin Feng prepared to depart once more, Yi Qixin spoke up. The foremost disciple of the Cold Frost, the master of the Jade Maiden Peak of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, Yi Qixin, along with all the disciples present from the Xinjiao Sword Sect, expressed their gratitude for the life-saving grace of the esteemed elder. Thank you, esteemed elder. Everyone from the Xinjiao Sword Sect echoed loudly in unison. There is no need for such formality. I have some ties with the Xinjiao Sword Sect. Encountering a situation like this, I naturally would not stand idly by. Regardless, it is a fact that the esteemed elder saved us, and out of both sentiment and reason, we ought to express our gratitude, Yi Qixin insisted. I accept your thanks. These are the spiritual herbs I found within the secret realm. Please take them and use them for the injured. I hope they will be of assistance, Lin Feng stated, as he retrieved a considerable amount of spiritual herbs from his bag, dividing them into 2 portions to distribute to the Xinjiao Sword Sect and the 7 Kill Sect. However, the Xinjiao Sword Sect received a noticeably larger share. As the eldest disciple of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, his bias towards his own sect was only natural. Thank you, esteemed elder. Both Yi Qixin and Li Luoyi expressed their gratitude simultaneously. Very well, I must take my leave. Before I go, I must caution you. This time, the Nine Nether Secret Realm is unlike any before. For your safety, it would be wise for your 2 sects to remain together. Although the main forces of the Wujimo sect and the 7 Kill sect have been vanquished, the threat posed by the black-robed figures is far greater. It is prudent to exercise caution, Lin Feng advised. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying. The ability to train the black-robed figures to be undeterred by life and death indicates that the forces behind them wield substantial influence and should not be underestimated. We understand. Yi Qixin and Li Luoyi responded in unison. That is good. I hope you will safely exit the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Farewell. Xiaobai. Let us depart. With that, a person and a dragon ascended into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Flying within the Nine Nether Secret Realm is exceedingly perilous. The territorial instinct of the exotic beasts is formidable. Should one intrude, it would be perceived as provocation and result in an attack. However, this applies to other creatures. The dragon, being one of the dominators of the secret realm, is not assailed by any exotic beasts. Watching Lin Feng gradually disappear, Li Luoyi bit her lip, feeling profoundly aggrieved. Yi Qixin, on the other hand, became even more certain that she had indeed encountered this individual before. Not only did he save lives, but he also generously provided such precious spiritual herbs. Moreover, there was a detail to note. The Xinjiao Sword Sect received more spiritual herbs than the Qingyun sect. To claim that this individual had no connection to the Xinjiao Sword Sect would be implausible, given his ties to the sect, his age being under 100 years. And his unfathomable strength, he was undoubtedly no ordinary figure. Who could he possibly be? Yi Qixin delved into deep contemplation, yearning to uncover Lin Feng's true identity. Xiaobai, are there any exotic beasts in this secret realm with strength comparable to yours? Let us venture forth to seize some treasures, Lin Feng inquired. With just over a month remaining until the Nine Nether Secret Realm awakens, he harbored no desire to reclaim his identity and join forces with the Celestial Sword Sect. Bored and restless, he resolved to seek treasures instead. The more powerful the greater the number and value of the treasures it guarded. For instance, there was Xiaobai, who had recently bestowed numerous spiritual herbs and now required replenishment. Roar. The dragon beneath Lin Feng let out a cry. If there were treasures to be found, then it was time to embark on the journey. Xiaobai hastened its pace. A day later, they arrived at the outskirts of a valley. Roar. Xiaobai emitted a commanding roar, which was promptly answered by a response from within the valley. Soon, a winged beast, adorned in purple, soared into view. Its visage aflame with fury as it fixed its gaze upon Xiaobai. It was the amethyst-winged demon wolf, a creature whose power was on par with that of the dragon. Xiaobai had previously clashed with the amethyst-winged demon wolf, and neither had emerged victorious. This time, however, it seemed intent on leveraging Lin Feng's presence to intimidate its opponent. Upon perceiving Lin Feng perched atop the dragon, the wolf's rage transformed into wariness. Its intellect, though limited, allowed it to comprehend that anyone capable of standing upon the dragon's head possessed an even more formidable strength. The stalemate between itself and the dragon implied that Lin Feng was undoubtedly superior. Lin Feng, disinterested in idle chatter, extended his right hand and gently clenched it. An immense force instantaneously ensnared the amethyst-winged demon wolf. Howl. The wolf emitted a desperate cry, striving to break free. Yet, no matter how fervently it struggled, it proved futile. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. It was akin to an adult firmly pressing down on a newborn infant. Escape was an impossibility. Considering the effort you've expended to cultivate thus far, behave, and I shall spare your life, Lin Feng remarked calmly. In truth, the amethyst-winged demon wolf was an exceedingly precious treasure in its own right. Its core, fur, flesh, and bones were worth their weight in gold. However, Lin Feng adhered to his principles, unwilling to engage in senseless slaughter, especially against a creature recognized by the heavens that had attained sentience. Seemingly grasping Lin Feng's words, the amethyst-winged demon wolf nodded repeatedly. Observing this, Lin Feng released it and, accompanied by Xiaobai, ventured into the valley to scour for treasures. The wolf could only remain rooted in place, daunted by the overwhelming strength of the human. Chapter 27. The might of the god-slaying bow. At the heart of the Nine Nether secret realm lay a vast lake, into which all streams and rivers within the realm converged. Had Lin Feng not discovered the other shore flower and continued to follow the river, he would eventually arrive at this very location. At this moment, over 100 individuals had gathered, encircling the lake as they swiftly began to set up a formation. Soon, a barrier enveloped the lake. These were the very black-clad figures pursuing Long Hans Wang. Long Hans Wang, I told you there would be no escape. Come forth and meet your demise. This burial ground you've chosen is quite fitting for you, the leader of the black-clad figures declared, gazing at the placid surface of the lake. No response was forthcoming. The lake remained calm. Since you refuse to show yourself, I shall compel you to emerge. Engage. A crimson sphere of energy coalesced above the barrier and shot into the lake, resulting in a thunderous explosion that instantly unleashed colossal waves. Countless aquatic creatures perished in that cataclysmic strike, including fish stretching over 10 meters in length, crabs the size of automobiles, and an octopus with tentacles extending 4 to 5 meters. A piercing scream echoed from the lake's depths, and a small mountain gradually rose in the center of the lake. As the onlookers in black robes beheld its true form, astonishment washed over them. It was no mere hill, but a colossal turtle. The leader of the black-robed figures furrowed his brow, knowing that Long Hans Wang was submerged beneath the lake. He had intended to lure her out, yet instead, a giant turtle emerged. Given the turtle's immense size, it was evident that it had honed its strength over countless years. Such a formidable creature possessed a strong territorial instinct. With Long Hans Wang's formidable power, how could she approach unscathed? Disturbed from its slumber, the giant turtle appeared irate. Its roars shook the carefully arranged formations of the black-robed figures. You wretched beast, do you seek your own demise? The leader thundered in fury. In response, an even louder roar erupted. Several of the black-robed figures, still nursing wounds from their confrontation with Long Hans Wang, were unable to withstand the assault and collapsed, bleeding into unconsciousness. Enraged, the leader recognized that without neutralizing the giant turtle, he would never coax Long Hans Wang out. Attack, he commanded. The formation began to gather energy, manifesting another crimson sphere that rained down upon the turtle's back. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of violent explosions, the giant turtle remained virtually unscathed. Its shell was its most resilient aspect, impervious to ordinary assaults. You imbeciles! How did you come to possess such foolishness? Target its vulnerable head and limbs. The leader berated them. The formation once again concentrated its power. this time redirecting its assault toward the turtle's head and limbs. Boom! A surge of energy successfully struck the head, eliciting a pained roar from the turtle as it withdrew its head and limbs into its shell. With no target available, the energy spheres either missed their mark or collided harmlessly with the shell. Once the onslaught ceased, the turtle cautiously extended its head and limbs once more, only to retract them at the onset of further attacks. However, several energy spheres managed to penetrate the openings created by the turtle's retraction, detonating within its body. The wounded turtle let out a howl of anguish. To prevent further injury, it began to rotate its body, thwarting the entry of the energy spheres. Despite the barrage, the damage inflicted upon the giant turtle remained minimal. It must be acknowledged that awakened beasts exhibit a remarkable difference from their unawakened counterparts. Not only are they significantly stronger, but they also adopt the most advantageous strategies in combat. The giant turtle understood that its strength lay in its defense, opting to engage in a war of attrition. It would wait for its adversaries to exhaust their energy before launching its own offensive. The leader of the black-robed figures furrowed his brow, realizing that such attrition could not continue. A decisive blow against the giant turtle was imperative. Otherwise, excessive consumption could lead to unforeseen consequences when confronting the formidable Lung Hanswang. No one dares to underestimate the wielder of the 7 swords of Shenxiao, even if the opponent has suffered considerable injuries. A swift resolution is imperative. With this thought in mind, the leader of the cloaked figures drew a bow from his spatial pouch. The bow, resplendent in crimson, bore intricate runes that whispered of secrets. As it emerged, a palpable aura of death surged forth. The bow of the god of death, a weapon that, when paired with the god of death technique, could unleash tremendous power. With the bow in his left hand and the string taut in his right, he aimed at the colossal turtle in the lake. The god of death technique coursed through him, and an arrow, forged from concentrated malice, materialized upon the bowstring. Kill! The leader of the cloaked figures silently roared, releasing his grip. Whoosh! The arrow of the god of death soared towards the giant turtle. As it neared the barrier, a breach unexpectedly appeared, allowing the arrow to pass through. Once inside the barrier, the arrow halted, suspended in midair, absorbing the energy gathered by the formation. When the arrow became semi-transparent, emanating an overwhelming aura of death, the giant turtle sensed impending doom. It swiftly submerged itself within the depths of the lake, unwilling to withstand the blow with its shell. Whoosh! Now saturated with energy, the arrow was released once more. It pierced through the water, reaching the lake bed, landing atop the turtle's shell. Roar! The giant turtle emitted a cry of anguish. Its proud shell was breached by the arrow of the god of death, penetrating its form and devastating its internal organs. The lake, too, was stirred into tumultuous waves, soaring to heights of several meters. As the storm subsided, a portion of the water was stained crimson. The immense carcass of the turtle floated upon the surface, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of countless aquatic creatures. The mere flight of a single arrow had felled the turtle. Renowned for its formidable defenses, showcasing the immense power of the god of death bow in conjunction with the god of death technique. Although the giant turtle had been vanquished, the cloaked figures continued to maintain the operation of their formation. Their target was not the turtle but rather Lung Hanswang, the master of the Ice Spirit Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenxiao. They had determined her presence at the lake's depths, as during the battle in the valley. She had been severely injured by the aura of the god of death, making complete recovery impossible in the short term. Thus, the cloaked figures had successfully tracked her to this location. With the turtle dealt with, it was time to get down to business. Killing Lung Hanswang and seizing the Ice Spirit Sword was the mission of the cloaked figures as they entered the 9 Nether secret realm. Beneath the mire at the lake's deepest point lay an ice sculpture, encasing a woman. Who else could it be but Lung Hanswang? Her eyes were tightly shut, and a hint of anguish marred her features, as if she were in the midst of healing. In the earlier confrontation in the valley, she had been gravely wounded by the well-prepared cloaked figures and had fled to this place. As a practitioner of the extreme cold energy, she would find healing in this water-rich environment to be exponentially more effective. Moreover, the formidable giant turtle lurking beneath the lake might assist in impeding the cloaked figure's advance. Therefore, she resolved to remain concealed. Lung Hanswang encased herself in ice, evading the turtle's perception, and descended to the lake's deepest recesses to recuperate. Chapter 28. Is there a stronger force? The icy sculpture at the bottom of the lake, Cold Frost, slowly opened her eyes. The expression of agony that once marred her face had vanished, replaced by a semblance of resignation. Healing required tranquility, yet the tumult of battle outside rendered her efforts futile. Regrettably, time was not on her side. In merely 7 days, she could purge the murderous aura from within her, without the taint of malice. She would at least regain 80% of her strength, which would suffice to confront her adversaries provided they had not set any preemptive traps. With a deep sigh, Cold Frost lamented her current predicament. She had allowed her arrogance to lead her astray, believing that her prowess would render her invulnerable in the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Little did she anticipate that the Seven Kill Sect not only defied the heavens by secretly cultivating the Killing God technique, but had also dispatched the notorious Killing God group to pursue her. Had she known from the outset that the figure cloaked in black was a member of the legendary Killing God group that had terrified the continent a millennium ago, she would not have underestimated her foes or walked unwittingly into their trap. Her anxiety was compounded by the fear that the disciple being hunted was her own student, Yi Qingxian. Moreover, she had never considered that anyone could pose a genuine threat to her, which led to her careless oversight and, ultimately, her entrapment. Now, her body was corroded by the murderous essence, limiting her to a mere 30% of her true capability, rendering her wholly incapable of contending with the Killing God group. In this moment of despair, even Cold Frost felt a flicker of discouragement. The thought of assisting her senior brother Mu Bai in locating the mythical other shoreflower seemed distant, and her own safety in escaping the Nine Nether Secret Realm was uncertain. Under the relentless pursuit of the Killing God group, she could not devise a strategy to endure until the realm reopened. As Cold Frost pondered her next move, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air. The silt at the lake's bottom was violently displaced, revealing the ice sculpture that encased her, large enough to fill a room. The leader of the cloaked figures, seeing that Cold Frost remained hidden beneath the surface, led a dozen comrades into the depths of the lake. Following the sensation he had detected, he struck the silt with force, uncovering the ice sculpture that imprisoned Cold Frost. Cold Frost, do you believe that encasing yourself in ice will allow you to evade your pursuers? How naive. The murderous aura of the Killing God technique is not so easily severed. As long as that dark essence resides within you, I shall find you, no matter where you attempt to hide, the leader sneered. You Seven Kill Sect dare to secretly practice the Killing God technique? Prepare to be branded as the world's nemesis. Cold Frost retorted fiercely. Ha ha ha, Cold Frost. It is amusing that you are one of the 7 swords of Shinshao, yet you display such naivety. Once I annihilate your Shinshao Sword Sect and the Qing'an Sect, who will dare to question the might of the 7 Kill Sect? Those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. And all dissenting voices will be buried in the earth. Do you truly think the Shinshao Sword Sect is so easily extinguished? You believe you can eliminate us at will? We shall see about that. Not so fast. You will have no opportunity. Today marks your demise. Is that so? Let us see you break my seal first. Cold Frost replied defiantly. The ice sculpture that contained her was no ordinary prison. It was forged from the ethereal essence of the Ice Soul Sword. Imbued with the chill of millennia, this was her final bastion. Once the sculpture was shattered, she would have no choice but to fight with her life on the line. The leader of the cloaked figures, upon hearing this, casually unleashed an attack that struck the ice sculpture. Boom! Not only did it fail to shatter, but it left not even a trace. Such formidable defense. Bring the ice sculpture to the surface, commanded the leader of the cloaked figures. As a dozen or so of his followers approached, the ice sculpture suddenly moved on its own, crashing into them and swiftly breaking through the water's surface, only to collide with the barrier and be rebounded back. Although Long Hans Wang could barely manipulate the ice sculpture's movements, her strength was lacking. Had she been at her peak, a single sword strike would have sufficed to break through the array's barrier. Long Hans Wang, cease your futile struggles. You cannot escape. Surrender willingly, and I may grant you a dignified death. Otherwise, your body, which has long drawn the attention of countless men in Lizhou, will suffer greatly. The leader of the cloaked figures returned to the lake's surface, a sinister grin on his face as he taunted Long Hans Wang. I've told you. If you wish to kill me, first break my seal, she retorted, unperturbed. Do you truly believe I cannot break through? Attack. The array began to coalesce energy. Spheres of energy rained down upon the ice sculpture. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously. After a round of assaults, the ice sculpture remained unscathed, and Long Hans Wang within was unharmed. Its defense surpassed even that of the shell of the deceased giant tortoise. The surrounding cloaked figures sensed the situation was becoming troublesome. Is that all? This feels like mere tickling, Long Hans Wang scoffed. Long Hans Wang, I shall see how long you can endure. Give me your full strength. The leader of the cloaked figures seethed with rage. He refrained from using the god-slaying bow, which had been employed to slay the giant tortoise. It was not a matter of desire, but rather necessity. Each use of the bow inflicted tremendous strain on the body. To wield it a second time would require at least a month of recuperation. Continuous use in a short span could lead to severe backlash. Having just utilized it once already, he could not afford to use it again unless absolutely necessary. Energy spheres fell like raindrops. Though Long Han's Wang remained unharmed within the ice sculpture, anxiety began to swell within her. This stalemate was unsustainable. If the cloaked figures continued their relentless assault without success, they would surely resort to more potent techniques, such as the strike that had just felled the giant tortoise. Even while recuperating within the ice sculpture at the lake's bottom, Long Han's Wang could sense the overwhelming power contained within that blow. Glancing at the corpses on the lake's surface, she could only imagine the horror of such an attack. She did not believe she could withstand it. Xiaobai, are there any stronger beasts within the secret realm? Lin Feng inquired of the dragon beneath him. Over the past few days, Xiaobai had led him to numerous locations, encountering many beasts and gathering various treasures. However, the strength of those beasts was largely comparable to Xiaobai's, with some even weaker. After repeated encounters, fatigue had begun to set in. If there were more powerful beasts, perhaps they would pique Lin Feng's interest. Or the dragon Xiaobai responded immediately. Stronger beasts than me? The only one would be the overlord of the secret realm, the ancient tortoise that dominates the resource-rich areas of the secret realm. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Fear not. Fearlessly venture forth. For my prowess is formidable. Should it dare to resist, I shall slay it and provide you with sustenance. With a spirited cry, the little dragon Xiaobai changed its course and accelerated, vanishing in an instant. It surged forward at such a speed that it appeared as but a fleeting shadow to the naked eye. Lin Feng stood atop the dragon, braving the wind. The path they traversed was directed towards the lake at the heart of the Nine Nether secret realm, their objective being the colossal tortoise residing within. Unbeknownst to them, the giant tortoise had already succumbed to death. Chapter 29. Familiarity above the lake at the center of the Nine Nether secret realm. The ice sculpture continued to endure the assaults from the figure in the black robe, albeit at a significantly reduced pace. The gathering of each energy orb exacted a considerable toll on them. After each wave of attacks, a period of recovery ensued before they launched the next assault. Frustrated by the prolonged stalemate, the leader of the black-robed figures found himself increasingly agitated. It was evident that shattering the ice sculpture would fulfill their mission, yet they found themselves unable to do so. Indeed, those who could become one of the 7 swords of Shunxiao were not easily vanquished. Even the most meticulously devised plans could ultimately fail. In light of the current circumstances, the leader of the black-robed figures found himself at an impasse without resorting to the God-layer bow. The ice sculpture sealing Long Han's Wang was even harder than the shell of the giant tortoise. If this continued, unforeseen complications might arise. Long Han's Wang had to perish within the Nine Nether secret realm. This task had transcended mere obligation for the black-robed figures. Should Long Han's Wang escape alive, the God-layer faction would be exposed. Presently, the 7 Kills sect was ill-prepared to confront the myriad forces of Liju. Should events spiral beyond their control, even the Wijum demon sect might turn against them. The 7 Kills sect would then find itself facing utter ruin. Long Han's Wang, you have forced my hand, seethed the leader of the black-robed figures through gritted teeth. Within the ice sculpture, Long Han's Wang's heart raced as she recalled that earth-shattering strike. Was it time to unleash it? She wondered if she could withstand the repercussions. The leader of the black-robed figures retrieved the Godslayer bow once more from his bag of holding. Employing the Godslayer bow consecutively within a short span would inevitably result in backlash upon his body. If it were within his power, he would prefer to abstain from its use. However, necessity left him no alternative. With merely over half a month remaining until the Nine Nether secret realm reopened, a single use of the Godslayer bow necessitated a month of recuperation. Even if he confined Long Han's Wang here indefinitely, time would not suffice. Moreover, no one could predict whether new developments would arise in the upcoming days. What if Long Han's Wang managed to purge all her killing intent and restored her strength? At that juncture, even with the God-layer bow, he might not be able to defeat her. Thus, he must act while Long Han's Wang had yet to recover, resolving her fate regardless of the backlash he might suffer. Grasping the God-slayer bow, the leader of the black-robed figures positioned it in his left hand, drawing the string with his right, while simultaneously channeling the God-layer technique within him. A formidable arrow of astonishing power began to coalesce. Though this time the process was not as effortless as before, his body trembled incessantly, seemingly enduring tremendous agony. Cold Frost realized the gravity of the situation and promptly spoke. It seems that such a formidable strike cannot be unleashed at will. By the look of you, your body is on the verge of collapse. Cease your efforts. I assure you that once we exit, I shall not disclose the clandestine practice of the killing god technique by your 7-kill sect. Yet, no one responded to her entreaty. As the arrow of the killing god coalesced, Cold Frost, trapped within the ice sculpture, sensed an overwhelming malevolence locking onto her. Was this truly the path to mutual destruction? Even if she managed to break free from the seal, her body would sustain grievous injuries. What purpose would that serve? Still, silence enveloped her. Cold Frost began to maneuver the ice sculpture within the barrier, desperately seeking to elude the arrow's fixation. However, her efforts were in vain. Once the killing god arrow had locked onto its target, escape was futile unless the energy was exhausted or obstructed by a more potent force. Moreover, Cold Frost was utterly incapable of exiting the barrier. Whoosh! The killing god arrow was released, instantaneously traversing the barrier and continuing to absorb energy. After unleashing this arrow, the leader of the cloaked figures appeared to be drained of vitality, having lost considerable weight. As he knelt, gasping for breath, his gaze fixed ahead. Once the arrow had absorbed its energy, the formation dissipated, leaving hundreds of cloaked figures slumped to the ground, utterly spent. The immense expenditure of energy rendered the arrow's might formidable. Cold Frost sensed that this arrow was even more powerful than the last. What could she do? There was no escape, no means to resist. Was she truly destined to perish here? Whoosh! The killing god arrow, having absorbed its energy, surged once more towards the ice sculpture. Cold Frost exerted every ounce of strength to soar into the skies, desperately attempting to flee. Yet, she had already been ensnared by the arrow's lock. The probability of escape was zero. All she could do was watch helplessly as the killing god arrow approached her. Clang! A piercing sound resonated, compelling all present to cover their ears. The arrow struck the ice sculpture, which had withstood countless assaults from the cloaked figures, now revealing cracks. Crack! As the fissures widened, they spread like a spider's web. With a cacophony, the ice sculpture shattered into fragments, resembling glass. The millennia-old ice within the ice soul sword had been utterly destroyed. But that was not the end. After obliterating the ice sculpture, the killing god arrow did not vanish. Instead, it continued its trajectory towards Cold Frost's chest. Without the protection of the sculpture, Cold Frost, now only capable of wielding 30% of her power, stood no chance against the arrow's force. As the arrow drew nearer, despair enveloped her heart. Had she been at her prime, perhaps there would have been a chance to fight back. Now, all that remained was to await her demise. Just as Cold Frost closed her eyes in resignation, a figure materialized before her, shielding her from the arrow's path. The two were nearly face to face, their bodies almost touching. A mere fraction of a second delay could have spelled disaster. Cold Han Xuan was pierced through her body, leading to her demise. The god-slaying arrow struck the back of a suddenly appearing figure. The anticipated scene of the arrow penetrating both individuals did not materialize. It seemed that an unseen force had obstructed this formidable arrow. Nevertheless, the immense energy carried by the god-slaying arrow still pushed both of them forward a short distance. During this moment, the figure that had suddenly emerged tightly embraced Cold Han Xuan, shielding her from harm, ensuring she sustained no injuries. Cold Han Xuan had originally closed her eyes in resignation to death. Suddenly, her body tightened, as if enveloped by something. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that she was being held by someone. Could it be that she was saved? This was inconceivable. Cold Han Xuan felt somewhat dazed. In the outside world, it might be plausible, but within the depths of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, who possessed the strength to thwart the awe-inspiring arrow of the man in the black robe? As they were embracing face to face, their heads resting on one another's shoulders, her gaze naturally fell upon the neck of the person in front of her. What she beheld sent a shiver through her entire being, her eyes reflecting an expression of disbelief. Her thoughts instantly transported her back over 20 years. On that day, her senior brother Su Mu Bai had approached Cold Han Xuan. "Junior sister, I must step out for a moment. Could you please watch over this little one?" Su Mu Bai said as he handed her a swaddled infant. "Senior brother, where did this baby come from?" Cold Han Xuan inquired, accepting the child into her arms. "Picked him up on the way," he replied. "And what is his name?" Cold Han Xuan asked again. "He doesn't have a name yet. Why not let you name him?" Su Mu Bai said casually. "All right, I shall take care of the naming." That night, while bathing the infant, Cold Han Xuan noticed a birthmark on the right side of his neck, resembling the character for Lin. "Senior brother asked me to name you, since you have a Lin on your neck. Let us call you Lin Feng." "How does that sound?" she said with a smile. The baby cried out in response. "You agree, right? Then from now on, you shall be called Lin Feng." Cold Han Xuan was all too familiar with the birthmark before her. Chapter 30. It is I the Little Dragon by led Lin Feng swiftly towards the central lake of the Nine Nether Secret Realm. From a considerable distance, Lin Feng sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent ahead. This was the first time he had encountered such an intense killing presence. Disregarding little Bai, he decided to investigate the situation himself. Upon approaching, he discerned the figure in the sky. It was none other than Aunt Cold. Though he was curious about how she had entered the Nine Nether secret realm, there was no time for such ponderings. Cold Hanschwash was under attack by a formidable arrow exuding a terrifying killing intent. The consequences of being struck would be dire. As the arrow drew nearer to Cold Hanschwang, Lin Feng felt a surge of fear coursing through him. With no time to think, he charged forward to intercept it with his own body. Within the Shinshao Sword Sect, if Su Mubai and Su Shiyao occupied the top 2 positions in Lin Feng's heart, then Cold Hanschwang held the 3rd place. Over 20 years ago, when Lin Feng was merely an infant, Cold Hanschwang had played a significant role in raising him. Lin Feng vividly recalled that even his own name was bestowed upon him by Lang Hanzhuang. Later, in an effort to maintain a low profile, he concealed his extraordinary talents. Countless times, he had encountered the wistful gaze that Lang Hanzhuang directed towards him. As he matured and became self-sufficient, his visits to Yuna Peak diminished, leading to a gradual estrangement from her. Yet, no matter how distant they grew, certain debts of gratitude remained etched in his heart, never to be forgotten. Should anyone dare to harm Lang Hanzhuang, Lin Feng would be the first to stand in opposition. The thought of someone wishing to take her life would unleash his boundless wrath. When he intercepted the divine arrow and saved Lang Hanzhuang, relief washed over him. He was fortunate to have arrived just in time. Had he been a moment later, witnessing her demise would have haunted him for eternity. He could surmise that Lang Hanzhuang had entered the Nine Nether secret realm solely to assist her master, Su Mubai, in locating the elusive other shore flower. Otherwise, given her status, entry would have been impossible. After Lin Feng shielded himself with his back from the divine arrow, it pushed him back slightly before expending its energy and dissipating. The 100 or so black-clad figures gaped in disbelief at the spectacle above. Could it be true that someone had blocked the divine arrow with their flesh? It was utterly preposterous. This was the Nine Nether secret realm, not the outside world. Each of them struggled to accept what their eyes had witnessed, especially the leader of the black-robed men, who understood the arrow's formidable power all too well and briefly suspected he was hallucinating from overexertion. You all shall perish. Lin Feng spat through gritted teeth. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. He was furious, and the consequences would be dire. Had he arrived even a moment later, the Lang Shirshu who had bathed him, named him, and fed him would have been lost forever. The black-clad figures felt their breath catch, as if struck by a colossal hammer, each one spitting blood, with remnants of internal organs mixed within. Their bodies were pressed to the ground, unable to move, as they prostrated themselves in apology for their misdeeds. Already exhausted, they could not withstand such torment and succumbed to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, the heavens altered dramatically. The once bright sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds. Winds howled fiercely, and thunder crackled, painting a terrifying picture reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. The dragon, Xiaobai, stood nearby, sensing the immense power surging through the atmosphere. It appeared that its master had grown even stronger. After a brief release of pent-up energy, Lin Feng regained his composure, and tranquility returned to the sky. The two embraced tightly. Lang Hanzhuang, clad in silk, made Lin Feng acutely aware of her curvaceous form. Though he held her enticingly, his mind was devoid of any impure thoughts. Xiaobai, he called, clean up the scene. Understanding his command, the dragon opened its mouth and began to inhale, drawing in the unconscious black-clad figures one by one, transforming them into sustenance from which they would never awaken. From the moment Lin Feng rescued Lang Hanzhuang to the instant the black-robed figure was devoured by the dragon-like creature, everything transpired in a remarkably brief span of time. Lang Hanzhuang had yet to regain her composure when all had concluded. The two landed on the ground, and Lin Feng gently released her. He intended to utter a few words, but, realizing the incongruity of his identity, turned to leave. Suddenly, Lang Hanzhuang called out, Lin Feng. The startled Lin Feng paused for a fraction of a second before continuing on his way. Although he was puzzled as to why his master, Aunt Long, would utter his name, he was unwilling to reveal his identity. If you dare to leave, I will disclose everything that has transpired here to the master, and your secret will be exposed, Lang Hanzhuang declared. At her words, Lin Feng halted, turned back, and sighed. Aunt Long, how did you recognize me? Is it truly you? Lang Hanzhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. In truth, upon seeing the incredibly familiar birthmark on Lin Feng's neck, she had nearly confirmed his identity. What are the odds of such a coincidence? The shape of the birthmark was identical, and its position was precisely the same. Yet, that had merely been her speculation. Now she had received his direct acknowledgement. "It is I," Lin Feng affirmed, removing his mask to reveal his true visage, a hint of a bitter smile gracing his features. Even now, he was oblivious to the precise moment he had inadvertently revealed his identity to Lung Hanshuang. For a moment, Lung Hanshuang found herself at a loss for words. Was this truly the so-called wasteful senior brother discussed in hushed tones by the disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect? To have effortlessly blocked the God-layer arrow without a scratch. Something she herself could not have achieved even at her peak. Lung Hanshuang scrutinized Lin Feng, seemingly attempting to peer into his very essence. She could not fathom how Lin Feng, whom she had watched grow up, whose name she had bestowed, could have evolved to this extent, though intelligent in his youth. He had never displayed extraordinary talent. How had he ascended to such heights? Was it truly after entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm? Impossible. Lung Hanshuang dismissed that notion outright. No matter the fortune, it could never account for such a drastic leap in power. If such a transformation were possible, it would only result in self-destruction. Moreover, an accelerated rise in strength would render one incapable of fully mastering their abilities. Lin Feng's performance was evidently inconsistent with this. Thus, it suggested he had been concealing his true strength all along. Lung Hanshuang felt that everything unfolding before her was a profound challenge to her understanding. As the saying goes, youth is often marked by arrogance. Which young person does not yearn for validation, to showcase themselves, to earn respect? Yet, Lin Feng was an enigma to Lung Hanshuang. Despite possessing unparalleled talent, he chose to remain hidden. Even enduring the scorn and slander of everyone in the Shinshao Sword Sect, he accepted it with equanimity. Is this the composure one expects from a man in his 20s? Surely, even those ancient beings who have lived for centuries could not equate. Gazing upon that familiar face, Lung Hanshuang could not help but reflect. He truly is a man shrouded in mystery. Chapter 31. Confidentiality. Lin Feng, you have concealed yourself quite well. Cold Hanshuang remarked with a hint of admiration. Lin Feng, feeling compelled to explain himself, responded respectfully, I humbly ask for your understanding, Master Ant. He could not help but show deference to the woman who had once bathed and fed him. Compelled? Pray tell, what do you mean by that? Cold Hanshuang's interest was piqued. Master Ant, you have yet to disclose how you recognized me, Lin Feng countered, eager to learn the answer to avoid future exposure. You wish to know? Lin Feng nodded vigorously. Then tell me, when did you decide to conceal your talents? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng replied. I suppose it began when I was quite young. The exact time escapes me, but my master often recounted tales of his former glory, claiming he possessed the finest talents among the 7 swords of Shinshao. However, after an unfortunate accident, his foundation was damaged, halting his progress. I sensed that this was not mere misfortune, but rather the result of intentional actions by others. Thus, I resolved to hide my abilities, striving to appear as ordinary as possible so that no one would take notice of me, the so-called useless senior brother. Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Cold Hanshuang found it quite reasonable. In the past, the senior brother had indeed been excessively flamboyant, even hailed as a rare genius in the Shinshao Sword Sect for centuries. It was precisely because of this that rival factions feared his potential and sought ways to undermine him. Lin Feng's approach was not misguided. Had he truly displayed his unparalleled talents from a young age, his achievements might not have materialized as they have now. For one, young prodigies often succumb to arrogance due to excessive adulation. Furthermore, adversarial forces would undoubtedly devise schemes to incapacitate him. Yet, the question lingered, how young had Lin Feng been to possess such restraint? And for 2 decades, he had endured the cold glares and mockery from his junior disciples, a burden only he truly understood. Even now, with his astonishing prowess, he still refrained from revealing himself. Cold Hanshuang's gaze towards Lin Feng shifted. This young man was indeed formidable. Fortunate for them, he was an ally. Had he belonged to an opposing faction, given him a bit more time, the entire Shinshao Sword Sect might well meet its doom at his hands. Noticing the change in Cold Hanshuang's expression, Lin Feng hastily continued, Master Ant, please believe me. I am not deceiving you. There is another reason. If I performed too well, the sect would surely not allow me to remain on Gutsuan Peak. I feared that my master would, under pressure, expel me. I do not wish to leave Gutsuan Peak, nor do I want to part ways with my master. Which is why I have kept this hidden, even from him. His heartfelt confession brought Cold Hanshuang a sense of comfort and validation regarding Lin Feng's words. In the past, she had harbored a feeling of disappointment towards him. With the senior brother in such a state, how could his true disciple not exert more effort? Even if his innate talent were lacking, diligence could bridge the gap. Yet, Lin Feng had always seemed to embody the traits of someone with mediocre talent who also lacked the drive to improve. I believe in you, Master Nephew. Cold Han Shuang nodded affirmatively. Thank you, Master Aunt. May I inquire how you recognized me? Lin Feng asked cautiously. Certainly. When you were first brought back by your elder brother, he entrusted you to my care for a period of time. I bathed you daily and discovered the birthmark on your neck. Naturally, you were too young to remember those days. Just now, when you embraced me to save my life, I recognized that familiar birthmark on your neck. You inquired if there could be others in the world with the same mark in the same place. Lin Feng suddenly realized it was indeed a matter concerning the birthmark on his neck, something he had not paid much attention to before. Knowing where the issue lay was a relief. Being cautious henceforth was essential, as very few were aware of the birthmark, making it easy to guard against. As for Lung Hanshuang's claim of not remembering her childhood, Lin Feng chose not to comment. He not only recalled how she bathed him, but also remembered how she playfully teased the little Lin Feng during those moments. At that time, Lin Feng could only protest with loud cries. Imagine the experience of an adult soul trapped in an infant's body, being toyed with by a stunningly alluring woman, both in face and form. What rendered Lin Feng even more unsettled was the sight of Long Hanshuang in her thin silk gown, which, once wet, revealed glimpses of an enchanting landscape beneath. Devoted to the study of science in his previous life on Earth, Lin Feng had never even dated. He was hardly equipped to withstand such temptation. That experience nearly drove him to madness, leading him to wail each time Lung Hanshuang prepared to bathe him. Of course, these were matters from his infancy. Long Hanshuang was unaware that an adult soul resided within Lin Feng. Otherwise, she would never have acted in such a manner. Her curiosity stemmed merely from encountering something she had never seen before. So that was it. No wonder the master uncle could ascertain my identity, Lin Feng nodded. Yet he dared not dwell on those memories any longer. Back then, his body was that of an infant, but now he had matured into a vigorous young man. Coupled with the sensations from just saving Lung Hanshuang, it was better to shift the topic. To be honest, even though I can confirm your identity, I was still taken aback when you acknowledged it. At merely over 20, your strength and talent far surpass those of your elder brother, Long Hanshuang remarked in awe. The master uncle has praised me, Lin Feng humbly replied, stating that he still had much to learn from them. In truth, given your capabilities, there is no need for you to remain concealed any longer. No, master uncle, I have grown accustomed to this lifestyle. I wish to avoid being the center of attention wherever I go, and I certainly do not want to be regarded as a monster by others. Therefore, I implore you to keep my secret. Lin Feng expressed his deep gratitude. Upon finishing, Lin Feng clasped his hands in a respectful bow towards Lung Hanshuang. He remained steadfast in his belief that a low profile was the key to a prolonged existence. Very well then. Since you have expressed yourself so clearly, I, Master Uncle, shall honor your request and keep your secret without divulging it to anyone. Lung Hanshuang consented. She believed that having such an exceptionally gifted disciple hidden in the shadows could be beneficial for the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Once the Wujimo sect and the Seven Kills sect become aware of Lin Feng's existence, they will undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate him. Such actions would be counterproductive. Lin Feng possesses formidable strength. However, within the two sects reside numerous ancient masters. If they were to take action, the consequences could be dire. Thank you, Master Uncle. Should you have any further instructions, please feel free to express them. I shall devote myself entirely to fulfilling them. Lin Feng declared solemnly. This is what you promised. No backing out. Absolutely no backing out. Even without the current predicament, he would never refuse if Long Hanshuang sought his assistance. Chapter 32. Concealing one's accomplishments and fame. Master Uncle, allow me to help you expel the killing intent within you. Lin Feng sensed the gravity of Long Hanshuang's condition. A potent killing aura resided within her, akin to the arrow that continually ravaged her physical form. If not addressed promptly, it could inflict irreversible damage. Very well. I shall trouble you then. Lung Hanshuang accepted without hesitation. Given her familiarity with this young man, whom she had watched grow since infancy, there was little need for formality. The killing intent of the killing god technique was notoriously troublesome. Relying solely on her own strength would not suffice. Enlisting Lin Feng's aid was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Master Uncle, please close your eyes and bear with it. The process may be somewhat painful. Not necessary. Proceed as you wish. I can endure, she replied. Lin Feng wasted no time. He aligned his index and middle fingers and gently pressed them to her forehead. With utmost care, he guided his ultimate sword intent into Long Hanshuang's body, gradually consuming the killing aura. Despite Lin Feng's caution, the killing aura resisted. A fierce struggle ensued between the killing intent and the sword energy within her body, resulting in considerable anguish. Unbeknownst to them, Long Hanswang had closed her eyes, gritting her teeth as her body trembled involuntarily. Fortunately, Lin Feng's ultimate intent far surpassed the killing aura, and before long, he had devoured all resistance, finally expelling it from her body. Lin Feng exhaled in relief, having completed the task. While dispelling the killing aura in other circumstances might be trivial for him, within Long Hanswang, he had to proceed with caution to avoid exacerbating her suffering. At that moment, Long Hanswang kept her eyes shut. With the killing aura eradicated, she needed time to recuperate. With Lin Feng as her protector, she felt no concern for her safety. An hour later, Long Hanswang opened her eyes. "Master Uncle, how do you feel?" Lin Feng inquired with genuine concern. "Thank you, Lin Feng. I am completely well now. The killing intent from the killing god technique is indeed formidable. Were it not for your assistance, I would have taken much longer to cleanse it completely," she replied. "Please, Master Uncle, do not thank me. As your junior, it is my duty to assist you. By the way, what does the killing god technique entail?" The killing god technique is a forbidden art of the Seven Kills sect, exceedingly domineering. A millennium ago, the killing god sect nearly unified the Li continent with its power. Long Hanswang recounted, also revealing her thoughts regarding the potential alliance between the Wujimo sect and the Seven Kills sect, who aimed to eliminate the Xingxiu Sword Sect first. Under the instigation of the Wujimo sect, the rascal sect severely injured Su Mubai and seized the Howren sword. Meanwhile, the Seven Kills sect dispatched the God of Death team into the Nine Nether Secret Realm to confront him. It is evident that the primary objective of both sects is the Seven Swords of Shenxiao. At this juncture, Long Hanswang suddenly inquired, "Lin Feng, is the masked figure who effortlessly annihilated the rascal sect and departed calmly from the clutches of Qiantao Xiong, the elder of the Wujimo sect, none other than you?" "Indeed, it is I." Lin Feng nodded. Having been exposed before his master, there was no need for concealment. He boldly admitted his identity. Surprisingly, Long Hanswang did not exhibit much astonishment. She had anticipated Lin Feng's involvement. After all, who else would dare to take such a colossal risk to obliterate the rascal sect? "What level has your sword intent attained?" she further queried. "Ultimate. I am but a breath away from the sword domain, yet I feel I have encountered a bottleneck. A fortuitous opportunity is required to break through to the sword domain. Regrettably, I cannot access the sword tomb, where enlightenment could have been procured." Hiss. Long Hanswang gazed at Lin Feng, once again astounded. Ultimate sword intent. It is worth noting that the most formidable elder of the Seven Swords of Shenxiao has only achieved great accomplishment in sword intent, while she herself has merely attained minor accomplishment. A lad in his 20s has comprehended ultimate sword intent. Such innate talent is terrifying. In the past, the senior brother Su Mubai was heralded as a once-in-a-century genius of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, yet Lin Feng is at least a millennium, if not 10,000 years, in rarity. To this day, there have been no reports of anyone within the Shenxiao Sword Sect attaining the sword domain. Should Lin Feng's prodigious talent become known, it would undoubtedly rouse the ancestors in seclusion. With proper cultivation, he could potentially alter the fate of the Shenxiao Sword Sect. Taking a deep breath, Long Hanswang endeavored to regain her composure. She herself is a prodigy among prodigies. Otherwise, she would not have become one of the Seven Swords of Shenxiao before reaching a century of age. Yet today, encountering Lin Feng has struck a blow to her confidence. Years ago, she had failed to recognize any extraordinary qualities in Lin Feng. Quiet, intelligent, and thoughtful, were these truly noteworthy attributes? How had he suddenly grown to a stature that she must now look up to? What made you so reluctant to participate in the sect competition? Even if you wish to remain low-key, it is unreasonable to remain indifferent to being labeled as a waste. Long Hanswang retorted, "Master, I genuinely do not relish being the center of attention. It makes me quite uncomfortable. I hope you can understand," Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. "Enough. Once we exit, I shall take charge of the matter concerning the sword tomb. I sincerely hope you can attain enlightenment within. It would not be in vain for my efforts," she asserted. "Thank you, Master," Lin Feng expressed joyfully. "Let us be off. The 3-month period is drawing to a close, and we must hasten to find the other shore flower. Our senior brother cannot endure until the next opening of the Nine Nether Secret Realm." As she spoke, Long Hanswang rose. "Master, I have already located the other shore flower." Lin Feng retrieved the flower he had obtained from the lair of Little White from his Qiankuan bag and handed it to Long Hanswang, continuing, "I cannot afford to expose myself, so I must trouble you to take it back to present to the sect master." Lung Hanshuang accepted the other shore flower. After numerous instances of astonishment, one eventually becomes desensitized to the feeling of surprise. Moreover, given Lin Feng's prowess, it is entirely reasonable for him to locate the mythical flower. And it would be unusual if he could not. Now that he has discovered the flower, our mission in the Nine Nether Secret Realm is accomplished. Let us proceed to find Qin Xian. I cannot help but worry about their safety, especially with the Seven Kills sect and the Infinite Demon sect coming well prepared. Even dispatching the God Layer group, Cold Han Shuang remarked with a furrowed brow. The Shinshao Sword Sect has mobilized 4 esteemed disciples, among whom Zhu Jie has already been confirmed deceased. As long as Lin Feng is present, no one can harm him, but only Yu Qin Xian and Yang Fan remain. I hope they are unharmed. Uncle Master, you need not worry about my sister's safety. I have just come from there, Lin Feng replied. Oh, have you seen Qin Xian? How are they? Cold Han Shuang inquired anxiously. Indeed, I have seen them. They are quite safe. Lin Feng recounted in detail the assault on the Shinshao Sword Sect and the Qingyan sect by the joint forces of the Infinite Demon sect, the Seven Kills sect, and the cloaked figures. Are you implying that Qin Xian and her companions were besieged and had no choice but to self-detonate their life-bound flying swords? You fortuitously happened to be nearby, heard the commotion, and proceeded to eliminate all the members of the Seven Kills sect and the Infinite Demon sect? Precisely. Lin Feng nodded. So, if you had not entered the Nine Nether Secret Realm this time, our Shinshao Sword Sect would have faced total annihilation? Uncle Master, one cannot say that. I am also a member of the Shinshao Sword Sect and could never stand idly by while others perish. Lin Feng replied earnestly. Cold Han Shuang regarded Lin Feng in silence for a long moment. Were it not for this young man, the losses for the Shinshao Sword Sect in this expedition to the Nine Nether Secret Realm would indeed have been catastrophic. For esteemed disciples, along with herself, the bearer of the Ice Soul Sword would have perished. The number of survivors from the Shinshao Sword Sect would likely be less than 1/10. The crux of the matter was that the sect had not recognized the severity of the situation beforehand. Cold Han Shuang had assumed that her quest for the mythical flower was nearly guaranteed. Who could have foreseen such an array of misfortunes? Thankfully, Lin Feng was there, otherwise she and her disciples would have been eternally trapped within the secret realm. Uncle Master, why do you look at me that way? Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine under Cold Han Shuang's gaze. Lin Feng, as you stated, you are indeed a member of the Shinshao Sword Sect and cannot turn a blind eye to suffering. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. Without your intervention, not only would we have perished, but the Shinshao Sword Sect would have remained oblivious to the machinations of the Seven Kills sect and the Infinite Demon sect, remaining in a state of vulnerability, leading to even greater future losses. Cold Han Shuang spoke earnestly. Uncle Master, there is no need for such formality. If gratitude is to be exchanged, it is I who must thank you. My master has saved my life, and you have nurtured me, regardless of my future achievements. I will forever hold this in my heart. One must never forget their roots, Lin Feng replied sincerely. In his youth, Cold Han Shuang had indeed treated him with great kindness. The mistress of the Jade Maiden Peak, one of the 7 swords of Shinshao, had personally bathed him, an honor few could claim. Yet, as he grew older, lacking talent and effort, and persisting in a life of mediocrity, their relationship gradually became distant. Lin Feng's words evoked memories of scenes from over 20 years ago for Lung Hanshuang. The final remark about not forgetting one's roots brought her a sense of comfort, yet a tinge of embarrassment. After realizing Lin Feng lacked natural talent for cultivation and his own unwillingness to strive, Lung Hanshuang had attempted to advise him several times and even engaged in heart-to-heart conversations, all to no avail. Lin Feng remained steadfast in his ways, often indulging in childish pursuits such as fishing, setting traps for small creatures, and climbing trees to raid bird nests, ultimately roasting his catches over a fire. This behavior left Lung Hanshuang feeling a sense of frustration akin to that of a blacksmith lamenting unyielding iron, causing her to care less about Lin Feng. You're quite remarkable. Not only have you matured mentally, but your thoughts are also comprehensive. Were it not for the fact that I, your master, have witnessed your growth firsthand, I might suspect you were an ancient being practicing a technique of rejuvenation. Nevertheless, let us not dwell in reminiscence. We should seek out your senior sisters. Lung Hanshuang expressed with a look of gratification. All right, master. Let us depart at once. Lin Feng replied enthusiastically. Xiaobai. The young dragon, Xiaobai, immediately soared to Lin Feng's side, obediently lying on the ground. Master, this is my pet, and the other shore flower was gifted to me by it, Lin Feng introduced. A dragon that has successfully transformed into a jiao. Quite impressive. Perhaps it will one day achieve true dragonhood. Master, we should be off. My senior sisters shouldn't be far. Lin Feng urged, taking the lead by jumping onto the Jiao's head, with Long Han's Wang following closely behind. The combined forces of the Shenxiao Sword Sect and the Seven Kill Sect had gathered in significant numbers, remaining in place after burying the deceased of their sect. Waiting for the opening of the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Master, let's descend. I need to change back into my clothes. I kindly ask you to keep this a secret. Rest assured, I shall honor my promise, she replied. Upon reaching the ground, Lin Feng changed back into the attire of a true disciple, restoring his identity as the seemingly useless eldest brother of the Shenxiao Sword Sect. The Jiao transformed into a white snake, hiding within his sleeve. Long Han's Wang led Lin Feng to reunite with the Shenxiao Sword Sect's team. Upon seeing her master arrive, Yuqin Xian was understandably astonished. She had no knowledge that her master had also entered the 9 Nether Secret Realm, a closely guarded secret of the Shenxiao Sword Sect. However, it was unexpected for Lin Feng to be in her master's company. Surely, her master had sought him out. With the presence of the Ice Soul Sword Master, one of the 7 swords of Shenxiao, everyone felt assured of their safety, no longer burdened by the fear of a sudden ambush from the dark-cloaked figure. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained hidden in the corner, concealing his talents and achievements. No one paid heed to this seemingly inept eldest brother. Chapter 33. An unexpected turn of events with Long Han's Wang joining the larger group. The members of the Shenxiao Sword Sect and Qingyan Sect grew bolder. They formed smaller teams to disperse and seek out opportunities and treasures. After all, in their eyes, Long Han's Wang, one of the 7 swords of Shenxiao, was a figure of great significance. With her presence, they felt secure against any threat from the dark-cloaked figure. As their sense of safety grew, so too did their yearning for opportunities. However, they dared not venture too far. Restored to his identity, Lin Feng blended into the crowd, often preparing roasted beasts to share, with the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Soon, more injured individuals who had not yet recovered joined the gathering, and he graciously shared his roasted meat with everyone. It must be said that Lin Feng's barbecuing skills were truly remarkable. Those who tasted it could not help but give a thumbs up. Gradually, more and more people joined in, and Lin Feng became a professional chef of roasted meat, serving hundreds daily. Of course, to partake, one had to hunt their own beasts, as Lin Feng did not provide the ingredients. High upon a giant tree, Yuqin Xian was recuperating from his injuries, with Long Han's Wang by his side to prevent any unforeseen incidents. During the battle with the 7 Kill Sect and the Wujima Sect, Yuqin Xian had detonated his life-bound flying sword, resulting in severe backlash that left him quite injured. Fortunately, the damage was not irreversible. He only needed to stabilize his condition and take time to rest before nurturing another life-bound flying sword. Long Han's Wang observed Lin Feng below, who was busily engaged with his cooking, a stark contrast to the formidable figure he once was. The disciples from both sects surrounding him were unaware of the true nature of the individual who was grilling meat for them. When Lin Feng's strength eventually became known, it would be a tale they could boast about for a lifetime. Before long, Yuqin Xian awakened and sat beside Long Han's Wang. Qin Xian, how is your body? She inquired. Much better, thank you, master. Without your assistance, my recovery would not have been so swift, Yuqin Xian replied. Do not be so polite with me. Be cautious in the future. Self-detonating your life-bound flying sword is inadvisable. Repeated occurrences can lead to irreversible harm, she cautioned. I understand. It was a last resort, he responded. After a moment of silence, Long Han's Wang suddenly exclaimed, Qin Xian. What is it, master? Yuqin Xian turned to her. You should interact more with Lin Feng. Ah? Yuqin Xian was taken aback, unsure why his master would suddenly suggest he engage with Lin Feng. This had never been the case before. Lin Feng was not only the disciple of his senior brother, but someone he had watched grow up, now that his senior brother lay grievously injured and unconscious. Lin Feng was left alone on the solitary peak, feeling both lonely and pitiful. If you have the time, go visit him at the solitary peak and have a chat. Help him through this, Long Han's Wang explained. In her heart, she thought, my disciple, I can assist you only this far. Whether you seize this opportunity is entirely up to you. Oh, all right, master, I will visit when I have time, Yuqin Xian replied. Long Han's Wang shook her head slightly, recognizing that he was merely brushing her off. It was an inevitable situation. What was there to discuss with a notoriously inept senior brother? Yet, some matters promised to Lin Feng could not be disclosed. She could only offer subtle hints, leaving it to Yi Qingshuan's fortune to grasp them. Given Lin Feng's current display of talent, it was unlikely one could find anyone comparable within the entire history of the Liao province, let alone within the Xinjiao Sword Sect. The critical factor was not only his terrifying aptitude but also his profound depth. Such individuals possess limitless potential for achievement. Master, I did not hear you mention your intention to enter the secret realm before. What prompted your sudden arrival? Yi Qingxian quickly shifted the topic. I truly wish to refrain from discussing matters pertaining to Lin Feng. I entered in search of a miraculous elixir, replied Long Hans Wang. Have you found it? Indeed. That is why I have come to join you, to await the opening of the secret realm together. Master, you are unaware that this venture into the Nine Nether secret realm is fraught with peril unlike any we have encountered before. Had it not been for a stroke of fortune, you might have never seen me again. Oh, what transpired? Do share. Long Hans Wang feigned surprise as she inquired. Yi Qingxian recounted her harrowing experiences within the Nine Nether secret realm. Initially, she managed to cope, but soon found herself besieged by the forces of the Wuji demon sect, the Seven-Kill sect, and the dark-robed figures, with no hope of escape. Just as she prepared to self-destruct her life-bound sword, a masked man appeared, effortlessly dispatching the adversaries. When speaking of the masked figure, a subtle smile graced Yu Qingxuan's lips, her eyes sparkling with intense interest and curiosity. Beside her, Long Hans Wang felt a deep sense of exasperation. Silly girl, the very person you describe is right there roasting meat. I have made every effort to hint at this, yet you remain oblivious. By the way, Master, he mentioned a connection to our Divine Sword Sect. When the elixirs are distributed, we should receive a greater share. Do you have any inkling as to who he might be? Yi Qingxian asked, her voice laced with anticipation. This individual, distant yet near, is none other than the so-called wasteful senior brother you speak of. How could he not have ties to the Divine Sword Sect? Long Hans Wang mused internally, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Having promised Lin Feng to keep his secret, she would not betray that trust. Not even if elder brother Luo Yuntian were to inquire would she reveal anything. Keeping secrets serves as a means of safeguarding Lin Feng in its own right. How could I possibly know without having seen him? Long Hans Wang shook her head. However, your words have piqued my interest in this individual. Clearly, his actions indicate a favorable relationship with the Divine Sword Sect. For he would not have risked incurring the wrath of the Seven-Kill sect and the Wuji demon sect to save you otherwise. Yi Qingxuan's expression fell into disappointment. I share your sentiments. Alas, he has departed, and had you met him, perhaps you would recognize him. I can't shake the feeling of familiarity. Yet I cannot recall where I have seen him. Since you feel a sense of familiarity, take a moment to reflect. Perhaps it will yield some insight. I have pondered, yet still cannot recall, Yi Qingxian lamented. Sigh. Long Hans Wang sighed inwardly, recognizing that she could offer no further hints. Time passed day by day. After the majority of the forces from the Wuji demon sect, the Seven-Kill sect, and the dark-robed figures were vanquished, the remaining factions scattered across the secret realm posed little threat. Half a month later, the day for the Nine Nether secret realm to reopen arrived. As all within the realm awaited their transport, the entire secret realm suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, a beam of golden light appeared in the distance, connecting with the sky. The inhabitants of the realm were captivated, each leaping to the treetops to gaze at the distant golden light. What is happening? Long Hans Wang furrowed her brow in concern. Before entering, she had perused the materials and inquired about those from the Xinjiao Sword Sect who had ventured into the secret realm a century ago. Such circumstances had never been reported. Casting a glance at Lin Feng not far away, she noticed his face was equally etched with confusion. When unexpected events unfolded, cold Hans Wang instinctively thought of Lin Feng. For it was he who had come to her rescue in her darkest hour, fostering an unconscious reliance on him. Little did she know that Lin Feng was merely a young man in his 20s, possessing strength, yet limited experience. Chapter 34. The emergence of the Nine Nether Palace. As the individuals within the secret realm stood atop the treetops, gazing at the golden light, a voice of authority resonated, echoing in the ears of all present. The Nine Nether Palace has manifested. All may proceed to the Nine Nether Palace to undertake trials and seek their destined opportunities. Within the palace lie numerous legacies. Acquiring even a single one could alter the course of one's fate. The secret realm will remain closed for an additional month. Please seize this moment, for should you miss this chance, there may not be another. Wishing everyone good fortune. Farewell. The mention of the Nine Nether Palace and great opportunities ignited excitement among all present. Had they not entered the Nine Nether secret realm in pursuit of a life-altering opportunity? The prospect of rewriting their destinies was finally at hand. In that instant, nearly everyone felt as though they were the protagonists of their own tales. After all, How had those who had previously entered the Nine Nether secret realm not encountered the Nine Nether Palace, yet here it was presenting itself to them? Surely, they were favored by the heavens. Those near the golden light were so exhilarated that they nearly fainted. Amidst the fervor, only one person's expression remained dark, Lin Feng. He had no desire to pursue any grand opportunities. He merely wished to exit swiftly and rescue his master. In comparison to Su Mubai's safety, what were opportunities but trivial matters? Although the opening of the Nine Nether secret realm had been postponed by a month, time could still be of the essence. Who could guarantee that unforeseen events would not arise along the way? Master, what is the Nine Nether Palace? Yi Qingxian inquired. I do not know. The ancient texts contain no records. It appears this is the first time the Nine Nether Palace has appeared, Cold Hans Wang replied, shaking her head. Her intuition suggested that the emergence of the Nine Nether Palace was likely connected to Lin Feng. Should we still go? If there is a great opportunity, why not seize it? After the authoritative voice dissipated, countless figures surged towards the source of the golden light, pushing their speeds to the utmost. Fearful of being outpaced by others, it was indeed a magnificent opportunity. The Qingyan sect took the lead, closely followed by the Xinjiao Sword Sect. Lin Feng gazed in silence as each disciple of the Xinjiao Sword Sect whizzed past him. Was such haste truly necessary? What is fated to be will inevitably come. What is not meant for you cannot be forced. No matter how hard one strives, that which does not belong to you remains unattainable. As a prodigy with extraordinary talent and no apparent obstacles in his cultivation, Lin Feng had underestimated the resolve of the weak to grow stronger. In the world of cultivation on Liu Island, strength was paramount. With power, one could obtain all that one desired: status, wealth, beauty, respect, and even the authority to dictate the life and death of others. No one would wish to remain weak. Lin Feng, what is your opinion on the sudden emergence of the Nine Nether Palace? Such an occurrence has never transpired before. Could it be a deception? Long Hans Wang inquired as she approached Lin Feng. He quickly glanced around, and once he confirmed that everyone had departed, he sighed in relief and replied helplessly, Master, must you carry on like this? If someone overhears, even a fool would recognize that something is amiss. I ought to be the one asking you. Look at your timid demeanor. Could you not display a hint of the prowess befitting a strong individual? Master, this is not merely a matter of courage. I wish to remain inconspicuous for now. Did you not promise to help me keep this secret? Enough. It is merely a question. Besides, I only approached after seeing that everyone had left. Now, tell me, what are your thoughts? The Nine Nether secret realm has existed for many years, and numerous factions from the Liuzhou region have reaped considerable benefits within it. Surely, it cannot be a ruse. Lin Feng pondered before responding. Could it be your appearance that has prompted the Nine Nether Palace to manifest? Long Hans Wang asked, deep in thought. Master, please do not elevate my significance so. I possess no such extraordinary capabilities. You, my dear, everyone within the secret realm believes themselves to be the protagonist, convinced that their arrival is what has summoned the Nine Nether Palace. They all rush forward, fantasizing about seizing great fortune and soaring to new heights. While you wish to abstain, Long Hans Wang remained skeptical about the peculiar timing of the Nine Nether Palace's emergence. Previously, while examining ancient texts regarding the Nine Nether secret realm, she had encountered records stating that it was left by a certain super-powerful being in search of a legacy. After all, why would entry be restricted to those under 100 years of age? However, the requirements set by this super-powerful being were exceedingly stringent, which is why no one had ever obtained the legacy. Initially, Long Hans Wang had not given this matter much thought. It was only when the Nine Nether Palace appeared moments ago that it resurfaced in her mind. Perhaps it is indeed true. Among those entering the Nine Nether secret realm, Lin Feng possesses the highest innate talent, an exceptional rarity throughout the entire history of the Xinjiao Sword Sect. If there truly exists a legacy from a super-powerful being within the Nine Nether secret realm, Lin Feng is the sole candidate. If even Lin Feng is deemed unworthy, then it is unlikely anyone else would qualify. Master, why do so many people rush to seize opportunities, knowing that only a precious few will succeed? Why are they willing to risk their lives? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Because of hope. In this world, no one is content with mediocrity. Mediocrity is a sin. Even the slightest glimmer of hope compels individuals to persevere, Long Hans Wang answered earnestly. Is that so? Lin Feng, you are still young. And having been sheltered by the eldest senior brother, the most you have faced is a few whispers of ridicule from disciples within the sect. You have yet to witness the harsh realities of the outside world. In time, you will come to understand their motivations. Very well, I comprehend now. Let us go together and explore the extraordinary aspects of the Nine Nether Palace. Master, perhaps it would be best if we parted ways for this venture. Long Hans Wang cast a glance at the somewhat embarrassed Lin Feng before departing ahead of him. After a short while, Lin Feng set off at a leisurely pace. His purpose for entering was not mere chance. He found satisfaction in discovering the elusive flower of the other shore, rendering any competition unnecessary. Within the deepest recesses of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, a beam of golden light, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter, connected heaven and earth. Anyone who stepped into this golden radiance would be transported to the Nine Nether Palace to undergo trials, and upon successful completion, would receive corresponding legacies. Upon arrival, Lin Feng chose not to enter the golden light, but instead settled into a comfortable position, observing the throngs of individuals hurrying from various corners of the secret realm. Unhesitatingly stepping inside. Among them were representatives from the 4 premier sects, as well as other factions and lone wanderers. Even a considerable number of figures cloaked in black had arrived. At that moment, all present were consumed by thoughts of opportunity and legacy, setting aside any grudges or enmities. After watching for a while, Lin Feng grew weary and approached the edge of the beam of light. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped in. In the next instant, the world shifted. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar grand hall. The interior was resplendent, almost everything adorned in gold, far surpassing the opulence of ancient palaces on Earth in his previous life. Numerous golden statues lined the sides of the hall, depicting both humans and bizarre beasts. 8 towering pillars bore intricate carvings of vividly lifelike 5-clawed golden dragons. For a fleeting moment, Lin Feng even sensed the dragons on the pillars stir. However, what puzzled him was the absence of others. Where had all the entrants gone? Surely, it was improbable that each person had their own hall. The Nine Nether Palace must be unfathomably vast. Chapter 35. Refusal. As Lin Feng scanned his surroundings, a voice resonated throughout the hall. Welcome to the Nine Nether Palace. I am the Nine Nether Saint Master. Lin Feng was taken aback and turned to see a spectral figure seated upon the main throne. I am Lin Feng. Honored to meet you, Senior, he said, clasping his hands in respect. He felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the figure, an intensity he had never encountered before, signifying the individual's formidable strength. The figure on the throne did not respond verbally, but maintained a steady gaze upon Lin Feng. After a moment, he spoke. Excellent. After so many years, at last, someone worthy has arrived. You are Lin Feng, correct? Yes, Senior. Are you aware that I have awaited your arrival for over 10,000 years? Time is running short. Wait for me. Over 10,000 years. Lin Feng was momentarily bewildered. He had only been in this world for just over 20 years. How could anyone have waited for him for such an epoch? I beseech you, Senior, to clarify. Over 10,000 years ago, I was gravely injured while fleeing to this distant land. Knowing my time was limited, I established the Nine Nether Secret Realm, leaving behind the treasured Nine Nether Palace, and I have remained here in seclusion, awaiting a disciple capable of inheriting my teachings. Little did I know that the talents among the inhabitants of this land were exceedingly lacking. Thus, I have waited for over 10,000 years. Thankfully, just as I was on the brink of dissolution, you arrived, ensuring my wait was not in vain, the spectral figure explained. Are you indicating that I am the one you have awaited to inherit your legacy? Indeed. Senior, may I decline? Lin Feng cautiously inquired. What did you say? Repeat that. The figure seemed not to have heard clearly. Can I refuse to inherit your legacy? Lin Feng inquired. Many have entered this place. You may seek them out. Lin Feng, in his ignorance, is likely to disappoint your goodwill. He explained earnestly. Do you realize what you are saying? The shadow pointed at Lin Feng, so enraged that words failed him. As the esteemed lord of the Nine Hells, was it not a simple task to take on a disciple? One merely needed to voice the intention, and countless prodigies would trample over each other to gain entry. And yet, he was now being rejected? Such an affront was utterly absurd. Since ascending to the position of a sovereign, he had never encountered rejection before. Esteemed elder, I am fully aware of my words. I do not wish to be your heir. I kindly request you release me, as if I had never set foot here. Lin Feng stated with solemnity. Do you know who I am? Elder, did you not just introduce yourself? You are the Lord of the Nine Hells. Knowing I am the Lord of the Nine Hells, you dare to refuse me? You possess quite the audacity. Such a figure as yourself should have a heart far broader than to bicker with a mere junior like me. Lin Feng utilized provocation, not wishing to incite further ire. The shadow took a deep breath and continued. Do you comprehend what you are forsaking? The legacy of a sovereign is not something to be taken lightly. Even in this humble realm of Li Shou, it would incite a fierce competition among countless prodigies. I need only utter a word. and the elite of the central continent would flock to me. Lin Feng thought, if you are so formidable and have so many eager disciples, why must you trouble me? Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts. Regardless of the fact that the individual had perished millennia ago, the status of a sovereign was beyond his understanding. Surely, they surpassed any ancient being in Lizhou. It was conceivable that they had left behind some means of defense before their demise. If angered, a single strike could extinguish his life. That would be an unjust fate. His refusal stemmed from a desire to avoid overwhelming pressure. He had been informed of the grave injuries that had led him to this refuge, indicating that his adversaries were stronger than the sovereign. Accepting the inheritance would obligate him to seek vengeance, not only against foes of equal strength, but against those who surpassed the sovereign. The very thought was terrifying. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Having experienced death once, Lin Feng held his life in greater esteem, which was why he concealed his gifts and chose to be seen as a mocked, incompetent elder brother. Perhaps some would accept the inheritance first and ponder vengeance later. But Lin Feng would not. Either he would refuse outright, or if he accepted, he would commit fully. This was his principle. Surely, the elder had once been a figure of great renown. Indeed, the shadow nodded, mistakenly believing the youth had reconsidered. Yet, Lin Feng's next words nearly drove him to madness. Therefore, esteemed elder, please seek another. I am unworthy of inheriting your legacy or becoming your disciple. You insolent boy. Truly, you are beyond redemption. Lin Feng fell silent, having made his stance clear. Further words would serve no purpose and would only incite greater wrath. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, with the shadow fixedly gazing at Lin Feng. He could not comprehend how, as a venerable Saint Lord, he had painstakingly found a suitable heir in this diminutive realm of Li Prefecture, only to be met with a heartless rejection. He recalled that when he first arrived in Li Prefecture 10,000 years ago, the strongest among them barely reached the 8th realm. Could it be that the world outside had transformed? That seemed implausible. If it truly had changed, it would not have taken millennia for someone to meet his criteria for a disciple. Young man, pray tell, why do you hesitate to accept my legacy? The ethereal figure sighed and inquired. Senior, with all due respect, Lin Feng is merely a contented individual, reluctant to place undue pressure upon himself. Although you deem me the only prodigy in 10,000 years to meet your standards, in the eyes of the outside world, I am but a laughingstock, a worthless being. From an early age, I comprehended that a tree standing out in the forest will be beset by the winds. Hence, I have concealed everything. I shall not reveal myself until I possess absolute strength, Lin Feng elucidated. What does that have to do with your willingness to become my disciple and accept my inheritance? The spectral figure inquired, puzzled. You have stated that you were gravely injured while fleeing to Li Prefecture. If I accept your legacy, I would be obligated to avenge you. Would I not? If I cannot even surpass those whom you cannot defeat, then no amount of diligent training will alter that. Moreover, I have no intention of leaving Li Prefecture. It seems I never expressly asked you to seek revenge on my behalf, did I? And even if I had, would you not first consider accepting my legacy? Ultimately, it is your choice whether to stay or go. I, after all, am already dead and can concern myself with little else. No. Senior, should I accept your legacy, you would become my master. What kind of disciple would I be if I did not seek vengeance for my master? I, Lin Feng, adhere to my own principles. If I promise, I will do my utmost and not take it lightly. The ethereal figure regarded Lin Feng with newfound interest, sensing a distinct difference between him and those who sought only to reap rewards without the desire to invest effort. Since you have expressed yourself so clearly, I am even more inclined to have you as my disciple and to accept my treasured legacy. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 36. The Sword Technique of Heaven Severance. Lin Feng had thought he had articulated his thoughts clearly, only to be met with a response that nearly shattered his resolve. Senior, did you perhaps misunderstand my intent? Young man, are you not merely afraid that becoming my disciple will expose you to unforeseen dangers? I perceive that you wish to seize control of your own fate. The words I am about to share will unveil certain secrets regarding the 9 continents. I hope you will listen attentively before making your decision. If, after hearing them, you still choose not to accept, I shall not coerce you. After all, each individual has their own aspirations. The ethereal figure spoke earnestly. Very well. Speak, and I shall listen. Lin Feng had already resolved that, irrespective of the sweet nothings the figure might utter, he would not accept the legacy. It was clear that he was merely thrusting himself into a conflict involving beings of transcendent realms. His talent might be commendable in Li Prefecture, yet the Saint Lord of the 9 Nether was not of this realm. He had waited here for over 10,000 years, and not a single individual had caught his eye. Lin Feng surmised he was barely deemed worthy. It is evident that there exists a disparity between oneself and the so-called heavenly pride of the central continent. There is no necessity to wade through this murky water. A single misstep could lead to a fate akin to that of a past life on Earth, where nothing remains but ashes. If others were to encounter such a monumental opportunity, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless with excitement. Yet only Lin Feng possesses the composure to analyze the advantages and disadvantages with such clarity. In his worldview, there are no free lunches in this world. Nor will fortune simply fall from the sky. If it were to happen, it would surely be a trap. If it were not a trap, then it certainly would not pertain to him. Rather than accepting the inheritance of the Nine Nether Saint Lord and establishing numerous formidable foes, it would be wiser to return to the Sky Sword Sect, seek a way into the Sword Tomb, and strive to comprehend the third realm of the Sword Domain, or even the fourth level of the Sword Path. A swordsman who has grasped the essence of the Sword Path possesses formidable combat prowess. Lin Feng, allow me to pose a question, the elder said. Please, go ahead, senior. Lin Feng replied. Do you aspire to be a mere pawn? Or do you wish to be the one orchestrating the game? Certainly, I wish to be the one orchestrating the game, Lin Feng said, but he abruptly paused and inquired. Senior, is there a difference? Indeed, there is a distinction. Should you desire to be a pawn, I shall, without hesitation, usher you out immediately. However, if you wish to be the one orchestrating the game, we may continue our discussion. But let me be unequivocally clear. This is your sole opportunity to make a choice. Should you miss this chance, you shall forever remain a pawn, never to ascend to the status of a player. And when you will be discarded depends solely on the whims of the one orchestrating the game. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng fell into a contemplative silence. Logically, there should be no conflict here. Who would willingly choose to be a pawn in another's game of fate? Naturally, one would prefer to be the strategist. Yet the implication from the Nine Nether Saint Lord was unmistakable. To become the orchestrator, one must accept his inheritance. It is impossible to avoid becoming a pawn while simultaneously refusing to become a subordinate. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng resolved to listen to the Nine Nether Saint Lord's words before making a decision. Thus, he replied, Senior, I naturally wish to be the one orchestrating the game. The ethereal figure smiled faintly. I knew you would not settle for being a pawn. Aside from Lin Feng, all who entered the Nine Nether Palace had gathered in a spacious hall. How spacious, you ask? It was at least several times larger than the grand hall where Lin Feng resided. Even with over 10,000 individuals present, it felt remarkably uncrowded. Surrounding them were 108 doors, each representing a distinct inheritance. At this moment, the individuals in the hall sat cross-legged with closed eyes, undergoing the trials of the Nine Nether Palace within a dreamlike realm. Those who successfully passed the trials would receive guidance on which door to enter, while failure would result in being expelled from the Nine Nether Palace, thereby irrevocably losing the opportunity for fortune. Newcomers continued to enter the hall with hope, while others emerged with downcast expressions, only to be swiftly transported out. The chances of passing the trials were exceedingly slim. As of now, only 3 individuals had succeeded: Yi Qingxian from the Sky Sword Sect, Li Luoi from the Qingyan Sect, and Zhuge Qingyan from the Medicine King Valley. Even the true disciples Yang Fan from the Sky Sword Sect and Su Wei from the Qingyan Sect had failed to succeed, underscoring the formidable difficulty of this trial. Yi Qingxian entered through the 32nd door, the highest one thus far. Each door bore its own unique number, with lower numbers indicating greater opportunities within. The other 2 individuals, Li Luoi, entered door 98, while Zhuge Qingyan chose door 74. Upon awakening from her illusion, Long Hanswang heard a voice echo in her mind. To pass the trial, please proceed to door number 3. Rising to her feet, she scanned the hall but did not spot Lin Feng's figure. With determination, she stepped towards the door marked with the number 3, eager to uncover its secrets. Although the God Sword Sect primarily focused on sword cultivation, it did not prohibit its disciples from seeking other fortunes. A diverse array of skills equated to a greater strength. Naturally, there were also those who devoted themselves solely to swordsmanship, their hearts consumed by the blade, leaving no room for anything else. Such individuals were rare. Yet their achievements were invariably remarkable. Standing before door number 3, Long Hanswang pushed it open and traversed a long corridor, eventually entering a secret chamber. Within the chamber stood a statue of a woman clad in armor, wielding a long sword, exuding an air of gallantry reminiscent of a seasoned female general. Beside the statue were inscriptions. As she approached to read, she discovered the name Fan Yuejiao, one of the 108 generals under the Nine Nether Saint Lord. Ranked 3rd. Having fought alongside the Saint Lord for many years, she had earned countless accolades and was renowned for her swordsmanship, particularly her ultimate technique, the sky-slaying sword art. It was said that she had once, at the pinnacle of the 11th realm, slain a 12th realm powerhouse with a single stroke, leaving the world in awe. As she absorbed the information, Lung Hanshuang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The Nine Nether Saint Lord? An entity beyond the 12th realm? Was the Nine Nether Secret Realm truly the legacy of such a being? Fan Yuejiao? The sky-slaying sword art? To have once slain a 12th realm warrior at the peak of the 11th realm? The lines of text overwhelmed her, causing her head to spin and her breath to quicken. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly create tumultuous waves across Lizhou. Countless factions would go to any lengths to enter the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Not for anything else but the inheritance of the 108 generals. To think she had obtained the legacy of a being at least of the 11th realm. Perhaps even the 12th? The sky-slaying sword art. Just hearing the name was exhilarating. Once she mastered it, would she not be able to slay opponents of higher realms at will? While sword cultivators could indeed battle above their level, they typically faced ordinary cultivators. When confronted with individuals from the 4 supreme powers, the challenge was considerably greater, as everyone possessed their own trump cards. Moreover, the demonic arts of the Wujum demon sect were no trifling matter. Originally entering with a casual mindset, Lung Hanshuang was now filled with excitement. Who could have anticipated that the Nine Nether Secret Realm, which had opened 100 times over millennia, was the legacy of a being surpassing the 12th realm, and that within it lay the inheritance of the 108 generals? She even daringly speculated that the weakest among them would possess at least the 10th realm. Just as she was preparing to accept the inheritance, Lung Hanshuang suddenly wondered, whose legacy had Lin Feng received? From the first door? Perhaps that of the Nine Nether Saint Lord? Chapter 37. Accepting the inheritance 1 month later deep within the Nine Nether Secret Realm. The radiant golden light has vanished, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment as they gaze at the spot where it once shone. Has the Nine Nether Palace truly disappeared? Has the grand opportunity slipped away? Those who cannot bear the weight of this reality begin to wail and weep. After failing the trials of the Nine Nether Palace, one could always attempt to enter again, with no limit on the number of tries. This meant that over the course of the past month, countless individuals had ventured into the palace time and again, facing failure each time. Yet, as long as the Nine Nether Palace existed, hope remained, a belief that perseverance would eventually yield success. But now, with its disappearance, hope has dissipated alongside it. Many are unable to accept this harsh truth. This was the first appearance of the Nine Nether Palace, and they had believed it to be a personal gift, a sign that they were the chosen ones. Now, that dream has been utterly shattered. Where is the Nine Nether Palace? Where is my grand opportunity? Come forth. I am the chosen one, destined to stand atop the pinnacle, to sweep away all obstacles and become the sovereign of Li Continent. Ha ha ha. I shall reign supreme over Li Continent. Those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Anyone who dares to obstruct my path shall face merciless retribution. A cultivator begins to rave incoherently. He is not alone. Many others wear expressions of dazed confusion, their eyes glazed over as if they have lost their spiritual anchor. Had the Nine Nether Palace not appeared, they would not have succumbed to such despair. After all, with the interference of the hooded figure, merely surviving was a feat in itself. Yet now, watching the grand opportunity slip through their fingers is an unbearable blow for those whose resolve is even slightly wavering. Lin Feng observes the myriad of human emotions around him, gaining a glimpse into the psyche of cultivators yearning for strength. Ultimately, he accepts the legacy of the Nine Nether Sovereign. There was no alternative. The words of the sovereign were too profound to ignore. To refuse would condemn him to a life of servitude as a mere pawn. Given Lin Feng's character, he was never one to willingly submit to such a fate. In his previous life on Earth, he was the youngest and most brilliant scientist, having achieved results that surpassed Earth's technological advancements by 30 years. Reborn in Li Continent, he was taken under the wing of Su Mubai at the Divine Sky Sword Sect, where his innate talent was unparalleled. Despite the ridicule and disdain from the disciples of the sect, Lin Feng remained unfazed, treating their mockery with indifference. This composure stemmed from his own strength. He had no need to stoop to their level. If he were truly a worthless individual, he would have exerted every ounce of effort in his cultivation. There is a vast chasm between possessing strength and lacking it, between revealing one's capabilities and concealing them. When faced with challenges, strength allows for easy resolution, while weakness leads only to submission. For instance, in the case of Su Mubai's grievous injury, Lin Feng possesses the power to annihilate the Rakshasa sect in vengeance for his master and to enter the Nine Nether secret realm in pursuit of the other shore flower. Were he a mere weakling, he would have been powerless to do anything but watch his master languish. Ultimately, Lin Feng remains a proud individual, though the specter of his previous life's demise has tempered his desire for fame and fortune. Shortly after the golden light fades, a commanding voice resonates once more from the heavens. As the month drew to a close, the Nine Nether Palace was sealed, and congratulations were extended to those fortunate enough to gain opportunities within its confines. May you nurture and elevate the legacies you have received. The secret realm will reopen in half a day's time, at which point you may return to the outside world. Farewell, esteemed guests. The commanding voice faded away, leaving the scene enveloped in silence. Most hearts were heavy with despair. It was over. Everything had come to an end. In the wake of such disappointment, they wished the Nine Nether Palace had never emerged. Little did they know, in Lin Feng's palm lay a delicate image of a palace, the Nine Nether Palace itself. He had become a disciple of the Nine Nether Saint Master, inheriting a profound legacy. Naturally, the invaluable Nine Nether Palace would also be entrusted to Lin Feng. The Nine Nether secret realm was a spatial domain that, without the Nine Nether Palace to anchor it, would remain eternally dormant. Only a being of power exceeding the 12th realm could rend the fabric of space to reopen it. This meant that this was the final time the Nine Nether secret realm would be accessible. However, Lin Feng had no intention of sharing this information. A century hence, when various factions sent emissaries, they would discover that the Nine Nether secret realm had vanished. Indeed, some would rejoice while others mourned. Amidst the collective despair, there were a few who secretly reveled in their fortune, such as Zhuge Qingjun, the young master of the Medicine King Valley. He had acquired the legacy of the 78th of the 108 generals under the Nine Nether Saint Master. Although the ranking was modest, it was still significant, especially as it belonged to a peak 10th realm powerhouse, a warrior of unparalleled might. Zhuge Qingyun was not one to remain complacent. As the young master of the Medicine King Valley, he harbored ambitions that diverged from the valley's conventional methods. The Medicine King Valley had always navigated the intricate web of various factions, and while they were generally respected, their lack of formidable strength left them vulnerable in the continent. From a young age, Zhuge Qingyun had vowed to alter this predicament, yet opportunities had eluded him. Until now. With this legacy, given a little time, he was confident he could elevate the Medicine King Valley to become the 5th greatest power in the continent, no longer beholden to any other faction. Disciples of the Divine Celestial Sword Sect, follow me, called out Lung Hanshuang. A contingent of Divine Celestial Sword Sect members trailed her, seeking a place to recuperate as they awaited the realm's reopening. Subsequently, Li Luoyi also led the Qingyun sect away. She had similarly obtained the legacy of the 98th general from the Nine Nether Saint Master during her time in the Nine Nether Palace. Though the journey through the Nine Nether secret realm had its setbacks, it concluded satisfactorily. The Medicine King Valley faced no personnel losses and acquired numerous treasures, with their young master gaining a significant opportunity within the Nine Nether Palace. Gradually, various small to medium-sized factions and independent cultivators began to depart. Ultimately, only the members of the Wujimu sect and the Qisha sect remained, along with a few cloaked figures, exchanging glances. When they had gathered here a month prior, they had sensed something amiss. Their numbers were far too sparse. Only 1/5 of those who entered remained, and all the missing individuals were elites. The mission of the two sects had been to encircle and eliminate members of the Divine Celestial Sword Sect and the Qingyun sect. Now, not only has the mission failed, but many elites have also been lost. What shall we do? How will we explain this outside? After discussion, they decided to shift all the blame onto Long Hanshuang. After all, she is the master of the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenxiao. With her presence, the encirclement mission was bound to be impossible to accomplish, and being counterattacked was quite normal. It was fortunate that they did not go. In truth, the most difficult to accept on-site were the men in black robes. They witnessed the target of their infiltration into the Nine Nether secret realm, Long Hanshuang, who was still alive, while the great leader and many members of the Killing Gods group had vanished. The outcome was apparent: mission failure. The great leader had been counter-killed by Long Hanshuang. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, the instigator of it all, had departed quietly, concealing his merits and name. Long Hanshuang did not continue to hide her identity, indicating her intention to gather all the blame upon herself. Chapter 38. The ultimate victor in this expedition into the secret realm. It is undeniable that the greatest gain was achieved by the Shenxiao Sword Sect. Not only did they discover the other shore flower, but 3 individuals also obtained legacies within the Nine Nether Palace. Yi Qingxian entered through door 32, while Lung Hanzhuang accessed door 3. As for Lin Feng, he was directly transported to the main hall, receiving the legacy of the 9 Nether Sovereign without undergoing any trials, surpassing the 12 realms. Now, even the 9 Nether Palace has fallen into his hands. This means that in the future, he can bestow the remaining legacies of the 108 generals upon whomever he chooses. However, the greater the benefits received, the heavier the burden becomes. If given a choice, Lin Feng would prefer to remain a carefree, mediocre senior brother. Yet, some matters are best left unknown. Once known, they cannot be ignored. Lung Hanzhuang, Yi Qingxian, and Yu Feng each sought a secluded spot to rest and reflect on their thoughts. Only Yang Fan appeared out of place among the crowd. He knew that Yi Qingxian must have gained an opportunity within the 9 Nether Secret Realm, while he, as a true disciple, had received nothing. This deeply angered Yang Fan, leading him to believe that the master of the 9 Nether Palace was someone lacking discernment. The trials of the 9 Nether Palace assess not only talent but also character. Individuals like Yang Fan, who were driven by fear of death, would not gain recognition. Yet, he himself failed to recognize this. Those who are self-centered often seek reasons in others without acknowledging their own faults. At the height of Yang Fan's fury, an ill-timed voice broke through. Senior brother Yang Fan, with your talent, you must have obtained a great opportunity within the 9 Nether Palace. Upon returning, you will surely surpass the other true disciples quickly. And I hope you will take good care of me in the future. It turned out to be an inner sect disciple attempting to flatter Yang Fan, but unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong moment. Humph. Yang Fan snorted heavily and turned to leave. The inner disciple stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do next. Could it be that senior brother Yang Fan did not receive a great opportunity from the 9 Nether Palace? That seemed implausible. After all, he was a true disciple. No wonder he had failed the trial. If even senior brother Yang Fan could not succeed, then he had no hope at all. Although he had offended Yang Fan, the inner disciple felt a surprising sense of relief. Lin Feng perched upon a tree branch, leaning against the great trunk with his eyes closed. Yet his mind was occupied with the words of the Lord of the 9 Hells. The continent of Jojo concealed great secrets. To transcend from a mere pawn to the master of the game, the primary condition was to surpass the 12th realm, a daunting challenge indeed. Sigh. The pressure was overwhelming. Had he known, he would have refrained from entering the 9 Hells Palace and waited outside instead. But without entry, should a crisis truly arise one day, how could he defend himself? Lin Feng, what are you pondering? Cold Han Shuang had appeared beside him without his notice. Master Uncle, must you always launch such surprise attacks? You could frighten someone to death. Lin Feng opened his eyes and forced a smile. Moreover, Master Uncle, I have regained my identity as the useless senior brother of the Shinshao Sword Sect. Please do not come looking for me without reason. Others may become suspicious. Suspicious of what? I am your Master Uncle. What is inappropriate about visiting you? Besides, I even took care of you for a while when you were young. Cold Han Shuang dismissed his concerns. Fine. If you have questions, just ask directly. I will tell you everything I know. Lin Feng had already guessed the reason for Cold Han Shuang's visit. It was undoubtedly related to the 9 Hells Palace. As expected, her next words confirmed his suspicions. You have entered the 9 Hells Palace, haven't you? Yes, Lin Feng did not deny it. There was no need to lie to Cold Han Shuang. Whose legacy did you acquire? Was it from the one in the first gate, or from the Lord of the 9 Hells? Cold Han Shuang inquired, her curiosity evident. Given Lin Feng's talents, passing the trials of the 9 Hells Palace would be a trivial matter. The question lingered in the air. Whose legacy had he obtained? It was certain it could not be inferior to her own. Master Uncle, whom did you receive your legacy from? Lin Feng countered. Fan Yuejiao. Ranked third among the 108 generals of the Lord of the 9 Hells, Cold Han Shuang replied, without hesitation. Since the moment Lin Feng had pulled her back from the brink of death, she had unconsciously developed a sense of reliance on him, a profound trust. Fan Yuejiao? Lin Feng recalled and suddenly asked, Master Uncle, have you learned the sword technique of Heaven's Severance? How do you know? The sword technique of Heaven's Severance is Fan Yuejiao's signature skill. Naturally, I am aware of it. Not only hers, but I am familiar with the signature skills of all 108 generals. Master Uncle, Fan Yuejiao's technique is formidable. It is said she once defeated a 12th realm expert with a single strike at the peak of the 11th realm. So, you truly received the legacy of the Lord of the 9 Hells? Cold Han Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment. Only the Lord of the 9 Hells would be privy to the skills of the 108 generals. Despite her prior suspicions, the confirmation left her utterly shocked. The Lord of the 9 Hells was an entity beyond the 12th realm. Gaining his recognition indicated that Lin Feng had the potential to surpass the 12th realm in the future. However, reflecting on Lin Feng's age and current abilities, Cold Han Shuang found herself at ease. One must not view prodigies with ordinary perception. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Lin Feng, this matter must remain confidential, otherwise, even the Shinshao Sword Sect will be unable to protect you. It is imperative to keep it buried in your heart until the day your strength is sufficient to sweep through the entire Li continent. Master Uncle, do you not know who I am? I will not engage in self-inflicted troubles. Lin Feng's greatest fear was trouble, even if his strength were to increase. He would not be foolish enough to speak of it. Indeed, rest assured, I will not disclose it. Cold Han Frost assured him. I naturally believe that, otherwise, I would not have shared it with you. Lin Feng's tone was quite calm, which warmed Cold Han Frost's heart and filled her with joy. As she was the first to learn Lin Feng's secret, Lin Feng, once we leave, you may continue to play the role of the useless senior brother. I will approach the Qingyan sect to ensure their discretion, and I will take full responsibility for the events in the Nine Nether Secret Realm. I am confident that no one will suspect you. Thank you, Cold Master Uncle. Not at all. It is I who should express gratitude. Without your assistance, I would have fallen into the hands of the killing god group of the Seven Kill sect. After parting from Lin Feng, Cold Han Frost sought out Yi Qingxian. Upon learning from Yi Qingxian that she had also passed the test and entered the esteemed 32nd gate, her heart swelled with happiness. It seemed that the Shinshao Sword Sect was poised to emerge as the greatest victor in this expedition to the Nine Nether Secret Realm. One could only wonder how the Wuji Demon Sect and the Seven Kill Sect would react upon discovering this news. Chapter 39, Li Continent. On the edge of the Great Mountain Range, at Nine Nether Valley, members of various factions awaited the opening of the Nine Nether Secret Realm. For months had already elapsed. Logically, it should have opened after 3 months, and now it was far overdue. Gu Mingzhou had relayed news back to the sect a month prior, and the only response received was a single word: wait. Apart from waiting, there seemed to be no other recourse. It is worth noting that the Nine Nether Secret Realm had opened over 100 times without ever encountering such a situation. The various powers of the Li continent were hastily searching for ancient texts regarding the Nine Nether Secret Realm, hoping to find answers therein. If any previous occurrences had been similar, they would surely have been recorded. Brother Gu, what do you think is causing the delay in opening the Nine Nether Secret Realm? Inquired Gu Chuan from the Qingyan sect. To be honest, Brother Wang, our Shinshao Sword Sect has scoured all ancient texts pertaining to the Nine Nether Secret Realm without finding any answers, Gu Mingzhou sighed. Indeed, such a situation has not arisen in over 10,000 years, and yet we are the ones to encounter it. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Fortunately, we have received word from the sect that although the disciples entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm have suffered heavy casualties, it remains within acceptable limits. Our Qingyan sect is similarly faring well. However, it is said that the Wuji Demon Sect and the Seven Kill Sect have not been as fortunate. Only about 1/10 of the soul lamps of those who entered remain. Let them be. The Demon Sect's demise is well-deserved, Gu Mingzhou scoffed. Brother Gu, what we truly fear is that the Thousand Island Demon Lord may go mad. Wang Chuan's face bore a look of concern. Fear not. The Wuji Demon Sect dares not sever ties with us completely. Otherwise, the Thousand Island Demon Lord would have acted long ago. Let us hope that is the case. For months ago, after Kai and Dao Xiang suddenly attacked the Shinshao Sword Sect, the remaining members of the Qingyan sect and Shinshao Sword Sect joined forces. Fearing further indiscretions from Kai and Dao Xiang, this formidable foe had not emerged for decades, and his power was indeed terrifying. Having mastered the celestial demonic art to an extraordinary degree, only through the alliance of the two sects could they pose a modicum of threat to the Wujimo sect. Meanwhile, within the Wujimo sect's ranks, Kai and Dao Xiong and Liao Jun were engaged in deliberation. The disciples from the two sects who had ventured into the Nine Nether Secret Realm had only a mere 10th survive, a disgrace for them. Particularly for the Seven Kill sect. Not only had their disciples suffered grievous losses, but even the elite Kill God team they had dispatched incurred substantial casualties. Their initial intent to eliminate Long Hans Wang and seize the Ice Soul Sword had unexpectedly resulted in a counterattack. The true concern for the Seven Kill sect was the exposure of the Kill God team. A millennium ago, they faced collective retribution from the major powers of Li Zhou due to the Kill God team, resulting in the depletion of countless years of accumulation to quell the turmoil. Should a similar incident occur again, the Seven Kill sect would be unable to withstand it, resorting to a stance of denial. This was precisely why the Seven Kill sect had allowed the Kill God team to infiltrate the Nine Nether Secret Realm disguised among the commoners. Elder, This mission can be deemed a complete failure. We underestimated Lung Han Huang, Liao Jun remarked grimly. It appears that your 7-kill sect's kill god team is not as formidable as it claims, unable to even deal with a mere Lung Han Huang. Pathetic. Incompetent at achieving results and proficient at causing failures. Kai Dao Xiang snorted disdainfully. His status and strength were significantly superior to Liao Jun's, allowing him to speak so bluntly. Elder, we cannot be blamed for this. After all, Lung Han Huang is a prodigy of the Shinshao Sword Sect, second only to Su Mubai in the past few centuries. Furthermore, the Nine Nether Secret Realm has age restrictions, and no one could guarantee success against Lung Han Huang, Liao Jun acknowledged, though dissatisfaction simmered within him. He dared not confront the notorious figure before him, who had once slaughtered millions. Although the two sects maintained a cooperative relationship, the 7-kill sect was subtly subordinate. Given the undeniable strength of the Wujimo sect, the realm of cultivation is one where power speaks volumes. The stronger one's might, the greater their influence. A single Lung Han Huang posed no significant threat. Even Su Mubai had fallen to the hands of the Wujimo sect. Surely, Lung Han Huang could be dealt with as well. When she emerges, I shall take matters into my own hands. Kai Dao Xiang seethed internally. The losses for the Wujimo sect were minor, but the loss of face was considerable. According to the information he had received, at least 60 to 70% of the Shinshao Sword Sect and Qingyun sect members who entered the Nine Nether Secret Realm were still alive. When the Secret Realm opened, the entirety of Lizhou would be aware that the Wujimo sect was inferior to the Shinshao Sword Sect. Elder, with your vast experience, what is the current situation regarding the Nine Nether Secret Realm? Why has it not yet been opened, even after 4 months? Liao Jun shifted the topic. It is highly likely that the inheritance within the Nine Nether Secret Realm has been triggered. Kai Dao Xiang pondered for a moment before responding. An inheritance within the Nine Nether Secret Realm? Why has it never manifested before? I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but there are ancient texts that record the Nine Nether Secret Realm as a space opened by an existence that transcended the 12 realms, containing their legacy. However, the requirements are exceedingly stringent, which is why it has yet to be activated. Are you implying that someone has obtained the legacy left behind by the transcendent beings of the Nine Nether Secret Realm? Liao Jun exclaimed in astonishment. It is certainly a possibility. We shall ascertain the truth once the secret realm is unveiled. It is precisely due to this suspicion that Qian Dao Xiang chose to remain. Otherwise, he would have departed long ago, allowing a representative from the Wuji demon sect to take his place. Regardless of whether the rumors hold any truth, it is imperative to verify them personally. But who could it be? Surely it cannot be Lung Han Huang? Among those who entered the Nine Nether Secret Realm, there is no doubt that Lung Han Huang possesses the greatest talent and strength. If the rumors are indeed true and she has acquired the legacy, the day the secret realm opens will mark the commencement of hostilities between our Wuji demon sect and the Shinshao Sword Sect. Qian Dao Xiang spoke in a grave tone. Then, esteemed elder, what must our 7-kill sect do? Liao Jun inquired, understanding the implications of Qian Dao Xiang's words. Once it is confirmed that the Nine Nether Secret Realm indeed harbors a legacy acquired by Lung Han Huang, they will undoubtedly act to seize it. Even if they cannot procure it, they must ensure that the members of the Shinshao Sword Sect do not possess it. Otherwise, once Lung Han Huang matures, who would stand a chance against her? The threat must be quelled in its infancy. There is nothing to be done for now. Everyone is currently monitoring each other. Should you make any move, the Shinshao Sword Sect and the Qingyun sect will immediately dispatch reinforcements, complicating matters further. The best course of action is for all to remain still, and when the time comes, I shall demonstrate the might of my swallowing heaven demon technique. Qian Dao Xiang's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. Indeed, the elder's foresight is commendable. 2 hours later, a resounding rumble echoed above the Nine Nether Valley. All the major factions had gathered, aware that the secret realm was on the verge of opening. Ordinarily, the Nine Nether Secret Realm would open every 3 months. Yet this time it has taken 4. What upheaval has transpired within? Everyone was eager to know. Qian Dao Xiang fixed his gaze on the Nine Nether Valley. His expression tense. His concern did not stem from the potential losses to the Wuji demon sect. Even if all their members perished within the secret realm, he would not bat an eyelid. What truly troubled Qian Dao Xiang was whether anyone had indeed acquired the legacy within the realm. If so, regardless of who it might be, surrendering it could ensure a swift demise. Perhaps today would witness yet another massacre. Chapter 40. No one shall depart above the Nine Nether Valley. A white stream of energy spiraled upwards. Crack. A colossal bolt of lightning struck down, causing a ripple in the fabric of space. ultimately forming a vast spatial passage. After 4 months, the Nine Nether secret realm once again opened. Subsequently, all individuals within the secret realm were collectively transported out. The Nine Nether Valley was instantly transformed into a sea of humanity. Lung Han Shuang, accompanied by over 1,000 surviving disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect, reunited with the elder Gu Mingzhou and more than 20 ordinary elders who had been waiting outside the Nine Nether Valley. Upon their encounter, Long Han Shuang eagerly stated, "Elder Gu, I am aware you have numerous questions at this moment, but now is not the time for such discussions. We must return to the sect immediately, and I will explain everything in due course." Understood. Gu Mingzhou responded with a single word. He recognized that Long Han Shuang's urgency was certainly justified. The Celestial Sword Sect is preparing to depart, and the Qingyan sect dares not linger even for a moment. After all, compared to the losses of the two sects, the casualties suffered by the Boundless Demon Sect and the Seven Kill Sect are far more grievous. Moreover, with the presence of the Thousand Island Demon Lord, who knows if he might suddenly go mad? Gu Mingzhou and Wang Chuan have abandoned even the rewards of their betting games. Leaving swiftly is of paramount importance. If the Thousand Island Demon Lord truly loses his sanity, no one here would stand a chance against him. On the side of the Boundless Demon Sect, Qian Dao Xiong poses a question to the surviving disciples. Why has the opening of the Nine Nether secret realm been delayed by a month? Elder, you must advocate for us. One disciple exclaimed, we had allied with the Seven Kill Sect to besiege the Celestial Sword Sect and the Qingyan Sect, intending to wear them down slowly. But who could have foreseen that Long Han Shuang would suddenly emerge? We are utterly outmatched. Please, Elder, avenge our fallen brothers. This was a premeditated excuse by the group. They aimed to shift all blame onto Long Han Shuang to divert the Elder's attention. Although it was not their fault, none could withstand the Elder's volatile temperament. Slap. The disciple who spoke was reduced to a pulp by a single strike. I asked why the Nine Nether secret realm has been delayed, not what you all have experienced in this month. If anyone utters another word of nonsense, they shall perish. Qian Dao Xiong turned his gaze towards the others, instilling fear in the disciples of the demon sect. The reason the sect is labeled as a demon sect is precisely because of its lack of rules. The principle of the survival of the fittest is vividly illustrated among them. The elder's act of killing a disciple is akin to squashing an ant. No one would dare to question it. However, among powers like the Celestial Sword Sect and the Qingyan Sect, the higher-ups cannot arbitrarily slay their disciples. Even if a disciple errs, they may only be injured and handed over to the enforcement department for resolution. Execution is reserved for those who commit grave offenses against the sect. Speak. What on earth transpired? Qian Dao Xiong pointed at another disciple. The chosen disciple trembled as he stepped forward, his voice quaking as he reported, Elder, 1 month ago, while we awaited the opening of the secret realm, a beam of golden light suddenly appeared, connecting to the sky. A voice then declared that the Nine Nether Palace had manifested, instructing everyone to go to the Nine Nether Palace to undergo trials and seek opportunities, and that the Nine Nether secret realm would only open a month later. Qian Dao Xiong's excitement grew with each word, the light in his eyes intensifying. The rumors were indeed true. There was a legacy within the Nine Nether secret realm, and it seemed that someone had already attained it. Just as the Celestial Sword Sect and Qingyun Sect were organizing their disciples for departure, the sky suddenly darkened. Then, Qian Dao Xiong's voice echoed through the Nine Nether Valley. No one is permitted to leave today. A figure appeared above the Nine Nether Valley, that of Qian Dao Xiong, who was wielding the devouring sky demon art. Cold Hans Wang furrowed her brow. Her urgency to depart stemmed from the fear that Qian Dao Xiong might intervene. The heavy losses of the Boundless Demon Sect were one thing. More crucial was the legacy of the Nine Nether Sovereign and his 108 generals. If Qianshan Xiong were aware of the inheritance emerging within the Nine Nether secret realm, he would undoubtedly not allow the Shinshao Sword Sect to escape so easily. It appears that the other party has already realized the predicament, and it is now too late for them to flee. Furthermore, with the multitude of individuals from the Shinshao Sword Sect, evading Qianshan Xiong's pursuit is an impossibility. Qianshan Xiong, what do you intend to do? Do you truly wish to keep us all here? Coldly reprimanded Long Han Shuang. At this point, the only way to instill fear in Qianshan Xiong is to bind together the smaller sects and rogue cultivators. Gu Mingzhou added, Qianshan Xiong, you once slaughtered over 1 million souls in a city, and even now, the Wujimo sect has yet to provide an explanation. Do you intend to create another massacre today? That would depend on the consensus of the world. Upon hearing this, both small sects and various rogue cultivators displayed expressions of terror. Many of the younger generation were unaware of this past atrocity, but the mention of 1,000,000 lives lost sent shivers down their spines. 1,000,000 lives. In the realm of cultivation, death is commonplace. Conflicts arise daily among various forces, resulting in casualties. However, the mass death of over 1,000,000 people is a rarity. Even in the annals of Lizhou's history, Wang Chuan of the Qingyun sect also exhibited a wary demeanor, ready to join forces with Leng Hanzhuang and Gu Mingzhou against the demon of Qianshan. Ha ha ha. You two juniors need not attempt to create enemies for me. Qianshan Xiong, fear no one. Let my words be known. Today, if anyone dares to leave, I shall not only slay them, but also uproot their entire sect. Qianshan Xiong laughed boisterously. The inheritance within the 9 nether secret realm likely pertains to an existence surpassing the 12 realms, and he would not let a single soul escape. Although Long Hanzhuang has the highest probability of inheriting, the chances for smaller sects and rogue cultivators are exceedingly slim. Yet, given Qianshan Xiong's nature, he would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape. Qianshan Xiong, no matter how formidable you are but one person. With our combined strength, should we not fear you? Wang Chuan of the Qingyun sect declared. You may certainly attempt it. Let us see if my celestial demon power can devour you all at once. Qianshan Xiong sneered. Elder Qianshan, my Yawang Valley has always maintained a good relationship with the Wujimo sect. We have not harmed anyone within the secret realm. I implore you to grant Yawang Valley some leniency and allow us to leave. This plea came from Zhuge Qingyun, the young master of Yawang Valley, who was eager to return and cultivate the treasures acquired within the 9 nether palace. Those were relics left behind by a peak 10th realm powerhouse. Should he ascend to the 10th realm, who in Lizhou could rival him? Yawang Valley would undoubtedly become the preeminent force in Lizhou. Logically speaking, Qianshan Xiong should allow Yawang Valley to depart. Yet, he immediately discerned Zhuge Qingyun's exceptional talent and the potential for him to inherit the secret realm's legacy. Thus, Qianshan Xiong would naturally refuse. In comparison to an inheritance from an existence transcending the 12 realms, what significance does Yawang Valley hold? Not even the master of Yawang Valley would suffice. I have stated, no one is permitted to leave. Qianshan Xiong offered no concession. Zhuge Qingyun found himself at a loss for words, casting a glance towards an elder nearby. Oldo merely shook his head slightly. A clear indication not to provoke the formidable demon of 1,000 Islands, and to comply with his demands. The Valley of 9 Hells fell into an uneasy silence, with even the Valley of Medicine Kings refraining from offering any rebuttal. What of the smaller factions and wandering cultivators? Given their status, they could only remain mute, too intimidated to question the might of 1,000 Island Xiong. Lin Feng, blending in with the crowd of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, wore a grim expression, his heart fervently praying, please, let there be no conflict. Please, let there be no conflict. The strength of 1,000 Island Xiong was evident from the way his devouring demonic technique instilled fear in everyone present. If a confrontation were to ensue, it was likely that both Long Hanzhuang and Gu Mingzhou would be no match for him. Even if the Qingyun sect joined them, their chances would still be slim. With his current predicament preventing him from intervening, what would he do? He couldn't bear to watch as the Xinjiao Sword Sect was annihilated before his very eyes. He had to devise a means to discreetly extricate himself from the group, just in case. Thus, Lin Feng glanced at Yu Qinxian beside him and the surrounding disciples of the Xinjiao Sword Sect. Noting that everyone was fixated on the imposing figure of 1,000 Island Xiong in the sky, he began to subtly retreat. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Xiong, leaving no one to notice Lin Feng's stealthy maneuver. Just a mere waste of talent, a character of little consequence. Were it not for the status of his elder brother, he would be nothing more than a passerby. What is it that you want from us, demon of 1,000 Islands? Long Hanzhuang questioned loudly once more. What do I want? Naturally, to settle scores. First, I shall reckon with your Xinjiao Sword Sect. The deaths of countless members of my Wujima sect, were they not orchestrated by you, Long Hanzhuang? 1,000 Islands Xiong's gaze fixed on her, knowing she was the most likely candidate to obtain the secret realm's legacy. Capturing her first would allow him to extract the inheritance he sought. And if so, are you claiming that only your Wujima sect is permitted to slay others, while we are forbidden from retaliating? Long Hanzhuang boldly affirmed, intent on claiming all that the secret realm had to offer for herself. Humph, you are correct. My Wujima sect may indeed kill, but you cannot harm our people. 1,000 Islands Xiong responded, his arrogance palpable. Do you not fear becoming the enemy of the world with such tyranny? Fear? How laughable. I, 1,000 Islands Xiong, have already been a public enemy of all, yet here I stand, alive and well. Long Hanzhuang found herself momentarily speechless. Long Hans Wang, surrender yourself. Xiong commanded coldly. Dream on. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, Thousand Island Xiang activated his devouring demonic technique. A massive demonic claw began to coalesce in the sky. Looming ominously, form the formation. Prepare for battle. Gu Mingzhou bellowed. Over 20 elders of the Void Flight realm swiftly summoned their life-bound swords, while thousands of disciples of the Xinjiao Sword Sect stood resolute, unwilling to yield. However, many among them had already sacrificed their life-bound swords in the Nine Hell Secret Realm, leaving them with only ordinary swords. In practice, wielding a common sword was far inferior to using a life-bound sword, both in skill and power. As the demonic claw fully formed, it descended upon the Xinjiao Sword Sect S ranks. Countless flying swords surged to meet it. A cacophony of collisions erupted, filling the air with the sounds of battle. The flying sword could only momentarily slow the descent of the demonic claw, unable to shatter it. At this moment, Gu Mingzhou wielded his innate flying sword, charging toward the claw. Clang! The claw halted, creating a temporary equilibrium between the two forces. However, Qian Dao Xiong stood with his arms crossed, a mocking expression on his face. Meanwhile, Gu Mingzhou and the other members of the Xinjiao Sword Sect strained to maintain their flying swords, seemingly on the verge of collapse should they relax their efforts. Allowing the claw to descend further, it was evident to the discerning that Qian Dao Xiong held an absolute advantage. With a chilling sword strike, Cold Frost unleashed her renowned technique. Faced with such a formidable adversary as Qian Dao Xiong, she could not afford to conceal her strength. The Ice Soul Sword, imbued with the essence of millennia-old coldness, made contact with the claw, which began to freeze gradually. Soon, it was entirely encased in ice. Gu Mingzhou and the others from the Xinjiao Sword Sect sighed in relief as the pressure dissipated with the claw's immobilization. Cold Frost fixed her gaze on the distant figure of Qian Dao Xiong, lamenting the brevity of her time in mastering her inherited skills. Had she fully grasped the sword art of celestial severance, perhaps she could have gravely injured Qian Dao Xiong. Qian Dao Demon, I see you are not merely seeking revenge for your Wuji demon sect, but coveting the legacy within the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Cold Frost proclaimed loudly. Everyone, cease your watching. Once Qian Dao Xiong is free, he will compel you to relinquish your inheritance, and refusal will lead to your demise. She boldly revealed Qian Dao Xiong's intentions. With the current strength of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, they were no match for him. It was imperative to unite all those who possessed inheritances into their ranks. Upon hearing Cold Frost's words, Zhuge Qingyun, the young master of the Medicine King Valley, trembled. He finally understood why Qian Dao Xiong would not allow him to depart. He coveted the inheritance Zhuge had acquired within the Nine Nether Secret Realm. He immediately conveyed his thoughts to old O beside him. Upon learning that Zhuge Qingyun had obtained the legacy of a peak 10th realm powerhouse, Old O's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was not only a stroke of fortune for the young master, but also a pivotal opportunity for the rise of the Medicine King Valley that could not be squandered. He began to gather his strength, preparing to ally with the Xinjiao Sword Sect against Qian Dao Xiong. In the Qingyan Sect's camp, Li Luoyi also shared her situation with Wang Chuan. They were not alone. Within the smaller factions and among wandering cultivators, two hidden geniuses had acquired the last two legacies among the 108 generals. They lacked the backing of powerful clans and could only hope that the Xinjiao Sword Sect could withstand the pressure from Qian Dao Xiong. Otherwise, they too would face dire consequences. Ha ha ha, and what of it? The inheritance within the Nine Nether Secret Realm is not meant for you juniors to possess. Those who are wise will hand it over to me. Today I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Qian Dao Xiong laughed boisterously in response. He dropped all pretense, laying bare his intentions. He sought the secret realm's inheritance. Surrender it and live. Refuse and face death. Qian Dao Xiong was confident in his ability to leave no one standing. The devouring sky demon technique thrived in battles involving multiple opponents, growing in potency with numbers. In the realm of combat, while others may find their stamina dwindling over time, the swallowing heaven demon art operates differently. Those who perish in battle are absorbed by this dark power, rendering Qian Dao Xiong increasingly formidable as the fight progresses. Have you all heard? Only by uniting can we confront this malevolent being. Long Hans Wang continued to rally her allies, though her expression gradually darkened. She had anticipated that Qian Dao Xiong would deny the accusations, yet to her astonishment, he openly acknowledged them. Qian Dao Xiong, daring to stand against all present, must have devised a strategy. Quickly, Long Hans Wang cast a glance towards the Xinjiao Sword Sect's faction, only to discover Lin Feng had vanished, a weight lifting from her heart. She understood that Lin Feng could not remain indifferent. Chapter 42. The Initiation of Conflict. Qin Daoxiong. Cease your obstinate delusions. Wang Chuan from the Qingyan sect implored. If possible, he wished to avoid confrontation with this individual. Even an alliance with the Xinxiao Sword Sect would likely lead to dire consequences, as Qin Daoxiong's reputation was overwhelmingly fearsome. Decades prior, in the cultivation world of Li Zhou, who did not tremble at the mere mention of Qin Daoxiong's name. Within the Wijum demon sect, his notoriety surpassed even that of the sect's leader. He was a fiend with bloodied hands stained by countless lives. Qin Daoxiong. Allow us to depart from the Medicine King Valley. We wish to remain uninvolved in this matter. What say you? Inquired Old O, a companion of Zhuge Qingyan. The Medicine King Valley indeed sought to extricate themselves from this conflict. Yet, Qin Daoxiong would not grant them such an opportunity. With a cold snort, he retorted, Your prattle is excessive. In the sky, the frozen demonic claws began to show signs of breaking free. Wang Chuan and Old O from the Medicine King Valley exchanged resigned glances and sighed. If this battle was unavoidable, then let it commence. They soared into the air, followed closely by the formidable warriors of Qingyun Mountain and the Medicine King Valley. Unleash your full might. Ancient Ming bellowed. The elders of the Xinxiao Sword Sect once more summoned their life-bound flying swords. The three factions launched a simultaneous assault against the frozen demonic claws in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. After a cacophony of thunderous sounds, the demonic claws disintegrated, vanishing from sight. Since you all seek death, do not blame me, Qin Daoxiong remarked with a chilling smile. He understood that without instilling despair in these individuals, they would never relinquish the secrets of the mystical realm. Words were futile. It was far better to subdue everyone by force. Those who resisted would meet their demise. Demonic art, arise. Demon god, emerge. In the heavens, ghastly visages with green faces and sharp fangs materialized. Simultaneously, the wails of tormented souls echoed throughout the Nine Nether Valley. Ah, Yua. Merely hearing these sounds instilled panic among those present, and the weaker souls began to tremble involuntarily. The demonic faces in the sky resembled incarnations of evil, their gaping maws poised to devour all life. Be cautious. This sound possesses soul-snaring effects. Maintain your mental fortitude and uphold your Dao heart. Long Hans Wang warned loudly. Yet her words bore little impact. Those capable of steadfastness in such circumstances were not ordinary beings and required no reminders. Many appeared as if they had lost their souls, gradually adopting expressions of blankness. As the ominous situation unfolded, Lung Hans Wang urgently cautioned, Everyone, cover your ears. Those who still retained a semblance of lucidity hurriedly shielded their ears with their hands, yet it proved futile. The sound seemed to penetrate the mind, instilling a deep sense of dread. The devilish faces began to dance menacingly in the air. One such visage descended and swiftly devoured a man who appeared entranced. Soon, more devilish faces surged into the crowd. It is your privilege to contribute to my demonic powers, boomed the voice of Qin Daoxiong. We must unite our efforts to shatter the devouring sky demon technique. Otherwise, the more it consumes, the stronger it becomes. Ultimately, we will all perish here. Old O from Yawang Valley shouted anxiously. Form the formation. Break the demonic power. The elders of the Xinxiao Sword Sect, led by Gu Mingzhou, each spat a mouthful of essence blood onto their personal flying swords. Over 20 swords, stained crimson with blood, formed a sword formation and surged upward. As they soared, a massive sword, 100 feet in length, materialized, piercing the heavens. Every devilish face that ventured too close was annihilated in its wake. Boom. Long Hans Wang acted swiftly. Her ice soul sword, imbued with a millennium of chill, joined the sword formation. A layer of white mist enveloped the gigantic sword as it advanced toward the sky, shrouded by the devouring sky demon technique, determined to pierce through it. The Xinxiao Sword Sect forged their sword formation to break the demonic power, while the Qingyan sect and Yaowang sect did not remain idle, exerting their utmost strength to assist them. Clang! The colossal sword was obstructed, suspended in the sky, unable to advance even an inch. Ha ha! Do you think you can break my demonic technique? It's not so simple. Qin Daoxiong laughed maniacally. Stop hiding. If this continues, we shall all perish here. The demon of Qin Dao will show no mercy. He once dared to slaughter millions, and today he would not hesitate to leave us all behind. Long Han Shuang's words carried weight. Just as everyone prepared to fight with their lives on the line, a flash of sword light approached at an astonishing speed, reaching Qin Daoxiong in the blink of an eye. With lightning speed, it cleaved Qin Daoxiong in two. The sudden turn of events plunged the battlefield into an eerie silence. Qin Daoxiong is dead? Impossible! The notorious demon had roamed the continent for centuries. How could he fall so easily? Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. However, it soon became evident that something was amiss. The one who had wielded the devouring sky demon technique lay dead, yet the demonic power did not dissipate. This was clearly contrary to reason. Indeed, as Qiandao Xiong's bisected body fell, it was consumed by two devilish faces. These faces then merged into a form resembling Qiandao Xiong. The demonic power remained unbroken, rendering him difficult to eliminate. At this moment, Qiandao Xiong was devoid of his earlier arrogance, fixating on the front. Gritting his teeth as he spoke, "It's you. It is I, Lin Feng." Donned in a new attire and wearing the mask he had used during the obliteration of the Rakshasa sect, appeared in the air, standing opposed to Qiandao Xiong. "The masked demon," he exclaimed. "Months ago, the incident in which the masked phantom vanquished the Rakshasa sect and repelled the formidable Qiandao Xiong resurfaced in the minds of the people. The entire realm of cultivation in Li Prefecture was rife with speculation regarding the identity of the masked phantom, yet no clues emerged, nor even a single suspect. After all, few could pose a threat to Qiandao Xiong, and those who could were prominent figures. Who would don a mask? Qiandao Xiong fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, his anger surging uncontrollably. Initially, he had chosen to retreat due to the unexpected nature of the incident, only to find himself the subject of whispered rumors, suggesting he acted out of fear. This was a blow to his pride. Furthermore, Lin Feng had disrupted the plans of the Wuji demon sect, and now he had returned to sow discord. The accumulation of old grievances and new animosities compelled him to capture Lin Feng, despite the cost, to alleviate his own resentment. Lin Feng felt helpless. After regaining his identity, he had no desire to entangle himself in such matters, wishing only to embrace the role of the underperforming senior brother. However, witnessing his master, cold uncle, and elder Gu struggle against Qiandao Xiong left him with no choice but to intervene. He could not simply stand by and watch as they faced serious injury or even death. After all, he was the senior brother of the Shinshao Sword Sect, a responsibility he could not shirk. Troubles had been incessantly plaguing him, giving Lin Feng the sense of an impending storm. He wondered how much longer he could maintain his facade. He had yet to fully process the events that transpired in the Nine Nether Palace. Alas, what a tumultuous season it was. Lin Feng sighed in resignation. Chapter 43. Uncle Master watched closely upon Lin Feng's arrival. Cold Han Shuang gradually relaxed. While uncertain who was stronger between Lin Feng and Qiandao Xiong, she believed the disparity would not be vast, even if Lin Feng was outmatched. There were so many powerful allies present that Qiandao Xiong would surely regard them with caution. In the crowd, Yi Qingxian and Li Luoyi, upon seeing Lin Feng, involuntarily recalled the masked figure who had rescued them in the Nine Nether secret realm. Despite their differing attire and masks, encountering two masked individuals in a short span of time inevitably stirred suspicions regarding their connection. Could it be that a mysterious masked organization had emerged in Li Prefecture, specifically targeting the Wuji demon sect and the Seven Kills sect? Of course, Yi Qingxian and Li Luoyi had never considered the possibility that the savior from the secret realm and the masked phantom before them were one and the same. After all, entrance to the Nine Nether secret realm was restricted to those under 100 years of age. While this individual could contend with the Grand Elder of the Wuji demon sect, indicating he was surely far beyond that age. If someone under a century could possess abilities so closely rivaling Qiandao Xiong, he would be no mere genius. Throughout the history of Li Prefecture, no such figure had ever emerged. It was simply too ethereal, an impossibility. Who are you? Why do you meddle in the affairs of my Wuji demon sect? Qiandao Xiong could not suppress the questions that plagued his mind. The Wuji demon sect is notorious for its transgressions, valuing human life as mere grass. I am sent by heaven to deliver your punishment, Lin Feng replied. Ha ha ha, what a ludicrous assertion. Such a ridiculous claim. What transgressions? What disregard for life? I do not comprehend. I am acutely aware that this is a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are destined to be eliminated, and only the strong are entitled to survive. Who, then, is the one in error? You invite the masses to judge? Do you really think these insignificant beings have the capacity to adjudicate? The rules set forth by the powerful are deemed just. The weak must either abide by these regulations, struggling to persist, or face annihilation. Lin Feng shook his head. He was a traveler from Earth, raised under the philosophy of equality among all. Thus, on a psychological level, he found himself at odds with Qiandao Xiong's assertions. However, it must be conceded that Qiandao Xiong spoke a grim truth. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. The mightiest dictate the narrative, and the rules are crafted by the powerful. Therefore, Lin Feng aspired to be among those who establish the rules, to be the strategist in the game of life, rather than a mere pawn to be manipulated. Qian Dao Xiong, even though your words reflect reality, I cannot endorse your perspective. In the future, I shall forge new rules, rules that advocate for equality, where no one may recklessly take innocent lives or treat existence as expendable. Ha! Equality for all. How naive, how ludicrous. Qian Dao Xiong erupted into maniacal laughter. He was not alone. The entire assembly found his declaration preposterous. How could equality ever be achieved? Their relentless efforts and cultivation were driven by the desire to rise above others, to attain superiority. If everyone were truly equal, what would be the point of striving? They might as well languish in idleness and await their demise. Even Lung Han Shuang perceived Lin Feng as foolish. Talent aside, he was merely a young man in his 20s, lacking in experience. Who else would utter such words? Yet, Lin Feng saw no fault in his stance. He was not of this world, and thus felt no obligation to adhere to its dictates. Qian Dao Xiong, you have your convictions, and I have mine. Let this battle reveal whether the esteemed elder of the Wuji demon sect is truly deserving of his reputation. Lin Feng drew the Howren sword from his bag. His victory over the Rakshasa sect and the acquisition of the Howren sword had already spread like wildfire, leaving no need for concealment. Armed with a powerful and formidable sword, his combat capabilities would undoubtedly be enhanced. Qian Dao Xiong ceased his prattle, clasped his hands together, and bellowed, "Divine demons unite!" Countless devilish visages in the sky swiftly coalesced before Qian Dao Xiong, forming a gargantuan face with green skin and fearsome fangs, towering over 1,000 feet. Once this colossal visage was complete, it charged at Lin Feng, its gaping maw ready to swallow him whole. In the face of this demonic assault, Lin Feng brandished the Howren sword, and a tempest arose in the dim sky. With a decisive swing, a sword beam stretching hundreds of feet surged forth, colliding with the devilish face. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, causing the onlookers to clutch their ears in agony. Those of weaker constitution found their eardrums shattered, collapsing to the ground in distress. The sheer force of their initial clash was terrifying. How formidable! Long Han Shuang was once again astounded. How old could Lin Feng possibly be? At merely 20-something years of age, his prowess surprisingly rivals that of Kondo Yu, who has lived for centuries. He is truly a prodigy of unparalleled talent. The heavens must be favoring our Shenxiao Sword Sect. As the dust settled, the demonic visage remained, albeit considerably diminished, while the sword radiance had completely vanished. Observing this, Lin Feng effortlessly swung his sword once more. Boom! Following the resounding clash, the demonic face also disappeared. Kondo Yu let out a sinister laugh, once again summoning the demonic visage, but this time it manifested as 3 faces rather than 1. Lin Feng, no longer courteous, invoked the ultimate sword intent. Every swordsman felt their blade tremble uncontrollably, as if it were ready to leap from its sheath at any moment. Whoosh! This strike was fundamentally different from the previous 2. Its might was vastly superior. The 4 levels of sword comprehension significantly augment sword techniques, and Lin Feng had already grasped the pinnacle of ultimate sword intent. Boom, boom, boom. After the strike, the 3 colossal demonic faces had vanished. Yet, more and larger demonic visages appeared in the sky. Ha ha ha, you're quite formidable, aren't you? Keep going. Let us see how many more strikes you can unleash. Within my devouring heaven demonic art, I am invincible. Unless you annihilate these demonic beings, you cannot harm me. Kondo Yu laughed heartily. First, break my demonic art. Cold Hanjing shouted, attempting to warn Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng paid her no heed, instead addressing Kondo Yu with calm determination. Is that so? Then I shall test whether I can indeed harm you. I shall stand here. Come and try. Cold Hanjing was about to speak when Lin Feng's voice suddenly reached her ears. Cold Master, do not blink. You must observe closely from here on. This strike will greatly aid you. Upon hearing this, Cold Hanjing fixed her gaze intently on Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng's aura surged, his vitality and spirit reaching their zenith. All his strength coalesced, and with every breath, he seemed to merge with the very heavens and earth. As Cold Hanjing watched, her eyes widened in astonishment. Her mind buzzed. This is the sky-slaying sword technique. Chapter 44. The splendor of that strike. Cold Hanjing gazed at Lin Feng, who hovered in the sky. After receiving her inheritance within the 9 Nether Palace, even with her exceptional talent, she had merely scratched the surface of the sky-slaying sword technique. How could Lin Feng possibly wield it against Kondo Yu? It seemed implausible. Even if he had acquired the method to practice the technique from the Nine Nether Sovereign's legacy, barely a month had passed. This was the renowned skill of a 12th realm powerhouse, one that had even enabled its wielder to slay a 12th realm expert at the pinnacle of the 11th realm. Mastering such a technique is no trivial feat. Despite knowing Lin Feng's extraordinary talent, Cold Hanjing still found it hard to believe. What sort of monster did the senior brother bring back? Ironically, those within the sect continued to mock him behind his back, looking down upon him. One cannot help but wonder how the sect will react when Lin Feng's talent and strength are finally revealed. Cold Hanjing eagerly anticipated the moment when those ancient relics of the sect would be struck in the face with reality. There is an ever-present sentiment that the interests of the sect overshadow all else, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Take, for instance, the matter concerning senior brother Sumu Bai. He sustained injuries solely for the sake of the sect, yet now, the sect turns a blind eye, allowing him to fend for himself. Were it not for second brother Luo Yuntian ascending to the position of sect master of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, withstanding the pressure, senior brother would likely have lost both Gutsuan Peak and the Howren Sword. Fortunately, he managed to bring back such a prodigy. Otherwise, his fate would have been irrevocably sealed. Longhan Huang has every reason to believe that as long as Lin Feng remains, senior brother will eventually make a triumphant return. It is worth noting that although his talent may not rival Lin Feng's, he ranks among the top 3 in the Xinjiao Sword Sect over the past few centuries. After the initial shock, Longhan Huang focused her entire attention on the figure in the sky. Lin Feng's choice to employ the celestial/sword technique, rather than other formidable skills, was also motivated by a desire to assist her. Witnessing the true essence of the celestial/sword technique firsthand would expedite her understanding of its intricacies. The execution of the technique necessitates a harmonious fusion of energy, spirit, and will, concentrating all one's power into a singular point for a sudden eruption. While it sounds simple in theory, the actual practice reveals its formidable challenges. Those lacking sufficient talent may find it arduous, potentially taking decades or even centuries to master. Qian Dao Xiang observed Lin Feng standing motionless in the air, mistakenly believing him to be stunned by his demonic prowess, and thus let out a hearty laugh. The swallowing heaven demon technique had been his most reliable asset during his reign across Li Prefecture for centuries. In group battles, he faced virtually no opponents. The stamina he expended could be replenished through consumption. Since you remain idle, it is my turn, Qian Dao Xiong declared, once again employing the divine demon union. All the devilish visages in the realm amalgamated into a colossal devil face that obscured the sky and enveloped the entire Joyo Valley. Swallow, Qian Dao Xiong bellowed. The enormous devil face opened its gaping maw, a dark abyss that resembled a black hole. A tremendous suction force drew everything from the ground into its mouth, far surpassing the pull of Lin Feng's pet, the Jiao Dragon, in strength. The two were not even comparable in magnitude. The scattered cultivators on the ground were utterly defenseless, immediately lifted into the air. Medium to large factions could momentarily withstand it through formations, but their resistance would not last long. All eyes turned to Lin Feng, as he was the only one capable of countering Qian Dao Xiong. Should he fall victim to the swallowing heaven demon technique, escape would be unlikely. Many lives had perished in the wake of Qian Dao Xiong's demonic powers. Lin Feng's aura zeroed in on Qian Dao Xiong as he softly uttered a single word, slash. In an instant, a flash of white light erupted. At that moment, everyone, including Qian Dao Xiong, was rendered blind. Not only did their sight vanish, but their senses also dulled. Yet, in the next heartbeat, everything returned to its former state. The world appeared unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. Everyone stood in bewilderment, questioning the nature of that white light. Was it an illusion? It felt far too vivid. Something is amiss. The overwhelming suction force had vanished. Qian Dao Xiong fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng. In his eyes, a look of shock gradually emerged. This sword was unparalleled in its ferocity. Had it not been for his extensive battle experience allowing him to evade a fatal blow at the last critical moment, the consequences would have been dire. Under the incredulous gazes of all present, first, the left arm of Qian Dao Xiong detached from his body, grasped by his right hand. Subsequently, a fissure appeared in the midst of the colossal demonic visage overhead, shattering apart, splitting the sky that had been shrouded by the devouring sky demon technique in twain, allowing sunlight to cascade down. With a single stroke, the devouring sky demon technique was vanquished. Qian Dao Xiong sustained grave injuries. Longhan Huang was exhilarated. Truly, this was the renowned skill of a 12th realm powerhouse. The sky-slicing sword art was extraordinarily formidable. Not only did it dismantle the devouring sky demon technique with a single strike, but it also severed Qian Dao Xiong's left arm. Qian Dao Xiong was no ordinary individual. He was the Grand Elder of the Boundless Demon Sect, having roamed the Li continent for centuries. In the entirety of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, perhaps only the ancestors in seclusion within the Forbidden Grounds could achieve such a feat. Once she mastered the sky-slicing sword art, her combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. Unfortunately, she had only grasped a mere fraction of its essence, with a long journey ahead before she could fully realize it. No, Long Han Shuang resolved within herself. Upon returning to the sect, she would seek counsel from Lin Feng at the Solitary Peak. She aimed to master the sky-slicing sword art at the earliest opportunity. When she next confronted a powerhouse like Qian Dao Xiong, she would not be as defenseless as she had been today. As for her uncle's identity, at this moment, it had long been cast aside. As the saying goes, the accomplished deserve respect. If she could rapidly master the sky-slicing sword art under Lin Feng's guidance, she would gladly call him her uncle. For a sword practitioner, the allure of such a potent skill as the sky-slicing sword art was simply irresistible. Yuqing Xian gazed at the figure in the sky. Why did both the masked figure encountered in the secret realm and the ghost-faced individual before her evoke such a sense of familiarity? The Valley of Nine Hells fell into silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. The attendees dared not even breathe. The grandeur of that sword would be etched into everyone's minds, unforgettable for a lifetime. So powerful. Who exactly was Qian Dao Xiong? To be grievously wounded by a single sword strike? What is the name of this sword? Qian Dao Xiong broke the silence. The sky-slicing sword art. Lin Feng replied. What a splendid sky-slicing sword art. You are the first to shatter my devouring sky demon technique. I acknowledge you, Qian Dao Xiong said. There are always individuals beyond individuals. Realms beyond realms. Many can dismantle your devouring sky demon technique. You simply have not encountered them yet. Qian Dao Xiong, one should remain humble, otherwise you will inevitably face misfortune one day. Your acknowledgement is unnecessary. I, Qian Dao Xiong, do not need your instruction in my endeavors. Though you have triumphed today, I remain unconvinced. Just wait. Soon, you will learn the consequences of opposing the Boundless Demon Sect. Qian Dao Xiong declared fiercely. The individual before him was indeed formidable, yet could not impede the Boundless Demon Sect's ambition to unify the Li continent. I await your arrival. Lin Feng replied with a nonchalant smile. Await? Give yourself a little more time. What is Qian Dao Xiong? He has the capability to topple the Boundless Demon Sect. Boundless Demon Sect. Retreat. With that, Qian Dao Xiong turned and departed, clutching his severed left arm. He must swiftly find a place to reattach his arm. Chapter 45, The Cultivation Game. Qi Dao Xiong, along with the members of the Wujimozong, retreated. The devouring sky demonic art had been shattered, his left hand severed. Continuing the battle would serve him no advantage. Lin Feng chose not to pursue. It is not easy to deal with someone who has attained the position of Grand Elder in the Wujimozong. A being who has lived for centuries surely possesses some hidden cards. Since the celestial sword technique failed to vanquish Qi Dao Xiong, Lin Feng had no intention of prolonging the conflict. What he required now was time to digest the gifts bestowed upon him by the Lord of Juyo. One Qi Dao Xiong was trivial. He could decimate the entire Wujimozong with ease. With Qi Dao Xiong gone, Lin Feng also prepared to depart. He needed to find a place to restore his identity as the senior brother of the Shinshao Sword Sect and merge back into the larger group, ensuring no suspicions arose. Turning to glance at Long Han Shuang, their eyes met, and he transformed into a beam of light, vanishing without a trace. Victory? Many scattered cultivators wept tears of joy. Just moments ago, they had nearly been consumed by Qi Dao Xiong's devouring sky demonic art. Fortunately, the ghost-faced man intervened in time, shattering the demonic technique and rescuing everyone. Only after confronting death does one truly appreciate the bliss of being alive. Phew. Zhuge Qingyan let out a huge sigh of relief. After all the effort to obtain the inheritance from the Jiuyo secret realm, which represented the rise of Yawang Valley, he certainly did not wish to hand it over to Qi Dao Xiong. However, if faced with the choice between life and inheritance, Zhuge Qingyan would undoubtedly choose to live without hesitation. Inheritance can be regained. Once life is lost, nothing remains. This incident also illuminated Zhuge Qingyan's understanding. The Wujimozong is akin to an insatiable wolf. The Yuang sect provides countless spiritual herbs to the Wujimozong each year. Yet they nearly perished at Qi Dao Xiong's hands. After the fierce battle, various factions hastened their retreat. They wished to avoid any further mishaps, having narrowly escaped death. The terror of the devouring sky demonic art still lingered in their minds. After bidding farewell to the Qingyun sect, the Shunxiao Sword Sect also departed. Lung Hanshuang and Gu Mingzhou led a group of disciples back. Lin Feng had, at some point, rejoined the ranks. With his prowess, it was a simple matter for him to come and go without a trace. After 2 days of travel, the grand contingent of the Shunxiao Sword Sect finally returned to their sect's entrance. At this moment, they could truly consider themselves safe. No matter how formidable Qi Daoxiong or the Wujimozong might be, they would certainly not dare to wreak havoc at the Shunxiao Sword Sect. Thank you all for your hard work. Tomorrow, the sect will host a celebratory feast for you. Junior Sister Lung and Elder Gu, please proceed to the main hall. The rest of you may return to rest, announced the sect leader, Luo Yutian. Yes. Master Brother. Yes. Sect leader. Once inside the sect, Lin Feng parted ways with the main group and had just arrived at the foot of Gutsuan Peak when a graceful figure flew in on a sword from the distance, landing directly in his embrace. Wu Lin Feng held her close, gently patting her back as he comforted, "Do not cry. If you continue, you will no longer be beautiful." The visitor was none other than his junior sister, Su Xiao, the daughter of Su Mubai. "Oh, brother, I thought you would never return. Father has yet to awaken. What shall I do if you are gone as well?" Su Xiao lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. Once, her world encompassed only 2 souls, her father and her brother. After becoming a disciple, she gained another mentor, Lu Hongwan. How could that be? Brother promised to protect you. Come, let me see if you become more beautiful in these past few months. Lin Feng gently pushed Su Xiao aside, and they gazed at each other. A blush adorned her cheeks, lending her an added charm. This was not the result of artificial blush, but a natural glow. Lin Feng marveled at the wonders of creation. No celebrity from his previous life on Earth could compare to the enchanting Su Xiyu before him, though still youthful and not fully matured. She had blossomed into a pure and lovely maiden. Her allure was distinct from that of the completely ripened Long Hans Wang or the semi-mature Yuqin Xian. When Lin Feng first encountered Su Xiao, he was merely a child of over 5 years, already capable of self-sufficiency. They lived together on the solitary peak, as their mentor, Su Mubai, frequently ventured out. Thus, Su Xiyu was effectively raised by Lin Feng, leading to their deep bond. Even upon learning of Lin Feng's perceived inadequacy, Su Xiao never held him in disdain. Watching her grow from an infant in swaddling to a graceful young woman, she often jested about marrying him in the future. To outsiders, they appeared as childhood sweethearts, yet, to Lin Feng, it felt akin to nurturing a charming maiden in a game. After all, his mental age far exceeded his physical one. "Brother, why did you return a month late?" "I was terribly worried, fearing some calamity had befallen you," Su Xiao inquired. "It's a long story. Come, let us return to the solitary peak, and I shall recount it to you in due time." "All right." Lin Feng grasped Su Xiao's hand, and together they ambled towards the solitary peak. "By the way, junior sister, I bear good news for you." "What good news?" "Uncle Lung has discovered the other shore flower in the 9 nether secret realm. Soon, our mentor shall awaken." "Is that truly so?" "Of course. When have I ever deceived you?" "That is wonderful, brother. Father will finally awaken, and we shall be reunited as a family." In Su Xiao's heart, her father and brother were her family, and she would not allow anyone to sever their bond. "Indeed, with me around, no one shall dare to bully the 2 of you. I believe you, brother." Su Xiu did not take Lin Feng's words to heart, merely wishing to spare his pride. The young girl had already resolved to diligently cultivate her skills to protect her father and brother. Upon reaching the solitary peak, Lin Feng resumed his familiar pursuits, catching animals, fishing, and barbecuing. He raised Su Xiao in this manner. The young girl is endlessly appreciative of Lin Feng's culinary skills, having grown up relishing his dishes without ever tiring of them. As time was of the essence, Lin Feng urged Su Xiao to return. Each of the 16 peaks of the Shunxiao Sword Sect adheres to its own rules, particularly the Yuna Peak and the Jiaxia Peak, where numerous female disciples reside. Unless on a mission, they must return by nightfall. "Senior brother, I wish to stay with you at Gutsuan Peak tonight." The little girl looked reluctant. A month prior, when Lin Feng had not returned, she felt as though her world had collapsed. Not even the grievous injuries of Su Mubai evoked such despair in her. They had practically grown up together, never parting ways for a single day until Su Xiao took on her master. And their years of companionship had forged a bond deeper than that between her and Su Mubai. Chapter 46. Why are you here again? Ultimately, Lin Feng managed to persuade Su Xiao to return to Jiaxia Peak, citing the necessity of adhering to its regulations and the importance of discipline. In truth, He feared allowing her to stay. Before Su Shiyu became a disciple of Lu Hongwan, they not only shared meals and accommodations but even slept together. Every morning, the little girl would cling to Lin Feng, holding him tightly. He had considered the idea of sleeping separately and had made considerable efforts towards that end. But the little girl was adamant, crying inconsolably at the thought of separation, claiming she was afraid and could not sleep alone. At that time, it was somewhat understandable, as she was just a child. However, over the years, Su Xiao had blossomed into a graceful young woman, making their shared sleeping arrangements increasingly inappropriate. Moreover, it was Lin Feng who felt the discomfort. After all, he was a spirited young man. Despite his strong self-control, it was undeniably challenging for him. After seeing Su Xiao off, Lin Feng meticulously reviewed the perception array he had set up at Gutsuan Peak and began to train earnestly. Having accepted the legacy of the Nine Nether Lord, he knew that to become a master in strategy and games, he must exert himself. There was no room for complacency. Surpassing the 12 realms was no simple feat. Su Mubai had once informed Lin Feng that the strongest beings on Liu Island were at the pinnacle of the 9th realm. If any of the 4 major powers were to produce a 10th realm powerhouse, Liu Island would likely face unification, as the combat prowess of a 10th realm cultivator far exceeded that of a 9th realm one. Given the difficulty of achieving the 10th realm, surpassing the 12 realms was an even greater challenge. Although Lin Feng was confident in himself, he knew that effort was essential. Breakthroughs cannot be achieved by mere idleness. Just as Lin Feng embarked on his first serious training endeavor, the news brought back by Long Hans Wang sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Shinshao Sword Sect. The 7 Kills sect had secretly resumed their cultivation of the God of Killing technique and dispatched the God of Killing team into the 9 Nether secret realm to confront Long Hans Wang, even allying with the Wuji Demon sect in a bid to annihilate the members of both the Shinshao Sword Sect and the Qingyun sect. The delay in opening the 9 Nether secret realm by a month was due to the emergence of a legacy. Both pieces of news were of paramount importance. The high-ranking officials of the Shinshao Sword Sect convened an emergency meeting to formulate their subsequent plans. The Wuji Demon sect and the 7 Kills sect were clearly intent on shattering the existing balance and igniting conflict. While the reasons behind their sudden aggression remained unclear, vigilance was imperative. It even stirred the ancestors who were secluded in the Forbidden Grounds. Subsequently, Long Hans Wang sought out Luo Yutian, stating that not only had the Shinshao Sword Sect caused a commotion, but the entire Li continent was also in an uproar. The delay of a month in the opening of the Jiuyo secret realm had already captured the attention of various factions across the Li continent. Now that it was finally opening, a weighty revelation emerged. A legacy had appeared within the secret realm. This was unprecedented. It must be noted that the Jiuyo secret realm had existed for over 10,000 years, and this was the first time a legacy had manifested. Although there had been speculations in the past that the Jiuyo secret realm was a space created by an existence surpassing the 12 realms, the lack of evidence had rendered such beliefs unconvincing. Should it be confirmed that a legacy resides within, the once-a-century opening of the secret realm would become paramount. It would ensure that all eligible individuals from every faction would rush forth. The 4 major factions might even impose restrictions on the number of entrants, allocating spots based on strength and status, as unrestricted access would be improbable. After all, this was a legacy left behind by an existence beyond the 12 realms. Who wouldn't desire it? The most frustrated would undoubtedly be the Wujima sect and the 7 Kills sect. Initially, they had planned to collaborate, intending to trap the members of the Shinshao Sword Sect and the Qingyun sect within, delivering a severe blow to their enemies. However, contrary to their expectations, it was not their foes who were trapped, but rather their own members who suffered heavy losses. Consequently, with the emergence of the legacy, both sects gained nothing. The anger of these 2 top factions was palpable, and the consequences would be grave. The current tranquility of the Li continent was but the prelude to an impending storm. Yet, none of this pertained to Lin Feng. It was a matter for the higher echelons of the sect to ponder. He merely needed to focus on his own cultivation. 3 days later, Gutsuan Peak welcomed its first guest after Lin Feng's return from the Jiuyo secret realm, Long Hans Wang. "Master Uncle, why have you come again?" Lin Feng asked with a furrowed brow. "What do you mean again? This is not my first visit, is it?" Long Hans Wang queried, puzzled. "Master Uncle, I mentioned during our time in the Jiuyo secret realm that you shouldn't seek me out without reason. If you come too often, it might raise suspicions. And I simply wish to live quietly. Could you please refrain from causing me trouble?" Lin Feng explained. "Am I a source of trouble for you? Are you dismissing me?" Long Hans Wang's expression darkened. How could this young man look down upon her? This was unacceptable. An explanation was imperative today. Otherwise, how could he expect to consult her on the Zhantian Ba Jian technique in the future? Master Uncle, you've misunderstood. How could I ever disdain you? Your kindness is etched in my heart, and I dare not forget it. It's just that you used to visit only once a year. And frequent visits now would attract attention, Lin Feng hurriedly clarified. Long Hanswang held a significant position within the Shinshao Sword Sect, and her regular visits to Gutsuan Peak would not only arouse suspicions, but also draw the focus of others to this almost forgotten place. Lin Feng had no desire for such attention. He wished to remain an invisible entity, ideally to be forgotten by all. What difference did it make if others took notice? I am your uncle, and you still haven't arrived? Uncle, are you trying to put me in a difficult position? Lin Feng muttered. Difficult for you? Very well. Lin Feng. This is what you said. I initially came to inform you about the eldest senior brother, but since you do not wish for my presence, I shall take my leave immediately. Do not bother to inquire about me. I know nothing, Long Hanswang replied, turning to depart. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng panicked and grasped Long Hanswang's hand. Uncle, please, don't go. I admit my fault. Is that not enough? You are always welcome to come whenever you wish. Is that what you said? You can come anytime? Long Hanswang asked with an impassive expression. Yes, I said that. But could you perhaps be a little discreet when you come? I beg you. As your nephew, Lin Feng said with a helpless expression. Fine, since you insist. I shall be cautious when I visit, ensuring not to draw attention. Long Hanswang replied calmly, a smile blossoming in her heart. I will manage you yet. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. In this world, he truly cared for only 3 individuals. One was his master, Su Mubai, who rescued him in his most desperate hour and brought him to the Shinshao Sword Sect. The second was his junior sister, Su Shiyao, with whom he shared over a decade of companionship, holding significant places in each other's hearts. The last was his uncle, Long Hanswang. As someone who had traversed from Earth, Lin Feng could distinctly feel the genuine affection she held for him since childhood. Chapter 47. The first 10th realm expert from Long Hanswang. Lin Feng learned that their master, Luo Yutian, had begun preparing a spiritual pill for Su Mubai, utilizing the other shore flower as the primary ingredient. This process would take approximately a week. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, Su Mubai would awaken in a week. This news was a boon for Lin Feng. Only with his master's awakening and the alleviation of his worries could he devote himself entirely to his cultivation. Lin Feng, there is something I wish to consult you about, Long Hanswang said, somewhat shyly. It was likely the first time she sought guidance on cultivation matters from her disciple. Lin Feng quickly surmised the subject. Uncle, is it about the heavenly slashing sword technique? Indeed. Long Hanswang nodded and continued. How did you manage to master the heavenly slashing sword technique in such a short time? I have only grasped the basics, but after witnessing your application of the technique, I gained new insights. However, it remains insufficient, which is why I wish to seek your advice. Please, do not speak of consulting. Let us explore this together. Ultimately, the essence of the heavenly slashing sword technique lies in the mastery of one's vitality, spirit, and energy. Lin Feng elaborated on his understanding of the technique, concluding with a demonstration on how to unify the 3 elements to enhance one's presence. Naturally, he refrained from executing a full slash, for otherwise, the entire Shinshao Sword Sect would be stirred. Satisfied, Long Hanswang returned home. Lin Feng thought he could finally enjoy some peace, but the very next day, Long Hanswang returned. His heart was filled with helplessness, but there was little he could do. The words spoken from one's own lips hold weight. Once uttered, they cannot be retracted, much like water poured from a vessel. For an entire week, Long Hanswang diligently ascended the solitary peak, Lin Feng, driven by her fervent desire to master the celestial severance sword technique. This pursuit represented the most expedient method to enhance her combat prowess. Lin Feng, ever patient, meticulously explained and demonstrated the technique. Over the course of the week, she made notable progress. Her advancement was at least tenfold swifter than if she had endeavored to comprehend it alone. Lin Feng, let us conclude for today. I have matters to attend to at Una Peak, Long Hanswang announced, preparing to take her leave. Very well. Master, please exercise caution on your return. It would be unwise to attract attention, Lin Feng advised. Rest assured, I shall be vigilant, she replied. Farewell, master. As she turned to depart, a thought suddenly struck her, prompting her to pause and say, by the way, Lin Feng, I may not be able to visit in the coming days. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy, though he maintained a calm demeanor as he responded, Then do come when you find the time. With your innate talent, it will not be long before you master the celestial severance sword technique. Thank you for your kind words. Until we meet again. With that, Long Han's Huang transformed into a streak of light and vanished. In the depths of the forbidden land of the Wujimo sect, a dense black mist enveloped the area. This mist was no ordinary fog. It was a neurotoxin, lethal to those below the 5th realm. While those at the 5th to 6th realms could only endure for a short while, Qiandao Xiong arrived at the periphery of the forbidden zone. His left arm fully reattached without any lingering complications. For someone of Qiandao Xiong's stature and strength, reconnecting severed limbs was a trivial matter. However, losing or destroying a limb would pose significant challenges. Father, I have arrived. Qiandao Xiong called into the depths of the forbidden land. Enter, came an aged voice from within. As the black mist parted to reveal a passageway, Qiandao Xiong stepped forward. Deep within the forbidden land lay a cavern. Upon reaching its entrance, Qiandao Xiong hesitated, choosing not to enter. State your business, the voice echoed from within the cave. Father, how much longer must you remain in seclusion? Qiandao Xiong inquired. I require a bit more time, though I forcefully broke through to the 10th realm at the brink of my demise. My body is too exhausted to fully embrace the gifts of this breakthrough. I must recuperate. It is not yet time for me to emerge, the voice responded. Should this information become public, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest in Lizhou. Was not the strongest being in Lizhou at the pinnacle of the 9th realm? The emergence of a 10th realm powerhouse could alter the landscape of Lizhou entirely. Father, have you heard of the celestial severance sword technique? Qiandao Xiong asked again. The celestial severance sword technique? I have not encountered it, the voice replied, a hint of disbelief in its tone. How can that be? You have lived for so long. Such a formidable technique should not be foreign to you. Qiandao Xiong expressed, incredulous. His father, the Wujimo Taoist, was one of the longest living individuals in Lizhou. How could he be unaware of the celestial severance sword technique? Unless it had never existed before. In recent days, Qiandao Xiong had perused numerous texts. Yet he had found no mention of this legendary technique. It is precisely because he could not find him that he would disturb his father, the infinite Taoist. In the Forbidden Land, casually inquiring about when he would emerge to assist in avenging his severed arm. What transpired? He recounted in detail the emergence of the inheritance in the 9 Nether Secret Realm, along with the incident where his devouring heaven demon art was disrupted by the celestial severing sword technique, resulting in the loss of his arm. A brief silence enveloped the cave. A single strike was sufficient to dismantle your devouring heaven demon art and sever your arm. It seems the celestial severing sword technique wields formidable power, yet I have never heard of such a name, his father remarked. Father, when the celestial severing sword technique is unleashed, a blinding white light engulfs everyone, rendering them sightless and stripping away their senses. Had it not been for my years of combat experience allowing me to evade critical strikes, the consequences could have been far graver. Qianchideo described the situation at that moment. He speculated that perhaps the name had changed, or that the masked specter was simply untruthful. Rendered sightless, senses completely stripped away. Is there truly such a defiant sword technique? The voice of the infinite Taoist betrayed a hint of astonishment. Among the myriad forces and formidable beings within the confines of Lizhou, none possessed greater knowledge than he. Yet he had never heard of a sword technique capable of such sensory deprivation. In the midst of battle, if one's senses were stripped away, one could only rely on experience to defend, significantly diminishing efficacy. Indeed, without a doubt, Qianchideo affirmed. Only those who have experienced the celestial severing sword technique can comprehend its true might. You mentioned that the opponent is not from the Divine Sky Sword Sect, and that their age remains unknown due to the mask? Yes, Father. All individuals above the 6th realm of the Divine Sky Sword Sect are under our surveillance. Yet this individual has consistently concealed their identity behind a mask, earning the moniker Masked Spectre. Once you emerge, conduct a thorough investigation into this masked spectre. A formidable being cannot simply appear out of thin air. There are always traces to follow. Once you ascertain the facts, do not act hastily. Wait for my return to confront him and the power he represents. The infinite Taoist instructed thoughtfully. Understood, Father. When will you be able to emerge? Qianchideo eagerly inquired. His ability to navigate the infinite demon sect with such confidence stemmed primarily from having a formidable father. Otherwise, the slaughter of millions and the condemnation by the world would have rendered the infinite demon sect unable to adopt such a nonchalant stance. Very soon. Very soon. Chapter 48. Entering the sword tomb at the peak of the solitary existence peak. Under the ancient tree that has stood for a millennium, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, delving into the profound state of sword comprehension. While others rely on chance and fortune to grasp the essence of the sword, he could enter this state at will. This ability alone placed him leagues ahead of countless sword cultivators. In recent days, Lin Feng had devoted all his energy to the pursuit of sword comprehension, hoping to ascend to the third realm of sword domain. Alas, he had yet to achieve any results. The ultimate sword intent remained immovable. The chasm between sword intent and sword domain was vast. To date, no one in Lizhou had been reported to have crossed it. Before reaching the ultimate sword intent, Lin Feng encountered virtually no obstacles. Yet here, he found himself ensnared, a testament to the daunting challenge of breaking through to the sword domain. Opening his eyes, Lin Feng revealed a look of disappointment. He had once again failed to succeed. The path to transcending the sword domain was undeniably arduous. At that moment, he suddenly sensed fluctuations in the array surrounding solitary existence peak. As I raised my gaze, I beheld the arrival of the cold and frosty Long Hans Wang. I have seen you, Master Uncle. Lin Feng stood and bowed respectfully. Due reverence must be accorded to Long Hans Huang. Enough. I have already stated that when it is just the two of us, there is no need for such formality. She waved her hand dismissively. Have you concluded your matters, Master Uncle? Lin Feng inquired. 2 days prior, Long Hans Huang had mentioned that she would be unavailable for a few days due to pressing affairs. Yet here she was, having returned in just 2 days. Not yet. You are aware of the situation regarding the 9 Nether Secret Realm. The Wuji Demon Sect and the 7 Kill Sect are behaving rather abnormally. Even the ancestors in the Forbidden Lands have been stirred. The delicate balance of the continent, which has endured for many years, is likely to be disrupted soon. Long Hans Huang replied with a tone of resignation. War is something no one desires to witness. Historically, every major conflict in the continent has taken a significant toll, requiring a long time to recover, regardless of victory or defeat. Are the Wuji Demon Sect and the 7 Kill Sect preparing to wage war against us? War is inevitable, otherwise. The Titan of the Thousand Islands would not dare to act against all factions in the 9 Nether Valley. The timing remains uncertain. But we must be prepared at all times to avoid being caught off guard, Long Hans Huang elucidated. Lin Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Has it only been a few days of peace, and we are already on the brink of war? If the 4 major sects engage in battle, no faction will emerge unscathed. The entirety of the continent may descend into chaos, with countless families shattered and displaced. Lin Feng, though not a sage, was loath to see such a grim reality unfold. Yet, his current strength was insufficient to alter the course of events. Master Uncle, you must take the time to hasten your mastery of the Sword of Heaven's Severance. This will enhance your combat capabilities, Lin Feng urged. I am aware. I shall expedite the resolution of my trivial matters and seek your guidance, Long Hans Huang nodded. Naturally, she too wished to quickly master the Sword of Heaven's Severance. However, as a high-ranking member of the Shinshao Sword Sect and the leader of Yunnu Peak, she was obliged to adhere to the sect's directives. Then, what brings you here today? Master Uncle? This is for you, Long Hans Huang declared, tossing an item to Lin Feng. He reached out to catch it, and upon inspection, he saw a character for sword inscribed upon it. Confused, he asked, Master Uncle, what is this? Did you not wish to enter the Sword Tomb to comprehend the sword? This is the token for entry into the Sword Tomb. Lin Feng was elated upon hearing this. He had been encountering a bottleneck in his sword comprehension, unable to progress further in his ultimate sword intent. If he could achieve a breakthrough in the Sword Tomb, his combat prowess would be significantly enhanced, thus providing him with greater means of self-preservation in the impending conflict. Thank you, Master Uncle. Lin Feng clasped his fists in gratitude, securing the token. I must take my leave now, Lin Feng. You too should devote time to enhancing your strength. The Wuji Demon Sect would not instigate war without their own assurances. Our Shinshao Sword Sect may find itself in a precarious position if we are forced to engage defensively. I hope you will contribute to our sect's efforts. Rest assured, Master Uncle, Lin Feng replied earnestly. Though he did not fully grasp the concept of noble causes, he understood the principle that one cannot remain unscathed beneath a collapsing nest. The Shinshao Sword Sect was his home, and he would certainly do everything within his power to protect it. If it truly cannot be reversed, then one must resort to alternative measures and protect those dear to oneself. Your thoughts grant me some solace. However, Lin Feng, should the Shinshao Sword Sect find itself in a dire predicament from which the outcome cannot be altered, I personally hope you will depart. With your innate talent and the legacy of the 9 Nether Sovereign, I am confident it will not be long before you exact vengeance for us. Lung Hanchuang's tone was somewhat grave. In recent days, the sect has convened several urgent meetings, hinting at certain circumstances regarding the Wujima sect. Although these are mere speculations, without any concrete basis, who would dare to conjecture recklessly? Moreover, one can discern some clues from Qiandao's audacity to oppose the world. Master Uncle, our Shinjiao Sword Sect is, after all, one of the 4 premier sects of Liqiu. Could you not be so pessimistic? Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. They have yet to engage in battle, yet preparations for death have already been made. There truly seems to be no confidence whatsoever. I merely prepare for the worst. In any case, you should assess the situation as it unfolds. Understood, Master Uncle. After Lung Hanzhuang departed, Lin Feng remained in place, pondering. Something felt amiss. The resolution conveyed in Lung Hanzhuang's words hinted at a determination to perish with the sect, as if the Shinjiao Sword Sect were destined to fail. Are not the strengths of the 4 premier sects of Liqiu roughly comparable? Has some unforeseen circumstance arisen? No. I must tighten my grip on the situation. I will first seek enlightenment in the Sword Tomb and see if I can break through to the Sword Domain in a short span of time before devising further plans. I have lived once more. My fate must rest in my own hands. Resolute in thought, Lin Feng soared into the skies on his sword, departing from Gutsuan Peak. The Sword Tomb, the holy ground of the Shinjiao Sword Sect, is the resting place for countless ancestral swords of the sect. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Sword Tomb, Lin Feng was obstructed by a grand door. He then produced the token given to him by Lung Hanzhuang, which emitted a radiant light that illuminated the imposing door ahead. Creak! The door slowly opened. Lin Feng stepped inside, as though entering another realm. Before him lay a multitude of small graves, each adorned with a sword. There were long swords, short swords, broadswords, and heavy swords. Innumerable sword energies drifted like phantoms in the air. He extended his hand, and a wisp of sword energy hovered in his palm. Too feeble. Lin Feng released the sword energy and continued forward. After a short distance, he sensed the sword energy growing stronger. Finding a suitable spot, he sat cross-legged and began to contemplate the sword. 2 hours later, Lin Feng opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of delight. There is potential. His ultimate sword intent had seen a slight augmentation. Though modest, it was a sign of progress. Truly, this is the finest place for sword cultivators to gain enlightenment. Lin Feng ventured deeper into the Sword Tomb, encountering 2 figures whom he deftly avoided, ultimately reaching the innermost sanctum where the sword energy was most potent. This place was generally inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Chapter 49. The Realm of the Sword Domain Liqiu, the Valley of the Medicine King. As the sole neutral force in Liqiu, the Valley of the Medicine King holds a uniquely special status, as they maintained amicable relations with various factions. Throughout history, the Valley of the Medicine King has miraculously evaded calamity during several great wars. At this very moment, the valley's master, Zhuge Hongtao, is engrossed in a confidential report before him. He has not closed his eyes for 3 days and nights. The report contains but a single line. The Supreme Demon Sect's Wuji Daoist is suspected to have broken through to the 10th realm. Just this one line renders Zhuge Hongtao restless, unable to savor his meals or find solace in sleep. The 10th realm. Has the first 10th realm powerhouse of the continent finally emerged? If this is true, their days of ease may soon come to an end. The reason the Valley of the Medicine King has managed to navigate the intricate web of powerful factions lies in the balance of strength among them. The disparity in power is not vast. Thus, each major faction relies on them. Should one faction rise to dominance, the equilibrium would be shattered, and the valley's advantages would vanish entirely. Though the valley currently enjoys a position of esteem among the factions, should the Supreme Demon Sect annihilate the others and unify the continent, the valley would either face obliteration or be reduced to a mere puppet of the Supreme Demon Sect. Neither outcome is what Zhuge Hongtao desires. For a long time, he has aspired for the Valley of the Medicine King to become the 5th major force on the continent, no longer needing to curry favor. Unfortunately, opportunities have been scarce. Just as a chance finally appeared with Zhuge Qingyun, the valley's first heir. Obtaining the legacy of a 10th realm peak powerhouse in the 9 Nether Palace, they only needed to bide their time before the valley could cease its diplomatic maneuvering. But now, this alarming news has emerged. Zhuge Hongtao is at a loss, unsure whether to weep or laugh. The crux of the matter is that during their time in the 9 Nether Valley, the Valley of the Medicine King allied with the Divine Sword Sect and other factions to combat the Supreme Demon Sect's elder, Qian Daoxiong. Who is Qian Daoxiong? He is the son of Wuji Daoist and a man known for his vengeful spirit. Now that his father has potentially broken through to the 10th realm, will he not seek vengeance upon them? What should be done? Zhuge Hongtao has pondered for 3 days and nights without devising a viable strategy. If Wuji Daoist has indeed attained the 10th realm, then not only the Valley of the Medicine King, but even the Divine Sword Sect and Qingyan Sect, both possessing peak 9th realm power, would be compelled to kneel in supplication. The chasm between the 10th and 9th realms is immense. Their only glimmer of hope lies in the 2 words from the report, suspected to be. The word suspected indicates that there is still no definitive proof. Without irrefutable evidence, there remains a chance, albeit one not within his grasp. At that moment, a series of knocks resound at the study door. Enter. Zhuge Hongtao calls in a hoarse voice. The door creaks open, revealing a graceful figure who steps inside. She appears to be in her 20s, her raven hair elegantly pinned up. A delicate oval face adorned with long brows, skin as fair as porcelain, and clad in a simple gown, exuding an air of quiet elegance. She is Zhuge Qingyun's sister, Zhuge Liuli. True to her name, she embodies the essence of crystal-clear beauty. Father, you have not left the study for 3 days and nights. No matter how pressing the matter, you must not neglect your health, Zhuge Liuli says, holding a bowl of soup as she enters. Her voice is as refreshing as a spring breeze. Liuli, where is your brother? Zhuge Hongtao inquires. Since returning from the 9 Nether secret realm, he has been in seclusion. She replies with a sigh. This was meant to be the most opportune moment for the rise of the Apothecary Valley, yet unforeseen circumstances have arisen. Is it truly the will of heaven to bring ruin upon my Apothecary Valley? Sighed Zhuge Hongtao. Father, what on earth has transpired that would lead you to utter such words? Zhuge Liuli inquired, her brows slightly furrowing, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Come and see for yourself. Zhuge Hongtao leaned back heavily. As Zhuge Liuli approached the desk, she was struck by a line in the confidential report, causing her to tremble and drop the soup in her hands. Father, is this true? As the daughter of the Apothecary Valley's master, Zhuge Liuli had immersed herself in various texts since childhood, possessing a broader perspective than her brother, Zhuge Qingyan. If the words in the report were genuine, the situation of the Apothecary Valley was dire. One misstep could lead to the annihilation of their clan. Regardless of its veracity, we must devise a means of self-preservation. Yet, despite racking my brain, I cannot discern a path suitable for the Apothecary Valley. Is it truly destined to fall at my hands, Zhuge Hongtao? How shall I face my ancestors in the future? Zhuge Hongtao's countenance turned ashen. Father, do not fret excessively. The report contains the word suspected, does it not? This indicates that nothing is confirmed, and there remains room for reversal, Zhuge Liuli reassured him, regaining her composure. Liuli, what do you perceive the credibility of this information to be? At least 80%. Zhuge Liuli pondered before responding. I deem your assessment too conservative. In my view, it should be 90%, indicating a substantial likelihood that the Wujidao Master has broken through to the 10th realm. Father, even if the Wujidao Master reaches the 10th realm, the Shinshao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect stand in our way. It is not yet our turn. Perhaps the Shinshao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect can contend with the Wujidao Master? Alas, Liuli, you cannot fathom the vast chasm between the peak of the 9th realm and the 10th realm, unless 10 9th realm peak cultivators join forces. It may only be a possibility to confront a 10th realm powerhouse, and even then, the number of 9th realm peaks in our region does not exceed 5. For a moment, the father and daughter fell into a profound silence. 3 days later, within the sword tomb of the Shinshao Sword Sect, all the sword energy suddenly surged violently, racing towards the depths of the sect. Not merely the sword energy, even the swords embedded in the graves began to tremble violently. Moments later, they collectively lifted from the ground, aiming for the innermost part of the sword tomb. Several true disciples, who were comprehending the sword within the sword tomb, were jolted awake, staring in bewilderment at the unfolding scene, utterly perplexed by the situation. What is happening? The sword tomb is the holy ground of the Shinshao Sword Sect. Who dares to create chaos here? Not only has the sword energy vanished, but the swords have also taken flight. This is intolerable. They scrambled towards the exit of the sword tomb in haste. We must urgently inform the higher-ups of the sect. A grave issue has arisen in the sword tomb. At the deepest part of the sword tomb, a figure sat cross-legged, with sword energy and swords merging harmoniously before him, arranged in a manner akin to reverence. Lin Feng opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. At last, I have succeeded. So this is the sword domain. No wonder it is so challenging to break through. The disparity between the two is immense. The mere manifestation of a breakthrough is not something that can be compared to the essence of sword intent. Fortunately, this occurred within the confines of the sword tomb. Had it transpired on the solitary peak, it is likely that the entire Xinjiao sword sect would have been stirred. After the initial exhilaration, Lin Feng regained his composure. He understood the urgency of his departure. The anomaly within the sword tomb would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Xinjiao sword sect's higher-ups, and being discovered would lead to inextricable complications. Summoning the sword domain he had just comprehended, he enveloped the entire sword tomb, and with a mere thought, Lin Feng found himself at the exit. Upon stepping out of the sword tomb, he hastily made his escape. Shortly after his departure, the sect leader, Luo Yutian, accompanied by several high-ranking officials, arrived at the entrance of the sword tomb. Regrettably, by this time, the tomb had returned to its original state, leaving no trace of the recent phenomena. Chapter 50. The medicinal bath's assistance. The news of the Wuji Daoist's breakthrough to the 10th realm had not spread widely. It circulated only among certain mid to large factions, and none could ascertain its authenticity. Nonetheless, it was enough to astonish the entire cultivation community of Lizhou. It is crucial to recognize that while there are numerous practitioners at the 9th realm in Lizhou, there has yet to be a single 10th realm exponent. Thus, the Wuji Daoist stands as the first 10th realm master of Lizhou. A 10th realm master possesses the power to disrupt the long-standing balance that has prevailed in Lizhou for many years. Not only the Medicine King Valley, but even the two foremost sects, the Xinjiao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect, were taken aback upon receiving this news. However, as time progressed, the Wuji Demon Sect remained conspicuously inactive, prompting some to voice their suspicions. Logically, the breakthrough of the Wuji Daoist to the 10th realm should have been heralded as a monumental event, warranting immediate declaration and celebration by the Wuji Demon Sect. Why then was there no response? This remains a mystery. With the Wuji Demon Sect's silence, various factions dared to take action, initiating the recall of their disciples in preparation for the impending chaos. The unusual movements of the mid to large factions did not go unnoticed by the smaller sects, who, uncertain of the unfolding events, began to mimic their behavior and fortified their positions. Thus, the cultivation realm of Lizhou entered a brief period of absolute peace, void of war and death. Yet, the duration of this tranquility hinges upon the Wuji Demon Sect, whose every move influences the shifting tides of Lizhou. The formidable presence of a 10th realm master is indeed terrifying. A mere potential rumor has compelled all factions in Lizhou to set aside their affairs and brace themselves for what may come. Lin Feng remained oblivious to the news of the breakthrough within the Wuji Demon Sect, ever since his enlightenment in swordsmanship led to his advancement into the sword domain. He dedicated his thoughts entirely to his cultivation. Whether it be the comprehension of the sword or the extraordinary technique of the sky-slaying swordsmanship, both demand a substantial foundation of cultivation to support them. It is akin to the disparity between a powerful sniper rifle in the hands of a well-trained special forces operative and the same weapon in the grasp of a child unfamiliar with firearms. The difference is staggering. A practitioner at the 6th, 7th, or even 8th realm, despite employing the sky-slaying swordsmanship, would inflict no harm upon a 10th realm master. However, the scenario shifts dramatically at the 9th realm. Not only do they possess the potential to injure a 10th realm master, but a peak 9th realm practitioner wielding the sky-slaying swordsmanship might even have the capacity to vanquish a 10th realm foe. Lin Feng's cultivation recently ascended to the 8th realm, while Qian Daoxiong stood at the pinnacle of the 8th realm. Given that Lin Feng had only begun to practice the celestial blade technique and had yet to master it fully, alongside Qian Daoxiong's formidable devouring demon art, Lin Feng could only wound him in their battle at the Nine Nether Valley, unable to claim his life. Through the legacy of the Nine Nether Lord, Lin Feng acquired numerous formidable techniques, with the Celestial Blade technique being merely one among many. He opted to train in the Celestial Blade technique first, drawn by its impressive name and his identity as a swordsman. With his comprehension of the sword reaching the sword domain, coupled with the enhancement from the Celestial Blade technique, Lin Feng had essentially reached the zenith of combat prowess within the 8th realm. Moving forward, he must prioritize advancing his cultivation. Without elevating his cultivation, further enhancements to his combat capability would prove challenging. At present, Lin Feng was merely in his early 20s. Achieving the terrifying 8th realm was one thing. Yet his combat strength was already nearing that of a 9th realm expert. Such a prodigious talent had never graced the history of the entire Li continent. Naturally, after receiving the legacy of the Nine Nether Lord, Lin Feng was not content to rest on his laurels. He aimed to quickly elevate his cultivation, with the 10th and 12th realms not being his ultimate objectives. His true ambition lay in surpassing the 12th realm, for only then would he be worthy of inheriting the role of a strategist for the Nine Netherlord. The fate of a pawn lies in the hands of others, whereas the fate of a strategist is governed by oneself. Having lived a second life, Lin Feng would not relinquish control of his destiny to anyone else. Such was not his character. His fate must be firmly in his own hands. At the Divine Sky Sword Sect on the solitary peak, Lin Feng sat unclothed in a wooden barrel, surrounded by roaring flames beneath him. He was not indulging in a bath, but rather partaking in a medicinal soak. The barrel contained not only water, but also an array of spiritual herbs and medicines, all of which Lin Feng had procured from the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Following the decline of the solitary peak, aside from the library, there was little of value left. To enhance his cultivation, he would need the assistance of elixirs and medicinal herbs. Lin Feng was not skilled in alchemy, leaving him with no choice but to resort to medicinal baths. While the effects might not rival those of elixirs, they were certainly superior to doing nothing at all. Previously, Lin Feng had achieved the 8th realm in his 20s without the aid of medicinal assistance. Now, armed with countless spiritual herbs and medicines from the Nine Nether Secret Realm, his cultivation speed was bound to accelerate dramatically. A day later, the water in the barrel had become exceptionally clear, the medicinal effects fully absorbed. With a deep exhale, Lin Feng opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, his heart filled with joy. His cultivation had advanced from the early 8th realm to the mid-8th realm. The assistance of spiritual herbs indeed accelerated the growth of his cultivation significantly. Fortunately, during his time in the Nine Nether Secret Realm, he had managed to secure such an abundance of spiritual herbs from the hands of exotic beasts. Otherwise, where would he have found them? Without revealing his talent and strength, Lin Feng would find it nearly impossible to obtain cultivation resources from the sect. Each faction had strict regulations regarding resource allocation. The more gifted one was, the more attention and resources they would receive. Conversely, those with lesser talents received significantly less, if anything at all, as a so-called waste. Lin Feng had no right to participate in resource distribution, hence he never bothered to seek it out. If they would not provide, he had little desire for their offerings. What was the big deal? Even without any external resources, Lin Feng was confident that his cultivation speed would not lag behind that of others. Rising from the wooden tub, he revealed a physique that would make any infatuated woman on earth gasp in awe. With a flick of his hand, his garments flew to him. And as he gracefully leaped, he was adorned in his attire by the time he touched the ground. Lin Feng made his way to the medicinal garden on the solitary peak, a place once overrun with weeds, now flourishing with an array of rare spiritual herbs, attracting countless butterflies and bees, alongside numerous birds circling in the sky. Suddenly, a magnificent bird, with wings spanning 2 to 3 meters, swooped down from the heavens. Its target a particular spiritual herb in the garden. Just as it was about to succeed, a small figure darted out. The bird emitted a chilling scream as it plummeted to the ground, struggling briefly before lying still. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that a small white snake had bitten it. This white snake was none other than Lin Feng's pet, a successfully transformed dragon from the Nine Nether Secret Realm. The bird, not even qualifying as an extraordinary beast, stood no chance against the dragon. Well done, little white. From now on, this garden shall be under your watch. Should anyone dare to pilfer my spiritual herbs, do not hesitate to deal with them. Lin Feng praised as he walked into the garden. These spiritual herbs were crucial for his rapid advancement in cultivation, and he could not allow the surrounding fauna to ruin them. The little dragon, affectionately named Xiaobai, immediately flew to Lin Feng's shoulder, nuzzling its head against his cheek. After playing with Xiaobai for a while, Lin Feng proceeded to pluck the feathers from the large bird he had slain, cleaning it meticulously before roasting it over a fire. Wasting readily available ingredients was not an option. Having hunted various beasts since childhood on the solitary peak, Lin Feng had gleaned a valuable insight. Generally, flying creatures tasted better than those that crawled, and those that crawled surpassed those that swam. Before long, the bird was sizzling, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. A sprinkle of his secret barbecue seasoning enhanced the flavor to an exquisite level. Even Xiaobai developed a fondness for Lin Feng's grilling skills. The duo soon devoured the bird entirely. Xiaobai tilted its head, gazing longingly at Lin Feng, as if to say it hadn't had enough. All right, little one. Just a taste will suffice. If I let you eat your fill, I would surely be exhausted, Lin Feng jested, fully aware of Xiaobai's appetite. If allowed to feast freely, it would likely decimate the avian and beast population on the solitary peak in no time. Roar. Xiaobai expressed its dissatisfaction immediately. All right. I'll grill you more next time when I have the opportunity. For now, guard the garden well. Lin Feng gently patted Xiaobai. Roar. The little dragon nodded vigorously. With a swift motion, Lin Feng unsheathed his sword and took to the skies, departing the medicinal garden. He soon arrived beneath the grand tree at the peak. He had sensed someone activating the formation of the solitary peak. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a familiar figure came into view, Lung Hanshuang. Currently, the only two individuals likely to arrive at the solitary peak were Lung Hanshuang and Su Xiao, as Su Xiao diligently cultivates on the morning glow peak. It is only Lung Hanshuang who visits most frequently. The young girl is remarkably persistent, displaying a tenacity that is admirable. Her utmost desire is to possess sufficient strength in the future to safeguard her father and senior brother. This unwavering commitment to cultivation is indeed commendable, and Lin Feng has no intention of hindering her progress. Especially since returning from the Nine Nether Secret Realm, he understands that he cannot protect Su Xiao for a lifetime. Should the day come when he must depart, it is essential for Su Xiao to possess the ability to defend herself. As for keeping her by his side, Lin Feng has contemplated this notion. However, the path ahead is fraught with uncertainties, and taking her along may pose even greater dangers. After all, he may encounter adversaries who surpass the 12th realm. In a place like Lizhou, a formidable being of that caliber could effortlessly lay waste to everything. Lin Feng sees his master uncle and respectfully pays his respects, adhering to the customary etiquette. It has been stated that such formalities are unnecessary when it is just the two of them. Long Hanshuang furrows her brow. Master uncle, the younger generation must uphold the proper decorum. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on my master's teachings. Enough. You may conduct yourself as you wish. Long Hanshuang waves her hand. She has grown accustomed to Lin Feng's habitual deference. Master uncle, may I inquire if you have come to continue practicing the sky-slaying sword technique? Or is there another matter at hand? Lin Feng asks. Lin Feng, do you believe I am rather foolish? Long Hanshuang suddenly retorts. What? Lin Feng is momentarily taken aback, questioning whether his ears have deceived him. I asked, do you think I am foolish? Long Hanshuang repeats with earnestness. This time, Lin Feng comprehends her inquiry clearly. Master uncle, how could you entertain such thoughts? If I were not foolish, why would I still struggle to grasp the sky-slaying sword technique after so long? The mastery of such techniques is categorized into 3 levels: initiation, proficiency, and perfection. Lin Feng has attained the proficiency level, with perfection as the next milestone. Master uncle, how long have you been cultivating? The sky-slaying sword technique is the renowned skill of a 12th realm master, capable of slaying foes beyond one's level. Some may never master it in their lifetime. Yet your progress has been remarkably swift. It won't be long before you reach initiation, Lin Feng reassures her. But how is it that you achieve proficiency in just 1 month? Lung Hanshuang gazes intently at Lin Feng. Lin Feng finds himself at a loss for words. Should he reveal that he has only truly practiced for half a month? This is information he cannot disclose, as it would only further undermine Lung Hanshuang's confidence. How could I possibly compare myself to you? A prodigy like you has never been seen in Lizhou's history. You are beyond the realm of ordinary individuals. If I must compare, it should be with those of my own caliber, lest I feel increasingly inadequate. Lung Hanshuang murmurs to herself, seemingly attempting to console her own spirit. Master uncle, why must we compare ourselves to others? You are already a genius among geniuses. At less than 100 years of age, your current prowess suggests that your future achievements are boundless. My future achievements are boundless? And what of yours? Long Hanshuang inquires. Master uncle, could we perhaps change the subject? Lin Feng responds with a wry smile, as he himself remains uncertain as to why his cultivation has progressed so swiftly. Regardless of the cultivation, the comprehension of the sword, or the mastery of ultimate techniques, everything has proceeded smoothly, as if effortlessly flowing like water. It was only during the breakthrough into the sword domain that a slight bottleneck was encountered. Ultimately, it did not consume much time, as success was achieved just 3 days after entering the sword tomb. Cold Hanshuang found herself perplexed today. Ever since learning that the Wijidaoist might have broken through to the 10th realm, the senior members of the sect have been convening frequently to discuss strategies. Yet, they have found themselves utterly helpless. If the Wijidaoist truly has reached the 10th realm, the only course of action for the Shinshao Sword Sect would be to send promising disciples into hiding to preserve some embers for the sect, with the hope of one day restoring the glory of the Shinshao Sword Sect. In recent days, Cold Hanshuang has felt a profound sense of despair. She loathes her own inadequacy. If only she possessed Lin Feng's talent, what would the 10th realm matter? Lin Feng, at merely 20 years of age, can contend with Qian Dao Xiong without falling behind, even severing one of his arms. Who is Qian Dao Xiong? He is the Grand Elder of the Wujidaoist demon sect, a figure renowned for centuries, with cultivation at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, poised to break into the 9th realm at any moment. Although Lin Feng was able to sever Qian Dao Xiong's arm, it was not solely due to his mastery of the advanced sky-severing sword technique. His cultivation should still be at the early stage of the 8th realm. An early stage 8th realm at merely 20? He has never received any assistance from the sect. Cold Han Shuang is at a loss as to how this young man has cultivated so rapidly. If she possessed Lin Feng's speed of advancement, would she still need to fear the Wujidaoist? Even granting Lin Feng a little more time would suffice. Once he steps into the 9th realm, with the sword domain and sky-severing sword technique, he would at least be able to contend with the Wujidaoist. When anomalies appeared in the sword tomb and the senior members of the Shenxiao Sword Sect went to investigate, Cold Han Shuang immediately suspected it was Lin Feng's doing. She had just given him the passage permit. How could it be mere coincidence? Upon inquiry, she confirmed that Lin Feng had indeed broken through to the 3rd stage of sword comprehension, entering the sword domain. Not only has his cultivation progressed rapidly, but his comprehension of the sword and mastery of ultimate techniques have also reached an astonishing level. The more she contemplated, the more she felt like a failure. This led her to the previous question. She would rather remain unaware of Lin Feng's secrets. The more she knows, the greater the blow to her spirit. Chapter 52. Surprises abound seeing Cold Han Shuang gazing at him in silence. Lin Feng felt awkward, unsure of how to offer comfort, and thus chose to remain silent. Some matters become increasingly chaotic with more explanation. It would be better for her to come to a realization on her own. After a considerable time, Cold Han Shuang finally calmed herself. She recognized that the immense pressure from recent days had contributed to her state. I apologize, Lin Feng. I've been rather irritable lately. I hope you don't mind. Not at all, I understand. Lin Feng sighed with relief. It was good that she had found clarity. He feared for the alternative. If she remained confused, it would indeed be troubling. Let us begin. I wish to master the sky-severing sword technique as soon as possible, Cold Han Shuang declared. By the way, when will my master awaken? Lin Feng inquired. My senior brother has been quite busy recently, but do not worry. As soon as he has time, he will prioritize matters concerning senior brother Mu Bai. I will inform you at that time. Upon hearing the news, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as nothing unexpected occurred, he continued to assist Long Han Shuang. Although he understood that mastering the celestial/sword technique would not significantly alter the overall situation, Long Han Shuang was determined to enhance her combat prowess as much as possible before the impending battle. Days passed, and on the 5th day atop the solitary peak, Long Han Shuang, with her eyes closed and the Ice Soul sword in hand, stood motionless beneath a millennia-old tree, seemingly melding with her surroundings. Gradually, she entered a state of unity between her essence, energy, and spirit. Lin Feng observed silently from the side. After a considerable time, Long Han Shuang opened her eyes, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. She had finally made her initial breakthrough, signifying that she could wield the celestial/sword technique against foes in battle. Although her cultivation level remained unchanged, her combat effectiveness had significantly improved. Lin Feng stepped forward, clasping his fist in a gesture of respect. Congratulations, Master Ant. Thank you. Lin Feng, without your assistance, I would not have known when I could achieve this. Long Han Shuang expressed her heartfelt gratitude. It was thanks to Lin Feng that she could master the celestial/sword technique in such a brief period. There's no need for such formalities, Master Ant. In truth, I hardly contributed. Your success is solely due to your own efforts. Lin Feng scratched his head modestly. By the way, I heard from the headmaster's senior brother that the antidote to relieve Brother Mu Bai's poisoning will be ready tomorrow. Really? Lin Feng's heart leaped with joy. Indeed. Long Han Shuang nodded with certainty. Wonderful. Is Master finally going to awaken? Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. The following day, within the side hall of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, all 7 of the Divine Sky 7 swords had gathered, including Lin Feng and Su Shiyao, who were among the closest to Su Mu Bai and therefore present. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Headmaster Luo Yutian fed a pill exuding a potent medicinal fragrance to Su Mu Bai, who lay in an ice coffin. Su Shiyu tightly grasped Lin Feng's arm, both of them anxiously fixated on the unconscious Su Mu Bai. Time ticked away, Yet Su Mubai showed no signs of awakening after consuming the pill. Luo Yuntian's brow gradually furrowed. He approached the ice coffin for a meticulous examination of Su Mubai, his mind swirling with questions. The poison of the soul-eating powder within his body should have been completely eradicated by the antidote infused with the flower from the other shore. Yet, why had he not awakened? It was perplexing. For a moment, even Luo Yutian felt at a loss. Su Mubai's physical condition appeared normal, but his spirit remained in a state of slumber. Unable to contain himself, Lin Feng voiced his concern. "Master Uncle, how is my master? Why has he not awakened yet? There are no issues with the flower or the pill. The soul-eating powder has been eliminated, yet I cannot ascertain the reason for his continued slumber." Luo Yutian shook his head, the gravity of his words sinking in. At this revelation, Su Shio gripped Lin Feng's arm even tighter. The remaining members of the Divine Sky Swords exchanged puzzled glances. Wasn't Brother Mubai afflicted by the soul-eating powder? If it has been thoroughly eradicated, why does he remain unresponsive? "Master Uncle, is there truly no solution?" Lin Feng's face was etched with anxiety. At present, there is no solution. However, the venerable ancestor has emerged from seclusion. With his vast wisdom, he should be able to uncover the cause. Please, hasten to summon him. Lin Feng urged anxiously. Lin Feng, my dear disciple, I understand your concern for your senior brother and empathize with your feelings. However, we are yet to ascertain whether the ancestor has the time to come. I must first gauge the situation, Luo Yutian explained. His hesitance stemmed not from a fear that the ancestor might be unavailable, but rather from the apprehension that he may not wish to attend. If Su Mubai were still the prodigy he once was, it would pose no issue. But alas, he has since fallen from grace. Furthermore, the ancestor is currently preoccupied with the troubling matter of Wujideo's breakthrough. Such trivialities may not capture his attention. Though Luo Yutian held the esteemed position of the headmaster of the Shy Sword Sect, he dared not exhibit any arrogance before the ancestor, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9 realms. Only upon breaking into the 9 realms would he possess a modicum of authority. Lin Feng discerned Luo Yuntian's hesitation and suppressed his own worries. "Master Uncle, I am grateful to you. Please ensure that the ancestor is invited. I shall do my best. After all, senior brother's current state is for the sake of the sect," Luo Yuntian replied cautiously, aware that he could not dictate the thoughts of the ancestor. Lin Feng supported Su Shio as they departed the side hall. Without the means to identify the illness, he could only hope for the ancestor's swift arrival to offer insight. The 7 swords of Shinshao had all returned to their respective duties. Despite the seemingly calm surface of Li Shou, beneath it lay turbulent currents. Various factions were actively preparing for the possibility that Wujideo might indeed break through to the 10th realm, ensuring they would not be caught unawares. At Gusiyuan Peak, Lin Feng brought Su Shiyu back. Given her current condition, she was ill-suited for cultivation. "Senior brother, will father ever awaken?" Su Shiyu asked with tearful eyes. "Do not speak such things. Your senior brother assures you that master will surely awaken," Lin Feng comforted her. "But even master uncle cannot do anything. Isn't there still the ancestor? He has lived for millennia and must know the reason. Senior brother, I know that father is now incapacitated, and the sect does not regard him with the importance he deserves. Only a handful of uncles and masters care for him. The ancestor will not come." Su Xiao pointed out the critical truth. Despite her youth, she possessed remarkable insight. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "What you say is not entirely accurate. Master's incapacitation was also for the sake of the sect. With Master Uncle standing, the ancestor will surely come, otherwise, it would dishearten everyone. Who would be willing to serve the sect in the future? What if the ancestor cannot determine the issue?" The young girl questioned further. "Then I shall take Master away from the Shy Sword Sect to seek help elsewhere. The world is vast, and there must be a solution. If Li Zhou proves unfruitful, I will venture to other continents. Regardless, I am determined to awaken Master," Lin Feng responded earnestly. He spoke not in jest. Should the ancestor be unable to assist or refuse to come, he would take Su Mubai and leave, traversing the 9 continents in search of a way to restore Master. Chapter 53. The Ancestor, Xiao Zhangxian's senior brother, I wish to join you. Su Xiao exclaimed, rising with excitement. Then go. But why the fervor? Lin Feng looked at Su Xiao with a hint of surprise. I fear that you might abandon me. The young girl pouted her lips. On the verge of tears, Lin Feng embraced Su Xiao tightly, his heart aching as he reassured her. How could that be? We are family. And no matter where we go, we must be together. Yes, we are family, and we will always be together, Su Xiao echoed in Lin Feng's arms. The bond between them was exceptionally strong, a result of growing up together, but there was more to it. As Su Shiyu matured and realized Lin Feng's perceived shortcomings, she harbored no disdain. Instead, she vowed to diligently cultivate her skills to protect her senior brother in the future. This was what touched Lin Feng the most. In the brutal world of the 9 continents, strength was paramount. If one was deemed weak, not only would others look down upon them, but even their closest kin might do the same. Although Lin Feng and Su Shiyu were merely siblings in title, their relationship surpassed that of biological siblings. The little girl's unwavering intention to marry Lin Feng when she grew up had remained unchanged. Such feelings, free from external influences, were the purest and most cherished. At the main peak of the Shinshao Sword Sect, atop the sword tower, Luo Yuntian clasped his hands together. Bowing respectfully, Luo Yuntian pays his respects to the ancestor. Before him stood an elderly man, of slight stature and unkempt appearance, gazing into the distance with hands behind his back. This man was the venerable Xiao Zhengxian, the oldest and longest-serving elder of the Shinshao Sword Sect. Yuntian, what brings you here? Xiao Zhengxian inquired, turning to face him. Respected ancestor, I have a request. Luo Yuntian replied. Speak plainly. What is it you seek? The elder urged. My senior brother, Su Mubai, has fallen into a coma due to the soul-devouring powder. Though the powder has been completely eradicated, he remains unconscious. I humbly ask for your assistance in examining him, and I would be eternally grateful, Luo Yuntian said. Bowing once more. Your senior brother, Su Mubai? I seem to recall something, Xiao Zhengxian pondered. He is the master of the Howren Sword, a once-in-a-century genius of the Shinshao Sword Sect. Unfortunately, during a mission, he was ambushed by enemies, which severely harmed his foundation, and since then, he has made no progress in his cultivation. Recently, he was afflicted by the soul-devouring powder and lost the Howren Sword as well, Luo Yuntian explained, withholding no details. So it is him. Xiao Zhengxian finally remembered. Su Mubai's talent had once impressed him, but after his fall from grace, he ceased to follow his progress. Such a pity. But this is the harsh reality of the cultivation world. A fallen genius is often regarded as inferior to a mere weakling. After all, the latter does not consume resources, whereas a genius who has fallen has wasted precious resources. Why should we allow him to continue wielding the Howren Sword if it has resulted in its loss? Xiao Zhengxian questioned. Luo Yuntian trembled slightly, responding cautiously, respectful ancestor, the conditions for the Howren Sword to recognize a master are quite stringent. Moreover, my senior brother is well acquainted with the sword, so we allowed him to retain it while he seeks the next rightful master. Have you found one? Not yet. Luo Yuntian's forehead began to bead with sweat. Despite being at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, he felt an immense pressure in the presence of the elderly figure who stood at the apex of the 9th realm. You are utterly foolish. How could you allow a discarded individual to lead Howren? Do you truly believe that the Shinshao Sword Sect holds dominion over Liu? Now, look where we are. The Howren Sword is lost, transforming the 7 swords of Shinshao into merely 6. What sort of sect leader are you? Xiao Zhengxian reproached. The elder's chastisement was warranted. Yuntian recognized his folly, yet he had not anticipated that anyone would dare to strike against the Shinshao Sword Sect. I acknowledge my mistake, Luo Yuntian quickly conceded. Humph. According to your reasoning, the Howren Sword must have fallen into the hands of the Wisdom Devil Sect. Given the current circumstances, recovering it seems nearly impossible. Elder, the Howren Sword has not fallen into the hands of the Wisdom Devil Sect. Oh, how so? Was it not the Wisdom Devil Sect that acted? It was indeed instigated by the Wisdom Devil Sect, but the Howren Sword was seized by another individual. Who? Xiao Zhengxian inquired with curiosity. It takes a remarkable audacity to snatch something from the Wisdom Devil Sect. Luo Yuntian recounted in detail how the masked phantom had annihilated the Rakshasa sect, taken the Howren Sword, and with a single strike, repelled Qian Dao Xiong. Furthermore, in the Jiuyo Valley, he had shattered the swallowing heaven devil art and severed Qian Dao Xiong's arm. Xiao Zhengxian became increasingly intrigued. Aside from the Shinshao Sword Sect, is there truly another force in Liu capable of nurturing such a formidable sword cultivator? It is indeed astounding. Have you uncovered the identity of the masked phantom? Xiao Zhengxian was eager to ascertain the origins and the backing of this enigmatic figure. Not yet. The entirety of Liu is searching. But this individual seems to have materialized out of thin air, leaving behind no trace whatsoever. To dismantle the swallowing heaven devil art with a single strike and to sever an arm. This person's combat prowess must surely be at the very limits of the 8th realm. How could they possibly have emerged from nothing? Xiao Zhengxian expressed his confusion. We share your sentiments, yet we are unable to uncover any leads, Luo Yuntian lamented. Why do you suppose he wears a mask? Xiao Zhengxian suddenly queried. Beats me. Luo Yuntian shook his head. Is it not simply to avoid being recognized? Have you not thought to examine among your acquaintances to see who fits the description? Xiao Zhengxian discerned the truth. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. The direction was correct. However, despite their best efforts, none could have surmised that the masked phantom was none other than Lin Feng, the discarded senior brother of the Shinxiao Sword Sect. Ultimately, after much pleading from Luo Yutian, Xiao Zhengxian agreed to assist in examining Su Mubai. The two promptly proceeded to the side hall where Su Mubai's ice coffin was kept. After a thorough examination, Xiao Zhengxian concluded, the soul-devouring powder within Su Mubai has indeed been entirely eradicated, yet due to his insufficient strength and weakened spirit, compounded by the portion consumed by the powder, he has fallen into a deep slumber. To awaken Su Mubai, a soul-nourishing pill is required. However, the soul-nourishing pill is an exceedingly rare treasure. Not only does the Shinxiao Sword Sect lack such an item, but even if they possessed one, it would be illogical to allocate it for the use of an incapacitated individual, as it does not align with the interests of the sect. Luo Yutian found himself in a predicament. He had initially believed that finding the other shore flower and eliminating the soul-devouring powder would suffice for the senior brother's awakening. He had not anticipated the necessity of a soul-nourishing pill. The soul-nurturing pill is available at the Pharmacist Valley. As the esteemed leader of the Shinxiao Sword Sect, it is certain he would succeed in procuring it. However, such an action would inevitably provoke opposition from the higher echelons of the sect, not to mention the disapproval of the ancestors. Chapter 54. Pinnacle of the Eighth Realm. Only a day had passed, yet Lin Feng could no longer contain his anxiety. No news had arrived from Luo Yutian, compelling him to seek out the most familiar person, Long Hans Wang. With no other recourse, Long Hans Wang approached her senior brother, the sect master. The outcome was disheartening. Su Mubai's soul was exceedingly frail, having succumbed entirely to a deep slumber. To awaken him, a soul-nurturing pill was indispensable to restore his spirit. The soul-nurturing pill is an exceptionally rare treasure, one that the Shinxiao Sword Sect does not possess. Among all the factions in the Lianzhou region, only the Pharmacist Valley might hold it. Realizing the gravity of Su Mubai's condition, Long Hans Wang hastened to Gutsuan Peak. Master Uncle, what news? Has the sect master summoned the ancestors? Have you determined the cause of Master S' inability to awaken? Lin Feng inquired with palpable urgency. The ancestors have indeed been summoned, and the cause has been identified, though the prognosis is not optimistic, replied Long Hans Wang. Lin Feng's heart sank. Please, Master Uncle, tell me. I am beside myself with worry. After examining the elder brother's condition, the ancestor had stated that his soul was exceedingly weak and had completely fallen into slumber. To rouse him, a soul-nurturing pill was essential. Is there none within the Shinxiao Sword Sect? Lin Feng pressed. None. Long Hans Wang shook her head. She silently added that even if there were, it was improbable they would allocate it to the elder brother. Within the entire Shinxiao Sword Sect, few genuinely valued Su Mubai. The Council of Elders, being obstinate traditionalists, would never agree to expend significant resources for a once promising talent now rendered ineffective, fearing it would jeopardize the sect's interests. Where can we find it? Lin Feng pressed further. The Pharmacist Valley should possess it. If they do not, then no other faction would likely have it. The mention of the Pharmacist Valley reminded Lin Feng of his encounter with Zhuge Qingyan, the valley's junior master, in the Nine Nether Secret Realm. At that time, he had refused to provide the body of Bing Xiang. Little did he expect he would soon find himself in need of their assistance. Master Uncle, could you enlighten me about the specifics of the Pharmacist Valley? You wish to journey there to procure medicine for the elder brother? Long Hans Wang remarked, her tone firm. As a disciple, I must go, Lin Feng asserted resolutely. Long Hans Wang regarded him thoughtfully, initially intending to offer words of caution, but ultimately sighed in resignation. It was a lament for the unfortunate timing of Lin Feng's circumstances. Given a few decades for growth, he would effortlessly navigate these challenges. However, the elder brother could not afford such a delay. The longer the soul remains dormant, the more arduous it becomes to awaken. Lin Feng, if this were in the past, revealing your identity and strength would have assured the Pharmacist Valley would not hesitate to provide you with the soul-nurturing pill and invest wholeheartedly in your endeavors. However, the situation has changed. I advise you to refrain from exposing yourself. Otherwise, you may become a target for adversaries. Your strength is formidable. Yet against those ancient beings who have lived for millennia, you may find yourself outmatched. Long Hanswang cautioned. Despite the current calm of the Wuji demon sect, should they discover that the Xinxiao Sword Sect harbors a formidable 8-stage cultivator in his 20s, the Wuji Daoist would undoubtedly take personal action to eliminate this threat. No matter how strong Lin Feng may be, he cannot contend with a 10-stage powerhouse. With the elder brother incapacitated, Long Hanswang wishes to spare Lin Feng from following the tragic path of his master. Rest assured, Master Uncle, I value my life more than anyone else. Otherwise, I would not have concealed myself until now. Please enlighten me about the situation of the Medicine King Valley. Upon reflection, Long Hanswang recognized that she had never encountered someone as low-key and cautious as Lin Feng. Perhaps her concerns were unfounded. Lin Feng's knowledge of the Medicine King Valley was superficial at best, while Long Hanswang, as a senior member of the Xinxiao Sword Sect, undoubtedly possessed deeper insights. For instance, although the valley ostensibly has only one early-stage 9-stage cultivator, it secretly harbors another in the mid-stage. Furthermore, the practitioners of the Medicine King Valley rely heavily on various elixirs to enhance their cultivation, which, coupled with their neutral stance and lack of combat experience, renders their combat prowess among the weakest of their peers. The early-stage cultivators of the Xinxiao Sword Sect and Wuji Demon Sect could easily triumph over the mid-stage cultivators of the Medicine King Valley. After Long Hanswang departed, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. The two 9-stage cultivators of the Medicine King Valley would prove to be formidable adversaries. Though he intended to seek medicine, if negotiations faltered, he would find himself at a disadvantage. It became evident that he must strive to elevate his cultivation level before approaching them. Utilizing spiritual herbs to assist his training should not be done excessively, as it could lead to the body developing a resistance. The more one uses, the less effective it becomes over time. Generally, such substances are employed only when one is unable to break through a bottleneck, relying predominantly on one's own accumulation. Otherwise, excessive use in the early stages could render one ineffective when facing a true bottleneck, resulting in a loss far outweighing any gain. However, Lin Feng found little time to ponder these matters. He needed to procure the soul-nourishing pill swiftly, otherwise, the chances of his master's awakening would diminish with the passage of time. He could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Thus, having recently utilized the medicinal bath, Lin Feng began his preparations anew. He ventured to the herb garden, gathering the spiritual herbs required and placing them into the wooden tub for the medicinal bath. This time, the quantity of herbs exceeded that of his previous endeavor. As he observed the bubbling concoction within the tub, Lin Feng shed his garments and gradually submerged himself. The potent medicinal essence surged into his body, and he endeavored to transform this essence into the energy his body required. Should his conversion rate slow, the accumulation of medicinal essence could lead to a chaotic surge, potentially resulting in catastrophic consequences, a peril that cultivators typically avoid by refraining from excessive medicinal use. Yet, Lin Feng was untroubled by this concern. He possessed the unique ability to convert the medicinal essence instantaneously upon its entry into his body. This, perhaps, is the extraordinary talent possessed by a prodigy who has emerged only once in thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. In merely half a day, Lin Feng's cultivation advanced from the mid-8 stage to the late 8 stage. The medicinal essence still lingered, allowing him to continue absorbing and transforming it. 2 days later, he reached the pinnacle of the 8th stage. Such a pace of advancement is utterly unattainable for those so-called geniuses among the 4 major top-tier factions, who could scarcely even dare to conceive of such rapid progress. Even with the assistance of medicinal baths, the results are astonishing. Not everyone dares to undertake such a venture. If the medicinal properties are not converted in a timely manner, the consequences can be dire, ranging from madness to catastrophic demise. There exists a handful of rare natural elixirs that, once matured, can enhance one's cultivation without the need for conversion, yet they are exceedingly scarce. Those fortunate enough to find them are often deemed favored by the heavens. Among the numerous spiritual herbs and medicines Lin Feng acquired in the 9 Nether Secret Realm, a few possess the ability to directly elevate his cultivation, but their rarity renders them of limited use to him at present. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng felt a wave of fatigue for the first time in over 20 years since his rebirth. This indicated that his body had reached its limits and could not continue further. The pinnacle of the 8th realm was still insufficient. He furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. His initial intention was to elevate his cultivation to the initial stages of the 9th realm. With the support of the sword domain and the heaven-slaying sword technique, his combat prowess would rival that of the 9th realm's zenith, allowing him to venture into the Medicine King Valley without significant concern. prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 55. A challenge. His body had issued a warning. Lin Feng dared not continue using medicinal substances to enhance his cultivation and had to pursue alternative means. It seemed challenging to break through the sword domain, but he could concentrate on refining the heaven-slaying sword technique. Should he achieve perfection in this technique, combined with the sword domain, it would likely suffice. Fan Yuejiao had demonstrated the ability to use a perfected heaven-slaying sword technique at the peak of the 11th realm to slay a powerhouse of the 12th realm. As an 8th realm peak cultivator, bolstered by the sword domain, instilling fear in those at the early to mid stages of the 9th realm would probably not pose a significant challenge. Thus, Lin Feng directed his energy toward mastering the heaven-slaying sword technique. While instructing Longhan Huang, he remained diligent, now only a step away from perfection in the technique. During Lin Feng's focused training, the Xinjiao Sword Sect was convening a high-level meeting. Just as Luo Yutian was about to conclude the meeting, a voice suddenly emerged. "Master, I have a proposal." The speaker was Elder Hua Qishan, a member of the Elder Council with cultivation at the late stage of the 7th realm. "Elder Hua, please share your proposal," Luo Yutian urged. "In this critical moment concerning the sect's survival, the 7 Swords United should be our trump card. However, due to Su Mubai's loss of the Howren Sword, this card cannot be played. Moreover, with Su Mubai still in a coma, his awakening remains uncertain. Therefore, I propose we vacate Su Mubai's position as the master of Gutsuan Peak and appoint a capable successor." Upon hearing this, Longhan Huang thought to herself, as expected. She had previously informed Lin Feng that someone within the sect would inevitably use the loss of the Howren Sword as an excuse to challenge the sect master and seize the position of Gutsuan Peak as master. Gutsuan Peak, one of the 16 peaks of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, had fallen into decline due to Su Mubai's incapacitation and prolonged absence from managing its affairs. If a capable individual were to take over, Gutsuan Peak would undoubtedly be revitalized. The position of Peak Master was far more comfortable than that of an elder, as it involved overseeing numerous disciples, while the Elder Council only played a role in significant sect matters. "Elder Hua, do you understand the implications of your words?" Luo Yuntian asked solemnly. "Of course I do," Hua Qishan retorted defiantly. In the past, Su Mubai's current predicament was a consequence of his dedication to the sect. If you were to act as you suggested, would it not dishearten those who have rendered great service? How would the outside world perceive our Xinjiao Sword Sect? Have you ever contemplated this? Luo Yuntian questioned. The sect master spoke truthfully. However, let us not forget that many years have elapsed. Su Mubai remains the master of the Lonely Peak, and the Howren Sword has consistently been in his possession. The sect has already demonstrated considerable leniency, yet now, with the Howren Sword lost, the unification of the 7 swords has become a mere illusion, significantly diminishing the renown of the Xinjiao 7 swords. Who shall take responsibility for this? Hua Qishan retorted. In truth, his assertions were not unfounded. After Su Mubai's foundational injuries, he became unfit to lead Lonely Peak and even less deserving of wielding the Howren Sword. Nevertheless, Luo Yuntian, as the master of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, has exerted every effort to protect him. The current loss of the Howren Sword has presented an opportunity for those with ulterior motives to vie for the position of Lonely Peak's master. With the matter of the Howren Sword to be addressed when it is eventually found. Elder Hua, you are casting our Xinjiao Sword Sect into disrepute. Master, I am merely aiding the Xinjiao Sword Sect in returning to its rightful path. Are you implying that under my leadership, the Xinjiao Sword Sect has strayed from its course? I never claimed such. However, if you insist on interpreting it that way, I shall not object. Luo Yuntian glared at Hua Qishan. How could a mere elder of the 7th realm dare oppose him? Clearly, someone was orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Only 2 individuals possessed the strength to challenge the Xinjiao Sword Sect, the Grand Elder Bai Yunsheng and the Vice Sect Master Wu Xiliang. Luo Yuntian's gaze shifted from Hua Qishan to an elderly man and a middle-aged figure, both of whom wore expressions of indifference. Elder Hua, your words must be substantiated. Since you do not oppose, do enlighten us on how I have led the Xinjiao Sword Sect astray. If you cannot provide an answer, do not blame me for being impolite by accusing you of overstepping your bounds. Luo Yuntian's expression darkened. As the master of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, it was intolerable for Hua Qishan to publicly humiliate him, regardless of the support he had behind him. If he did not assert his authority now, would it not embolden others to question him in the future? As Luo Yuntian's ire grew, Hua Qishan fell silent. A stillness enveloped the room for a moment. Luo Yuntian spoke once more. Why has Elder Hua ceased his discourse? Were you not quite loquacious moments ago? Please, continue. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, another voice emerged. I believe Elder Hui is correct. Just because Su Mubai is your elder disciple, Master Luo, you have continuously shielded him, monopolizing Lonely Peak. While Su Mubai has indeed contributed to the sect, what merit does a mere invalid have in possessing the Howren sword? Does he possess such capability? Now that the Howren sword is lost, you, Master Luo, must bear the principal responsibility. A collective gasp resonated among the senior members of the Xinjiao Sword Sect. The situation was spiraling out of control. Someone had dared to confront the sect master directly. Was this an attempted coup? Where did Vice Sect Master Wu Xiliang find such audacity? The voice that had spoken belonged to Wu Xiliang, the esteemed first Vice Sect Master of the Xinjiao Sword Sect. A formidable force at the late stage of the 8th realm. Though he had coveted the position of Sect Master for quite some time, he had now openly challenged Luo Yutian. Yet his strength is insufficient to shake the position of Luo Yutian. Today, I do not know what has come over you. Vice Master Wu, are you accusing me? Luo Yutian spoke in a deep voice. I am merely speaking the truth. Wu Xiliang retorted. Good. Excellent. Truly splendid. It appears you have come prepared today. What is it? Do you intend to force me to relinquish my position as the sect leader? Wu Xiliang. I am aware that you have long desired to occupy my seat, but let me tell you today, you are not yet qualified. Upon finishing his statement, a formidable aura surged forth from Luo Yutian, pressing down on Wu Xiliang. Ultimately, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. As long as he can suppress Wu Xiliang, the latter would not dare to resist. Qualification is not yours to determine. Wu Xiliang no longer concealed his own intentions, unleashing an aura that was not significantly inferior to Luo Yutian's. The two forces collided. Fortunately, those present were all formidable beings of the 7th realm or higher. Otherwise, they would not withstand the clash of two peak 8th realm powers. Even so, many felt the pressure, struggling to breathe. Wu Xiliang, you are quite remarkable, having broken through to the peak of the 8th realm. However, do you think that this grants you the right to challenge me? Luo Yutian. I do not seek to challenge you. I merely state the facts. Over the years, your protection of Su Mubai has led to the loss of the Howren sword, resulting in the disgrace of the Xinjiao Sword Sect. What qualification do you have to continue as the sect leader? Wu Xiliang questioned Luo Yutian loudly. With the mask of civility ripped away, he had nothing left to hold back. Chapter 56. The Ancestor Speaks. Wu Xiliang's breakthrough to the peak of the 8th realm did not astonish the higher echelons of the Xinjiao Sword Sect. He was originally in the late 8th realm, thus, reaching the peak was quite normal, or else he would not dare to confront Luo Yutian. However, with a formidable enemy looming, the two superpowers of the sect engaging in internal strife was evidently not a good omen. Furthermore, even if both were peak 8th realm, Wu Xiliang could not possibly match Luo Yutian. After all, one had just broken through, while the other had dwelt at the peak for a considerable duration. Additionally, Luo Yutian was the master of the Tai sword, whose combat prowess was among the pinnacle even within the 8th realm. Of course, Lin Feng was an exception. Wu Xiliang's boldness in pressuring the situation suggested he still had hidden cards to play. Enough. How long will you two continue this farce? The Grand Elder Bai Yunxing intervened. He too was a peak 8th realm powerhouse. Apart from the ancestors in closed-door meditation, Bai Yunxing was the most senior member of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, and his words carried significant weight. Luo Yutian and Wu Xiliang simultaneously withdrew their auras and sat down. Perhaps both felt that it was inappropriate to clash at such a moment, with so many witnesses present. Grand Elder, you claim that Luo Yutian has sheltered Su Mubai, leading to the loss of the Howren sword. How should this be handled? Wu Xiliang inquired of Bai Yunxing. I have never sheltered anyone. My actions have always been for the sake of the sect. I do not wish for outsiders to pierce the backbone of the Xinjiao Sword Sect, labeling it as a sect devoid of sentiment, driven solely by self-interest. I also do not want to discourage those who have contributed, otherwise, who would fight for the sect in the future. Luo Yutian asserted with righteous indignation. Both of your arguments hold merit. However, the 7 swords of Xinjiao constitute a cohesive whole. The loss of even one blade represents a tremendous setback for our Xinjiao Sword Sect. Yutian, I had refrained from inquiring about Su Mubai's affairs, trusting that you could manage the situation, but now you have left me deeply disappointed, sighed Bai Yunxing. Upon hearing this, Luo Yutian instantly understood. No wonder Wu Xiliang dared to cast blame upon him. It turned out he had already won over the Grand Elder. The alliance of Wu Xiliang and Bai Yunxing, one new and one old, both at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, posed a considerable challenge even for Luo Yutian. At that moment, Bai Yunsheng continued. Yin Tian, if you willingly relinquish the position of sect master, I shall not pursue your dereliction of duty. The Grand Elder indeed holds the right to question the sect master. Bai Yunsheng, I respect you as the Grand Elder. I have turned a blind eye to many matters and refrained from holding you accountable, yet you have chosen to confront me first. Have you truly considered the consequences of tearing apart our relationship? Luo Yutian countered boldly. Yun Tian, we all seek the betterment of the sect. What difference does it make who occupies the position of sect master? If I were to report the matter of Su Mubai to the ancestor, do you believe you could escape unscathed? Long Hans Wang, observing Luo Yuntian's ashen face, felt a deep sense of urgency. She longed to have Lin Feng retrieve the Howren sword. Both Grand Elder Bai Yunxing and Deputy Sect Master Wu Xiliang were seizing upon the loss of the Howren sword as their point of attack. If the Howren sword could be recovered, all issues would be resolved, and the two would be left speechless, allowing the Master Brother to gain the upper hand. However, the news of the Howren sword being seized by the masked phantom had already spread. Should they proceed with this course of action, Lin Feng's secret would be exposed, inevitably leading to a frenzied pursuit by the Wuji demon sect, with the possibility of the Wuji Daoist intervening personally. Lin Feng could never stand against the Wuji Daoist. Even the protection of the ancestor would be of little consequence, as the Wuji Daoist had likely already ascended to the 10th realm. Luo Yuntian, with a darkened expression, gazed at Bai Yunsheng and Wu Xiliang, and then suddenly smiled knowingly. I am afraid your plan shall come to naught, for the ancestor is already aware of the situation. Although he scolded me thoroughly, he has shown no intention of stripping me of my position, indicating that he acknowledges my contributions to the sect over the years. Impossible. You are lying. Do you think we are all fools? Wu Xiliang was the first to rise, expressing disbelief. The Howren sword was lost due to the incompetence of Su Mubai. How could Luo Yutian, instead of finding it swiftly, go and inform the ancestor? Who would believe such a tale? Were it not for Luo Yuntian's shielding, Su Mubai would never have retained possession of the Howren sword. Ultimately, this matter traces back to Luo Yuntian's negligence. The Howren sword holds immense significance for the Shinshao Sword Sect. The ancestor would undoubtedly be enraged upon learning of its loss. How could it be as Luo Yutian claimed, merely a scolding and nothing more? Is it possible? You need only inquire at the sword tower to ascertain the truth. However, I must warn you in advance that the ancestor has been in a foul mood recently. Do not find yourselves on the wrong side of his ire. Luo Yutian replied with a smile. Fortunately, when he went to summon the ancestor, he disclosed everything. Otherwise, he would have truly been at the mercy of these two. Ever since the Howren sword was lost, Luo Yutian had been seeking means to recover it, but alas, he could not even ascertain the identity of the masked phantom. Where could he begin the search? He too was flustered, yet felt powerless. Bai Yunsheng gazed at Luo Yuntian. Initially, he harbored disbelief. But the confident smile on Luo Yuntian's face instilled a flicker of hesitation within him. At that moment, a voice of authority resonated in everyone's ears. With formidable foes looming and the sect in a precarious state, any instigation of internal discord would be met with severe retribution. The senior members of the Shinshao Sword Sect were momentarily taken aback. They hastily rose to their feet, responding with respect. We shall obey the commands of our ancestor. Every individual held their breath, paralyzed with tension, until 10 minutes had passed without another word from the ancestor, allowing them to finally relax. This clearly demonstrated the ancestor's overwhelming presence. Currently residing in the sword tower was the venerable Xiao Zhengxian. Unlike other ancestors, this one was a living relic of the Shinshao Sword Sect, having lived the longest and attained the pinnacle of the 9th realm. His words were akin to a vow of utmost gravity. Not only did the senior officials of the Shinshao Sword Sect dare not question him, but even other ancestors refrained from challenging his authority. You have all heard the ancestor's words. You may disperse, ordered Luo Yuntian. No one dared to respond. Bai Yunxing and Wu Xiliang, lost in their thoughts, were the first to depart, followed closely by the others, leaving behind 6 members of the 7 swords of Shinshao. Su Mubai remained unconscious in the ice coffin. The collusion between Bai Yunxing and Wu Xiliang was likely not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a premeditated scheme. Remarked Jiang Zhe of the Chunyuan sword. I am aware. If the ancestor does not intervene, they will soon collaborate with other higher-ups to force my abdication from the position of sect leader. More than half of the upper echelon has likely been swayed by them. Alas, I have been careless, preoccupied with countering the Wujima sect, unaware that Wu Xiliang had persuaded Bai Yunxing, Luo Yutian's side. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Bai Yunxing, often indifferent to worldly affairs, would publicly align with Wu Xiliang. What shall we do now? Do not worry, with the ancestor personally addressing the matter. They will refrain from any underhanded actions for the time being. We shall tackle future issues as they arise. Long Hans Wang hesitated, yearning to confide in her master about her acquaintance with the ghost-faced man who could retrieve the Howren's sword, yet she refrained from voicing it. Given Lin Feng's character, he would undoubtedly hand over the Howren's sword without hesitation, knowing that his master was ensnared to aid the eldest senior brother. However, revealing her identity posed too great a risk. Lin Feng remained oblivious to the turmoil among the upper echelons of the Shinshao Sword Sect. He was wholly absorbed in cultivating the sword technique of Heaven's Severing, anticipating that once he perfected this skill, it would be time for him to seek medicine from the Apothecary Valley. That day was not far off. Chapter 57. The Sect Competition. The Ancestor has spoken. The Shinshao Sword Sect finally regained its former tranquility. Everyone meticulously prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Although the Wujimu sect remained silent, the news of Wujidaren's breakthrough to the 10th realm lingered like a thorn in the throats of various factions, impossible to swallow and impossible to expel. According to tradition, in half a month, the annual sect competition of the Shinshao Sword Sect would take place, aimed at assessing the progress of its disciples over the past year. The current circumstances seemed to preclude any significant actions. Luo Yuntian found himself at a loss. After all, since the establishment of the Shinshao Sword Sect, the sect's grand competition had never been cancelled. Thus, he sought out the venerable ancestor, Xiao Zhangxian, at the Sword Tower to inquire about how to handle this year's competition. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhangxian informed Luo Yutian that the grand competition would proceed as usual, and invitations would be promptly dispatched to all allied factions of the Shinshao Sword Sect, encouraging their attendance. Luo Yuntian understood that the venerable ancestor was seizing this opportunity to forge alliances with the major powers in order to collectively counter the Wujimu sect. News of the competition's continuation swiftly spread throughout the Shinshao Sword Sect. The disciples, unaware of the broader matters at play, regarded the grand competition as a momentous event, one that not only influenced the distribution of cultivation resources but also impacted their own reputations. In their youthful exuberance, who would not wish to achieve fame through battle, garnering the attention of the sect and the admiration of their peers? While Luo Yutian busied himself with preparations for the grand competition, the venerable ancestor summoned him to the Sword Tower. Upon reaching the top floor, he found the esteemed elder, Bai Yunxing, already present. Having met the elder before, Luo Yutian bowed respectfully. Yutian, Bai Yunxing began, in previous grand competitions, we have confined ourselves to a closed affair, but this time it is different. With outsiders present, we must demonstrate the true caliber of the Shinshao Sword Sect. We cannot allow others to perceive our disciples as lacking in strength. I understand, esteemed ancestor, Luo Yuntian replied. Elder Yinsheng has just suggested that the long-abandoned Gutsuan Peak be offered as a reward for this year's grand competition to invigorate the disciples' enthusiasm. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Luo Yuntian grew anxious. Esteemed ancestor, Gutsuan Peak is one of the 16 peaks of the Shinshao Sword Sect. To simply award it to a disciple seems rather hasty. Elder Bai Yunxing interjected, sect leader, I must disagree. Since Sumu Bai's fall from grace, Gutsuan Peak has only declined. And in recent decades, it has hosted but a single disciple, who is inept. Rather than allow it to languish, it would be more beneficial to bestow it as a reward to the victor of the grand competition. This would not only boost the disciples' morale, but also provide Gutsuan Peak with a new steward. What could be more advantageous? Even the victor of the grand competition lacks the capability to manage Gutsuan Peak, and such a decision could hinder their cultivation. I find this unwise, Luo Yutian persisted. Aware that the venerable ancestor had likely already acquiesced to Elder Bai Yunxing's suggestion and that Gutsuan Peak was probably beyond salvaging, I find merit in Elder Yunxing's argument. Rather than let Gutsuan Peak remain idle, it would be better to reward it to the top disciple of the grand competition. As for how it is managed thereafter, that is of no concern, Xiao Zhengxian declared, effectively sealing the matter. Since the venerable ancestor has decided, I shall return to my preparations, Luo Yuntian said resignedly. Opposing the decision had become futile. Once the venerable ancestor had made up his mind, no one could alter it. As for Gutsuan Peak, Lin Feng felt he was on the cusp of mastering the Zhantian sword technique to perfection. At this moment, Cold Han Shuang hurriedly arrived at the solitary peak of Gusi Yuan, shouting from a distance, Lin Feng, something grave has occurred. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng initially feared for his master's safety and swiftly flew over to meet him. Uncle Master, what has happened? Is it concerning my master? Not at all. Cold Han Shuang shook her head. Then what is it? Lin Feng relaxed slightly, though a sense of confusion lingered in his heart. Aside from his master, Sumu Bai, other matters were trivial in his eyes. The sect's grand competition is about to commence. What makes this a grave matter? Isn't the grand competition held annually? It doesn't concern me, as I have never participated. Lin Feng's perplexity deepened. This year's grand competition is unlike any before. In what way is it different? The reward for the first place in the competition is none other than the very Gu Siyuan peak beneath our feet. The ancestor himself has decreed it, stating that Gu Siyuan peak has been idle for far too long and needs a rightful owner. Uncle Master, are you implying that the sect intends to reward Gu Siyuan peak to the winner of this grand competition? Lin Feng inquired uncertainly. Indeed. Cold Han Shuang nodded with conviction. Lin Feng fell silent for a moment before resolutely stating, Gu Siyuan peak belongs to my master. No one shall take it away. Once the ancestor has made a decision, it cannot be altered. Otherwise, you could always participate in the grand competition and claim first place. Then Gu Siyuan peak would naturally be awarded to you. Then I shall participate. Are you not going to maintain a low profile any longer? Cold Han Shuang chuckled softly. Having anticipated Lin Feng's unwillingness to relinquish Gu Siyuan peak to another, Lin Feng wore a pained expression. With everything at stake, what is there to keep a low profile about? Besides, I want to reveal everything. Securing first place will be effortless. I already have an excuse prepared for when inquiries arise. What excuse? Cold Han Shuang asked curiously. I chanced upon a miraculous natural spirit herb in the 9 Nether secret realm, which caused my cultivation to soar after consumption. That is quite a plausible excuse. Just fear that when you disclose it, countless people will be envious and resentful, murmuring about your fortunate luck behind your back. Cold Han Shuang could easily envision the expressions of other disciples when Lin Feng revealed his tale before the entire sect. So we have toiled for decades, only to be outdone by your mere 4 months in the 9 Nether secret realm? Where is the justice in that? It was likely that when the 9 Nether secret realm opened again, throngs would rush to enter, not for anything else, but for that slim chance to transform from a waste into a genius. What Cold Han Shuang was unaware of was that the 9 Nether Palace had already become a mark, imprinted in Lin Feng's palm. Only by activating the 9 Nether Palace could he open the 9 Nether secret realm again. Otherwise, it would remain closed forever. Let them be. Have I not been scorned enough? If I truly cared about others' opinions, I would not have concealed myself for so many years. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Cold Han Shuang could not help but concede. Lin Feng's current prowess was not merely a result of exceptional talent. His mindset surpassed that of many seasoned individuals, let alone younger ones. Lin Feng, you are suited to be a recluse. I think so too, but alas, fate has its whims. Lin Feng lamented, gazing upwards with a sigh. Having accepted the legacy of the 9 Nether Sovereign, he could only move forward. There was no turning back. Chapter 58. The Quest for Medicine. The Xinjiao Sword Sect extended invitations to numerous allied forces for the sect's grand competition. Those who received the invitations understood that observing the competition was merely a facade. The true purpose was to discuss a united front against the Wujimo sect. Some factions expressed their inability to attend, preferring to remain prudent and safeguard their own interests. The enigmatic breakthrough of the Wujimo Daoist into the 10th realm remained a mystery. Should he indeed achieve it, any coalition would be futile. Nevertheless, other factions, including the Qingyan sect, declared their intention to attend. Their long-standing partnership with the Xinjiao Sword Sect compelled them to join, for even in absence, the Wujimo sect would show no mercy. It was wiser to ally with the Xinjiao Sword Sect and confront the threat together. Most factions that chose to participate harbored irreconcilable enmities with the Wujimo sect, and thus responded affirmatively to the Xinjiao Sword Sect's call. However, the Yaowang Valley found itself in a quandary. They were reluctant to ally with the Xinjiao Sword Sect, yet equally disinclined to become subservient to the Wujimo sect, relegated to their private medicinal garden. For the Yaowang Valley, the most favorable scenario was the current equilibrium among the various powers. The moment this balance was disrupted, regardless of which faction emerged dominant, the Yaowang Valley would find itself an irresistible target, coveted for its abundant spiritual herbs, myriad alchemical formulas, and skilled alchemists. At that moment, the Valley Master, Zhuge Hongtao, was in his study discussing how to respond to the Xinjiao Sword Sect with his daughter, Zhuge Liuli. The young master, Zhuge Qingyun, remained in secluded meditation. Liuli, what are your thoughts? Asked Hongtao. Father, given the current situation, I find myself unable to make a judgment, replied Liuli, equally perplexed. But we must make a choice. Which would you prefer to offend, the Xinjiao Sword Sect or the Wujimo Sect? Hong Tao inquired. Is it possible to offend neither? Li shook her head. If it were feasible to avoid offending both, we would not be in such distress. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Tao concluded, considering the conduct and strength of both sects. It appears that offending the Xinjiao Sword Sect would be the lesser evil. After all, they are a righteous sect and do not act with the same reckless abandon as the Wujimo sect. The former option seems somewhat more favorable. Then we shall not attend, declared Liu. To do so would place us in direct opposition to the Wujimo sect. Yet, I find it unsatisfactory to abstain. Hong Tao sighed deeply. What troubles you, father? Liu asked, confused. It is evident that the Wujimo sect is currently more formidable and ruthless. Offending them poses a far greater threat to the Yaowang Valley. I consulted our elder and conveyed the valley's predicament to him. Do you know what he said? What was his response? The elder speculated that the Wujimo Taoist has indeed broken through to the 10th realm, but not through conventional means. What do you mean by that? It means that an unforeseen event occurred during his breakthrough, which accounts for the prolonged silence. Had it been a normal breakthrough, the Wujimo sect would have eagerly proclaimed it to the world and commenced their campaign to unify the Lijiu. Thus, it appears that the infinite Taoist is not a typical strongman of the 10th realm. Is that what the ancestor implies? Hence, I expressed my dissatisfaction. Perhaps the Xinjiao Sword Sect has also realized this, which is why they extended an invitation to unite various forces against the infinite demon sect. Otherwise, no matter how many they gather, facing a genuine 10th realm powerhouse would be tantamount to courting death. Zhuge Hong Tao articulated his innermost thoughts. He still resented the prospect of being a mere private herb garden for the infinite demon sect. With the full support of the Medicine King Valley, the Xinjiao Sword Sect's strength would significantly increase, potentially allowing them to contend with the infinite demon sect. Of course, this is predicated on the notion that the infinite Taoist is weaker than a standard 10th realm warrior, providing them with a chance. Otherwise, all discussions are futile. Zhuge Liu fell into contemplation. If what her father said is indeed true, then perhaps the situation is not as dire as envisioned. 10th realm powerhouses are invincible in the Li continent, yet the unexpected breakthrough of the infinite Taoist might render him stronger than the peak of the 9th realm. Yet weaker than the 10th realm, thus opening up avenues for imagination. Father, Zhuge Liu was about to speak when a tremendous sound echoed from the sky. Boom. Following that, a voice resounded. Let the leader of the Medicine King Valley come forth. Both father and daughter were momentarily taken aback. The initial noise clearly indicated that the formation had been breached. Who possesses the audacity to wreak havoc in the Medicine King Valley? Zhuge Hong Tao's expression gradually darkened. Father, let us go and see who has such boldness. Zhuge Liu said with a grim expression. Lin Feng, adorned in a mask, hovered above the Medicine King Valley. Having just perfected the heavenly sword technique, he was eager to arrive at the Medicine King Valley to seek medicine. His master's condition could not afford delay. It was imperative to obtain the soul-nourishing pill swiftly. Initially, he had no intention of resorting to violence. But the process to meet the leader of the Medicine King Valley was exceedingly cumbersome, requiring numerous notifications, with the outcome of actually meeting uncertain. Thus, he opted for a more straightforward approach. Consequently, Lin Feng disrupted the formation of the Medicine King Valley. Audacious, insolent, who dares to wreak havoc in the Medicine King Valley? Courting death? Surrender at once and accept the judgment of the Medicine King Valley. Hundreds of figures ascended from the ground, surrounding Lin Feng in midair. These were all formidable individuals of the 5th realm and above from the Medicine King Valley. Initially, they were a group of furious individuals prepared to act. But upon seeing the mask Lin Feng wore, they suddenly fell silent. The ghost-faced man. It is, indeed, the much-discussed ghost-faced man of recent times from the Li continent. He is a super powerhouse capable of severing the arm of the infinite demon sect's elder Qian Daoxiong. Who are you? Why have you disrupted the formation of my Medicine King Valley? Do you not regard us? An elder stepped forward to inquire. Elder, please do not misunderstand. I have come to the Medicine King Valley in search of medicine, Lin Feng replied courteously. He had no other recourse. If there were any other means to swiftly meet the leader of the Medicine King Valley, he would not have resorted to such measures. I come seeking medicine, not to engage in conflict. I merely hope this visit to the Medicine King Valley does not result in further complications. Otherwise, where shall I procure the soul-nourishing pill? Seeking medicine? Is this how one seeks medicine? There is no other choice. Meeting you, the leader of the Medicine King Valley, is truly a daunting task. Thus, I have resorted to this strategy, and I hope you can forgive me, Lin Feng said politely, clasping his hands. Humph. Do not presume that a few flattering words will absolve you of your actions. Since the establishment of the Medicine King Valley, no one has dared to disrupt our formation. You are the first, the elder retorted, showing no respect for Lin Feng. Although the Medicine King Valley has always been benevolent and maintained cordial relations with various factions, it does not imply that they will remain silent when faced with provocation. What do you propose we do? Lin Feng's tone turned icy. He had already humbled himself. Yet his opponent remained relentless. Did they truly believe he lacked temper? After all, he was a formidable Peak 8 realm practitioner. With the support of the sword domain and the perfected slashing heaven sword technique, he feared no one below the Peak 9th realm. What audacity did they possess to confront the Medicine King Valley? You are quite bold. You have disrupted the formation of my Medicine King Valley and yet have the audacity to question us about what we intend to do? Do you truly think my valley is made of clay? A commanding voice resonated through the air. Then, the experts of the Medicine King Valley parted to make way for the valley's leader, Zhuge Hongtao, and Zhuge Liuli, who entered with an air of authority. Are you Zhuge Hongtao, the leader of the Medicine King Valley? Lin Feng inquired. He had done his homework prior to this encounter. The man matched the description provided by Long Hans Wang, confirming his identity. I am Zhuge Hongtao. And you are? Zhuge Hongtao countered. You may call me Ghostface, Lin Feng declared, bestowing upon himself a moniker. Are you the one who severed the arm of Qian Daoxiong, the Grand Elder of the Wuji Demon Sect, in the Nine Nether Valley? Indeed, that was I, Lin Feng readily admitted. Zhuge Hongtao gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment. Recently, there had been numerous rumors surrounding the ghost face. Enigmatic and powerful, he was a figure of great intrigue. To his surprise, the man stood before him in the flesh. Zhuge Liuli, standing beside him, exhibited a glimmer of curiosity, clearly having heard much about Ghost Face. Even if you're indeed Ghost Face, you must provide a reasonable explanation today. Otherwise, do not blame the Medicine King Valley for lacking courtesy, Zhuge Hongtao intoned gravely. The disruption of the formation was surely not a normal visit. However, Zhuge Hongtao did not wish to escalate matters with Ghost Face and offered a way out. A simple apology and explanation would suffice to conclude the matter. Yet, Lin Feng was not inclined to acquiesce. He discerned that in this world where strength reigned supreme, diplomatic dialogue was futile. It would be more effective to resort to force. There is nothing to explain. I came to the Medicine King Valley seeking medicine, found your procedures excessively cumbersome, and did not wish to waste time, so I acted directly. Lin Feng stated calmly. Is this your explanation? Upon entering my Medicine King Valley, one must adhere to our rules, Zhuge Hongtao retorted, exasperated. I have elucidated my position clearly. Rules are established by the strong to bind the weak. Do I appear to be one who is bound? Lin Feng replied boldly. Ghost Face, you are challenging the limits of my Medicine King Valley. Think as you wish. However, should you choose to engage in combat, know that you are not my match. You might as well summon the Ancient Ones in seclusion within your valley. Otherwise, today I shall lay siege to your Medicine King Valley. Lin Feng had made his decision. First, he would use his strength to intimidate the Medicine King Valley, then sit down to discuss the soul-nourishing pill at leisure. This way, he could claim the upper hand. What a brazen old man, to be so arrogant even within the confines of my Medicine King Valley. It seems we have shown too much mercy in recent years, allowing outsiders to perceive us as easy prey. A voice echoed from the rear mountain of the Medicine King Valley, where two venerable masters of the Ninth Realm were in seclusion. Lin Feng immediately fixed his gaze upon the rear mountain, eager to witness the arrival of the true master. Esteemed ancestor, please intervene and capture this individual. Let our Medicine King Valley be vindicated, shouted Zhuge Hongtao towards the mountain. He was acutely aware that the ghost-faced man had severed the arm of Kidao Yuichi, and he himself was certainly no match. Even if they were to band together and emerge victorious, the Medicine King Valley would undoubtedly suffer severe losses. Thus, he could only call upon the ancestor to take action. I seek only medicine today and wish to avoid conflict. You have two options, provide the medicine, and I shall owe you a favor, or refuse, and I shall take it by force, declared Lin Feng. Ha ha ha, how audacious. No one has ever dared to utter such brazen words within the Medicine King Valley. You possess courage. Do you truly believe that you can come and go as you please? Today, you shall learn that while the Medicine King Valley may not rival the four great powers, it is not a place for just anyone to run amok. A furious voice resonated from the rear mountain. Then so be it. You have offended me, Lin Feng proclaimed, his aura surging. A colossal force erupted, sending the nearby warriors of the Medicine King Valley retreating hundreds of meters. The sword domain descended, enveloping the entire Medicine King Valley. Within this domain, Lin Feng was invincible. All were within the reach of his attack, moving with a speed akin to teleportation. No one could evade Lin Feng's assault within the sword domain. Simultaneously, he wielded the mighty sword, merging his spirit, energy, and essence. The perfected sky-slaying sword technique was unleashed, targeting the 9th Realm Masters on the rear mountain. This was a lethal skill employed by the 3rd-ranking Feng Yuejiao of the 108 generals under the Sovereign of the 9 Nether, used to slay those of the 12th realm. Its might was unparalleled. Coupled with the assistance of the sword domain, Lin Feng, at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, would find it effortless to slay a beginner of the 9th realm, and even had the chance to defeat those at the mid-stage of the 9th realm. In an instant, the Medicine King Valley fell silent. Not only had the sounds of animals and insects ceased, but even the ants froze in place, too afraid to continue their march. Within the sword domain, all life was within Lin Feng's perception. Zhuge Hongtao was dumbfounded, Zhuge Liuli was stunned, and the hundreds of warriors above the 5th realm in the Medicine King Valley stood in shock. The 2 9th realm masters in seclusion on the rear mountain were equally silent, sensing a killing intent locking onto them. Any slight movement would result in immediate annihilation. The 2 9th realm masters of the Medicine King Valley were filled with dread. Who is this person? When did such a formidable figure emerge in the continent? Clearly not yet at the 9th realm, yet possessing the power to slay those of the 9th realm. Truly unprecedented. Murders that transcend boundaries are not uncommon. However, transnational killings? One cannot even claim to have heard of such an occurrence. Perhaps there have been instances in the annals of history, but surely they belong to a distant past. In the last few millennia, such events have been utterly absent. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the two individuals, confronted by a peak 8 realm expert. The 2 9 realm powerhouses felt no inclination to resist, a testament to Lin Feng's formidable combat prowess. Even a typical early 9 realm practitioner would find themselves vanquished by Lin Feng's perfected sword technique of celestial slaying. As for the experts from the Medicine King Valley, they were even more disadvantaged, weakened by prolonged reliance on medicinal substances compared to their peers of equal status. The 2 venerable 9 realm ancestors dared not move, and the others from the Medicine King Valley were even more paralyzed with fear, nearly losing their faculties to think, nearly soiling themselves in terror. Zhuge Hongtao fared slightly better. After all, he was not the target of the celestial slaying sword technique and possessed late 8 realm strength, yet he too sensed the terror emanating from Lin Feng. In this moment, Lin Feng unleashed his full combat capability without reservation, a sight so terrifying that it left the experts of the Medicine King Valley stunned, including the 2 long-secluded 9 realm ancestors. It could be said that apart from a handful of peak 9 realm practitioners, Lin Feng feared no one. Remarkably, he was barely in his early 20s. One could only imagine the tumult his exposure would wreak upon the entire continent of Li. Li was not devoid of prodigies. Individuals reaching the 8 and even 9 realms possess extraordinary gifts. Yet, they all remained within the bounds of typical genius. Lin Feng, however, had utterly surpassed that threshold. A peak 8 realm practitioner in his 20s, wielding the power to slay those in the mid to early 9 realms. The term genius scarcely does him justice. As time ticked away, the Medicine King Valley seemed to have been pressed under a temporal pause. All flora and fauna remained perfectly still. Not even a whisper of wind stirred. Noting that the intimidation of the Medicine King Valley had reached its zenith, Lin Feng broke the silence. I merely seek medicine, not bloodshed. I implore you not to compel me to act. Please, friend, quell your anger. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. The Medicine King Valley has always been amicable and maintains excellent relations with the major factions of Li. Whatever medicine you seek, we can discuss it calmly. Whatever we possess, we shall gladly offer you. An anxious voice echoed from behind the Medicine King Valley. The assembled experts, upon hearing this, understood instinctively. The strength of the masked figure surpassed that of the 2 venerable ancestors. Otherwise, they would not have spoken thus. Moreover, the tremor in the ancestor's voice was unmistakable. Each individual regarded Lin Feng with incredulity. Zhuge Hongtao and Zhuge Liuli exchanged a glance, both reflecting shock in their eyes. They had never anticipated that the masked figure's strength would reach such heights, rendering even the ancestors powerless. It appeared that the major factions of Li had misjudged the masked figure's capabilities. Had they known, the Medicine King Valley would never have courted enmity. One could only hope it was not too late. Otherwise, it would indeed be a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Are you employing a delaying tactic? Lin Feng fell silent for a moment before inquiring. He pondered, indeed, it is necessary to speak with strength. If the sword technique of Heaven's Severance had not been cultivated to perfection, it would pose no threat to those in the mid-ninth realm and would certainly fail to achieve the desired effect. Fortunately, everything remains within the scope of my plans. Friend, do not speak so. Our Apothecary Valley has always favored forging amicable ties. We shall honor our words. If you doubt, you may inquire about our reputation. In truth, I am also reluctant to antagonize the Apothecary Valley, as I may require your assistance in the future. However, I must admit that my urgency today has led to this misunderstanding. I kindly ask both of you, as well as the esteemed members of the Apothecary Valley, to forgive me. Gui Mian humbly offers his apologies. Lin Feng's tone softened, and he withdrew his imposing aura and sword domain. He had come to seek medicine for his master. Should he resort to force, even if he succeeded, what if the medicine had been tampered with? It would be a loss not worth incurring. This approach of offering a sweet after a slap left the many powerful figures of the Apothecary Valley in a state of bewilderment, their expressions reflecting astonishment. It is evident that this friend is also a person of temperament. Hong Tao, please escort friend Gui Mian to rest for a moment. I shall join you shortly. Yes, ancestor. Zhuge Hong Tao replied respectfully. He then turned to Lin Feng, Senior Gui Mian, please. Esteemed Valley Master, after you. The two descended from the air to the ground. Zhuge Liuli did not follow but turned to the powerful members of the Apothecary Valley, declaring, if anyone leaks a word of today's events, they shall be treated as traitors. Yes, second miss. Everyone replied in unison. Despite being a woman, Zhuge Liuli held considerable authority within the Apothecary Valley. Not only was she the second miss, but she also played the role of a strategist. Whenever Zhuge Hong Tao faced significant matters, he would consult this daughter. Everyone disperse. Return to your duties. Zhuge Liuli commanded before departing. Her strength was below the fifth realm, which typically would preclude her from flight. However, the Apothecary Valley is the most affluent force in Liu, making their flying techniques accessible, unlike for other factions. Upon closer inspection, one might notice a pair of translucent wings resembling those of a butterfly behind Zhuge Liuli. These are her flying technique, the butterfly wings. Even without reaching the fifth realm, she could freely traverse and hover in the air, a remarkably rare ability. In the reception hall of the Apothecary Valley, Lin Feng sat across from an elder, who was one of the ancestors of the Apothecary Valley, Zhuge Qi, a superlative powerhouse of the early ninth realm. The absence of another mid-ninth realm practitioner likely stemmed from their fear of disgrace. It is indeed uncommon for a dignified mid-ninth realm figure to be intimidated into inaction by one at the peak of the eighth realm. Zhuge Hong Tao stood respectfully to the side, while Zhuge Liuli poured tea for the two. All three were keen to observe Gui Mian up close. Yet he seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring their view. This was Lin Feng's concealment technique. Otherwise, merely donning a mask would allow the strong to see through it effortlessly. Ghostly face, my friend, please enjoy some tea. Zhuge Qi offered courteously. Lin Feng raised his teacup and took a sip. Zhuge, time is of the essence. Let us forego reminiscing until next time. Indeed, next time we shall gather properly. Pray tell, what elixir does my friend seek? Zhuge Qi inquired. The soul-nourishing pill. Lin Feng declared the name of the elixir, then fixed his gaze upon Zhuge Qi. Upon hearing this name, Zhuge Qi, along with Zhuge Hong Tao and Zhuge Liuli, were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged bitter smiles. Ghostly face. To be frank, we in the Apothecary Valley do not possess the soul-nourishing pill, Zhuge Qi lamented, shaking his head. What? You, the Apothecary Valley, do not have it? Lin Feng suddenly stood up, disbelief etched upon his face. The soul-nourishing pill was the sole hope for rescuing his master, if even the Apothecary Valley lacked it. Where else could it be found? Was it possible that his master would never awaken? Since the journey began with the need for the other shore flower and entering the nine nether secret realm, Lin Feng had exerted every effort, yet still could not save his master. Contemplating this, his heart ached unbearably, and his aura grew unstable. The table before him shattered under the pressure, prompting Zhuge Hong Tao to quickly shield Zhuge Liuli, for even a mere hint of Lin Feng's aura could severely injure her. Ghostly face, please remain calm. Allow me to explain. Zhuge Qi urged hastily. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng slowly composed himself. Even if the Apothecary Valley lacked the soul-nourishing pill, they should have some information regarding it, or perhaps details on the materials needed for its creation. The situation was not yet beyond redemption. No matter what, he must save his master. Chapter 61. Speculation. Seeing Lin Feng regain his composure, Zhuge Qi elucidated, ghostly face. You may not be aware that the soul is intricate and notoriously challenging to cultivate. Consequently, any materials related to the soul are exceedingly rare, and our apothecary valley possesses very few spiritual herbs concerning the soul. The soul-nourishing pill requires multiple materials and is incredibly complex to refine, which is why we do not have it. Is that truly so? You are not deceiving me? Absolutely. I assure you, Ghostly Face must have researched our apothecary valley prior to your arrival. We delight in forming alliances with powerful individuals, especially those like yourself. Whatever you require, should we possess it, we shall gladly offer it to you without charge. Simply to have you owe us a favor for times of need in the future. Are there any elixirs with effects similar to the soul-nourishing pill? Lin Feng asked. The effects of the soul-nourishing pill are challenging to replicate with ordinary elixirs. However, if Ghostly Face seeks something to nurture your own soul, I can provide you with some spiritual herbs, albeit their efficacy pales in comparison to that of the soul-nourishing pill. Lin Feng fell into silence. Would spiritual herbs, significantly less effective than the soul-nourishing pill, prove useful for his master? Since the ancestor personally examined his master's condition and mentioned the soul-nourishing pill, surely no substitute could suffice. I seek the soul-nourishing pill, not for my own use, but for a person of great significance to me. His spirit has grown feeble due to certain circumstances and has fallen into a deep slumber. The soul-nourishing pill is essential to awaken him. So it is. A weakened spirit in slumber indeed necessitates the soul-nourishing pill as the optimal remedy. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qi nodded in agreement. Is there any other method, my friend Zhuge, to awaken a soul that lies in slumber? Friend Gue Mian, Zhuge replied, I have yet to meet the slumbering individual and am unaware of the specifics. Thus I cannot speak lightly. How about this? I shall provide you with some spirit-nourishing herbs to stabilize the situation temporarily, and we can gradually devise a plan to gather the materials needed to concoct the soul-nourishing pill. Is that feasible? Lin Feng's eyes brightened at this prospect. As long as the situation can be stabilized, I will have time to collect the necessary ingredients for the pill. Indeed, should the spirit remain undisturbed in its slumber for too long, it may never awaken. However, we can use these herbs to maintain a temporary balance. Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggest, my friend Zhuge. If your esteemed Yao Wang Valley can assist in bringing my master back, I, Gue Mian, will owe you a significant favor, which I assure you will not go unfulfilled in the future, Lin Feng pledged. Whoever can aid in rescuing my master will earn not just one favor, but 10, he continued. After all, had it not been for his master saving him from the jaws of a beast in the wild, he would have long since become prey. The gratitude of saving a life, coupled with the bond of nurturing, rendered their relationship akin to that of father and son, despite being teacher and disciple. A moment later, Lin Feng departed Yao Wang Valley with the spirit-nourishing herbs, intending to deliver them to his esteemed Uncle Long for his master's use. After Lin Feng's departure, Zhuge Qi exchanged a few words with Zhuge Hongtao before retreating to the back mountain, where he had urgent matters to discuss with another elder of Yao Wang Valley, who was at the mid-ninth realm. Zhuge Hongtao remained behind with his daughter, Zhuge Liuli. Liuli, what are your thoughts on this matter? He inquired in the study. Father, I believe I may have discerned the true identity of Gue Mian. Zhuge Liuli contemplated before responding. What? You know the identity of Gue Mian? Zhuge Hongtao stood up in shock, his face a mask of astonishment. The identity of Gue Mian had remained a mystery in Lizhou. Powerful factions had exhausted their means to uncover any clues, as if he had appeared out of thin air. The crux of the matter was the overwhelming strength of this individual. Only a handful in Lizhou possessed such power, and none could be matched to Gue Mian. I cannot ascertain his exact identity, but I can narrow it down to a very small scope, she elaborated. Pray tell. Zhuge Hongtao swallowed hard, his gaze fixed eagerly on Zhuge Liuli. If they could indeed deduce Gue Mian's identity, it would grant them a significant advantage, given Gue Mian's prowess. Only those at the pinnacle of the ninth realm could pose a threat to him. Forming an alliance with such a figure would hold immense significance for Yao Wang Valley. Zhuge Hongtao harbored no doubts regarding Zhuge Liuli's words. Though he was the valley master, many crucial decisions were made by her, consistently yielding favorable outcomes for Yao Wang Valley. After several instances, Zhuge Liuli had become the military strategist of Yao Wang Valley. From a young age, she harbored a fascination for the intricacies of the world and the affairs of the prominent sections. Eventually, Zhuge Hongtao entrusted the intelligence operations of the Medicine King Valley to Zhuge Liuli. Do you remember Su Mubai, the master of the Howren sword? One of the 7 swords of the Shinshao Sword Sect? Zhuge Liuli inquired. I seem to recall such a person. Wasn't he rendered incapable many years ago? I remember him seeking medicine at the Medicine King Valley when you were not yet born. Unfortunately, after my examination, I found he lacked investment potential and declined his request. Zhuge Hongtao reminisced. Indeed, Su Mubai had been incapacitated, yet the Shinshao Sword Sect had not stripped him of his title among the 7 swords. The Haoran sword remained in his possession. Recently, Su Mubai was ambushed by the Luocha sect, leaving him gravely injured and without the Haoran sword. Subsequently, the Phantom Swordman annihilated the Luocha sect with a single strike and even confronted the Grand Elder of the Wujima sect, Qin Dao Xiong. Are you suggesting that the Phantom Swordman is affiliated with the Shinshao Sword Sect? Wasn't it said that any formidable figures from the Shinshao Sword Sect were under the watchful eye of the Wujima sect? Zhuge Hongtao questioned, perplexed. Father, please allow me to finish. As far as I know, Su Mubai was afflicted by the soul-devouring powder. Thus, the master of the Ice Soul Sword. One of the 7 swords, Long Hans Huang, entered the 9 nether secret realm, procured the other shore flower, and cured Su Mubai of the soul-devouring powder. However, the powder continuously devours the soul, weakening it and plunging it into slumber. The soul-nourishing pill is precisely what can rejuvenate the spirit and awaken it. Just now, the Phantom Swordman also mentioned that he possesses the soul-nourishing pill for a very important individual. I cannot help but suspect that this person he referred to is indeed Su Mubai, Zhuge Liuli articulated, her tone imbued with confidence despite the hints of uncertainty in her words. Zhuge Hongtao, indifferent to matters unrelated to the Medicine King Valley, would only pay attention to prominent figures from the major factions. He had long dismissed Su Mubai, a man deemed without prospects. However, after hearing Zhuge Liuli's analysis, he found it quite compelling. After all, the Shinshao Sword Sect is the foremost sword sect of the Liang continent, and the Phantom Swordman wields a sword as well. Moreover, Su Mubai is in dire need of the soul-nourishing pill. In this light, it seemed highly probable that the Phantom Swordman was indeed affiliated with the Shinshao Sword Sect and had a close relationship with Su Mubai. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhuge Hongtao. Could it be Luo Yuntian, the sect master of the Shinshao Sword Sect and the master of the Tai Sword, one of the 7 swords? Luo Yuntian perfectly matched all the criteria, a peak 8th realm sword practitioner, immensely powerful and closely connected to Su Mubai. Chapter 62, The Intrusion Liuli. Who do you think the Phantom Swordman could be? Zhuge Hongtao inquired. Father, as I mentioned, I can only delineate a range. This individual must be affiliated with the Shinshao Sword Sect and share a profound bond with Su Mubai, yet I cannot ascertain their exact identity, Zhuge Liuli replied. She refrained from making hasty conclusions about matters she was uncertain of. As for the identity of the Phantom Swordman, her deductions could only reach this point. Beyond this, she dared not speculate further. Is it possible that it could be Luo Yuntian? Zhuge Hongtao voiced his hypothesis. Indeed, his conjecture was not without merit. Luo Yuntian truly fulfilled all the criteria laid out by Zhuge Liuli's analysis. As the esteemed leader of the Shinshao Sword Sect, every action he takes is scrutinized by powerful factions. How could he possibly find the time to assume another identity? Unless he possessed the art of separation. That would be plausible. However, Luo Yuntian, despite fitting the profile, could never transform into the ghostly mask, being the sect's master. Zhuge Liuli shook her head, promptly dismissing Zhuge Hongtao's speculation. Who could it be? The identity of the individual is of little importance, nor is it necessary to delve deeper. Since the person dons a mask, it signifies a desire for anonymity. Our only task is to confirm that the ghostly mask is indeed affiliated with the Shinshao Sword Sect. Father, we ought to participate in the invitation extended by the Shinshao Sword Sect. Did you not assert that it would be most beneficial for the Medicine King Valley? That was previously. The emergence of the ghostly mask has led me to believe that the Shinshao Sword Sect is far more complex than it appears. Coupled with the fact that Wijideo lacks the strength of a typical 10th tier expert, we might take a gamble, and I perceive our chances of success as exceedingly high. Very well, we shall heed your counsel and prepare to set forth to the Shinshao Sword Sect, Zhuge Hongtao decisively proclaimed. All significant matters concerning the Medicine King Valley are proposed by Zhuge Liuli, while Zhuge Hongtao makes the final decisions. The sect's grand competition was initially an internal affair. However, after invitations were dispatched to the various factions of the leaving continent, its nature shifted. The competition merely serves as a pretext. The true objective is for everyone to convene and strategize on how to contend with the Wujimo sect. In preparation for this grand competition, The sect's disciples are permitted to unleash their full potential, showcasing their true abilities. The Shinshao Sword Sect has invested heavily, offering the solitary Gutsuan Peak as the reward for the champion. The news has incited frenzied excitement among the disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect. Securing the top position would elevate one to the rank of Peak Master. Although this Peak Master may be a mere figurehead, it still holds significant prestige. There are only 16 Peak Masters within the entire Shinshao Sword Sect. Achieving this status would place one far ahead of their peers, yielding immense advantages both in reputation and practicality. No disciple could resist such temptation. The true inheritors are eager to demonstrate their prowess in the sect's grand competition, vying for the title and the reward of Gutsuan Peak. As for the inner and outer disciples, although they lack hopes of victory, they can still witness an exhilarating spectacle. Upon returning from the Medicine King Valley, Lin Feng went directly to Yuna Peak. Master Uncle, these are the spiritual herbs I obtained from the Medicine King Valley. They can temporarily stabilize Master S condition and prevent further deterioration. Please take them to him, he said, presenting the herbs from his bag to Long Hanswang. Did you not procure the soul-nurturing pill? Long Hanswang inquired, puzzled. The Medicine King Valley did not possess the soul-nurturing pill. We can only stabilize the situation for now and devise another plan, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head, clearly disappointed. Lin Feng, your impatience is of no avail. The eldest senior brother is destined to awaken in due time, Long Hanswang reassured him. Yes, I understand. By the way, the information regarding Gutsuan Peak being the reward for the champion of this grand competition has spread and created quite a stir. The true inheritors are diligently preparing. I will not allow Gutsuan Peak to be seized by anyone, Lin Feng declared solemnly. I am well aware of your capabilities, however. You have never participated in the sect competition before. Your sudden entry this time is sure to attract considerable attention. Perhaps you should refrain from registering for now? Is it possible to preserve the solitude of Gutsuan Peak without signing up? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Indeed, replied Long Hanswang. At the conclusion of the sect competition, there will be an opportunity for a challenge. At that time, you can confront the first-place contender as the senior disciple of the Shinshao Sword Sect. If you prevail, you will naturally secure Gutsuan Peak. Very well. Let us proceed as my master suggests. Lin Feng agreed without hesitation. Why waste time on a lengthy series of battles when a single confrontation could resolve the matter? Starting from registration and fighting his way up would not only consume time and effort but also invite ridicule. Even though he was indifferent to such mockery, he preferred not to hear any disparaging remarks. Upon arriving at the entrance of Gutsuan Peak, Lin Feng noticed that the formation had been tampered with. Had someone entered Gutsuan Peak? Could it be that his junior sister had returned? That seemed improbable. She would not trigger the formation. It must be an outsider. Having just returned from Yunu Peak, it was evidently not Master Lung. Who could it be? With these questions swirling in his mind, Lin Feng ventured into Gutsuan Peak. Before reaching the summit, he overheard two voices conversing. The scenery here is delightful. I intend to construct a pavilion. In my leisure, I shall sit there, sipping tea while admiring the view. How splendid it would be. Gao Zanlong, are you so confident of securing first place in the sect competition? If memory serves, you ranked 4th last year. As the saying goes, a scholar should be regarded anew after 3 days. It has been a year since then, and I did not exert my full strength last year. This time will be different. The sect has designated Gutsuan Peak as the prize, and I shall surely showcase my true abilities. You will then see that I, Gao Zanlong, am the foremost amongst the younger generation of the Shinshao Sword Sect. Keep dreaming. I truly do not believe you can claim first place. You may have concealed your strength, but do you think others have not? You have progressed, but so have they. Do you truly believe you are the protagonist, with the world revolving around you? Huang Hongsheng, what do you mean by that? Nothing much. I simply cannot stand your arrogance. So I speak the truth. I too have the right to boast. Do you, a defeated foe, have any right to challenge me? What? Are you still sore from your loss last year and wish to redeem yourself this year? Let me tell you, Huang Hongsheng, you can forget it. I, Gao Zanlong, shall always stand above you. You merely bested me by one move. Shall we settle this now? Let us compete then. I'm not afraid. Last year I defeated you, and I can do so again today. At that moment, another voice interjected. Enough, you too. Save your fighting for the sect competition, where all the major factions of the Li continent will witness it. There is no one to see you now. However, the environment of Gutsuan Peak is indeed suitable. If we could win it and renovate it, living there would surely be comfortable. The 3 speakers were all true disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect, Gao Zanlong, who ranked 4th in last year's competition, Huang Hongsheng, who ranked 5th, and Huadong, who ranked 7th. They had come together to survey Gutsuan Peak, the prize for the first place in the sect competition, perhaps already envisioning it as their personal possession. Chapter 63. Kneel down. As Lin Feng listened to the conversation among the three, a shadow of displeasure gradually darkened his countenance. Gutsuan Peak was his abode, and he would not permit anyone to encroach upon it. Neither Li Zhou nor the Shunxiao Sword Sect offered him a sense of belonging. Only Gutsuan Peak, where he had resided for over 20 years, evoked a semblance of home. Anyone daring to covet Gutsuan Peak must be prepared to face his wrath. Gutsuan Peak does not welcome you. I implore you to leave at once. Lin Feng strode forward, his voice resonating with authority. The three individuals soon recognized him. After a moment's contemplation, they discerned his identity: the disciple of Su Mubai, the master of the Howren Sword, and the so-called waste elder brother of the Shunxiao Sword Sect. Who might this be? Ah, it is our esteemed elder brother from the Shunxiao Sword Sect, Gao Zhanlong remarked with a sneer. My apologies. I meant to say our waste elder brother from the Shunxiao Sword Sect. Huang Hongsheng interjected. Indeed, indeed. How could I forget such an essential detail? Gao Zhanlong smacked his forehead in mock disbelief. Elder brother may not be aware, but Gutsuan Peak has been reclaimed by the sect, intended as a reward for the champion of this sect's grand competition. It no longer belongs to your master. It is you who should take your leave, Huadong elucidated. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Otherwise, in a fit of fury, he might reduce these three to mere pulp. Gutsuan Peak was his sanctuary, and these interlopers had trespassed without his consent. In the realm of earth, that warranted a reprimand, if not a more severe response. Once calm, Lin Feng spoke with a measured tone. As long as the champion of the sect's grand competition has yet to be determined, Gutsuan Peak remains under the purview of my master. Your unauthorized intrusion is a breach of Gutsuan Peak's regulations. I urge you not to compel me to take action against you. Well, is our waste elder brother incensed? Today, I shall not depart. I am quite eager to witness how you intend to expel us, Gao Zhanlong proclaimed arrogantly, settling into a seat as if he had no intention of leaving. Beside him, Huang Hongsheng and Huadong wore expressions of amusement, reveling in the spectacle. The trio were among the elite disciples of the Shunxiao Sword Sect, while Lin Feng was merely deemed a failure, having risen to his position solely through the influence of Su Mubai. In the entirety of the Shunxiao Sword Sect, aside from Su Mubai's daughter, Su Xiao, no one would acknowledge Lin Feng as elder brother. At most, they would jestingly address him as such. Calling you elder brother is merely in jest. Do you truly believe yourself worthy of the title? With your meager talents and abilities, without Su Mubai, you would hardly be permitted entry into the outer sect, yet you brazenly claim you can force us out? Truly laughable. Huang Hongsheng mocked. Though he may be a waste, an elder brother is still an elder brother. Do not overstep your bounds, otherwise, should this reach the ears of the headmaster, and you are accused of lacking respect for your seniors, you shall surely face retribution, Huadong added, tempering the atmosphere with a semblance of caution. It was evident to all that his words were a subtle admonition to the other two, while he himself was the most egregious of the lot. The three were considered exceptional among the sect's true disciples, often referred to in private circles as the three rascals by their peers. Alas, their talents are exceptionally high. They consistently rank among the top 10 in the sect's grand competition, undoubtedly regarded as the elite of the elite. I have no desire to engage in further trivialities with you. I shall simply ask, are you leaving or not? Lin Feng inquired calmly, unfazed by the insults contained in the words of the three. In truth, Lin Feng's character allows him to endure any remarks made about himself, but he cannot tolerate insults directed at those close to him, such as Su Mubai and Su Xiao. Had the three dared to insult either of them, they would have already found themselves on the ground. Not leaving? What can you do about it? Gao Zhanlong provocatively retorted. Really not leaving? This is your final chance. You say you won't leave, so you won't. Are you ever going to finish this? You're dragging this on like a woman. And you? Are you not leaving as well? Lin Feng shifted his gaze to Huang Hongsheng and Huadong. First, deal with Gao Zhanlong, then you can concern yourself with us. If he leaves, we will too. If he does not, then we shall remain. Huang Hongsheng jested. In that case, do not blame me. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and in no time, the ominous clouds loomed over the city. Crackle, crackle, lightning incessantly flashed within the dark clouds. A sense of oppression enveloped Gao Zhanlong and the others. The three exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of tension and confusion. Wasn't Lin Feng regarded as the acknowledged useless master brother of the God Sword Sect? What was this overwhelming sense of oppression? Perhaps sensing their thoughts, Lin Feng took the initiative to explain, "This is the protective formation of Gutsuan Peak. Since you refuse to leave, I can only activate the formation to expel you." Upon hearing this, the three finally understood. So it was the formation. They had thought it was Lin Feng's doing. "Lin Feng, how dare you?" Huadong exclaimed in anger. "You trespassed without my permission, violating the regulations of Gutsuan Peak. What I have to fear? Even if it reaches the ears of the sect's elders, I am unafraid." Crackle. A bolt of lightning struck nearby, creating a deep pit in the ground. The three gasped in astonishment. What a formidable formation. If that struck them, they would surely suffer severe injuries, if not death. Crackle, another bolt of lightning fell, this time even closer. Small fragments of earth cascaded onto them, tightening their hearts. "Stop. Stop, stop. Lin Feng, you are ruthless. I will leave." Gao Zhanlong, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, hastily shouted. Despite knowing that Lin Feng would not dare let the lightning strike them, what if there was an error? Even if Lin Feng faced punishment from the sect afterward, they would suffer greatly in the interim. "I will leave as well." The other two chimed in unison. "Were you not just saying you wouldn't leave? Now you wish to depart?" Lin Feng chuckled. "Do not get cocky, Lin Feng. Once the sect competition is over, Gutsuan Peak will belong to us. When the sect's orders come down, we shall see if you dare to employ the formation then." After speaking, Gao Zhanlong stood up, preparing to depart. Huang Hongxing and Huadong glared fiercely at Lin Feng. As the three took a few steps forward, crackle, a bolt of lightning struck not far ahead of them. Startled, the three froze in their tracks. "Lin Feng, what do you mean by this?" Gao Zhanlong seethed. "Just now, I allowed you to leave, yet you chose to linger. Now that you wish to depart, it is too late." Lin Feng revealed a cold smirk. "What do you truly desire? If you wish to go, then kneel and bow 3 times. Today, I shall let you off the hook. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our bond as fellow disciples. You must be dreaming. It is impossible." Both Huadong and Huang Hongxing exclaimed simultaneously. The three of them could accept verbally apologizing to Lin Feng, yet they would never stoop to kneeling. If word of this were to spread, where would they place their dignity? Chapter 64. Thunder Control Technique. The lightning summoned by Lin Feng was not some protective formation, but rather one of the extraordinary skills he acquired from the legacy of the Lord of the Nine Hells, the Thunder Control Technique, an unparalleled skill that allows one to manipulate lightning at will. Currently, Lin Feng had only just begun to grasp the rudiments of this technique. At its perfected level, the Thunder Control Technique could summon divine lightning from the heavens, with the power to annihilate the world. "Do you think I would hesitate to act?" As Lin Feng spoke, the lightning above his head began to gather ominously, poised to strike. "Lin Feng, do not act recklessly. We three are elite disciples among the true lineage. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be beyond your insignificant capabilities to bear. Not only would you face accountability from the sect, but even your master, Su Mubai, would not escape unscathed. Think carefully. Even if you are untroubled by your own fate, do you not fear implicating your master, Su Mubai?" Although Gao Zhanlong was gripped by fear, he could not refrain from exuding an air of superiority, laced with veiled threats. "You dare threaten my master?" Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. "This is not a threat. It is a call for you to recognize reality. It is you who should come to terms with the truth." As Lin Feng finished speaking, a crack of thunder resounded. Bang! Lightning struck, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. When the smoke cleared, Gao Zhanlong lay on the ground, his hair disheveled, clothes torn, and body convulsing uncontrollably. Huang Hongxing and Huadong stood wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing, the dying Gao Zhanlong. Although Lin Feng had activated the formation, they had always assumed it was mere bluster. But now, he had truly attacked Gao Zhanlong. It is well known that the Shunshao Sword Sect forbids internal strife among its disciples. No justification is accepted. Any disputes must be brought before the elder enforcers for resolution. Private combat is strictly prohibited. "Lin Feng, you are finished. You are utterly doomed. The sect does not permit internal conflict. Not only are you finished, but your master, Su Mubai, will also be implicated." Huang Hongxing pointed at Lin Feng, his voice trembling. "You would also use my master as a threat against me?" Lin Feng remarked dismissively, nearly sending Huang Hongxing into a panic. Gao Zhanlong still lay on the ground. He had no desire to follow in Gao Zhanlong's footsteps. No, Lin Feng. I swear I had no intention of threatening you. I merely wished to inform you of the sect's rules, so you could contemplate your escape route in advance." Huang Hongxing shook his head vigorously. "Then what will you choose?" To kneel and apologize, or to seek vengeance for your comrade? Lin Feng inquired. Wudong and Huang Hongxing exchanged glances, then looked up at the gathering lightning in the sky, as well as the convulsing Gao Zhanlong on the ground, pondering what it would feel like to have that bolt of lightning strike them. A shiver coursed through his body. Ultimately, the two men, realizing the futility of their bravado, chose to yield. They certainly did not wish to face the consequences of being struck. With a thud, both knelt and spoke in unison. Master brother, we were in the wrong. We should not have trespassed upon the solitary peak without your consent. We implore you to overlook our transgressions and grant us an opportunity for redemption. Now we are making progress. If only you had approached me in this manner from the beginning. Why must you test my limits? Some individuals are simply incorrigible. They remain oblivious to their faults until they suffer a setback. Since you now acknowledge your error, rise. Do not engage in such behavior again. Lin Feng nodded, signifying his acceptance of their apology. Thank you, Master Brother, for your magnanimity. Huang Hongxing and Wudong stood and prepared to depart, eager to leave this place and swiftly relay the events at the solitary peak to the elder in charge of enforcement. Wait. The two men halted immediately, turning slowly. Do you have further instructions, Master Brother? Take your companion with you. Do not sully my grounds. Lin Feng gestured toward the unconscious Gao Zhanlong. Thus, Wudong and Huang Hongxing assisted the dazed Gao Zhanlong as they exited the solitary peak. Although Gao Zhanlong appeared rather disheveled, his injuries were not severe. He had merely been rendered unconscious by a jolt of electricity. Lin Feng had moderated the intensity of his lightning control technique. Otherwise, he could have reduced him to ashes without a trace. Even the rudimentary lightning control technique was beyond Gao Zhanlong's capacity to endure. With the lightning technique retracted, the dark clouds above the solitary peak dispersed. Lin Feng hastened to Yinu Peak to seek out Lung Hanzhuang. He was aware that it would not be long before someone came looking for him. Desiring to conceal his strength, he had no choice but to enlist Lung Hanzhuang's aid. Master Uncle, please come with me. I have an urgent matter to discuss. Lin Feng exclaimed anxiously. What is the matter that has you so flustered? Lung Hanzhuang inquired curiously. Master Uncle, please hold your questions for now. I shall explain everything once we reach the solitary peak. Lung Hanzhuang refrained from pressing further. Before long, they arrived at the solitary peak, and Lin Feng recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, Lung Hanzhuang furrowed her brow slightly. The solitary peak was a reward for the first place in the sect's grand competition. Anyone bold enough to come here to inspect the prize must possess considerable strength. Do you know who those three individuals are? I only overheard their conversation. One is named Gao Zhanlong, another Huang Hongxing, and I am uncertain of the third. Lin Feng admitted, as he was not well acquainted with the disciples of the Sky Sword Sect, whether they were outer disciples, inner disciples, or true disciples. His familiarity was limited to just a few. Gao Zhanlong? Huang Hongxing? Lung Hanzhuang pondered, recalling them. They placed 4th and 5th in last year's sect competition. I still remember the top 10 among the true disciples. If all goes as expected, these individuals will become the backbone of the sect in due time. As for the other, he is likely Wudong, the grandson of Elder Hu Qishan. Lung Hanzhuang had heard disciples from Yinu Peak mention these three individuals, referring to them as the three scoundrels of the Sky Sword Sect. Though the reputations of the three individuals are rather unremarkable, their innate talents and abilities are undeniably formidable, ranking them among the top 10 true disciples, and their influential backing is not to be underestimated. The situation has become rather precarious. Nevertheless, since Lin Feng has sought my assistance, I, Lung Hanzhuang, am determined to see this through. After all, once this young man's strength is revealed, opportunities for him to solicit help may become scarce. Master Uncle, do you not think this is quite troublesome? Lin Feng inquired, noticing Lung Hanzhuang's silence. Indeed, it is quite troublesome. These three possess significant connections within the sect, Lung Hanzhuang affirmed with a nod. What shall we do then? Why did you not act sooner? Master Uncle, you cannot possibly understand. Not only did they trespass, treating Gutsuan Peak as their own territory, but they also made modifications here and there. How could I not be infuriated? Moreover, I did not resort to excessive force. I merely incapacitated the most arrogant one among them, Lin Feng protested. Enough. This matter is troublesome, but I will handle it for you. In the future, you must exercise more caution. You are, after all, standing on the second tier of the continent. Why are you still behaving like a child? I'm not that old either, Lin Feng muttered. Chapter 65. The law enforcement elder Lung Hanzhuang sent a distress signal to the sect leader, Luo Yutian, while waiting with Lin Feng at Gutsuan Peak. It would not be long before Gao Zhanlong's master would undoubtedly arrive with the law enforcement elder to seek justice. Within the Sinister Sword Sect, infighting among disciples is strictly forbidden. Lin Feng's act of injuring Gao Zhanlong, regardless of the methods employed, would incur severe punishment from the sect. Lin Feng, you should claim that you activated the formation of Gutsuan Peak, though I believe there is no such formation, Long Hanswang remarked with curiosity. I utilized the thunder control technique and deceived them into believing it was a formation, Lin Feng replied. The thunder control technique? Did you acquire it from the legacy of the Lord of the Nine Nether? Yes. The thunder control technique is a remarkable skill that allows one to command heavenly thunder at will, possessing immense power, though I have only just begun to grasp it. Immense power, you say? Just how powerful is it? Lin Feng pondered before explaining. The practitioner of the thunder control technique is known as a Bujia, nicknamed the Thunder God, and ranks first among the 108 generals of the Lord of the Nine Nether. His Long Hanswang gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment. You mean to say that this technique, cultivated by the Thunder God Bujia, who ranks first among the 108 generals of the Lord of the Nine Nether, is even more formidable than the Heaven-Slaying Sword technique? That is difficult to determine. Strictly speaking, the Heaven-Slaying Sword technique is a single-target attack, suitable for delivering a fatal blow, while the Thunder Control technique is designed for area attacks, making it more effective in group battles. Each has its own merits. Could you demonstrate it for me? Long Hanswang asked eagerly. Of course, Lin Feng replied. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds and flashes of lightning. Crack! Crack! Raising his right hand high, he pointed toward the heavens. Lightning surged violently, coalescing above Lin Feng's fingertip to form a colossal sphere of thunder. Even from a distance, Long Hanswang could feel the explosive energy contained within the thunderball. Before long, everything returned to tranquility. Master Uncle, how does it feel? Impressive, Long Hanswang exclaimed, thoroughly shocked. The power is indeed commendable. If you wish to learn, I would be happy to teach you. Cold Hanswang found herself at a loss for words. Such an extraordinary and formidable skill, could it really be imparted so casually? Only Lin Feng could be so indifferent. The slightest leak of information would undoubtedly unleash a storm of bloodshed across Lizhou. All the powerful figures of the Nine Realms would likely emerge from their seclusion to vie for it. Did Cold Hanswang wish to learn? The answer was a resounding yes. Who wouldn't he desire to master such a transcendent technique? However, having only just begun her journey with the Heavenly Blade technique, venturing to learn another skill of equal complexity might not yield favorable results. One must not be insatiably greedy. Mastery lies in refinement rather than quantity. A perfected Heavenly Blade technique, without question, possesses greater combat prowess than 10 rudimentary skills of the same tier. If she were to learn, it must wait until a later time. Never mind, I shall refrain from learning for now to avoid distraction. I will focus on perfecting the Heavenly Blade technique first. Cold Hanswang resolutely replied, suppressing her heartache at having rejected the signature technique of a 12th realm expert. Very well. Should you wish to learn in the future, seek me out. I have an abundance of formidable techniques to offer, each possessing immense power, the other party responded. During their conversation, a group approached Gutsuan Peak, led by Jiang Jingyi, the law elder of the Sinister Sword Sect. The law elder wielded considerable authority within the sect, barring the upper echelons. Any transgressions fell under his jurisdiction. Among them was Gao Zhanlong, who had recently departed from Gutsuan Peak. He had awakened and donned a new outfit, yet appeared utterly listless. Huang Hongxing and Huadong were conspicuously absent, perhaps too humiliated to appear after being forced to kneel and apologize to Lin Feng, whom they deemed a useless senior brother. Cold Hanswang and Lin Feng awaited quietly. Soon, Elder Jiang Jingyi arrived at the summit of Gutsuan Peak. Cold Peak Master, since you're present, you must be aware of the situation, he began. I am aware, Cold Hanswang replied. Then I shall take Lin Feng with me. You have no objections, I trust? I do have objections. Lin Feng cannot accompany you. I have informed Master, and he will arrive shortly. This minor issue does not require troubling the Master. Lin Feng has violated sect regulations, and I must take him away to uphold the sect's dignity, Jiang Jingyi stated, then turned his gaze to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, regarding Gao Zhanlong's accusation that you compelled him to kneel and subsequently injured him, what do you have to say? Elder Jiang, it was not Lin Feng who harmed me. He lacks the strength. It was the protective array of Gutsuan Peak that summoned heavenly lightning to strike me, Gao Zhanlong hurriedly explained, not wishing to be misunderstood as being unable to defeat even a so-called useless disciple. Is there a difference? Jiang Jingyi shot Gao Zhanlong a pointed glance. Of course, But Gao Zanlong, catching sight of the elder's expression, swallowed his words. Elder Jiang, it would be prudent to clarify matters, lest it tarnish Zanlong's reputation. Lin Feng is merely a useless disciple. How could he possibly possess the strength to injure Zanlong? Spoke Su Wanli, the master of Hongyan Peak, one of the 16 peaks of the Xinxiao Sword Sect. Gao Zanlong was his most prized disciple, and at that moment, Su Wanli was seething with unexpressed rage. Upon witnessing the unconscious Gao Zanlong, he nearly rushed to Gutsuan Peak to eliminate Lin Feng. However, he eventually regained his composure. The Xinxiao Sword Sect is not akin to those demonic factions. Should he truly eliminate Lin Feng, his position as peak master would be irreparably compromised. After all, Lin Feng is not without roots. As for his master, Su Moba, that is a matter aside. Several senior uncles, none of whom are to be trifled with, are involved, including Luo Yutian, the sect's headmaster. It is best to leave the handling of this situation to the elder in charge of enforcement. Jiang Jingyi disregarded Su Wanli and continued to fixate his gaze upon Lin Feng. Elder, Gao Zanlong intruded upon Gutsuan Peak without my consent and stubbornly refused to leave, claiming that soon this place would belong to him, stating he came to inspect what needed alteration. I had no choice but to act, Lin Feng explained. Regardless of the reasons, internal conflict among disciples is strictly prohibited. Admit your actions and come with me. Once I have conducted a thorough investigation, I shall determine your punishment. Elder Jiang, perhaps we should wait for the headmaster to arrive before proceeding, Cold Hans Wang interjected. Isn't this matter already sufficiently clear? Even if the headmaster arrives, he cannot shield Lin Feng. The Xinxiao Sword Sect has its own regulations, established by our ancestors, which cannot be violated, Jiang Jingyi asserted sternly. It is precisely due to his impartiality and integrity that he has garnered the respect of the ancestors and maintained his position as the enforcement elder of the Xinxiao Sword Sect. Faced with such an unyielding individual, Cold Hans Huang felt somewhat helpless. If the headmaster were to arrive, handling the situation would still be challenging. Yet, it must be addressed. If Lin Feng, in a fit of anger, were to withdraw from the sect along with Su Moba and Su Shiyao, where would they turn for solace? Chapter 66. To settle accounts after the harvest, Elder Jiang, with the sect competition imminent and numerous outsiders arriving. Could we postpone discussions regarding Lin Feng's punishment until after the competition? A voice resonated from afar. Subsequently, a figure appeared atop Gutsuan Peak. It was none other than Luo Yutian, the headmaster of the Xinxiao Sword Sect. Greetings, master. Everyone clasped their hands and bowed respectfully. There's no need for formalities. Luo Yutian waved his hand, directing his gaze towards Jiang Jingyi. Master, you are putting me in a difficult position. Jiang Jingyi's expression revealed his discomfort. What difficulty is there? Lin Feng is, after all, the nominal eldest disciple of the Xinxiao Sword Sect. Even if certain circumstances prevent him from participating in the sect competition, his status remains unchanged. With many outsiders present, discussions about him are inevitable. If even the eldest disciple is imprisoned, what face does the Xinxiao Sword Sect have left? It would be prudent to defer this matter until after the competition, Luo Yutian stated. Hearing this, Su Wanli and Gao Zanlong exchanged glances, pondering whether it would be more advantageous for external forces to perceive the eldest disciple of the Xinxiao Sword Sect as a failure. However, they would never dare voice such sentiments. Deputy Master Wu Xiliang and Grand Elder Bai Yunshin could challenge Luo Yutian due to their comparable strength, both standing at the pinnacle of the 8th realm. Yet, Su Wanli, with his cultivation merely at the late stage of the 7th realm, dared not openly contradict Luo Yutian, lest he wished to forfeit his position as peak master. Since the sect master has spoken, I cannot disregard the dignity of the Xinxiao Sword Sect. Today, I shall temporarily spare Lin Feng, and will address him after the sect competition. Gao Zanlong's expression immediately fell. However, he dared not utter a word, for he lacked the standing to do so. Not only him, but even Su Wanli refrained from speaking out recklessly. Should he insist on punishing Lin Feng, he would position himself squarely against sect master Luo Yutian. Both Luo Yutian and Wu Xiliang, along with Bai Yunxing, were figures of immense power. Su Wanli had no desire to be caught in their crossfire. Furthermore, at this stage, even if he were to speak up, he would not achieve the desired outcome. Why bother? Jiang Jingyi was a man of his word. Having promised Luo Yutian, there was no reason for him to linger any longer. After bidding farewell, he turned to leave, with Su Wanli and the others following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Feng, Long Hans Wang, and Luo Yutian remained on Gutsuan Peak. Thank you, Master and Uncle Long. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Lin Feng. The decision to reward Gutsuin Peak to the first-place winner of the sect competition was made by the ancestor. I am powerless to change it. I have done all I can. Now, you must fend for yourself, Luo Yutian sighed. He felt a pang of guilt for not being able to protect his senior brother's interests. Master, you need not blame yourself. Over the years, you have aided us immensely. Without your intervention, Gutsuin Peak would have long been taken from us, Lin Feng assured. Master, you have done your utmost. The rest lies in the hands of fate, Long Hanswang interjected. She understood well that no one could wrest Gutsuin Peak from Lin Feng's grasp. Yet she could not voice this truth. Lin Feng, I will ensure that when Dong exerts every effort to secure first place, if he succeeds, you may continue to reside here, though it will be challenging. The decision to designate Gutsuin Peak as the prize for the first-place winner was proposed by the Grand Elder Bai Yunqing to the ancestor. Based on my understanding of him, he would not undertake a venture without assurance. Once his grandson Bai Pengfei clinches first place in the sect competition, the next step will likely be to eliminate you as the senior brother. Prepare yourself for that possibility, Luo Yutian cautioned. The Wendong he referred to as fully named Xiang Wendong, his most esteemed disciple, who won first place in last year's sect competition. Bai Pengfei, the grandson of Bai Yunsheng, ranked second, with Yi Qingxian in third. The prowess of Xiang Wendong and Bai Pengfei was closely matched. With last year's victory being a narrow escape, this year, they seemed intent on a resurgence. I, Lin Feng, shall forever cherish the kindness bestowed upon us by Master. Lin Feng vowed earnestly. After imparting a few final words, Luo Yutian departed from Gutsuin Peak. With the sect competition approaching, various forces from across the continent were steadily arriving. And as the sect master, he had much to attend to. Little did he realize the profound impact Lin Feng's words would have on the course of his life. In the subsequent days, a steady stream of representatives from various factions arrived at the Shinshao Sword Sect, predominantly led by sect masters and leaders, elevating the prestige of this sect competition to the highest echelon. Though all had gathered to discuss strategies against the boundless demon sect, the disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect remained blissfully unaware, believing instead that their sect held this grand competition in high esteem. Not only had they designated the Lonely Peak as a reward, but they had also invited numerous outsiders, compelling them to showcase their true abilities and uphold the dignity of their sect. Upon arriving at each faction's domain, the Shinshao Sword Sect would dispatch individuals to guide their counterparts on a tour. The choice of guides was deliberate. True disciples were assigned to larger factions, while inner disciples accompanied medium and smaller sections. The Shinshao Sword Sect's territory was vast, with considerable distances between the 16 peaks, and beyond them lay many enchanting sights, rendering a comprehensive tour within a short span impossible. At this moment, a group arrived before Lonely Peak, immediately captivated by its picturesque scenery. Lonely Peak, having been the solitary residence of Lin Feng for many years, boasted a beauty that surpassed the other peaks. Senior brother, where is this place? Inquired a female disciple from an external faction. This is Lonely Peak, one of the 16 peaks of the Shinshao Sword Sect, replied an inner disciple. Why are the other peaks guarded by disciples who require notification for entry, yet Lonely Peak does not? It's because there are fewer people here. Can we ascend to take a look? Perhaps it's best not to. Lonely Peak is somewhat special, and going up now might displease senior brother. The inner disciple recalled rumors from a few days prior regarding the true disciples known as the Three Scoundrels, who had been compelled to kneel and apologize before the senior brother on Lonely Peak, ultimately resulting in one being struck unconscious by the formation. It was said that this incident had even caught the attention of the law elder and the sect master. The rumors were detailed, suggesting a degree of truth. Within the sect, everyone knew that the senior brother was considered inept, yet none expected him to exhibit such audacity by affronting three true disciples, all of whom had ranked within the top 10 of the previous competition. Truly, the senior brother lived up to his title. The Three Scoundrels, who were accustomed to their arrogance within the sect, had finally encountered formidable opposition. It was likely they would adopt a more subdued demeanor moving forward. Is this the residence of your esteemed senior brother? Asked the curious female disciple from the external faction. Indeed, nodded the inner disciple. Upon hearing this, the visiting disciples were filled with intrigue. Had the rumors stated that the senior brother of the Shinshao Sword Sect was a waste? How could he occupy one of the 16 peaks? Was this the treatment befitting a so-called inept individual? Though curiosity lingered, no one dared to voice their questions. In the presence of others, to inquire if their senior brother was indeed the rumored waste would not only be impolite but an outright provocation. Who would dare challenge the Shinshao Sword Sect? Chapter 67. Unusual. Not only one party had arrived at Lonely Peak, yet none dared to ascend. as it seemed to have become a forbidden ground among the disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect. Even the three scoundrels had faced adversity there. Who would be foolish enough to attempt it? Until Xiong Wendong arrived, accompanied by the disciples of the Qingyan sect, among whom was a familiar face to Lin Feng, Li Luai. Xiong Wendong was one of the few true disciples known to Lin Feng. As a disciple of the sect master, and having secured first place in last year's sect competition, he naturally received the esteemed disciples of the Qingyan sect, which is renowned in conjunction with the Shinshao Sword Sect. However, before entering the solitary peak, Xiong Wending courteously called out, "Xiong Wending, bringing disciples from the Qingyan sect, here to pay respects to the senior brother. Please, young brother, come in," echoed Lin Feng's voice from the peak. "Everyone, let us ascend together." The group made their way up to the solitary peak. The Qingyan sect is one of the few powers that understands the Shinshao Sword Sect well. The two sects have maintained a cooperative relationship, and the disciples of the Qingyan sect had long heard of this so-called useless senior brother of the Shinshao Sword Sect. It had never encountered him. They were eager to ascertain whether the rumors about this inept senior brother were indeed true. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Feng awaited their arrival. "Senior brother." Xiong Wending greeted him politely. Years ago, he had confronted Lin Feng directly, questioning how a mere waste could hold the position of senior brother in the Shinshao Sword Sect. As a result, Luo Yuntian had learned of this and punished him with a month of solitary reflection at the Cliff of Remorse. From that moment onward, Xiong Wending dared not show any disrespect towards Lin Feng. As long as the sect did not revoke Lin Feng's title, he would eternally remain the senior brother of the Shinshao Sword Sect, a fact that could not be altered, even if his abilities were insufficient for the role. That was a matter for the sect and should not be raised by Xiong Wending. To question Lin Feng's identity as senior brother was to call into question the very foundation of the Shinshao Sword Sect itself. Thus, although the true disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect held reservations about Lin Feng, none dared to voice their doubts openly. They could only ponder in silence or discuss among themselves. "Young brother Xiong, you are too kind. These must be the elites of the Qingyan sect. Welcome to the Divine Eagle of Shenshao. I, your senior brother, due to certain special circumstances, am unable to receive you properly. But allow young brother Xiong to accompany you on a tour," Lin Feng stated courteously. "Senior brother Lin Feng, do you still remember me?" Li Luai stepped forward to inquire. "Of course I remember. Junior sister Li, how have you been since our last encounter in the Nine Nether Secret Realm?" "Quite well. Thank you for your concern, Senior brother Lin Feng," she replied. The two exchanged brief pleasantries, but their conversation did not continue, as they were not well acquainted and had run out of topics to discuss. At that moment, another group arrived at the solitary peak, the disciples of Yawang Valley, led by the second young lady, Zhuge Liuli. "Sister Yi, where is this? It appears so lush and beautiful compared to the other peaks," Zhuge Liuli inquired. "Junior sister Liuli, this is the solitary peak, one of the 16 peaks of our Shinshao Sword Sect, overseen by the master of the Haoran Sword, Su Mubai. However, it has since fallen into decline, and now only senior brother Lin Feng resides here. With no one around, the plants have naturally thrived," Yi Qingxian explained. Upon hearing that the solitary peak was managed by Su Mubai, Zhuge Liuli's interest was piqued. Before her arrival, she had analyzed the close relationship between the ghost-faced man and Su Mubai with her father, Zhuge Hongtao. Any information related to Su Mubai was of particular significance to her. "Sister Yi, may we ascend to take a look?" she asked. "Let me inquire first." Yi Qingxian pondered briefly before responding. If it were just her alone, it would suffice to enter directly. Gu Siyuan Peak has been visited more than once or twice. However, with so many outsiders accompanying her, it is prudent to inquire first. The events involving the three true disciples, Gao Zhanlong, Huang Hongxing, and Tuodong, that transpired at Gu Siyuan Peak have spread throughout the Shinshao Sword Sect. Yi Qingxian harbors some reservations in his heart. Yi Qingxian has come to visit the senior brother with the disciples from Yawang Valley. Lin Feng is currently accompanying Xiong Wendong and the disciples of Qingyun sect on a tour of Gu Siyuan Peak, when Yi Qingshuan's voice reaches his ear through the sensing array. "Junior brother Xiong, please take the junior disciples of Qingyun sect to explore at your leisure. Sister Yi and the people from Yawang Valley have arrived. I shall attend to them. Leave this to me. Senior brother, please go ahead." Lin Feng returns to the peak summit, awaiting the arrival of Yi Qingxian and the Yawang Valley group. The number of visitors to Gu Siyuan Peak today surpasses the total of the past decade combined. Accustomed to solitude, Lin Feng feels quite helpless. Under normal circumstances, he would never allow others to enter. However, with Xiong Wendong and Yi Qingxian, he can only concede. There is no alternative. One is the true disciple of his master, and the other of his cold uncle. Both masters have treated him well, and he cannot deny them this small favor. Before long, Yu Qingxian and the Yawang Valley group arrive. Senior brother, I apologize for the intrusion. With outsiders present, Yi Qingxian must address Lin Feng as senior brother, as is customary. When alone, she typically addresses him by name. No intrusion at all. Welcome, Sister Yi. And the esteemed members of Yawang Valley, Lin Feng greets warmly. I've met you, senior brother Lin Feng. Zhuge Liuli politely acknowledges him. She gazes at Lin Feng, the master of the Howren sword, one of the 7 swords of Xinxiao, and the so-called wasteful senior brother of the sect. As the strategist of Yawang Valley, Zhuge Liuli commands respect, even from Zhuge Hongtao and Zhuge Qingyun, not only for her exceptional intellect but also for her keen observational skills and intuition. She can discern the extraordinary qualities of both Yu Qingxian and other true disciples of Xinxiao Sword Sect. Yet, when it comes to this reputedly ineffectual senior brother, she finds herself unable to perceive anything at all. Is it truly as the rumors suggest? Sister Liuli, you are too gracious. Lin Feng replies with a smile and a nod. In an instant, Zhuge Liuli senses something amiss. Lin Feng's gaze sweeps across her without pausing for even the briefest moment. This is highly unusual. Zhuge Liuli possesses absolute confidence in her allure. Setting aside her appearance, her skin is naturally smooth and delicate, akin to glass, flawless and unblemished. As she ages, it remains unchanged. Her name, Zhuge Liuli, derives from this very quality. Over the years, anyone who sees her for the first time invariably finds themselves momentarily captivated. Not only men, even Yi Qingxian, upon first encountering Zhuge Liuli, paused for a moment before revealing a hint of envy. No woman would wish to lack skin as exquisite as Zhuge Liuli's. As for men, at first glance, one cannot help but desire to touch and feel the texture of skin as smooth as glass. Zhuge Liuli encountered Lin Feng for the first time, a person whose gaze did not linger on her at all. Chapter 68, discussing strategies. Lin Feng's willingness to host Xiang Wending and Yi Qingxian, allowing them to bring others to the solitary peak, was entirely due to the favor he held for Luo Yutian and Long Hans Wang. Both of his masters had treated him well, and he believed in the importance of integrity. As for the guests from Qingyun sect and Yawang Valley, a simple greeting sufficed. There was no need for further interaction. Having resided alone on the solitary peak for an extended period, the flora and fauna here thrived abundantly, and the scenery surpassed that of other peaks. After a tour of the summit, Lin Feng led the members of Yawang Valley deeper into the secluded areas. Not long into their journey, a woman's piercing scream suddenly echoed ahead. Lin Feng discerned the direction and felt a jolt of alarm. This was not good. That direction led to the medicinal garden. Had Xiang Wending and the people from Qingyun sect ventured there? Xiaobai was still on guard. If these individuals truly intruded, the consequences could be dire. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng abandoned Yu Qingxian and the members of Yawang Valley, hastening towards the medicinal garden. Junior Sister Yi, please guide the guests from Yawang Valley for a while. I must attend to something urgently, he called out before vanishing from sight. Yu Qingxian stared at the direction Lin Feng had departed, feeling somewhat baffled. Their perception was insufficient to grasp the urgency of his words. Junior Sister Yi, shall we follow him to see what is happening? Zhuge Liuli suggested, her curiosity piqued by Lin Feng's sudden change in demeanor, which seemed to warrant deeper investigation. Very well. Yu Qingxian nodded in agreement. She then led the members of Yawang Valley in the direction Lin Feng had taken. At the medicinal garden on the solitary peak, a standoff unfolded between a group of individuals and a small white snake. As Xiang Wending and the members of Qingyun sect arrived at the garden, marveling at the abundance of spiritual herbs, the small white snake suddenly lunged forth, startling one of the female disciples from Qingyun sect, whose scream pierced the air. The little white snake positioned itself defiantly before them, adopting an aggressive stance, as if to warn that any attempt to enter the garden would invite immediate retaliation. What an adorable little white snake! Exclaimed Li Luai. Though the dragon had transformed into a small serpent, its pure white body and smooth scales were endearing to all, unless one harbored a fear of snakes. Xiang Wending, for the first time, realized that the solitary peak boasted such a wealth of spiritual herbs. Yet he overlooked the small white snake, perceiving it as lacking any combat prowess. He stepped forward, and the members of Qingyun sect followed closely behind. Just as Xiang Wending was about to step into the garden, a swift motion occurred. Whoosh! The little white dragon transformed into a beam of white light, targeting Xiang Wending. At that moment, Xiang Wending felt an intense pressure, as if a formidable beast had set its gaze upon him. Just as contact seemed imminent, A commanding voice halted the unfolding incident. Xiaobai, stop. As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng arrived in the medicinal garden. The little white snake also halted promptly, changing direction and alighting on Lin Feng's shoulder, watchfully observing Xiang Winden and the others. Seeing that everyone was unharmed, Lin Feng felt a significant weight lift from his heart, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Xiang Shidi, dear disciples of Qingyin's sect. I hope Little Bai did not frighten you. Not at all. Everyone shook their heads. Senior brother, did you cultivate all these spiritual herbs? Xiang Winden inquired with curiosity. The sudden feeling of being targeted had come swiftly and vanished just as quickly, leading him to momentarily believe it was merely an illusion. No. These were cultivated by Master Ling. I merely oversee them. She occasionally comes to check on them, but I manage them most of the time. Lin Feng promptly attributed everything to Long Hans Wang. So it was Master Ling. Xiang Winden realized. Senior brother Lin Feng, what is the name of your pet? It is so adorable and beautiful, exclaimed Li Luai. It is called Xiaobai. It is not my pet but rather my friend, Lin Feng replied. Senior brother Lin Feng. May I pet it? Perhaps it's best not to. Xiaobai is a bit shy, and I fear it may startle you. During their conversation, Yuqin Xian, accompanied by disciples from Yawang Valley, also arrived. Yawang Valley maintains excellent relations with various factions, Qingyin's sect being no exception. Li Luai, encountering Zhuge Liuli for the first time, was filled with envy, nearly reaching out to touch her glass-like skin. In the guest hall of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, over 100 individuals congregated. These were the leaders of various powerful factions. Luo Yuntian, as the sect master of Shenxiao Sword Sect, naturally occupied the principal seat. The attendees were seated according to the strength of their respective factions, with the top-tier Qingyin sect seated at the forefront, followed sequentially by major factions like Yawang Valley, and finally smaller sects at the rear. Welcome to my Shenxiao Sword Sect, Luo Yuntian expressed his gratitude. Rising, he clasped his hands in respect and bowed to the assembly. Sect Master Luo is overly courteous, immediately responded Jia Heron, the sect master of Qingyin's sect, also rising to return the bow. He too was a formidable expert at the peak of the 8th realm. The remaining attendees similarly stood to reciprocate the courtesy. Please, be seated. I believe you have all surmised the purpose of our invitation, Luo Yuntian continued. It concerns the Wuji demon sect, is it not? Jia Heron interjected. You are quite astute. Sect Master Jia. There are rumors that the Wuji Daoist has broken through to the 10th realm, becoming the first 10th realm powerhouse in Lizhou. However, Shenxiao Sword Sect holds a differing perspective on this matter. Oh, does Sect Master Luo doubt the authenticity of Wuji Daoist's breakthrough to the 10th realm? That seems implausible. Who would dare to spread such rumors recklessly? Jia Heron questioned. Not entirely false, but to my knowledge, the lifespan of Wuji Daoist appears to be nearing its limit. Given that the news of his breakthrough has circulated for some time without any subsequent developments, does anyone not find that curious? If he truly had broken through, would the Wuji demon sect not be eager to proclaim it? How could there be no action at all? Luo Yuntian's remarks plunged the leaders of the various factions into contemplation. Normally, once the Wuji Daoist breaks through to the 10th realm, the Wuji demon sect first proclaimed its ambitions to the world, subsequently eliminating opposing forces to ascend to a position of dominance in the Li continent. The current developments indeed raise suspicions. At this juncture, the leader of the Medicine King Valley, Zhuge Hongtao, spoke up. Lord Luo is correct. The Wuji demon sect is exhibiting abnormal behavior. My ancestors at the Medicine King Valley had once surmised that even if the Wuji Daoist achieved a breakthrough, it would not be without complications. It is likely that an unforeseen incident occurred during the process, preventing him from emerging. Zhuge's remarks echoed my own thoughts. The Wuji Daoist's breakthrough is flawed, undoubtedly lacking the combat prowess of the 10th realm. This presents us with an opportunity. Those gathered here share either irreconcilable conflicts with the Wuji demon sect or disdain for their methods. If we allow the Wuji demon sect to monopolize the Li continent, where will we find space for survival? Therefore, we must seize this moment if we are to attain ultimate victory. Lord Luo, what course of action do you propose? We shall heed your guidance, proclaimed a leader of a significant faction. Indeed, we shall follow Lord Luo's directives, many others echoed in agreement. Given the gravity of the situation, we must deliberate carefully, said Luo Yuntian solemnly. Chapter 69. The True Inheritance Competition. Luo Yuntian convened daily meetings with the heads of various factions to devise a united strategy against the Wuji demon sect. The grand competition of the Shenxiao Sword Sect commenced quietly. The rules of the competition were straightforward, divided into 3 groups. the outer disciples, the inner disciples, and the true inheritance disciples. The first round featured the outer disciples, which lacked excitement due to their limited talent and strength, typically only reaching the second realm. Once the top 3 among the outer disciples were determined, the competition for the inner disciples began. The battles among the inner disciples were significantly more thrilling than those of the outer disciples. By the time the top competitors emerged, they rivaled even some of the lesser true inheritance disciples. However, even the contest of the inner disciples could only attract disciples from smaller factions to observe. Prestigious forces like the Qingyan sect and the Medicine King Valley deemed it beneath them to attend, biding their time for the true spectacle, the battles among the true inheritance disciples. Each true inheritance disciple represents the backbone of their sect and embodies its developmental potential. The higher the talent of a true inheritance disciple, the greater the potential for the sect's growth. With the competitions of the outer and inner disciples concluded, the highlight of the Shenxiao Sword Sect's annual grand competition, the battles of the true inheritance disciples, was set to commence. The martial arena, once relatively empty just days prior, was now teeming with spectators, all seats filled. Many latecomers had no choice but to stand and watch, yet this did not deter their enthusiasm. As one of the 4 premier factions of the Li continent, the true inheritance disciples of the Shenxiao Sword Sect were formidable, making these battles truly compelling. The rules for the true inheritance group's contests adhered to the rankings established in last year's competition, with the top 10 competitors designated as seed players, temporarily exempt from fighting. Starting from the 10th position, opponents will be determined by drawing lots. Once 10 victors are declared, they will engage in cross matches with the top 10 from last year's competition. This approach aims to prevent strong contenders from facing each other too early, which is relatively reasonable. The senior officials of the Divine Sky Sword Sect have largely gathered here, and the rarely seen heads of various major factions, including Luo Yutian, are present to observe the martial arena. This clearly demonstrates the sect's profound regard for the competition in the true inheritance group. Within the martial arena, an elder serves as the host, eloquently recounting the illustrious history of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, discussing the great figures of various eras, and ultimately extolling the current glory of the sect under the leadership of Sect Master Luo Yutian, Grand Elder Bai Yunxing, and the various peak masters and members of the Elder Council. Now, let us invite the esteemed Sect Master Luo Yutian to deliver a speech. Applause echoes throughout the venue. Luo Yutian rises and declares, the sect's grand competition is a significant event for the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Its purpose is to gauge the achievements you have attained over the past year. I hope everyone will demonstrate their true strength, skill, and indomitable spirit. The applause swells once more. Next, let us welcome Grand Elder Bai Yunxing to speak. Applause reverberates again. Bai Yunxing stands, stating, this is the first time our Divine Sky Sword Sect has invited external forces to observe our grand competition, presenting us with the perfect opportunity to showcase our strength. Everyone must exhibit their true capabilities and uphold the honor of our sect. Applause resounds. I hereby declare the commencement of the Divine Sky Sword Sect's grand competition for the true inheritance disciples. The atmosphere reaches a fever pitch. The true inheritance disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect ascend the martial arena, paying their respects to the various factions in attendance. Those inner and outer disciples who recently participated in matches watch with envy, having experienced minimal audience engagement during their own contests. Now, the martial arena is teeming with spectators, highlighting the stark contrast. When will they themselves have the opportunity to perform under such scrutiny? Meanwhile, Lin Feng remains atop the solitary peak, leisurely roasting fish. A figure descends beside him. Lin Feng, the competition for the true inheritance disciples has already begun. Why are you still here? Asked Lung Han Huang. She did not find Lin Feng at the martial arena and, knowing he must be at solitary peak, came to seek him out. Besides worrying that Lin Feng might forsake his perch, Long Han Huang is also eager to see how the sect's long misunderstood waste of a senior brother might astonish the elders when he reveals even a modicum of strength. The thought of an overlooked underdog potentially defeating the champion of the grand competition thrills her. Master, did you not say that the opportunity for challenges comes at the end? It has only just begun. There is still plenty of time. Lin Feng replies, continuing to tend to the fish in his hands. Aren't you going to check on your junior sister? She is participating as well. Su Shiyu was accepted as a true disciple by Lu Hongwan. Yet she had yet to earn the recognition of the Red Lotus Sword, thus she could not be deemed a true inheritor of its legacy. Is my junior sister also participating? How old is she? This is utterly absurd. Is Master Lu truly allowing her to act so recklessly? Lin Feng remarked, setting down the grilled fish in his hand, his brow furrowed in concern. The young girl was remarkably obstinate. Even Lu Shiji had advised her, stating that she was still quite young and should focus on her cultivation, assuring her that there would be ample opportunities to participate in the future. Yet, she was resolute in her belief that only through combat could one continuously enhance oneself. This was sheer folly. I must go see for myself. Lin Feng rose and transformed into a streak of light, departing from Gutsuan Peak and hastening towards the martial arena of the Shinshao Sword Sect. Although the sect's grand competition typically posed little danger, he remained apprehensive about Su Shiyao's safety. In previous years, she had refrained from participating in the sect's grand competitions. According to the customs of the Shinshao Sword Sect, participation was optional until the age of 20. Those who could become true disciples possessed considerable talent, but their youth often rendered them significantly weaker, making their participation meaningless. Lin Feng had not anticipated that Su Shiyu would choose to compete this year. He speculated that it was likely due to matters concerning their master, Su Mubai, which had compelled the young girl to seek strength rapidly, thus leading her to adopt such a perilous approach. Truly, she was a source of constant worry. Why couldn't she simply remain at Chaoxiao Peak to cultivate? Why resort to such dangerous methods? Seeing this, Long Hanzhuang hastily followed suit. At the martial arena, the competition had commenced. The intensity of the battles far surpassed that of the inner disciples group, let alone the outer disciples group, as they were on entirely different levels. The combatants on the field were both in the early stages of the fourth realm, exchanging blows with remarkable skill, an array of exquisite sword techniques filling the air. Ultimately, one of them emerged victorious by a slender margin. The elder presiding over the event took to the stage to announce the winner, then produced 2 slips of paper, declaring the names of the next 2 true disciples to battle. To Lin Feng's astonishment, Su Shiyao's name was prominently listed. Chapter 70, Yin Yuanji. The elder at the martial arena called out the name. A man, appearing to be in his late 20s or early 30s and possessing a somewhat unremarkable appearance, leisurely made his way onto the arena. Despite his lackluster looks, his status was far from trivial. Within the forbidden grounds of the Shinshao Sword Sect resided a reclusive ancestor of the 9th realm who bore the same surname, Yin Yuanji being a descendant of that lineage. Though the generations between them were many, the blood remained the same. Individuals with such a formidable background were exceedingly rare within the Shinshao Sword Sect, granting him considerable leverage in the sect. Perhaps feeling bolstered by his noble heritage, Yin Yuanji did not devote himself earnestly to cultivation. Even though his innate talent was commendable, he held only a moderate standing among the true disciples. His lack of strength did not detract from his status, as all who encountered him offered him due respect. Upon Yin Yuanji's entry, the elder announced the next name, Su Shiyo. A vibrant young maiden, around 18 years of age, with a ponytail, stepped onto the martial arena. Upon the sight of her beauty, the atmosphere grew lively. A beauty is universally cherished, and her status as a true disciple of the Shinshao Sword Sect further elevated her allure. The male disciples of the outer sect were all aglow with excitement. As per tradition, during the sect competition, the rules were clear: no hidden weapons, no forbidden techniques, and no lethal force. Once one side conceded, the match would conclude, and the other side must refrain from further attacks. Violations would incur severe penalties. Do you understand? The elder presiding over the competition inquired. Understood. Both Yin Yuanji and Su Xiao responded in unison. Since you all comprehend the rules, I hereby declare that the 7th match of the True Disciples group in the sect competition commences now. Upon finishing his declaration, the elder descended from the martial arena. Go, Senior Sister Shiyu, shouted the inner disciples of Chaoxiao Peak. Go, Senior Sister Shiyu, echoed countless voices in support. In the arena stood a stunning young maiden in her prime and a rather unremarkable, lewd-looking man. It was evident whom the crowd favored. Even within the Shinshao Sword Sect, the majority would rally behind Su Xiao. Yin Yuanji, leveraging his status, had committed numerous acts that drew ire and disdain. Flirting with female disciples was a common occurrence for him. The sect, upon discovering his misdeeds, merely imposed token punishments, for no one wished to offend the ancestor of the 9 realms. Even the sect leader, Luo Yutian, and the elder, Bai Yunxing, turned a blind eye. The enforcing elder, Jiang may have been upright, but he was not a fool. Did he wish to jeopardize his position by offending the ancestor of the 9 realms? In the Shinshao Sword Sect, anything related to the ancestor of the 9 realms was a matter of great significance. As for justice, only absolute power could uphold true justice. In any realm, the strong are right, and the weak are wrong. Hearing the overwhelming support for Su Xiao from those around him, with no one backing him, Yin Yuanji's expression darkened. He was a man who valued his reputation immensely. The cacophony of voices in the arena, all in favor of Su Shiyu, infuriated him. And the consequences could be dire. After all, Su Shiyu was merely the daughter of a perceived weakling, and her master, Lu Hongwan, had only reached the pinnacle of the seventh realm. How could her status even begin to compare to his? Now, she had become the protagonist, while he was relegated to a mere supporting role. A vengeful thought crossed Yin Yuanji's mind. You all prefer to support beauties, don't you? Soon enough, I shall make the beauty you adore kneel before me, begging for mercy. I look forward to witnessing your expressions then. Senior Sister Xiao. As it is my first time competing in the sex competition, I kindly ask you to go easy on me, Su Shiyu said politely. Rest assured, Junior Sister. I shall be gentle. You won't feel a thing. Only pleasure. Yin Yuanji leered, his voice dripping with lewdness. This elicited immediate disgust from those around them. Disciples from other factions began to murmur among themselves. Is this truly the caliber of a true disciple from the Shinjiao Sword Sect? They seem more like a rogue. Indeed, a true disciple, yet they behave like a scoundrel. One wonders how such a person attained the status of a true disciple. Perhaps their talent is so exceptional that it conceals their flaws. Did you not hear the rules of the competition just announced? Those with true talent are the seed candidates and do not need to participate in the preliminary matches. What could be the reason for this? Perhaps it is due to backdoor dealings. The murmurs reached the ears of the sect leader, Luo Yutian, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brow. He cast a glance at the elder by Yunxing beside him, only to find the latter displaying an air of indifference, as if the matter did not concern him. Luo Yutian felt a sense of disdain within. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed before everyone the necessity of preserving the dignity of the Shinjiao Sword Sect. Yet now, with disgrace brought upon them, there was not a flicker of reaction from Bai, revealing the hypocrisy in his words. In truth, Luo Yutian felt helpless. Behind Yin Yuanji stood an elder of the ninth realm. What could he do? He could not possibly disregard the elder's face, could he? Although he was the nominal leader of the Shinjiao Sword Sect, the true fate of the sect rested in the hands of those ancient figures meditating in the forbidden grounds. The weakest among them was at the initial stage of the ninth realm, while the highest, Elder Xiao Zhangxian, had reached the pinnacle of the ninth realm. You shameless wretch. Su Shiyu's face flushed crimson with anger, leaving her at a loss for a retort. Though still young, she understood the implications of Yin Yuanji's words. Haha. Is that truly shameless? Just wait. There is even more shamelessness to come. Look at your delicate skin. I wonder what it feels like to touch. Su Shiyu breathed heavily, her ample bosom rising and falling tumultuously. Yin Yuanji's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't expected his junior sister, so young, to possess such assets. At this moment, even the onlookers, including Luo Yutian, could no longer bear it. He discreetly transmitted a message to the elder presiding over the competition, urging him to hasten the commencement of the contest and prevent Yin Yuanji from speaking any further. This young man was tarnishing the reputation of the Shinjiao Sword Sect, and there was little Luo Yutian could do about it. Upon receiving the transmission from the sect leader, the elder reluctantly stepped forward. Let the two of you begin the contest. Do not waste any more time. Pervert, behold my sword. Su Shiyu launched the first attack, wielding a slender sword aimed directly at Yin Yuanji's face. He merely tilted his head slightly, evading the strike while his right index finger lightly flicked the sword. Clang! The slender sword emitted a crisp sound. Su Shiyu felt the weapon tremble violently in her hand, nearly slipping from her grasp. Junior sister, your sword is far too slow. Akin to the pace of a tortoise, it cannot inflict any harm, Yin Yuanji remarked with a laugh. In that single exchange, the disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident. They were not of the same caliber. Yin Yuanji was nearing 30 years of age, while Su Xiao was merely 17 or 18, a gap of over a decade. Although such a difference might not matter in later years, at this stage, the gap was substantial. Not even 10 years, just give Su Xiao another 5 years, and she will surpass Yin Yuanji. Unfortunately, she was not yet his match. Su Xiao sought to identify her shortcomings through this battle, which was why she had enrolled in the sect competition. Chapter 71. Capsized in the gutter, Yin Yuanji flicked the slender sword and moved in closer, eager to gauge Su Xiao's south form up close, to ascertain whether it truly appeared as appealing as it seemed. In combat, physical contact was inevitable. None could find fault with it. In truth, Yin Yuanji, had he wished to triumph, could have easily done so, yet he chose not to. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a strikingly beautiful woman of lesser prowess. How could he let it slip away so readily? Su Xiao, recalling the distasteful remarks he had just uttered, felt a surge of anxiety and swiftly retreated. Thus ensued a chase, one pursuing and the other fleeing, until they reached the very edge of the martial arena. Realizing that retreat was no longer an option, Su Shiyao steadied her sword and swung it with all her might. Yin Yuanji halted his advance and deftly evaded her strike, creating a notable distance between them. The onlookers watched with bated breath as Su Shiyao faced the inevitable. Though they had anticipated this outcome, they could not suppress their sighs. Why must such a loathsome individual be allowed to claim victory? Was there truly no room for a miracle? Su Xiao understood that she was no match for Yin Yuanji, yet she refused to concede. If she could not face this minor setback, how could she ever protect her elder brother and father in the future? Junior sister, your swordplay was too slow just now. Let me demonstrate how it should be done, Yin Yuanji declared as he drew his long sword and launched a swift assault. Su Shiyu raised her sword in defense. The sounds of clashing blades rang out, each strike forcing her to defend rather than retaliate. In a matter of moments, she was left panting and exhausted. With each successive strike, Yin Yuanji's speed increased, and as Su Xiao struggled to keep up, he deftly flicked her delicate sword away. At that moment, he merely needed to point the tip of his sword at Su Xiao to conclude the battle. However, he refrained from doing so, and instead tossed his long sword aside, resulting in both combatants being disarmed. This spectacle incited outrage among the spectators. All present understood Yin Yuanji's intentions. With weapons in hand, close combat was unfeasible and without proximity. How could he exploit Su Xiao's weaknesses? Indeed, his subsequent words fueled their ire even further. With a sly grin, he taunted, "Junior sister, without weapons. It seems I must resort to my hands." With that, he lunged towards Su Xiao, leaving her with no choice but to evade. This was no contest, but rather an act of thievery. The sect leader, Luo Yuntian, and the esteemed elder, Bai Yunsheng, could hardly bear to witness the scene. Yin Yuanji's actions were a disgrace to the Xinjiao Sword Sect. After the sect competition concluded, they would undoubtedly seek to report him to their ancestors. As for the other factions, they would merely relish the spectacle as a jest. Some among them discerned the underlying truth, given Yin Yuanji's behavior. He should have been reprimanded or even disqualified. Yet, at that moment, none among the upper echelons of the Xinjiao Sword Sect spoke up. What did this signify? It indicated their reluctance to wade into such murky waters. The silence from the sect leader Luo Yuntian and elder Bai Yunsheng spoke volumes about the formidable backing Yin Yuanji possessed. It was likely that this matter had escalated to the level of the Nine Realms ancestor, allowing him to act with such audacity. The Nine Realms ancestor held absolute authority within any faction, and even among the four premier sects, those of the Nine Realms were few. Each one stood as a cornerstone of their respective sections. As Su Shiyu evaded, she suppressed her grievances. Had her father not been deposed, and had her senior brother been endowed with exceptional talent, they would undoubtedly have shielded her. Now, she must defend herself. She needed to be strong to strive earnestly, so as not to disappoint her father and brother. In close pursuit, physical contact was inevitable, and Su Xiao used her hands to fend it off. Yet, Yin Yuanji was not exerting his full strength, he was merely toying with her. Suddenly, in a moment of carelessness, Su Xiao found her right hand grasped by Yin Yuanji, who wore a lewd grin, preparing to pull her into his embrace for an intimate encounter. At that instant, Su Xiao slipped, her body instinctively leaning backward. Observing this, Yin Yuanji lunged forward. To him, pinning Su Xiao to the ground was far more pleasurable than merely pulling her close. It promised an exhilarating experience of the beauty's alluring figure and skin. How thrilling! Su Xiu fell onto her back. As she saw Yin Yuanji about to descend upon her, she frantically grasped with her free left hand, fortuitously seizing the slender sword that had been knocked aside, swiftly positioning it between them. Fortunately, Yin Yuanji noticed just in time. With a sharp blade now between them, he dared not advance and quickly rolled aside. The two, who were on the verge of colliding, were thus separated. Su Shiyu rose, sword in hand, a trace of blood staining its surface. Yin Yuanji lay on the ground, slow to rise. The onlookers instinctively fixated their gazes on the figure sprawled on the ground. After several tense seconds, Yin Yuanji finally began to crawl upright. Upon witnessing the bloodstains on his face, coupled with his grotesque expression, Su Xiao involuntarily recoiled a few steps. It turned out that during Yin Yuanji's roll, he had inadvertently been cut by the sword in her grasp, resulting in a deep gash across his face. The spectators erupted with excitement, some unable to contain their laughter. Ha ha ha. How delightful it is when plans go awry. Did he really think he could take advantage? Look where that has led him. Not only has he failed to gain anything, but his appearance is also marred. What divine retribution! Originally not handsome, he appeared even more disfigured now. Yin Yuanji seethed with rage, his gaze towards Su Shio tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Initially, he had dismissed her as merely a young girl in her teens. He intended to tease her and gain some advantage, never anticipating a turn of events so disastrous. The humiliation of being witnessed by a crowd was unbearable for someone so vain. He longed to vanish into the depths of the earth. Yet, before that could happen, he felt compelled to avenge his disfigurement. Su Xiao, taken aback by the course of events, had never intended to harm Yin Yuanji. It had merely been an instinctive reaction. "Senior brother, I am truly sorry. I did not mean to," she stammered in apology. "Sorry? Is that all you have to say?" Yin Yuanji clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in fury, aware of his anger and realizing she could not continue the fight. Su Xiao turned to face the elder presiding over the competition. "Elder," upon witnessing Su Xiao's inclination to concede, Yin Yuanji, could not allow such a course of action. Once she admits defeat, she would be unable to take further action. The moment a single word escaped Su Xiao's lips, my cultivation surged forth ferociously. In the mere span of a few meters, I reached her, delivering a powerful palm strike to her back. Chapter 72. Everything is within my grasp with a muffled sound. Su Xiu felt an overwhelming force emanate from her back, prompting her to expel a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of her internal organs. The tremendous impact sent her body hurtling forward. During this tumultuous moment, a figure soared in on a sword from the distance, enveloping Su Xiu in an embrace. The newcomer was Lin Feng, who had hurried from Gutsuan Peak upon learning from Long Hans Wang that Su Xiu would participate in the sect's grand competition. Yet arrived a moment too late. As they descended to the ground, Lin Feng gazed anxiously at his pale-faced, unconscious junior sister in his arms. Fortunately, Zhuge Liuli from the Medicine King Valley arrived promptly, producing a spiritual elixir intended for Su Xiu. Lin Feng, recognizing her affiliation, did not refuse the assistance. After a brief while, Su Xiao finally regained consciousness after consuming the elixir, her eyes fluttering open to find Lin Feng, to whom she offered a faint smile. "Senior brother," she began, but he interrupted her, saying, "Do not speak. Focus on your recovery. I will handle everything." With that, Su Xiao fell silent. Yet a radiant smile lingered on her face. It felt so warm in his embrace. It had been ages since she rested in her senior brother's arms. She recalled her childhood, when she could only sleep soundly nestled there each night. "Thank you," Lin Feng expressed gratefully to Zhuge Liuli. "No need for thanks. It was but a small effort," she waved off his gratitude. Lin Feng then turned his gaze toward Yin Yuanji on the martial arena, sensing the brewing tempest within himself. Su Xiu was one of his most cherished vulnerabilities. Anyone daring to lay a hand on her would face dire consequences. Just as Lin Feng was on the verge of unleashing his wrath, Long Hans Wang knelt beside him, placing her hand gently on his wrist. He glanced down to see her subtly shaking her head. Taking several deep breaths, Lin Feng endeavored to calm himself, conveying through thought, "Master, may I challenge him now?" "Not yet. You must wait until the competition concludes," Long Hans Wang replied telepathically. "What if he refuses to engage?" Lin Feng inquired. "He will not. For you are still the so-called wasteful senior brother of the Shinshao Sword Sect. He has no reason to decline." At that moment, Lu Hongwan, the peak master of Chashiat Peak, arrived, having also been taken aback by Yin Yuanji's sudden aggression. As Su Xiao's mentor, witnessing her disciple sustain grave injuries weighed heavily on her heart. The events had unfolded so abruptly that everyone was still grappling with the reality of the situation. It was evident to all that Su Xiao had been prepared to concede. Yet, in a bid for revenge for his disfigurement, Yin Yuanji resorted to a treacherous ambush. This scene was intolerable not only to the audience surrounding the martial arena but to the leaders of various sects, who felt that Yin Yuanji's actions were utterly disgraceful. Suddenly, Luo Yutian stood up, only to sit back down again. Though Yin Yuanji's actions were indeed ignoble, they did not contravene the rules of the competition. Before Su Xiu could utter the words of surrender, the battle was far from over. Moreover, Su Xiu was not dead, she had merely sustained grave injuries, which was permissible under the rules. While killing was forbidden, inflicting harm was allowed. If even the latter were prohibited, what would be the purpose of the grand competition? One might as well wield a sword for mere amusement. The Grand Elder, Bai Yunxing, observed the unfolding events with the calmness of an ancient sage. He secretly wished for Yin Yuanji to strike Su Xiao down with a single blow, for that would indeed make for an entertaining spectacle. Su Xiao was the daughter of Su Mubai, and Luo Yuntian would undoubtedly seek retribution. Standing behind Yin Yuanji was a venerable ancestor of the Ninth Realm. Bai Yunxing was eager to witness how Luo Yuntian would respond. Unfortunately, Su Xiu was not killed. judging by Luo Yuntian's demeanor. It was highly unlikely he would take any action. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted, filled with scornful epithets, despicable, lewd, shameless, unmanly, an avalanche of disdain. The elder presiding over the competition took to the martial arena and declared, in the 7th match of the True Disciples group, Yin Yuanji emerges victorious. Applause was expected at this juncture, yet a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Yin Yuanji, a man concerned with his reputation, could not tolerate such contempt and hastily exited the arena. He had no regrets about his actions. Those who dared to tarnish his image, even unintentionally, must face consequences. His decision to spare Su Xiao was an act of mercy. Even had he killed her, what could the sect do in retaliation? With the 9th realm ancestor as his backing, Yin Yuanji felt invulnerable. The next event was the 8th match in the sect's grand competition for the True Disciples. Lin Feng carried Su Xiao away from the martial arena, followed closely by Lung Hanzhuang and Lu Hongwan. Along the way, Lin Feng turned to Lu Hongwan and requested, "Aunt Lu, could you assist me with a favor?" "Please, speak, Lin Shizizi," she replied. "Could you keep an eye on the grand competition for me at the martial arena? Notify me when it's about to conclude." "You intend to challenge Yin Yuanji to avenge Xiao?" Lu Hongwan asked, astonished. Piecing together Lin Feng's words, she surmised his intentions. "Elder brother, do not go." Su Xiao struggled in Lin Feng's embrace. "Sister, I have told you to focus on your recovery. I will handle everything from here on." Lin Feng soothed. "But, sister, please refrain from speaking. Your injuries are severe and necessitate peace and quiet. Rest assured, wherever I go during this time, you shall be with me." Su Xiao nodded and closed her eyes to rest once more. Her injuries were indeed serious. Her internal organs had been compromised. She required a regimen of various spiritual medicines and a period of careful recuperation to regain her strength. "Aunt Lu, I understand that it may be difficult for you to intervene, so I shall take it upon myself. My sister's grievances must be avenged." Lu Hongwan thought to question whether he possessed the strength to seek revenge. After all, Yin Yuanji ranked among the mid-tier disciples and was not easily vanquished. However, the words remained unspoken. Regardless, Lin Feng's audacity to challenge Yin Yuanji was commendable, proving he was no coward. "I can monitor the grand competition for you, but Lin Feng, I must caution you not to act impulsively, lest you suffer the consequences." "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Master Lu." Lu Hongwan turned to Long Hanzhuang. "Junior Sister Lang, you should also persuade Lin Feng to refrain from acting impulsively." "Rest assured, Senior Sister. I will do so." Long Hanzhuang nodded, thinking to herself, Senior Sister, you are unaware of this young man's true prowess. When he finally reveals his strength, the entire Li Zhou will surely tremble thrice. Had I not intervened at the right moment, Yin Yuanji would likely already be a corpse. As for the venerable ancestor behind Yin Yuanji, Lin Feng is unlikely to be intimidated." Lu Hongwan departed, returning to the martial arena to continue watching the sect competition. Since she had made a promise to Lin Feng, she intended to uphold it. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, holding Su Xiao, arrived at the medicinal garden on Gutsuan Peak with Lung Hanzhuang. They collected the finest spiritual herbs to treat Su Xiao's injuries. With their combined efforts, they managed to stabilize her condition. Full recovery would require further treatment. And the spiritual pill from Zhuge Liuli also played a significant role. Chapter 73, Semifinals at the Xinjiao Sword Sect's martial arena. The sect competition had reached its final stages, culminating in the highly anticipated semifinals. The 4 finalists were Xiang Wendong, Bai Pengfei, Yu Qinxian, and Huadong. The first 3 were the top contenders from last year's competition. With no changes, Huadong, who had placed 7th last year, unexpectedly surged into the top 4 today. In contrast, last year's 4th-place contestant, Gao Zanlong, had fallen to 5th, which was surprising. He had once boasted about claiming 1st place and securing the reward of Gutsuan Peak for his own transformation. Unfortunately, his lack of strength could not uphold his arrogance. With his position in jeopardy, claiming 1st place seemed increasingly unlikely. The subsequent matches were determined by a draw. Yu Qinxian faced Huadong, while Xiang Wendong battled Bai Pengfei. The 3rd-place contender clashed with the 7th, while the 1st faced the 2nd. Thus, one of Xiang Wendong or Bai Pengfei would inevitably drop to 3rd place. Although this seems somewhat unfair, rules dictated such outcomes, and sometimes luck is a facet of strength. Furthermore, at this level of competition, the disparities in strength were minimal, and upsets could occur at any moment. The semifinals of the True Disciples at the Xinjiao Sword Sect commenced officially with the elder presiding over the competition announcing the start. Yu Qinxian and Huadong stepped onto the martial arena. Facing last year's South third place, Huadong dared not underestimate his opponent. Boom. The formidable sword intent erupted, resonating with the forces of heaven and earth. In an instant, the martial arena was engulfed in swirling sword energy and dazzling light, leaving the audience in awe. This battle was truly captivating. In retrospect, the previous matches paled in comparison, both in terms of the might of the techniques employed and their grandeur, which were of an entirely different caliber. "Forgive me, Sister Yi," Huadong declared, emanating a powerful aura as he looked down upon Yi Qingxian. "Please, junior brother Hua." Yi Qingxian responded calmly as the battle was poised to commence. On Gutsuan Peak, Su Shiyu was resting with her eyes closed, aware that unexpected occurrences could easily arise during her recovery. Lin Feng and Lung Hanzhuang stood nearby, ready to act at a moment's notice should any threat arise. Suddenly, a beam of light in the form of a sword shot forth. This was a unique communication method of the Divine Sword Sect. With a casual gesture, Lin Feng seized the sword and shattered it. The voice of Lu Hongluan echoed in the air. "Lin Feng, the grand competition is nearing its conclusion." Su Shiyu immediately opened her eyes and gazed at Lin Feng. "Senior brother, I want to go too. You won't leave my side even if I don't say so? You must not stray from me until your injuries have healed," Lin Feng replied in a grave tone. He could not bear to let Su Xiao venture alone while she was still wounded. "All right." Su Xiao beamed with delight. The young girl truly wished to remain by her senior brother's side. Alas, reality dictated otherwise. She had to strive diligently in her training to safeguard her father and senior brother. "Master Uncle, let us go take a look." Lung Hanzhuang nodded in agreement. The trio made their way to the martial arena. Although Su Xiao's condition had stabilized, the fury within Lin Feng's heart remained unabated. Once the sect's grand competition concluded, he would, in the capacity of the senior brother of the Divine Sword Sect, first challenge Yin Yuanji to avenge Su Xiao, and subsequently confront the top contender to reclaim the Gutsuan Peak. Both tasks held immense significance, and he could only reveal a fraction of his strength. When the time came, he would claim that he had encountered a tremendous fortuity within the 9U secret realm, confident that no one would cast doubt upon his words. The martial arena was ablaze with fierce combat, where sword energies and glimmering blades danced through the air. Huadong's prowess had significantly improved compared to the previous year. Naturally, Yi Qingxian had not been idle during this time either, especially after obtaining a legacy within the 9U secret realm. The 9U sovereign was a being that transcended the 12 realms, commanding 108 generals, each valiant and formidable. Even the lowest ranked among them possessed the strength of the 10th realm. A single one could sweep through the entirely continent. The likes of the Wujia Daoist were utterly insignificant in comparison. However, due to the brevity of her time acquiring the inheritance, Yi Qingxian had yet to fully grasp it. Had it not been for Lin Feng's assistance, Lung Hanzhuang would also have struggled to master the celestial blade technique in such a short span. The more powerful the ultimate techniques, the more challenging they became to cultivate, a sentiment that applied to everyone but Lin Feng, whose comprehension transcended ordinary limits. For him, various ultimate techniques posed no challenge whatsoever, and the concept of a bottleneck was non-existent. In the martial arena, Huadong unleashed his perfected sword momentum, employing a series of exquisite sword techniques, all of which Yi Qingxian deftly countered. Yi Qingxian also wielded a perfected sword momentum. As time wore on, Huadong began to grow increasingly impatient. "Senior Sister Yi, I had intended to save this move for the finals, but it seems I have no choice but to use it now. You can still concede while there's time," Huadong stated solemnly, preparing to reveal his trump card. Originally meant for dealing with Xiang Wudong or Bai Pengfei, yet now, he found himself compelled to use it, as he might not even surpass Yi Qingxian, let alone contend for first place. "Feel free to unleash any techniques you wish. I shall face them all," Yi Qingxian declared, undeterred. "Since you, Senior Sister Yi, remain obstinate, I shall not hold back." After Huadong finished speaking, he sheathed his sword into the Qiankuan bag. Clearly, the next trump card he was about to employ had nothing to do with the sword. A sword cultivator is not confined to wielding a sword. Other extraordinary techniques and secret arts can be mastered without interference from the sect. In the brutal world of the Jiuzhou continent, strength signifies everything. Whether one is a sword cultivator or a demon practitioner, the powerful command respect. Qian Dao Xiong once committed numerous atrocious acts that incited public outrage, even going so far as to massacre millions for the sake of cultivating his devouring demon technique. Yet, he continues to thrive without a trace of consequence. Who dares to utter a word against him? Such is the status conferred by power. Huadong slightly closed his eyes and brought his hands together in a prayer-like gesture. A mysterious force enveloped him, causing his aura to rise exponentially. Boom. At that moment, Huadong, at the pinnacle of the fourth realm, unexpectedly broke through to the early stages of the fifth realm, leaving those around him in utter shock. However, some knowledgeable individuals discerned the truth. Huadong had merely reached the fifth realm temporarily under the influence of this mysterious force, and would revert to the fourth realm's pinnacle once it dissipated. Nonetheless, this was astonishing. Techniques that allow one to enhance their cultivation during battle are exceedingly rare and valuable, often determining the victor of a confrontation. Observing Huadong at the early stages of the fifth realm, Yiqin Xian finally felt a flicker of interest, as she had previously not engaged in earnest combat. Huadong suddenly opened his eyes, which had turned a fierce crimson, resembling those of a wild beast. In an instant, he vanished from his spot. Bang, bang, bang. The battle erupted. Dust filled the air of the martial arena. After a considerable time, Yiqin Xian stood at the center of the arena. Her body enveloped in a protective aura of sword light, while Huadong stood not far away, looking disheveled, as the mysterious force had vanished, causing his cultivation to revert to the pinnacle of the fourth realm. I concede. I never anticipated that Senior Sister Yi had already breached the fifth realm and comprehended the ultimate sword intent, Huadong admitted humbly. Junior brother who, do not belittle yourself, You have performed admirably, though your cultivation is somewhat lacking, Yiqin Xian reassured him. Huadong left the martial arena with a bitter smile. He had thought that, with the fortuitous acquisition of a secret technique, he could at least secure a position in the top 2, or even aspire to claim first place. But he realized he had overestimated his abilities. The elder presiding over the competition announced, in the semifinals of the True Disciples group, Yiqin Xian triumphs. The next semifinal match would feature Xiang Wendong against Bai Pengfei. Chapter 74, Ultimate Technique. Meteoric Sword Rain. The first semifinal concluded with Yi Qingxuan's victory, propelling her forcefully into the finals. The second semifinal commenced, featuring last year's champion Xiang Wendong against the second place Bai Pengfei. Both were well aware of each other's capabilities and immediately unleashed their early-stage fifth realm cultivation and ultimate sword intent, thrilling the surrounding spectators. The sect's grand competition reached its zenith at this moment. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sword energies collided, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. By the time Lin Feng and his companions arrived at the martial arena, the battle had already concluded. The outcome was unexpected. Bai Pengfei had triumphed over Xiang Wendong and would face Yiqin Xian in the finals. The significance of securing the first place in this sect competition was profound. Not only does this competition attract numerous factions to witness, but it also offers the reward of Guzan Peak, making it a splendid opportunity for both fame and fortune. Let us welcome the contenders for the finals of the sect competition. As the elder presiding over the event announces, the two participants, Bai Pengfei and Yiqin Xian, promptly ascend to the arena, facing each other. Are both of you prepared? Ready, they reply in unison. I hereby declare that the finals of the Shenxiao Sword Sect competition officially commence. Boom. The aura of the fifth realm erupts, and the two engage in combat instantaneously. The arena is illuminated by flashing blades as both sides unleash their full arsenal, striking and countering with fervor. For a moment, neither can gain the upper hand. After a brief interval, Bai Pengfei could no longer restrain himself, revealing a significant trump card as his aura surged to the mid-fifth realm, forcing Yiqin Xian to retreat repeatedly. Both, being foremost sword cultivators, understand that in their realm, offense is the best defense. If one can incapacitate the opponent's ability to retaliate, what need is there for defense? Yiqin Xian realized that should this continue, her defeat would be inevitable. Gritting her teeth, determination shone in her eyes. Combat serves as the finest method for improvement. Without pushing oneself to the brink, she would never grasp the essence of her capabilities. With a resolute heart, she decided to go all out. Retreating to the edge of the arena, Yiqin Xian propelled herself into the air. Just as Bai Pengfei prepared to pursue, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from above. He quickly glanced upward to behold Yiqin Xian suspended in the air, exuding a sharp and formidable aura that caused a slight stinging sensation in the eyes of all who beheld her. A shock coursed through Bai Pengfei's heart. This was undeniably not a technique of the Shenxiao Sword Sect. Could it be a skill she acquired from the Nine Nether Secret Realm? It was quite possible. The audience surrounding the arena fixated on Yiqin Xian, undeterred by the discomfort in their eyes. It was evident that the technique she was employing bore immense power. Even the senior members of the Shenxiao Sword Sect could not tear their gaze away. It was neither a technique of the Shinshao Sword Sect nor merely a sword cultivator's method. Judging by its might, it must be an unprecedented ultimate skill. A glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the Grand Elder by Yunxing. If a mere initial stage, 5th realm cultivator could wield such tremendous power, how extraordinary would it be if he were to obtain it? Alas, standing behind Yu Qingxian were the 7 swords of Shinshao. Or he could have resorted to coercion to compel her to relinquish it. The other members of the 7 swords were manageable, but Luo Yuntian posed a significant challenge. Not only was he powerful in his own right, but as the sect leader of the Shinshao Sword Sect, all within the sect were bound to heed his command. At this moment, Yu Qingxian was not faring well. Her entire body felt as if pierced by countless needles. She was forcefully executing the inherited ultimate technique, Meteor Shower Sword Rain, from the 9 Nether Palace. Having not yet mastered the basics of this technique, its reckless usage presented grave dangers. However, there remained the possibility of comprehending its key elements during the battle and thereby achieving mastery at the foundational level. In a corner of the arena, Lin Feng and his companions were intently observing the unfolding duel. Cold Frost transmitted a message. Lin Feng, Qingxian previously did not possess such techniques. She must have acquired them from the 9 Nether Palace. Did you not claim to be familiar with all the renowned skills of the 9 Nether Sovereign and his 108 generals? Can you discern what it is? Indeed, the ultimate technique employed by Sister Qingxian is called Meteoric Sword Rain, a formidable area of effect attack. Lin Feng responded in kind. Do you believe Qingxian can vanquish Bai Pengfei with Meteoric Sword Rain? Bai Pengfei is quite cunning. Defeating him would require Sister Qingxian to master Meteoric Sword Rain proficiently. Is the entry-level proficiency insufficient? Achieving entry-level is exceedingly challenging, and it seems Sister Qingxian has yet to reach even that stage. She intends to forcefully employ it in battle, pushing herself to the brink in hopes of a miraculous survival. What? She hasn't even reached entry-level? That reckless girl is simply being foolish. Cold Frost gazed at Yi Qingxian above the martial arena, noticing her current state was far from optimal, as if she were enduring immense suffering. She could not allow her to continue this reckless endeavor, while there exists a slim chance of survival by forcefully executing an unrefined technique. The likelihood of backlash is far greater. Just as Cold Frost prepared to intervene and halt Yu Qingxian, Lin Feng obstructed her. Do not panic. I shall keep watch. If I sense any irregularities, I will immediately inform you to act. For now, we can afford to wait. This may indeed be Sister Qingxian's opportunity. With Lin Feng's transmission, Cold Frost felt a wave of reassurance. She now placed her complete, unconditional trust in her nephew's judgment. Whatever Lin Feng proposed, she would adhere to, as if he were the elder and she the junior. As time gradually passed, Yu Qingxian's expression grew increasingly pained. Yet her understanding of Meteoric Sword Rain deepened, nearing the threshold of entry-level mastery. And Sister Qingxian is at a critical juncture. We must keep an eye on Bai Pengfei to prevent him from disturbing her, or else her efforts may be in vain, potentially leading to devastating repercussions, Lin Feng cautioned. Understood. Cold Frost gazed fixed firmly upon Bai Pengfei. The moment he made a move, she would act without hesitation. Bai Pengfei found himself unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere within the martial arena. No, I must impede Yu Qingxian. However, as he began to act, a figure appeared beside him, a hand resting upon his shoulder. You have won this duel. Do not disturb Qingxian. The newcomer was none other than Cold Frost. Since Lin Feng had alerted her, her attention had remained locked on by Pengfei. It was evident he was preparing to act maliciously. Had it not been for Lin Feng's warning, Qingxian would have been in peril. With Cold Frost's intervention, Bai Pengfei lost his sole opportunity. The aura emanating from Yi Qingxian became increasingly formidable, compelling weaker spectators to shut their eyes, fearing that their sight would be lost if they dared to look further. The strong from various factions displayed expressions of astonishment. As it stood, the might of the technique Yi Qingxian was wielding surpassed their wildest imaginations. The Divine Sky Sword Sect truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 4 premier powers of the Li continent, embodying profound heritage and strength. Chapter 75, the conclusion of the grand contest under the watchful gaze of all present at the martial arena. Yi Qingxian finally grasped the intricacies of the Sword Rain Meteor technique, achieving a foundational level of mastery. Although the journey was fraught with peril, the outcome was undeniably gratifying. At this sight, Long Hanswang breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at Lin Feng, reminiscing about his earlier words. Were it not for his keen observation and timely reminders, Qingxian would have struggled to succeed. She certainly would have intervened. After all, Attempting to wield the yet-to-be-mastered sword Rain Meteor at such a critical juncture was akin to wagering one's entire future. Long Han Huang would never permit her prized disciple to take such a reckless gamble. Moreover, even if she had chosen not to intervene, Qin Xian would likely have been interrupted by Bai Pengfei, suffering backlash in the process. In such a tense situation, who would pay heed to Bai Pengfei? Could it be that the lad has mastered even the sword Rain Meteor? The mere thought sent a flicker of astonishment through Long Han Huang's eyes. How little time had passed since the opening of Jiuyo Palace. The celestial slashing sword technique, the thunder manipulation technique. And now the sword Rain Meteor. Just how many extraordinary skills had Lin Feng acquired? For others, mastering even a single technique was akin to scaling a mountain, yet for him, mastering such formidable arts seemed as effortless as eating or drinking. Long Han Huang found herself at a loss for words to describe Lin Feng. How despairing it must be for anyone who dares to stand against him. Fortunately, he is my nephew, and he holds a deep respect for me. If only he were granted a bit more time, the enigmatic Wijidaran poses no real threat. Alas, I hope Lin Feng can emerge unscathed from the impending great battle. It would not be too late for him to seek vengeance once he has gained sufficient strength. At present, he is still too young. Wijidaran is a creature of ancient years, having lived for millennia. Who could have anticipated that he would successfully break into the 10th realm at this very moment? Above the martial arena, as Qin Xian refined the sword Rain Meteor to its foundational level, a cloud of sword energy formed above her head, perfectly enveloping the arena. The extraordinary sword Rain Meteor was poised for action. With a mere command from Qin Xian, countless razor-sharp sword rains would cascade from the cloud of sword energy. The higher one's cultivation, the broader the range of the sword energy cloud, the greater its potency, and the longer its duration. Just as Qin Xian intended to test the might of the sword Rain Meteor, she opened her eyes to find her master, Long Han Huang, standing in the arena. Master, what brings you here? She wondered, perplexed as to why her master had entered the martial arena, especially since outside interference was typically prohibited during competitions. Enough. Stand down. You have already lost, Long Han Huang stated firmly. Qin Xian wished to inquire further, but upon noticing her master's hand resting on Bai Pengfei's shoulder, the realization dawned upon her. Ah, her master had come to prevent Bai Pengfei from interrupting her. It made sense, after all, after preparing for so long in battle. Who would be foolish enough to wait idly? Despite losing the contest and failing to secure first place, Qin Xian felt no sense of disappointment whatsoever. Having mastered the skill of sword Rain Meteor to an introductory level, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing she now possessed an additional trump card. As the sword energy dissipated like clouds, Qin Xian descended onto the martial arena. You are exceedingly audacious. This is sheer folly. Cold Han Huang's expression was stern. I apologize, master. I was in the wrong. Qin Xian bowed respectfully in contrition. Humph. Fortunately, this time you had Lin. You are lucky. Do not dare to repeat such behavior. Should I catch you again, you will be expelled from the Jade Maiden Peak. I cannot teach a disobedient disciple like you. Qin Xian shivered in fright and hastily began to apologize again. Master, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please forgive me this once. This is the last warning. Thank you, master. Due to Cold Han Huang's interference, the decisive battle concluded prematurely. The spectators expressed their regret at not witnessing the full extent of Qin Xian's ultimate trump card. However, the palpable tension suggested that it was undoubtedly formidable. The question remained whether Bai Pengfei could withstand it. The elder presiding over the competition took the stage. I hereby announce that in the Divine Sky Sword Sect's Grand Tournament, the champion of the True Disciple category is Bai Pengfei. Thus, this year's sect competition drew to a close, with Bai Pengfei claiming first place, followed by Qin Xian in second, Xiang Wudong in third, and so forth. Down to the 10th place. No further rankings were assigned beyond the top 10. Now, let us invite the top 10 true disciples to the martial arena to receive their tournament rewards. Bai Pengfei was the first to step forward, followed by Qin Xian, and so on. Just as all 10 participants had taken the stage, and the elder was about to commence the award ceremony, a voice suddenly interrupted the proceedings. Wait. The crowd turned to see a young man in his 20s stepping onto the martial arena. Lin Feng. Esteemed elder, may I inquire what business you have? The elder asked courteously. From his attire, it was evident that he was a true disciple. Luo Yuntian looked at Lin Feng on the martial arena, puzzled, as he was unaware of his intentions. But it was undoubtedly related to the Gutsuan Peak. With Bai Pengfei having secured first place, should Gutsuan Peak fall under the control of the Grand Elder? Reclaiming it would prove difficult. What course of action would Lin Feng take? The high-ranking officials of the Divine Sky Sword Sect wore expressions of confusion. Is it not the case, Elder, that you have overlooked something? Lin Feng queried. What is it? After the conclusion of the sect competition, is there not a challenge segment? The top 10 true disciples must face challenges from other disciples. The elder presiding over the competition contemplated for a moment and acknowledged that indeed such a segment existed. However, it had been forgotten over the years as no one had ever dared to challenge before. Now, it had been brought back to light, revealing his oversight. Indeed, such a segment exists, yet it has been many years since anyone undertook a challenge. It must be noted that those who become top 10 true disciples are the elite among elites. Even if challenged, it would only result in embarrassment. The audience, who had been preparing to leave, suddenly regained interest upon seeing someone willing to challenge the top 10, and they settled back into their seats, eager to witness a reversal of fortunes. The top 10 are comprised of these individuals, rendering the situation rather mundane. It would indeed be more captivating if someone were to surge forth from the rear and make a stunning proclamation. Luo Yuntian furrowed his brow slightly. He had contemplated numerous possibilities but had never envisioned Lin Feng opting to reclaim Gutsuan Peak through a challenge. Did he not recognize that Bai Pengfei was a formidable opponent at the mid-stage of the Fifth Realm? As the elder remarked, it is futile to engage in a challenge that one cannot win. What purpose does it serve, if not to embarrass oneself? The 10 true disciples in the martial arena displayed expressions of curiosity. They were somewhat acquainted with this seemingly useless senior brother, albeit not intimately. A waste of talent daring to challenge the elite? How intriguing indeed. Chapter 76, the challenge match before the challenge even began. It was uncertain who would be the one to suffer embarrassment. Moreover, as the senior brother of the Xinxiao Sword Sect, it is rather unacceptable that I have never participated in a single sect competition. Upon Lin Feng's declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Countless voices of discussion erupted. So this is the senior brother of the Xinxiao Sword Sect. He certainly possesses an impressive appearance. Yet rumors suggest he is a waste of talent, though it remains to be seen whether this is true. I have also heard the disciples of the Xinxiao Sword Sect mention him. It seems unlikely to be a fabrication. A waste dares to challenge the top 10? Surely this is a jest. Is he merely seeking attention? It is rather peculiar that the esteemed senior brother of the Xinxiao Sword Sect is deemed a waste. Indeed. Quite peculiar. Which sect's senior brother does not embody both talent and strength? Only the Xinxiao Sword Sect is represented by one deemed a waste. Perhaps he has been biding his time, preparing to astound us all on this grand occasion? That could make for an enthralling spectacle. It is not without possibility. After all, it is said that this senior brother, aside from being labeled a waste, is also shrouded in mystery. Many disciples of the Xinxiao Sword Sect have never laid eyes on him, while other factions discuss the matter. The disciples of the Xinxiao Sword Sect were also engaged in conversation, due to Lin Feng's scarce appearances at Gutsuan Peak over the years. The vast majority of Xinxiao Sword Sect disciples had only heard rumors about their senior brother, yet had never encountered him in person. The label of a waste had nearly become synonymous with Lin Feng. Initially, when the rumors spread, there was skepticism, but as time passed without anyone stepping forward to clarify, and with the absence of the mysterious senior brother during competitions, the rumors naturally solidified into truth. Master, what does Lin Feng intend to achieve? Is he attempting to make our Xinxiao Sword Sect the laughingstock of other factions? I propose that after the competition, we strip Lin Feng of his status as senior brother and replace him with someone of greater strength, Elder Bai Yuncheng declared. The individual he referred to as possessing greater strength was, of course, his own grandson, Bai Pengfei. The reason Bai Yuncheng had refrained from demanding the removal of Lin Feng's title until now was primarily due to Xiang Wendong consistently overshadowing Bai Pengfei. Even if Lin Feng were to be dismissed, the succession would rightfully fall to Xiang Wendong. Now, with Bai Pengfei poised to claim the first position in the sect competition, and in front of numerous factions, it was the most opportune moment to raise such a proposal. No one could usurp Bai Pengfei's position as senior brother. Even without Lin Feng's participation, Bai Yunxing would undoubtedly voice this proposal in the near future. Luo Yutian remained silent. I find myself at a loss for words. The senior brother ought to serve as the face of our sect, yet Lin Feng is truly unfit for the role. His position has merely been retained out of respect for Su Mubai. In truth, Luo Yuntian comprehends Bai Yunxing's sentiments quite well. Should his disciple, Xiang Wendong, secure first place in the upcoming sect competition, Bai Yunxing would undoubtedly refrain from mentioning the dismissal of Lin Feng as senior brother. It is only when Bai Pengfei achieves first place that he would raise the matter. Disregarding the murmurs around him, Lin Feng proclaimed loudly, "Today, I, Lin Feng. Challenge the true disciples as the senior brother of the Xianxiao Sword Sect. If anyone can defeat me, I shall willingly relinquish my title. The eyes of over half the 10 true disciples gleamed with interest. Clearly, the position of senior brother retained a considerable allure. The elder presiding over the competition turned his gaze toward the sect master, Luo Yuntian, uncertain of how to proceed in this circumstance. Soon, he received a message from Luo Yuntian, proceed according to the rules. The elder promptly addressed Lin Feng, since you have initiated a challenge. According to the regulations, you may select an opponent from the top 10. Should you lose, you must withdraw. If victorious, you may continue to ascend. Lin Feng, inquiring with a hint of uncertainty, replied, Elder, as it is my first time participating in a challenge, may I select someone ranked outside the top 10 to practice against? You can challenge those in the top 10, and they cannot refuse. However, there is no such stipulation for those ranked below 10. No worries. I trust no one will decline my challenge. After all, victory means becoming the senior brother of the Xianxiao Sword Sect. Even those within the top 10 will have to address me as senior brother, he asserted confidently. State whom you wish to challenge. Yin Yuanji. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the viewing platform of the true disciples, where the very Yin Yuanji, who had grievously injured Su Shiyao, was seated. The audience erupted in excitement. It was evident that a long-standing grudge was about to unfold. The scene of Su Shiyao collapsing into Lin Feng's embrace was still fresh in everyone's memory. Elder, do you accept Lin Feng's challenge? The elder inquired, directing his attention towards Yin Yuanji. At that moment, all eyes were upon him. Known for his pride, he could not possibly retreat now. Despite being aware that Lin Feng sought vengeance, he felt unperturbed. After all, Lin Feng was merely a waste, and even if he were not, Yin Yuanji doubted he would pose any real threat. With a confidence akin to that of a ninth-tier ancestor, he believed even the sect master and the elder would show him some deference. What was a senior brother to him? I accept, Yin Yuanji declared. Upon hearing this response, Lin Feng's tense nerves relaxed. He had genuinely feared a negative reply would hinder his opportunity. Very well, since you have accepted, let us commence. Everyone, please clear the arena, he instructed. The elder and the top 10 true disciples gradually vacated the martial arena. As Yin Yuanji approached, he queried, Lin Feng, are you seeking vengeance for Su Shiyao? Mind your manners, address me as senior brother. Lin Feng reprimanded sternly. Senior brother? In my eyes, there is no senior brother. Only a waste. A waste, is it? Let us see who the true waste is, Lin Feng retorted, a grin spreading across his face. In an instant, his body vanished, only to reappear right before Yin Yuanji. Remembering his junior sister's injuries, he could not afford to wait another moment. Both his master and his junior sister were Lin Feng's Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to lay a finger on them would pay dearly. The speed was astonishing, and Yin Yuanji felt a jolt of shock. Before he could even react, a loud crash echoed, accompanied by a scream of anguish. Yin Yuanji's body soared into the air amid excruciating pain. He had intended to kill Lin Feng upon landing, but that was merely the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. Once Yin Yuanji's body left the ground, it never returned. He became a target, repeatedly struck by Lin Feng in midair. Shadows of Lin Feng surrounded him, and no matter where he landed, he would be hit. Initially, Yin Yuanji let out pitiful cries, but gradually his voice grew faint, eventually vanishing altogether as he lost consciousness. Even so, Lin Feng showed no intention of relenting, continuously unleashing his pin-up fury. This method of combat left the onlookers astounded, and they finally grasped why Lin Feng dared to challenge Yin Yuanji. He was indeed a body cultivator. Chapter 77. Body Cultivator. Body cultivation is a unique system within the realm of Li Zhou's mystical practices, focusing on refining the physical form to grant immense strength to one's muscles. It is said that in ancient times, powerful body cultivators could shatter mountains with a single punch, a terrifying feat indeed. However, body cultivation has its drawbacks, namely, a notably short lifespan. The prolonged and excessive strain of refining the body leads to severe physical depletion, resulting in a shorter existence for body cultivators. In today's Li Zhou, such practitioners are a rare sight, as few wish to meet an untimely demise. Despite its disadvantages, body cultivation possesses merits. It requires no innate talent, only diligence. Moreover, the initial growth and strength is remarkably swift, unparalleled by other practitioners. Lin Feng's combat style at this moment mirrored that of a body cultivator perfectly, relying solely on raw power without any techniques, each blow striking true. For those below the 5th realm, allowing a high-tier body cultivator to close the distance is a terrifying prospect. Much like Yin Yuanji, who found himself utterly incapable of retaliation. No matter how formidable his secret techniques, he had no opportunity to employ them. Of course, reaching higher levels of body cultivation is no trivial matter. It demands immense resilience and determination. Lin Feng was unaware of these intricacies. He simply felt that engaging in such a raw, physical manner would better vent his inner fury. Using a sword would be too simple, too lenient toward his opponent. Unbeknownst to him, this choice inadvertently led the onlookers to believe he was a body cultivator, saving him from extensive explanations later. Had Lin Feng defeated Yin Yuanji using swordsmanship, astonishment would have ensued, and the higher-ups of the Shenxiao Sword Sect would have inquired deeply into his methods. However, by employing the techniques of a body cultivator, his actions seemed entirely reasonable, leaving no room for suspicion. They would merely lament the youth of Lin Feng, fearing that his life was already nearing its end. Long Han's Wang also felt a sense of bewilderment. When did Lin Feng transform into a high-tier body cultivator once more? She had interacted with him frequently and was acutely aware of his extraordinary vitality. He hardly resembled a high-tier body cultivator who should be on the brink of exhaustion. Moreover, she had never witnessed Lin Feng engaging in high-intensity training. The short lifespan of body cultivators is attributed to the prolonged overexertion of their bodies, leading to severe physical depletion. If it were possible for someone to ascend to a high-tier body cultivator in a short time, instances of untimely demise would be far less common. Bang! Yin Yuanji crashed heavily onto the martial arena, utterly unconscious, his body grotesquely contorted, with nearly all his bones shattered. Yet, he was not dead. Lin Feng had exercised restraint. To kill in front of such external forces would not reflect well on the Shenxiao Sword Sect. Furthermore, cultivators possess formidable vitality, without fatal injuries. Even severed limbs can be reattached. However, given Yin Yuanji's condition, even if he survives, he would likely remain in a severely handicapped state. A profound silence enveloped the entire arena. The spectators were not merely astonished by Lin Feng's strength, but were equally shocked to learn that the esteemed senior brother of the Shenxiao Sword Sect was, in fact, a high-tier body cultivator. From another perspective, this revelation was somewhat humiliating for the sect, as the senior brother represents its fade. Body cultivation is typically a path chosen by those with poor innate talents who refuse to accept mediocrity, often leading to a swift decline. It could hardly be deemed a glorious path. High-tier body cultivators possess immense advantages over those in the four realms and below, as demonstrated by Lin Feng's overwhelming domination in his confrontation with Yin Yuanji. However, at the fifth realm, such advantages diminish significantly. As for those at the sixth realm and above, the tables would turn entirely, leaving body cultivators utterly defenseless. The fact that the senior brother of the Shenxiao Sword Sect is a high-tier body cultivator will ultimately become a considerable jest in Lizhou. Given even the slightest opportunity, one would never choose the path of body cultivation. The arduous process is one matter. The brevity of life is paramount. Having reduced Yin Yuanji to the brink of consciousness, Lin Feng finally vented his pent-up fury. Standing beside Yin Yuanji in the midst of the encroaching silence, he realized that his earlier display had been excessively fervent. After all, Yin Yuanji was a formidable cultivator of the fourth realm. The performance should have been executed more convincingly. Yet, at that moment, Lin Feng was consumed by rage and paid little heed to such considerations. It was too late for regrets now. The Grand Elder Bai Yunxing appeared outwardly unflappable, while internally he was elated. Lin Feng, as the senior brother, was a high-tier body cultivator who had severely injured Yin Yuanji. It would be intriguing to see how Luo Yutian would handle this predicament. Lin Feng called out the sect leader, Luo Yutian, rising to his feet. Lin Feng is here. Lin Feng responded respectfully. Do you know your crimes? I do not. Lin Feng could only feign ignorance, bracing himself for the ensuing confrontation. Do you not understand? As the eldest disciple of the Shenxiao Sword Sect, you have chosen the path of physical cultivation due to your perceived lack of innate talent, and have even attained a high level of proficiency. Do you not realize that while physical cultivation may yield rapid progress in its early stages, it exacts a severe toll on the body, resulting in a significantly shortened lifespan? This not only brings disgrace to our sect, but also reflects a profound irresponsibility on your part. Lin Feng, I am deeply disappointed in you, remarked Luo Yutian with a tone of frustration. Lin Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. A shortened lifespan due to physical cultivation? Could this possibly be true? The method he practiced was the 5-animal play from the legacy of the 9 Nether Sovereign, which made no mention of any detrimental effects on longevity. On the contrary, The introduction to the 5-animal play explicitly stated that its practice enhances one's health, improves physical constitution, and promotes longevity, potentially even leading to the sanctification of the physical body. How could the notion of a shortened lifespan be applicable here? Lin Feng was bewildered as to where the misunderstanding lay. Was it the 5-animal play he practiced, or the physical cultivation methods of Li Shou that were flawed? In any case, the sect master must have been mistaken. Sect master, I was just about to explain, before he could finish his thought. He was abruptly interrupted by the Grand Elder, by Yuxing. Lin Feng, you possess an audacious spirit. As the eldest disciple, not only have you concealed your practice of physical techniques from the sect, but you also dared to injure a fellow disciple during the sect's grand competition, treating our sect's rules with utter disdain. You have truly brought shame upon the Divine Sword Sect. Lin Feng was familiar with the Grand Elder, but he held no regard for him. He had heard from his master, Su Mubai, that although this man was powerful, he was excessively selfish and narrow-minded, lacking a broad perspective. This weakness had led to his defeat by Luo Yutian in the contest for sect leadership. Since then, he had harbored resentment, continually seeking ways to undermine Luo Yutian. Grand Elder, one should not be hypocritical. When Yuanji severely injured my junior sister, why did you not speak up? I merely returned the favor in kind, Lin Feng retorted. He held great respect for the sect leader, Luo Yutian, but not for Grand Elder Bai Yuxing. You have crossed the line, Lin Feng. You do not even grasp the fundamental principles of respecting your teachers and valuing the path. How can you claim the title of eldest disciple? Your upbringing is sorely lacking and indeed a reflection of the quality of your mentor. An inept disciple is merely a product of an inept teacher. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly. You may speak as you wish, but if you involve my master, do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 78, The Final Showdown. Grand Elder. Your words are rather excessive. Lin Feng is but a junior. How can someone of your stature stoop to quarrel with a mere child? Moreover, my eldest brother is not worthless. He has sacrificed much for the sect to find himself in this predicament, and he deserves the respect of the entire sect. Not disparagement from someone like you, Luo Yutian stated calmly from the side. Bai Yuxing was rendered speechless by this rebuttal. After a moment, he retorted, Humph. Protect him as you wish. We shall see how long you can maintain that protection. With Yuanji so grievously injured, consider how you will explain this to Elder Yin. With that, he took his seat, concluding the matter. That is my concern, and does not warrant your interference, Grand Elder. The public dispute between the apparent leaders of the Divine Sword Sect, amidst the scrutiny of numerous factions, was indeed rather inappropriate. Indeed, such circumstances are not unique to the Divine Sword Sect. Nearly every faction experiences similar tribulations. As the saying goes, every household has its own struggles. There exists no force that can wholly unite as one. Even familial powers grapple with internal discord, for human nature is inherently selfish. My apologies for the spectacle. Please escort Yuanji down. Today's competition concludes here, spoke Luo Yutian with an air of calmness. As the esteemed leader of the Divine Sword Sect, he had mastered the art of concealing his emotions. Immediately, members of the sect approached the martial arena to carry the severely injured Yuanji off the field. His bones shattered and body battered. Wait, Master, I have not yet completed my challenge. According to the rules, having won, I should be allowed to continue. Lin Feng interjected promptly. Lin Feng, when will you cease your antics? I shall address your matters later, Luo Yutian replied, his brow furrowing. Master, if I cannot continue my challenge, then please return me to the solitary peak, and I assure you there will be no further troubles, Lin Feng proposed. Luo Yutian paused, recalling that the solitary peak was the reward for the victor of this competition. To reclaim it, Lin Feng would need to triumph over Bai Pengfei. However, a high-level body cultivator would find little advantage against Bai Pengfei, a mid-stage 5th realm expert. After some deliberation, Luo Yutian resolved to grant Lin Feng an opportunity. Whether he could seize it would depend on his own capabilities. Whom do you wish to challenge? Without a doubt, the first-place champion, Bai Pengfei. If I defeat him, the solitary peak shall be mine, and none can take it from me, Lin Feng replied, his joy palpable. Very well, let the rules be upheld. Bai Pengfei shall ascend to the arena to engage in combat with Lin Feng. The victor will claim the title of champion of the sect, announced Luo Yutian. Bai Pengfei glanced at Bai Yuanxing, who nodded in affirmation before responding, yes, sect master. As the mid-stage 5th realm Bai Pengfei prepared to face the high-level body cultivator Lin Feng, the question of superiority remained unanswered until they clashed. Both contenders possessed the potential for victory, promising an exhilarating encounter that would be the highlight of the competition. Spectators were captivated. It was undeniable that early-stage body cultivators were formidable. Were it not for their brief lifespans, countless individuals would pursue the path of body cultivation. Regrettably, the issues of energy depletion and physical exhaustion remain unresolved, deterring many from daring to attempt this route. Even the mightiest among them, capable of defeating Ninth Realm experts, face the reality that the lifespan of a Ninth Realm master extends to 5,000 years, whereas body cultivators often barely reach 50. The disparity is staggering, 100-fold. Moreover, high-level body cultivators can only contend with those of the Fifth Realm at best. Beyond that, they simply cannot compete. As Lin Feng watched Bai Pengfei approach the martial arena, he reminded himself to remain cautious, to not overexert himself. The battle must be closely contested, with a stroke of luck leading to his victory. For he wished to avoid difficulties in explaining himself to his master. Bai Pengfei stepped onto the arena and declared, "Lin Feng, this is my first encounter with a body cultivator. Allow me to witness the prowess of high-level body cultivation." "Just as you wish," Lin Feng promptly responded, his words barely fading before his figure vanished from sight. Bai Pengfei, steadying his nerves, could only see a fleeting shadow rushing toward him. Having visualized it, he resolved to confront it. Unbeknownst to him, this was the result of Lin Feng deliberately controlling his power. Otherwise, with Bai Pengfei's strength, he would have been unable to perceive Lin Feng and would have been swiftly vanquished. The five animal play, as the most formidable body technique passed down from the Lord of the Nine Nether, is incomparable to any existing martial arts in Lizu. The two belong to entirely different realms. The current martial arts in Lizu can only be cultivated to a high level, whereas the five animal play, when mastered to its utmost, allows one to achieve sanctity in the physical form. Attaining such a state surpasses even the 12th realm of power, entering an entirely different domain. One can only imagine the rarity and value of the five animal play. If it were to be leaked, Lizu would undoubtedly be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed, likely causing even the infinite Taoist to be unable to remain passive. As Lin Feng drew closer, Bai Pengfei swiftly unleashed a strike with his sword towards the shadow, only to have it effortlessly dodged by Lin Feng. He adjusted his approach and attacked once more, yet again met with evasion. Lin Feng changed direction and found himself directly in front of Bai Pengfei, rendering any swordplay too late to execute. The only option was to engage in a direct clash. Bang! Bai Pengfei quickly retreated while Lin Feng pursued relentlessly, leading to several more collisions. The essence of body cultivation lies in this manner of combat, close-quarters brawling, where each blow lands with force. There is little room for technique, nor is weaponry necessary. The body serves as their finest weapon. The two grappled for a moment until Bai Pengfei seized an opportunity to slash with his sword, forcing Lin Feng to retreat. For the first time, they created distance between them. At that moment, Bai Pengfei launched himself into the air. The battlefield of a Fifth Realm master unfolds above, where the ability to remain airborne for extended periods is unattainable for those below the Fifth Realm, and even more so for body cultivators. Once in the air, he would be in an invincible position. Seeing this, Luo Yutian shook his head slightly. The battle had reached its conclusion. Lin Feng had missed the chance to capitalize on his momentum and eliminate Bai Pengfei in close quarters, thereby losing the initiative. With the distance between them now established, and Bai Pengfei soaring into the air, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lin Feng to close the gap, let alone inflict harm. The advantage of body cultivators lies in close combat. Without the ability to engage at such proximity, one becomes a target for the sword cultivator's attacks. Ascending into the air, Bai Pengfei finally exhaled in relief. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed several times, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and moved his body, feeling the ache coursing through him. He had been on the receiving end of the blows, sustaining significant injuries, with his internal organs displaced. He had been too careless, indeed. One must never allow a body cultivator the opportunity to engage closely. Fortunately, he had managed to exploit a flaw and create distance. Had he not, he would have met the same fate as Yin Yuanji. Standing on the martial arena, Lin Feng gazed up at Bai Pengfei in the air and inquired, "How does it feel? Does your body ache?" Bai Pengfei retorted, "Do not revel in triumph, Lin Feng. Just now, I was careless and did not evade, granting you the chance to close in. If you have the ability, come and strike me again. Do you think that being in the air renders me powerless? Spare me your bravado. Everyone knows that the advantage of body cultivators lies in close combat. You cannot approach me now. How do you intend to attack?" Lin Feng smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Even relying solely on his physical prowess, he possessed a myriad of methods to swiftly defeat Bai Pengfei. Chapter 79. The array of 100 swords. Many spectators surrounding the martial arena were witnessing the clash between a fifth-tier powerhouse and a high-level body cultivator for the very first time. After all, the current state of Li Prefecture had seen a drastic decline in body cultivators, with high-level ones being even rare. Typically, only certain prominent clans would train a few body cultivators to safeguard their kin, often under coercion, effectively rendering them as death warriors. It was exceedingly uncommon for individuals to voluntarily pursue the path of body cultivation. Zhuge Liuli observed Lin Feng in the martial arena, her disbelief palpable. How could this esteemed senior brother of the Shenxiao Sword Sect be a high-level body cultivator? Typically, high-level body cultivators suffered from depleted vitality and severely strained physiques. Yet her close proximity to Lin Feng revealed none of these signs. Logically, body cultivators were inherently different from ordinary individuals, while others might overlook the nuances. Such distinctions would undoubtedly escape Zhuge Liuli's keen perception, as she possessed an innate sensitivity. Furthermore, the proximity between them should have made any anomaly unmistakable. What was amiss? Was it her own misjudgment? Zhuge Liuli was perplexed. Lin Feng's mastery of body techniques was genuine. He had indeed trained rigorously, attaining high-level status, which bestowed upon him formidable close-quarters combat abilities. Even Bai Pengfei, a mid-tier fifth-tier cultivator, was at a disadvantage when confronted by him. Zhuge Liuli found herself increasingly confounded by Lin Feng. Her intuition insisted that this senior brother from the Shenxiao Sword Sect was anything but ordinary, though she could not pinpoint the exact reasons. This peculiar sensation was unfamiliar to her. Lin Feng, you had your advantage, but now it is my turn, Bai Pengfei declared. Gazing down at Lin Feng from his elevated position, come forth and demonstrate what makes you remarkable as a fifth-tier powerhouse. Lin Feng remained unperturbed. Watch closely, this time. I shall not grant you any opportunities. With that, Bai Pengfei raised his hand, unleashing a blade of sword light towards Lin Feng. The strike was effortlessly evaded, the sword light crashing onto the martial arena floor with a resounding clang. The arena of the Shenxiao Sword Sect was constructed from unique materials and fortified with arrays, rendering the ground exceptionally resilient, impervious to ordinary attacks. Undeterred by the initial failure, Bai Pengfei continued to unleash a flurry of sword strikes, all of which Lin Feng deftly avoided, not even grazing the edges of his attire. At one point, Lin Feng attempted to leap into the air to engage Bai Pengfei, but to no avail as he narrowly escaped being struck by the sword light. Once a body cultivator ascends into the air, they lose the ability to leverage their strength and cannot change directions to pursue their opponent, while a fifth-tier cultivator maintains complete freedom of movement. Sword flight allows for aerial suspension, yet it imposes significant limitations on mobility, starkly contrasting the unrestricted movement of those in the void flight realm. In truth, sword flight serves primarily for travel or retreat, offering little to no advantage in combat, and may even become a hindrance. Those below the void flight realm wishing to engage in aerial combat must first master the art of flight. Bai Pengfei, cease wasting time. If this is the extent of your abilities, I must admit I have overestimated you. Lin Feng stood in the martial arena, taunting his opponent. Bai Pengfei, rather unperturbed, merely smiled faintly. Why the hurry? This is merely a warm-up, Lin Feng. It is widely acknowledged that the aerial capabilities of body cultivators are the weakest. I am already in an invincible position, while you can only serve as my living target, allowing me to play as I please. If we are to fight, let us do so. Spare me the incessant chatter, will you? Are you not aware that villains often meet their demise through excessive dialogue? As he faced repeated public ridicule, Bai Pengfei's expression gradually darkened. Since you are so eager, allow me to indulge you. With a leisurely motion, he retrieved a number of flying swords from his spatial bag, which began to hover in the air. In no time, hundreds of them filled the arena, creating a spectacular scene. The disciples of the Shenxiao Sword Sect began to murmur amongst themselves. Could this be the 100 Swords formation? Is that even a question? Given the display, it is undoubtedly the 100 Swords formation. To their astonishment, Bai Pengfei had actually mastered this formidable technique, one of the sect's most esteemed secrets. Judging by the sheer number of swords, it seemed he had reached the formation's limit, drawing perilously close to the 1,000 Swords formation. A chorus of admiration erupted. As the name implies, the 100 Swords formation allows the simultaneous control of hundreds of swords to assault an enemy. Beyond it lies the 1,000 Swords formation, and even the cataclysmic 10,000 Swords formation. A saying circulates within the Shenxiao Sword Sect. When 10,000 swords are unleashed, who can contend? This illustrates the tremendous power of the 10,000 Swords formation. However, its formidable nature renders it a challenging endeavor to cultivate. It requires an immense mental acuity to command such a multitude of flying swords, which in turn is intricately linked to one's spirit. A complex aspect that is exceedingly difficult to enhance. Bai Pengfei's proficiency in the 100 Swords formation marks him as singular among the true disciples. On the spectator's stand, Xiang Wendong wore a wry smile. Previously, he had felt some resentment at being bested by Bai Pengfei, but now he was thoroughly convinced. Having failed to even compel the manifestation of Bai's formation, I must strive harder, lest I fall further behind. Lin Feng, let us see how you withstand my 100 Swords formation. With that declaration, Bai Pengfei pointed with his right hand. The suspended flying swords swiftly descended, charging towards Lin Feng. Faced with the onslaught of hundreds of swords, Lin Feng dodged left and right, evading most of the attack, yet still sustaining some damage as his clothing was torn. With a flurry of swift strikes, dozens of slashes appeared on his garments, and his skin bore wounds that oozed a small trickle of blood. Since we are putting on a show, let us do so thoroughly. I shall first give my opponent a taste of success. Observing Lin Feng's injuries, Su Xiao grasped Lung Hanchuang's hand, her face etched with worry. Aunt Lung, senior brother is hurt. Fear not. It is merely superficial wounds, nothing of consequence. Lin Feng will undoubtedly win this match and reclaim Gutsuan Peak, Long Hanchuang reassured her, though internally she was somewhat exasperated. Were it not for her awareness of Lin Feng's true capabilities, she might have been deceived. A formidable powerhouse of the 8th realm sustaining injuries from a 5th realm opponent is indeed a rare occurrence. Yet, one cannot deny that Lin Feng's acting skills are rather impressive. How does it feel? Does it hurt? Bai Pengfei inquired with a smile, returning Lin Feng's earlier question. The hundreds of flying swords remained poised in the air, anticipating the next round of assault. Not bad. Please exert a bit more strength. I can endure it, Lin Feng grinned. Keep being stubborn. I wonder how long you can maintain that facade. Bai Pengfei's smile faded as hundreds of flying swords surged forth under his command once more. Lin Feng continued to evade with remarkable agility, yet several swords still grazed his clothing and skin. Although merely superficial wounds, they rendered him quite disheveled. His azure robe now stained crimson with blood. This was precisely the outcome Lin Feng desired. As the performance reached its zenith, he seized one of the flying swords, flicking it with a deft motion. Clang! The sword shattered into countless fragments. Lin Feng pinched the shards between his index and middle fingers and hurled them at Bai Pengfei with great force. His hands moved in unison, repeating the action. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, the sound of slicing air resonated. The shards, akin to concealed weapons, sped towards Bai Pengfei, their velocity surpassing that of the flying swords, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Bai Pengfei was taken aback by Lin Feng's unexpected counterattack. As peril loomed, he could only react defensively. Nevertheless, several shards struck his body. The searing pain drove Bai Pengfei to the brink of madness. Enraged, a thought flickered in his mind. He would ensure Lin Feng's demise when the opportunity arose. However, before he could act, Lin Feng had vanished from the arena, leaping high to appear behind Bai Pengfei, delivering a powerful kick. Chapter 80, Victory Bang. Bang. Two resounding impacts followed in quick succession. The first was the sound of Lin Feng's foot connecting with Bai Pengfei's body, the second, the thud of Bai Pengfei crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Struggling to rise, Bai Pengfei found his efforts futile. Having performed his role convincingly, Lin Feng chose not to prolong the encounter, thus delivering his kick with considerable force. Even the exceedingly sturdy arena bore a dent, a testament to the magnitude of his power. Bai Pengfei was utterly incapacitated, and after a few futile attempts to struggle, he succumbed to unconsciousness, whether from true defeat or the desire to avoid humiliation before the various factions remained uncertain. Lin Feng descended onto the arena, standing beside Bai Pengfei, his azure robe now a vivid red. Onlookers believed him to have won at a great cost. Only the cold and aloof Han Shuang recognized that his injuries were mere illusions. This battle also revealed the formidable strength of body cultivators, lamentably short-lived, leaving many curious to try their hand at it. From the spectators' platform, Elder Bai Yunsheng rose, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng, as if wishing to strike him dead with a single blow. Bai Pengfei had initially claimed the top spot in the sect's grand competition, only to be vanquished by an unexpected contender utilizing physical prowess. Master, I have triumphed, Lin Feng declared to Luo Yuntian. Alas, Lin Feng, was this truly worth it? Luo Yuntian sighed. To protect what is truly important, It is worth every effort, Lin Feng replied resolutely. Luo Yuntian then shifted his gaze from Lin Feng to the elder overseeing the competition. First, let us take Bai Pingfei away to recuperate, and then we shall announce the results of the grand competition according to the rules. Yes, Sect Master, the elder replied respectfully. He then stepped onto the martial arts arena and cast a complex glance at Lin Feng. A physical cultivator securing first place in the sect competition is an unprecedented event in the history of the Xinxiao Sword Sect. However, there was no regulation prohibiting physical cultivators from participating. Otherwise, the Grand Elder Bai Yunxing would have intervened long ago. I hereby declare the conclusion of this sect competition. With Lin Feng in first place, Bai Pingfei in second, and Yi Qinxian in third, the competition has concluded. During the closing remarks, only the sect master, Luo Yutian, spoke briefly, emphasizing that physical cultivation is not advisable. He warned everyone against practicing body techniques, as it not only wastes energy but also drains one's vitality, ultimately shortening lifespan. A new rule was established on the spot. Anyone caught secretly practicing body techniques would be immediately expelled from the sect. In a sword cultivation sect, the presence of physical cultivators is forbidden. Furthermore, physical cultivators will not be permitted to participate in next year's competition. As for the Grand Elder Bai Yuxing, he left without uttering a word, clearly agitated. The solitary peak was preserved, and Lin Feng was awarded the title of first place in the sect competition, a distinction no one could contest. Su Xiao wept tears of joy. Though she had joined the Chaoxiao Peak, the solitary peak was her true home. Lung Hanshuang maintained her usual demeanor, showing no sign of surprise, for she understood that once Lin Feng decided to participate in the competition, the outcome was predetermined, merely awaiting the manner of its unfolding. Initially, they had agreed that Lin Feng would reveal a portion of his strength to seize first place in the sect competition and reclaim the solitary peak. Explaining to the sect master that he had encountered an extraordinary opportunity in the Nine Nether Secret Realm. However, Lin Feng's use of body techniques led to a misunderstanding, causing him to be mistaken for a physical cultivator, thus eliminating the need for any explanation. This ultimately spared them much trouble. Meanwhile, outside the forbidden grounds of the Wuji demon sect, a peculiarly dressed individual arrived. Though appearing male, he was adorned in heavy makeup. This was the sect master of the Wuji demon sect. Yemo, originally a man, Yemo had undergone a transformation due to the practice of the yin-yang transformation technique, resulting in an ambiguous existence. Yemo respectfully requested an audience with the Wujizong ancestor. Enter. A voice echoed from within the forbidden grounds. A passage opened, and Yemo stepped inside. Soon, he reached the entrance of a cave. What is it? The voice of the Wuji Daoist emerged from within the cave. Reporting to the ancestor, the Xinxiao Sword Sect has extended invitations to various powerful factions in the Li continent to observe the sect competition. In truth, they are convening with these factions to discuss strategies for dealing with our Wuji demon sect, a matter of great significance, hence my visit to seek your guidance. How many factions attended? Inquired the Wuji Daoist. Many, including the usually neutral Yawang Valley, replied Yemo. Please elaborate on the specifics. Yemo recounted all that had transpired at the Xinxiao Sword Sect. Following the ancestors' breakthrough to the 10th realm, there had been no further developments. The Xinxiao Sword Sect posited that during the ancestors' breakthrough, an accident occurred, resulting in power that did not align with that of a typical 10th realm expert. They suggested that if the major factions united, they might have a chance to surpass you. This conjecture was affirmed by Yawang Valley, which unanimously believed that you were only slightly stronger than the peak of the 9th realm, and nothing more. The content of the meeting bore little difference. It was quite evident. Among the forces headed to the Xinxiao Sword Sect, there were spies from the Wujima sect, as one of the four foremost sects in Lizhu. The Wujima sect has secretly infiltrated numerous factions. The Rashemin, who conspired against Su Mubai and seized the Howren sword, is but one example. Xiao Zhengxian is not foolish. Wujideo remarked with a light chuckle. Elder, should we not unite all forces that align with the Wujima sect? Otherwise, should the Xinxiao Sword Sect lead a coalition against us? We may find it exceedingly difficult to contend with them, Yemo inquired. Rest assured, I understand Xiao Zhengxian. He would not recklessly attack the Wujima sect. Moreover, I shall soon emerge from my seclusion. At that time, I will demonstrate to Xiao Zhengxian and the others the vast chasm between the 9th and 10th realms. Even if I am weaker than a typical 10th realm expert, I am not to be compared with a peak 9th realm cultivator. Wujideo's voice resonated with profound confidence. Historically, Lizhu has never seen a 10th realm expert, and the strength of such beings has remained a matter of speculation. Yet, Wujideo has genuinely brushed against the threshold of the 10th realm and has already taken a step inside, albeit stumbling at the entrance. Only upon entry did he comprehend the immense disparity that lay ahead. Thus, Wujideo dared to utter such self-assured declarations. "Elder, shall we not prepare anything?" Yemo questioned. "There is no need for preparations. Simply await my emergence from seclusion. During this time, we shall observe which factions are cozying up to the Shinshao Sword Sect. When I emerge, I shall eradicate them all in one fell swoop." "Yes, Elder. Go forth. When I emerge from seclusion, it shall mark the day of the Wujima sect's unification of Lizu. Those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Anyone who stands against the Wujimu sect deserves death. May the Wujideo Elder reign through the ages, unifying the world," Yemo proclaimed loudly. Chapter 81. Punishment atop the solitary peak. Beneath the 1,000-year-old tree, Su Shiyo had just ingested a healing elixir and was seated cross-legged, recuperating. Not far away, Lin Feng was tending to the roasting grill, on which lay a substantial piece of ice python meat, brought from the 9 Nether secret realm. Now golden and sizzling with oil, it would be ready for Su Shiyo upon her awakening, as nourishment is essential for recovery. The ice python, being a rare beast, has meat of considerable value, making it ideal for those convalescing. 3 days had elapsed since the grand competition of the Shinshao Sword Sect, and representatives from various factions began to depart gradually. They had tentatively formed an alliance to resist the Wujimu sect, though the specifics would require further deliberation, given the complexities involved. While the leaders of the factions were present, the true decision-makers had yet to arrive. Consultations with their respective elders would be necessary. Suddenly, Lin Feng paused in his actions, sensing fluctuations in the formation. Indeed, shortly thereafter, several individuals approached the solitary peak. Leading them was the Law Elder Jiangjingi, followed by the enforcement team of the Shinshao Sword Sect. Lin Feng stepped forward courteously. "Welcome, Elder Jiang, to the solitary peak." Upon hearing the sound, Su Shiyo immediately opened her eyes and hastily rose to stand beside Lin Feng, gripping his arm tightly. The arrival of the law enforcement elder at the Shinshao Sword Sect certainly boded ill. "Lin Feng, you must be aware of the reason for my visit." Jiangjingi's tone was far from pleasant. Although Lin Feng had triumphed over by Ping Fei, securing first place in the sect competition, his reliance on physical techniques rendered his victory less commendable. In fact, following the competition, he had become a cautionary tale spoken of by Luo Yutian. The private practice of physical techniques was strictly forbidden by the sect, particularly within a swordsmanship-focused establishment like the Shinshao Sword Sect, where such practices were vehemently prohibited, albeit not explicitly stated in the sect's regulations. After all, it was common knowledge that the cultivation of physical techniques could lead to bodily exhaustion and a shortened lifespan. And naturally, no one desired an early demise. The few existing physical cultivators in the Li continent were, in truth, coerced into their path, akin to the trained assassins of certain families, having been adopted without any choice. Despite Lin Feng's achievement in the sect competition, it had not brought honor to the sect. Rather, it had shamed the Shinshao Sword Sect. It was no surprise that the law enforcement elder, as a high-ranking official of the sect, bore a stern expression. "Is Elder Jiang here to announce my punishment?" Lin Feng cautiously inquired. "At least you possess some self-awareness, Lin Feng. Do not think that your victory in the sect competition can exempt you from retribution. Had you won under normal circumstances, leniency might have been afforded to you. However, your clandestine practice of physical techniques is a profound insult to the Shinshao Sword Sect. The esteemed senior disciple of the Shinshao Sword Sect, reduced to a mere physical cultivator soon. This will become the greatest jest in the continent. What regard do you have for the reputation of our sect?" Jiangjini questioned gravely. Lin Feng remained silent, uncertain of what to say. During the sect competition, when questioned by the supervising elder, he had wished to offer an explanation but had been denied the opportunity. Now, he felt no desire to clarify matters. Let it be a misunderstanding. In truth, he cared little for his reputation. Upon returning to Gutsuan Peak, Lin Feng had inquired of Lung Hanshuang regarding the state of physical cultivators in the continent. It was indeed fraught with significant drawbacks, leading to premature bodily exhaustion. They were at a dead end, with very few willing to pursue physical techniques aside from those forces that trained assassins. Conversely, the 5 animal play was different. Its practice not only posed no harm to the body, but also conferred considerable benefits, which was why Lin Feng chose to cultivate it. He was not foolish. Upon learning this, Lung Hanshuang was initially taken aback, but soon came to terms with it. The The Lord of the Nine Nether was an existence surpassing the 12th realm, possessing secret techniques and skills that could not be of ordinary caliber. According to ancient texts, the continent was the most remote and barren land within the Nine Continent. And throughout its development, not a single authentic 10th realm powerhouse had emerged, making it incomparable to the central continent where the Nine Nether Lord resided, a region at the heart of the Nine Continent. Once, many from the continent aspired to cross the endless sea to glimpse the central continent. However, after setting out, they vanished without a trace, including several formidable 8th and 9th realm cultivators. Survivors of such treks spoke of a great terror lurking within the endless sea. Gradually, fewer individuals dared to embark on adventures. While some might brave the peril of a near-fatal endeavor, none would willingly court death in a situation deemed utterly hopeless. Elder, it is I who has brought shame upon the Divine Sword Sect. As the senior disciple, I have failed to set a worthy example, providing amusement for the various factions. Regardless of the sect's punishment, I, Lin Feng, shall harbor no grievances. Lin Feng spoke earnestly. Senior brother, Su Xiao, standing nearby, wore a look of concern and grasped Lin Feng's hand more tightly. He gently patted her hand in a gesture of reassurance. Lin Feng, your resolve reflects that the Divine Sword Sect has not nurtured you in vain. As the senior disciple, your limited talents have driven you to desperately seek to catch up with your peers, leading you down an extreme path. I can understand this. Before coming here, I consulted the sect leader. In light of your master Su Mubai's past contributions to the sect, it has been decided that your punishment shall be to meditate in solitude at the Broken Sword Cliff for 1 month, announced Jiang Jingyi. The Broken Sword Cliff had once been a forbidden ground of the Divine Sword Sect, a place where the founding ancestor engaged in secluded cultivation. However, it was later discovered that aside from the visible sword marks and the ever-present sword energy, there was little else of note. Anyone who entered the Broken Sword Cliff would be assaulted by this sword energy. This energy was peculiar. Those injured by it would succumb to illusions, enduring both physical and mental torment. Individuals lacking resolve or possessing fragile endurance risked mental collapse if they lingered too long. Today, the Broken Sword Cliff had become the site for punishing errant disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. Typically, punishments lasted 3 days to a week, with a maximum of half a month. It was rare for someone like Lin Feng to be sentenced for an entire month. Lin Feng accepted his punishment with respect. Elder, my junior sister's injuries have yet to heal. May I wait until she recovers before I go to the Broken Sword Cliff? No. Once the sect has rendered a punishment, it must be executed immediately. I must escort you to the Broken Sword Cliff at once. Jiang Jingyi firmly rejected. Lin Feng wished to plead further when a voice echoed from a distance. Lin Feng, do not worry. I will take care of Xiao. As soon as the words were spoken, Long Hanzhuang approached. Thank you, Master Lang, Lin Feng replied, contemplating the situation before agreeing. Su Xiao's injuries would not heal in mere days or weeks. They required a lengthy period of careful recovery. Senior brother, I will accompany you to the Broken Sword Cliff, Su Xiao insisted. Do not be foolish. Your injuries are not yet healed. Going there will not only hinder your recovery, but may also exacerbate your condition. Behave and follow Master Lang. I will return before you know it. A month will pass swiftly. Chapter 82. The Secret of the Broken Sword Cliff. The Divine Sword Sect. Broken Sword Cliff. From afar, it resembled a colossal shattered sword thrust into the earth, hence its name. Lin Feng, we shall escort you to this point. You must enter on your own. We will return in a month, declared the law elder Jiang Zhengyi. Thank you, elder. Lin Feng replied before advancing toward the entrance of the Broken Sword Cliff. The 2 attending stewards opened the barrier. As he stepped inside, countless strands of sword energy surged forth, tearing at his garments and grazing his skin. A cacophony of piercing sounds erupted. Having cultivated the 5 animal play, Lin Feng's physical form has become remarkably resilient, rendering ordinary assaults ineffective against his defenses. He ventured deeper into the expansive interior of Broken Sword Cliff, where numerous disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, having erred in their judgments, sat cross-legged with their eyes shut, their bodies marred with bloodstains. The sword chi incessantly lacerated their skin, and their facial expressions betrayed the immense suffering they endured, both corporeal and mental. The surrounding rock walls were etched with dense scars from swords, reputedly left by the sect's founding ancestors. Whether this was indeed true remained uncertain due to the passage of time. Lin Feng casually selected a spot to sit, preparing to spend the next month in this place. To blend in with the others, he made a few incisions on his own body, allowing blood to stain his azure robe. He then closed his eyes, mimicking the others who had succumbed to an illusion. While they were ensnared in a dreamlike state, he devoted himself to further cultivation. Days slipped by, and soon it was the 7th day. The inhabitants of Broken Sword Cliff changed in waves, with most departing after merely 3 days, utterly exhausted by the ordeal. On the 8th day, Lin Feng opened his eyes, having solidified his cultivation during the preceding days. He had reached the pinnacle of the 8th realm, on the verge of breaking into the 9th realm. Lin Feng planned to emerge, utilizing spiritual herbs to propel himself into the 9th realm. Once he attained this level, combined with his mastery of the sword domain and the perfected sky-slicing sword technique, he believed he could contend even with those at the peak of the 9th realm. Presently, the strongest beings in the continent were at this apex. Achieving such power would place him among the upper echelons of strength in the continent, should his cultivation rise further to the mid or late stages of the 9th realm. Even the peak 9th realm cultivators would have to bow before him. After fortifying his cultivation, Lin Feng found himself with little to occupy his time. The constant flow of individuals entering and exiting Broken Sword Cliff rendered the advanced techniques acquired from the Sovereign of the 9 Hells impractical, as they would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Bored, he began to examine the sword scars on the rock walls. Recognizing that if they were indeed left by the ancestors of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, they must possess extraordinary significance. As he observed, Lin Feng seemed to glimpse a figure practicing swordplay. His vision gradually blurred until he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, Lin Feng found himself suspended in midair, surrounded by an unfamiliar environment. He realized he had fallen into an illusion. Was it not said that the sword chi of Broken Sword Cliff could induce hallucinations only through skin laceration? His skin remained unscathed. Why, then, was he ensnared in an illusion? Could the sword scars on the rock walls be the cause? Was there an illusory effect in merely observing them? With a resigned shake of his head, he decided to accept this predicament. If so many had managed to endure, he should face no issues. Spotting a figure ahead, he intended to greet them. But the other spoke first. You must be a descendant of the Divine Sky Sword Sect to have arrived here. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, the figure continued. You need not respond to me, for even if you did, I would not hear your reply. This is but a fragment of my vision. All you need to do is observe diligently. The extent of your understanding will depend on your own insight. By the way, you haven't misplaced the 7 swords of Shenxiao, have you? Should they be lost, you must urgently retrieve them once you exit. What you are about to witness is the foundational essence of the Shenxiao Sword Sect. The 7 swords united. Suddenly, 7 swords materialized, their tips pointing downward, encircling the figure. Indeed, it was the 7 swords of Shenxiao, the Haoran sword, the Tai sword, the Laming sword, the Qinyuan sword, the Yanlong sword, the Honglian sword, and the Bingpa sword. Focus your mind. The first form of the 7 swords united. 1 sword to conquer the land and rivers. The figure gestured with its left hand while raising its right, fingers pinched together, pointing skyward. In an instant, the 7 swords shot upward, vanishing from sight. Then, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. Moments later, to Lin Feng's astonishment, the tip of a colossal sword slowly emerged. How immense was this sword? The mere tip was already 1,000 feet tall, and its full length surpassed 10,000 feet, an overwhelming giant sword. Even within the illusion, Lin Feng could sense the terrifying pressure emanating from it. Such an immense force rivaled the famed sword technique of Heaven Severance. How could the founding ancestor of the Shenxiao Sword Sect have created a technique comparable to the sword technique of Heaven Severance? It seemed impossible. After all, the sword technique of Heaven Severance was the signature skill of a powerful being at the 12th realm. Hadn't the continent of Youzhou produced practitioners of the 10th realm? This meant that this ancestor was at most at the peak of the 9th realm. What a terrifying talent! Just as Lin Feng was engulfed in shock, the figure's voice resonated once more. To conquer the land and rivers hinges on the essence of the word conquer. Once you grasp this, you will comprehend the quintessence of the first form. Now, we proceed to the second form of the 7 swords united. 2 swords to sever the oceans and rivers. The key lies in the word sever. 3 swords to exterminate the evil spirits. The focus is on the word exterminate. 4 swords to slay the demons. The emphasis is on the word slay. 5 swords to annihilate the gods. The crux is the word annihilate. 6 swords to open the heavens and earth. The pivotal word is open. 7 swords to shatter the firmament. The essence lies in the word shatter. The 7 swords united comprises 7 forms, each corresponding to a unique word, with power that varies in application but not in strength. How to wield them is for you to discern. Now, take your time to comprehend. My task is complete. Farewell. With that, the figure dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke, leaving Lin Feng alone in the air, reminiscing about the 7 formidable techniques he had just witnessed. Each form possessed a critical keyword. Lin Feng began to fathom the 7 forms of the 7 swords united within the illusion, even with his unparalleled talent. It took him 3 full days to master the 7 techniques. 3 days later, Lin Feng awoke from the illusion. The surrounding individuals had changed once more. With a complex expression, he gazed at the sword marks upon the rock wall. Who could have imagined that within those sword marks lay the secrets of the 7 swords united? Each of the 7 forms held tremendous power. It remains uncertain whether anyone from the Xianxiao Sword Sect has comprehended the teachings of its founding ancestor. It is likely that no one has, for if there were, the 7 swords would not have been separated. The power of the 7 swords united far surpasses their individual use. Moreover, should one be lost, it would lead to considerable trouble. After grasping the 7 ultimate techniques left by the founding ancestor of the Xianxiao Sword Sect, Lin Feng found his days at the Broken Sword Cliff to be rather tedious. Meanwhile, in the outside world, news of the sect's senior disciple being a physical cultivator had spread like wildfire. In Lizhou, the status of physical cultivators is exceedingly low. They either serve as guards or assassins, their youth fleeting, often meeting an early demise. Thus, they rarely gain recognition. What, then, is the Xianxiao Sword Sect? It is one of the 4 foremost powers in Lizhou, regarded as a sacred place by all sword cultivators. The notion that the senior disciple of such a formidable sect is a mere physical cultivator is preposterous. When the news first broke, many dismissed it as a joke. However, as time passed, numerous factions confirmed its authenticity, meaning the information was irrefutable. Many who aspired to join the Xianxiao Sword Sect, only to fail the assessments, grew increasingly agitated. Why should a lowly physical cultivator be admitted, ascending to the rank of senior disciple, while they were turned away? What justice is there in this? Some ill-intentioned individuals began to seize this opportunity to malign the Xianxiao Sword Sect. As the number of dissenters swelled, even the sect felt the weight of the situation's severity. For any sect, reputation is of paramount importance, serving as the foundation for attracting new talent. Should their reputation decline and collapse, leading to an inability to recruit gifted disciples, the sect risks becoming stagnant or even facing a complete fracture. Without fresh blood, any power is doomed to gradual decline. Though the Xianxiao Sword Sect had not yet reached such dire straits, it found itself facing its first major reputational crisis in years. The upper echelons convened an emergency meeting to deliberate on how to address this crisis. What should we do about this matter? Inquired the sect leader, Luo Yuntian. The Grand Elder, Bai Yunsheng, was the first to speak. I propose that we immediately revoke Lin Feng's status as senior disciple, issue a public apology, and assure the world that our recruitment will henceforth be transparent, fair, and just. I second the Grand Elder's proposal. We must do everything possible to salvage the reputation of the Xianxiao Sword Sect. Otherwise, who would dare to join us in the future? Without new blood, we will inevitably wither, and those present will bear the blame, stated the vice sect leader, Wu Xiliang. Bai Yunshen's suggestion was indeed a dual-edged sword. Firstly, revoking Lin Feng's title would allow Bai Pengfei to inherit it. Secondly, a public apology from the Xianxiao Sword Sect would certainly be spearheaded by the sect leader, Luo Yuntian. In due course, all of Lizhou would come to know that under Luo Yuntian's leadership, the Xianxiao Sword Sect had strayed down a misguided path. The accountability for any repercussions would rest solely on Luo Yuntian's shoulders. Perhaps this incident may lead the Patriarch to question Luo Yuntian's capabilities, placing his position as the sect leader in jeopardy. However, someone soon emerged to voice dissent, namely, Lung Huang, the master of the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of Xianxiao. I oppose this. Does this not merely validate our mistakes? Since when has our esteemed Xianxiao Sword Sect needed to apologize to the outside world? She is well aware of the formidable strength possessed by that young man, Lin Feng. If you strip away the identity of the senior brother now, you shall collectively weep later. If a mistake has been made, an apology is warranted. The Xianxiao Sword Sect is not afraid of missteps. It fears the knowledge of wrongdoing without correction, perpetuating error. Wu Xiliang stated solemnly. He had long coveted the position of sect leader and would not let this opportunity slip away easily. I do not believe the Xianxiao Sword Sect has erred. Lin Feng is the true disciple of senior brother Sumu Bai, who, in his time, rendered tremendous service to our sect. His foundational strength was diminished during a mission targeted by enemies. Our sect, valuing old ties, sees no fault in re-employing a meritorious individual, asserted Zhang Jia, the master of the Deep Abyss Sword, one of the 7 swords of Xianxiao. I concur with Brother Jiang. Let us publicize the true circumstances. I believe the community will comprehend. Furthermore, it conveys a message to the outside world. Our Shinshao Sword Sect is not devoid of loyalty and righteousness, and we shall remain accountable to those who have rendered service. This not only salvages our reputation, but also enhances the cohesion of our sect. What is there to lose? Added Lu Yi, the master of the Flame Dragon Sword. In agreement, his words garnered support from the majority of the sect's high-ranking members present. Publicly apologizing to the outside world would be an affront to the Shinshao Sword Sect. Emotional appeals are the most prudent choice. Since Lin Feng is a benefactor of the sect, we have retained his title as senior brother to prevent disheartening those who have contributed. It is reasonable and just. A sect that embodies such loyalty and righteousness would surely attract many aspiring members. For the internal affairs of the Shinshao Sword Sect, assurance of protection after injury would encourage more individuals to dedicate themselves to the sect, significantly bolstering its combat prowess. Seeing the situation turn against him, Wu Xiliang immediately countered. This is merely your perspective. Who knows if the outside world will accept it? Jiangzhe retorted. I believe any rational individual would recognize it, as everyone has family, friends, and mentors. Unless one belongs to a malevolent faction like the Jimeo sect or the Seven Kills sect, which pursue strength alone, they are devoid of emotion. Should we consider that Vice sect leader Wu is among their ranks? Wu Xiliang found himself momentarily speechless. From a rational standpoint, such an explanation was undeniably compelling, offering substantial benefits both externally and within the Shinshao Sword Sect. Perhaps sensing that his argument lacked substance, the elder Bai Yunsheng refrained from further comment, his expression revealing a simmering anger within. Long Hans Wang smiled faintly, relieved to have preserved Lin Feng's title as senior brother. Though Lin Feng's disposition might not lead him to care, one could not disregard the possibility of harboring grievances. This young man is a prodigious figure unprecedented in the history of the Shinshao Sword Sect and even the entirety of the Li continent. Given sufficient time, the 10th realm will not be his final destination. He may very well reach the 12th realm and beyond. After all, he is the one who unlocked the Nine Nether Palace within the Nine Nether Secret Realm and earned the recognition of the Nine Nether Sovereign, an entity who surpasses even the 12th realm. Numerous formidable warriors under his command are already at the 12th realm. Long Hans Wang has ample reason to believe that Lin Feng could undoubtedly attain such heights in the future. After all, how else could he have received the legacy of the Nine Nether Sovereign? At that point, Lin Feng will surely depart from this place. For the Li continent is ultimately too small. In the vast expanse of the 9 continents, it occupies the most inconspicuous and remote corner. If given the chance, Long Hans Wang too wishes to venture out and explore the world beyond. What terrors lie within the boundless sea? What awaits beyond it? Chapter 84. The month's time elapses. Seeing that everyone was silent, Luo Yutian spoke up. Since there are two differing opinions, let us revert to tradition and decide by vote. In the end, Jiangzhe's suggestion garnered overwhelming support from the majority of the Shinshao Sword Sect's upper echelons. Wu Xiliang wore a sullen expression, as Luo Yutian had once again evaded disaster. Had they proceeded according to the plan he and the esteemed Bai Yusheng had devised, and if Luo Yutian had publicly apologized on behalf of the Shinshao Sword Sect, his prestige would have plummeted to its nadir, leading to doubts about his capabilities from the ancestor. Unfortunately, their plan did not come to fruition. Bai Yusheng remained as unyielding as ever, demonstrating the commendable trait of recognizing when a situation was untenable and refraining from further insistence. It was evident that they had fallen into a disadvantageous position, rendering further persistence unnecessary. Soon after, the Shinshao Sword Sect issued an announcement declaring Lin Feng to be the master of the Howren Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shinshao, and a direct disciple of Su Mubai. Su Mubai had previously contributed greatly to the sect, and his injuries were sustained while on a mission for the sect. To prevent disheartening a loyal servant, the title of senior brother Lin Feng was retained. However, Lin Feng, despite his average talent, found himself watching as his junior disciples surpassed him one after another, prompting him to secretly cultivate physical techniques in desperation. Due to Su Mubai's long absence, no one had informed Lin Feng of the perils associated with becoming a physical cultivator, leading him to stray from the right path. The Shinshao Sword Sect expressed its regret over this matter and pledged to reflect on its practices, ensuring that no disciple would engage in physical cultivation in the future. Consequently, senior brother Lin Feng also faced appropriate repercussions. Upon the release of this announcement, it immediately sparked heated discussions. So that was the case. It was unexpected that the Shinshao Sword Sect possessed such humanity. In this era where the pursuit of power and profit reigned supreme, The Shinshao Sword Sect stands as a refreshing current. Public opinion began to shift in favor of the Shinshao Sword Sect, with many young individuals declaring it their first choice, provided they could gain entry. The Shinshao Sword Sect does not accept just anyone. With developments unfolding in this manner, the senior leaders could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In ordinary circumstances, this would not have been a significant issue. Currently, we find ourselves in a particularly sensitive period. The sect has just summoned various powerful factions to discuss strategies against the Wujimo sect, and the venerable Xiao Jingxian remains atop the sword tower, where unforeseen incidents must be avoided. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, external events unfold, bored to the point of desperation at the Cliff of Broken Swords. He voluntarily allowed the sword energy to inflict wounds upon him, thereby entering a realm of illusion. Unlike the realm accessed through observing sword marks, this experience, induced by the sword energy, felt akin to being in a purgatory, where the mind endured immense torment, coupled with the incessant physical injuries from the sword energy. It was a dual torment that most could scarcely withstand. It is no wonder that those who entered would often change every few days. Prolonged exposure could truly lead to a mental breakdown. After a fortnight at the Cliff of Broken Swords, Lin Feng awakened from the illusion, feeling remarkably lucid, in stark contrast to others who were often dazed. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover a slight enhancement in his soul. Though minimal, it was indeed growth. A flicker of joy ignited within Lin Feng. Could the Cliff of Broken Swords possess such an effect? At last, he had something to occupy himself with. This punishment from the sect had yielded results beyond his expectations. Simply the 7 ultimate techniques were a rare treasure. If only his soul could be further augmented, it would be perfect. A month later, Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the Cliff of Broken Swords, feeling somewhat reluctant to depart. Over the past half-month, he had remained within the illusion, significantly enhancing his soul. However, the time for his punishment had come. Lingering would raise suspicions. Moreover, he felt a touch of fatigue. It would be best to return, rest for a while, and then return, ensuring a highly beneficial outcome. Lin Feng, I never anticipated you could endure a month at the Cliff of Broken Swords. I had expected you to succumb within 5 days, remarked Jiang Jingyi, observing Lin Feng. The punishment of facing the wall at the Cliff of Broken Swords did not necessitate a full duration of time in one go. One could request to exit for recuperation if they could no longer endure. The punishment time could be accumulated. Elders routinely entered the Cliff of Broken Swords to conduct inspections, and any individual displaying signs of mental distress would be brought out. Ultimately, those who entered the cliff had not committed grievous offenses. Those guilty of unforgivable crimes would not find themselves in the cliff. They would be confined in the heavenly prison, the true domain of severe transgressions. Typically, only traitors to the sect were sent there. Once in the heavenly prison, one could forget about ever emerging again. It was either death within its confines or rescue by others. However, orchestrating a rescue from the heavenly prison of the Shinshao Sword Sect? This was virtually impossible. Such occurrences had never transpired, not even under the previous Wujimo sect. Whether it could be done now hinged on whether the Wujimo Taoist had indeed broken through to the 10th realm. If he had, then success was attainable. If not, it would remain unfeasible. The elder praised me, and I mentioned that regardless of any punishment imposed by the sect, Lin Feng would harbor no grievances. Now that the punishment has concluded, may I return? Lin Feng appeared utterly dispirited, and it was not an act. Having endured the trials of the illusory purgatory for over half a month, his spirit was thoroughly worn. Very well, you may return to recuperate for a few days. Once you have restored your spirit, there will be further tasks for you. Jiang Jingyi nodded. Is there to be additional punishment? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. This is not a punishment. All disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, are required to fulfill tasks assigned by the sect to contribute to its strength. As the eldest brother of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, your combat prowess is now comparable to that of a 5th realm expert, and you should render some service to the sect. Previously, you were not sent due to your insufficient strength, Jiang Jingyi explained. What does the sect wish for me to do? Lin Feng inquired. Let us discuss this once you have regained your strength. Each stage has different tasks, most of which pertain to issues within the sect's jurisdiction, dealing with matters within your capacity. What kind of issues? Lin Feng continued to press. For instance, if there are ferocious beasts harming people within a certain territory, and the locals report it to the Divine Sky Sword Sect, we would dispatch someone to handle it. Alternatively, if there is a wanted criminal at large, we might send someone to apprehend them, Jiang Jingyi elucidated. Understood. Should you require my assistance, Elder, please do not hesitate to inform me, Lin Feng declared earnestly. Having grown up in the Divine Sky Sword Sect and serving as the eldest brother, it was only natural for him to contribute to the sect. Very well. You may return for now. In half a month, someone will come to inform you of your duties. Lin Feng departed from the Broken Sword Cliff and returned to the Solitary Peak, where Lung Hanzhuang and Su Xiao awaited him. Chapter 85. Preparation Big Brother. Upon Lin Feng's arrival at Solitary Peak, a figure rushed towards him. It was none other than the eagerly awaiting Su Xiao. Big brother, are you all right? I am fine. The trials of the Broken Sword Cliff are but a trivial matter for me. Lin Feng gently patted Su Xiao's back in reassurance. Long Hanzhuang remained silent, observing from the side. Given Lin Feng's strength, confronting the sword energy of the Broken Sword Cliff was exceedingly simple, and there was truly no cause for concern. After a lengthy embrace, Su Xiao finally released him, feeling no embarrassment. Having followed Lin Feng since childhood, they had even shared the same bed as children. She had long regarded him as her closest kin. I sincerely thank you for your care during these days, Martial Ant. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to Lung Hanzhuang. Lin Feng, if you continue to be so courteous, I might just become upset. Lung Hanzhuang feigned a stern expression. All right. I shall be more mindful in the future. That is more like it. The three of them returned together to Solitary Peak. After a thorough examination, Lin Feng found that Su Xiao's health had significantly improved and she could gradually resume her cultivation. However, complete recovery would still require some time for recuperation. Upon hearing that she could cultivate, Su Xiao leapt up in excitement. Wonderful! I can finally begin my training. During this period of recovery, I felt as if I were going stir-crazy. Though one can cultivate, it is imperative not to overexert oneself. Your body has yet to fully recover. It is advisable to proceed gradually, and should any discomfort arise, one must cease immediately. Otherwise, exacerbating the injury would necessitate further time for recuperation, Lin Feng cautioned. I understand. Thank you, senior brother, and thank you, Uncle Ling. As long as she could cultivate, Su Xiao felt elated. With remarkable talent and not yet 20, she had already reached the pinnacle of the third realm, soon poised to break into the fourth realm. Among the many true disciples of the Shinshao Sword Sect, her aptitude was among the finest. In the following 3 days, Lin Feng supervised Su Xiao in consolidating her physical condition before sending her to Chaxia Peak. Upon returning to Gutsuan Peak, he prepared to concoct a medicinal bath to assist himself in breaking through to the 9th realm. Entering the medicinal garden, the little dragon, Bai, darted from the flowers, landing on Lin Feng's shoulder, nuzzling his face affectionately. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaobai, Lin Feng remarked. Xiaobai chirped playfully, continuing to rub against Lin Feng's face. All right. I must prepare the spiritual herbs to enhance my cultivation, so you may play to the side for now. With a swift motion, the little dragon darted into the flowers, disappearing from sight. While Lin Feng was harvesting spiritual herbs, he sensed fluctuations in the formations surrounding Gutsuan Peak. He exited the medicinal garden and waited beneath the great tree at the summit. Soon, a familiar figure came into view. It was Long Hanzhuang. Uncle, what brings you here? Lin Feng inquired courteously. What? Are you planning to burn the bridge after crossing it? Now that you have no use for me, you begin to disdain my presence? Long Hanzhuang retorted. How could you say such a thing? I am delighted by your visit. I would never harbor any disdain. Lin Feng quickly clarified. It is merely that you mentioned being quite busy a couple of days ago, and your arrival today prompted my inquiry. Please do not misunderstand. I certainly do not mean to offend you. I hope your words ring true. I have matters to discuss with you, she replied. Please ask away. The purpose of Long Hanzhuang's visit to Gutsuan Peak was to consult Lin Feng regarding certain queries about the exceptional technique, Sword Rain Meteor. Recently, Qing Xian had encountered difficulties while practicing this technique. Though he had forcibly employed it during the competition, pushing himself to the brink, the results fell far short of expectations, diverging significantly from the descriptions in the legacy. Seeking guidance from Long Hanzhuang, who had not practiced Sword Rain Meteor, she found herself at a loss and subsequently thought of Lin Feng, prompting her visit to Gutsuan Peak. Otherwise, she would have felt too embarrassed to come without a valid reason. Upon hearing Long Hanzhuang's account, Lin Feng swiftly identified the underlying issue. To fully unleash the power of Sword Rain Meteor, one must comprehend the sword intent. Given that Yi Qing Xian had only attained the pinnacle of sword momentum, he was naturally unable to manifest it. Ah, so that is it. Thank you, Lin Feng. Long Hanzhuang expressed her gratitude. Having identified the root of the problem, she could return to inform Yi Qing Xian. Otherwise, Failing to answer even a single question would be quite embarrassing for her as a master. Uncle, you are too gracious. It is but a trivial matter. By the way, have you received any notice regarding the recent requests for assistance from various affiliated forces of the Xinxiao Sword Sect? The higher-ups have decided to dispatch true disciples for training. Have you been informed of an external task? Lung Hanshuang inquired. The Elder of Law has mentioned it. It has not elaborated. I have been instructed to return and recuperate for half a month. This presents a perfect opportunity for me to advance my cultivation first. Are you planning to break through? Do you require my assistance? Generally speaking, such breakthroughs necessitate an environment of absolute tranquility. Ideally with a guardian present to ensure safety and solitude, free from disturbances. It's all right. There shouldn't be anyone visiting Gutsuan Peak. You may attend to your matters, Master Uncle. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. His breakthrough is distinct from others. While most require extensive periods, especially as they approach the later stages, for instance, the transition from the pinnacle of the 9th realm to the 10th can take several hundred to 1,000 years, or even longer until their lifespans wane. The leap from the 8th to the 9th realm also poses a significant challenge. However, for Lin Feng, it may only take 2 or 3 days. Perhaps I should stay and guard you. Just in case someone comes, I can protect you, Long Hanshuang pondered aloud. Thank you for your kindness, Master Uncle. But it truly isn't necessary. Gutsuan should remain undisturbed. This isn't my first time. You needn't worry. Lin Feng reiterated his refusal. Lin Feng. A breakthrough is a matter of great importance, especially now that you have attained a considerable level of strength. You must exercise utmost caution, lest you risk failure. You needn't argue. I have decided to stay and protect you at Gutsuan Peak, just in case, Long Hanshuang stated with a serious demeanor. As someone who has experienced this journey, she understands the difficulties of a breakthrough and has witnessed prodigies disrupted during their attempts, resulting in backlash that led to their ultimate failure and a decline in their cultivation. While Lin Feng is undoubtedly a rare genius in Liju, he must not be too complacent. One must always prepare for the unexpected. The Xinxiao Sword Sect has labored to nurture such a promising talent. No unforeseen circumstances must arise. Having recognized this, she felt compelled to stay. Seeing the solemn expression on Long Hanshuang's face, Lin Feng found himself unable to protest further and reluctantly acquiesced, feeling regret for his earlier words. Very well then. Thank you, Master Uncle, he conceded. Lin Feng, your innate talent is exceptional, perhaps unparalleled in the annals of Liju history. I surmise your previous breakthroughs have been relatively effortless, but do not let your guard down. The stronger one becomes, the more arduous the breakthroughs. Many individuals remain trapped at bottlenecks throughout their lives, unable to progress. You must treat each elevation in your cultivation with the seriousness it deserves. Chapter 86. The 9th realm. Lin Feng sat bare in a wooden tub filled with water and spiritual herbs, beneath which a fierce fire blazed. The water bubbled continuously, extracting the essence of the herbs. A vast surge of medicinal power surged into Lin Feng's body, causing the already attained pinnacle of the 8th realm to begin to loosen. Long Hanshuang stood watch outside, ensuring Lin Feng had the optimal environment for his breakthrough. While she could offer no tangible assistance, this was all she could do. Although Lin Feng had not articulated his intentions clearly, it was not difficult for Long Hanshuang to deduce from past occurrences that he was likely at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, preparing to ascend to the 9th. If memory serves, this young man is still not yet 25 years old. At the age of 25, standing at the pinnacle of the 8th realm. Is Lin Feng on the verge of breaking into the 9th realm? How could such a prodigy emerge in Lizhou? The 9th realm within the Xinxiao Sword Sect is already regarded as an ancestral level of existence. It is truly perplexing how Lin Feng has cultivated to such a height. Approaching a century in age, I have merely reached the late stage of the 7th realm. Cold Hanshuang took a deep breath, exhaling repeatedly. She gazed towards the room where Lin Feng resided, her eyes filled with astonishment. His cultivation was terrifyingly high. At such a young age, he was poised to ascend to the pinnacle of Lizhou, becoming a superlative powerhouse of the 9th realm. His comprehension was extraordinarily profound. Any extraordinary technique or secret he encountered was learned effortlessly, seemingly simpler than the act of eating or drinking. The emergence of such an individual was destined to disrupt the balance of the cultivation world in Lizhou. Most crucially, his temperament was remarkably composed. Even at such a tender age, he possessed the wisdom of patience, enduring for a full 20 years. Had it not been for Su Mu Bai's injury and the subsequent expedition to the 9 Nether Secret Realm, I would still be oblivious to these developments. I can only speculate on how far Lin Feng might grow in the future. I hope to witness this miracle firsthand. The news of Wu Ji Daoren's breakthrough to the 10th realm cast a shadow over cold Han Shuang's heart. Even if Lin Feng were to break through to the 9th realm, he might not stand a chance against a 10th realm powerhouse. I have read in ancient texts that a vast chasm separates the 9th and 10th realms, far beyond the comparison of the 8th and 9th realms. This explains why countless 9th realm powerhouses have appeared throughout Li Zhou's history, with many even reaching the peak of the 9th realm. Yet not a single 10th realm cultivator has emerged until now, with only the enigmatic Wu Ji Daoren suspected to be one. At the moment Lin Feng approached the 9th realm, within the forbidden grounds of the Seven Kill Sect, a resounding shout echoed through the heavens. The white clouds in the sky gradually became stained with a deep crimson hue, ominously foreboding. Wu Ji Laomo, do you think you can trample over me? Not a chance. I will not allow it. All members of the Seven Kill Sect involuntarily turned their gazes toward the forbidden grounds, their faces reflecting fervent excitement. Could it be that the ancestor is also on the verge of a breakthrough? Inside the forbidden grounds, an elder with fiery red hair was howling towards the sky, emanating an intense killing intent that was nearly palpable. The sheer ferocity of this killing aura was evident. Even a mere touch would drive an ordinary person to madness, transforming them into a ruthless killer. Surrounding the red-haired elder were thousands of members of the Killing God group, cultivated over many years by the Seven Kill Sect. All had mastered the sect's forbidden technique, the Killing God art. Among them, the strongest had already attained the 8th realm. Yet, at this moment, these members of the Killing God group knelt on the ground, completely devoid of vitality. The purpose of cultivating the Killing God group was not to wage war across Li Zhou, but rather to serve as a furnace for the Seven Kill Sect's ancestor, aiding him in breaking into the 10th realm. Although the timing had not yet seemed ripe, the news of Wu Ji Daoren's breakthrough to the 10th realm had compelled the Seven Kill Sect's ancestor to act. Though the two sects maintain a cooperative relationship, neither wishes to be subjugated by the other. When their strengths are equal, collaboration is indeed the norm. However, should one side gain a significant advantage, the dynamic inevitably shifts towards subservience. The ancestral elder of the Seven Kill Sect is determined not to be dominated by the infinite Taoist, nor does he desire for the Seven Kill Sect to become an auxiliary force of the infinite Tao. Consequently, he has expedited his plans. After absorbing thousands of members from the God of Killing group, the murderous aura within the elder has reached an unprecedented intensity. His visage contorts in a grimace, fists clenched tightly, with crimson veins protruding from his skin. If one listens closely, the sound of blood rushing through his veins can be discerned. The elder's face transitions from a fierce expression to one of agony, as he appears to be enduring immense pain. Normally, the transition from the pinnacle of the 9th realm to the 10th should not be so excruciating. Such torment arises only from a forced breakthrough, a desperate gamble undertaken with a resolve to either succeed or perish. A formidable aura surges skyward, only to rapidly descend upon nearing its peak. A failure is not an option. If the infinite Taoist can succeed, why can I not? My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. Breakthrough for me. In stark contrast to the elder's arduous struggle, Lin Feng's breakthrough proves to be remarkably effortless. The essence of medicinal power floods his body, gently loosening his cultivation at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, gradually augmenting until he shatters the barrier of the 9th realm. Inexplicably, he accomplishes this feat in less than a day, devoid of pain, triumphant cries, or any indication of exertion, much like water flowing smoothly. Even Lung Hanshuang, outside, remains entirely oblivious to his transformation. Upon witnessing Lin Feng emerge, her concerns surface as she anxiously queries, "Lin Feng, did you fail?" To which Lin Feng replies nonchalantly, "No, I succeeded. I told you it would be fine. There was no need for you to wait here." Successful? Lung Hanshuang's expression reflects disbelief. When did breaking through from the 8th to the 9th realm become so simple? Less than a day, without any signs of struggle. Surely this is a jest. If it were truly so effortless, there wouldn't be so few 9th realm experts in the continent of Li. The lifespan of those at the pinnacle of the 8th realm is merely 1,000 years, while that of the 9th realm extends to 5,000, an increase of fivefold. This disparity accounts for the scarcity of those at the 9th realm. With the passage of a millennium, without reaching the 9th realm, one ultimately becomes dust. Indeed, I have succeeded, Lin Feng affirms with confidence. Really? Long Hanshuang still grapples with skepticism. Absolutely. After a moment, she regains her composure, staring at Lin Feng in astonishment. "Master Uncle, what troubles you?" Lin Feng, feeling her intense gaze, cannot help but inquire. "Nothing much. I merely wish to ascertain what manner of creature you truly are, Lung Hanswang responds. I am no creature. I am a human. No, you are a marvel. No human possesses your level of talent. Throughout the annals of Li, no one has ever emerged as you have. Master Uncle. I recall you once mentioned that Li is merely a remote corner of the 9 prefectures continent. If it does not exist in Li, could it be absent in the other 8 prefectures? Chapter 87. Executing the Mission. Yundu County, one of the 100 counties under the jurisdiction of the Shinshao Sword Sect, is situated in the lower reaches among the 100 counties. The one seeking assistance from the Shinshao Sword Sect was none other than the county lord of Yundu. The request for aid, while not insignificant, was also not overly grand. Consequently, the Shinshao Sword Sect dispatched 2 true disciples and 10 inner disciples, totaling 12 individuals. Among them was Lin Feng, who served in a supporting role under another true disciple in the late stage of the 4th realm, named Lu Chuyang. As the senior brother of the Shinshao Sword Sect, it was somewhat incredulous that he was not the leader on this mission. Few would believe it if spoken aloud. In contrast to other factions, where even elders would defer to the senior brother's authority, the stature of the senior brother was markedly evident. Regrettably, this prestige was not reflected in Lin Feng himself. Previously, many assumed this senior brother lacked exceptional talent, only to discover he had cultivated physical martial arts, relegating himself to the status of a humble body cultivator. The sect likely intended Lin Feng as participation as a form of protection, considering he was a high-tier body cultivator. Having even triumphed over by Ping Fei, who was in the mid-stage of the 5th realm, during the sect's grand competition. In terms of combat prowess, he remained formidable. Unfortunately, the toll on his body was severe, and his lifespan was exceedingly brief. If he did not utilize his abilities soon, opportunities would slip away. Lin Feng, however, was indifferent to this. He had no desire to take on the burdens of leadership, which he found overly troublesome. Agreeing to undertake the mission was merely his way of repaying the sect for their kindness and taking him in. The 12-member team flew on swords toward Yundu County, and after a leisurely 7 days of travel, they neared their destination. Brother Lu, when shall we arrive at Yundu County? Inquired Tang Dodo, a female inner disciple, her voice sweet and melodious. Among the 10 inner disciples, 4 were female, and Tang Dodo stood out as the most attractive. Ever since departing from the Shinshao Sword Sect, these 4 inner female disciples had sought every opportunity to engage Lu Chaoyang in conversation, gravitating toward him. Such was the allure of true disciples. Should anything transpire between them during this mission, they would not object. In fact, they might even anticipate it. Lu Chaoyang was poised to ascend to a higher echelon within the Shinshao Sword Sect, and with such backing, life within the sect would be considerably more comfortable. This scene drew envious tears from several male inner disciples. They were acutely aware that their attempts to engage Tang Dodo in conversation were often met with indifference. Yet now she was actively seeking Lu Chaoyang's attention. While Lu Chaoyang was neither particularly unattractive nor exceptionally handsome, his status as a true disciple was the key to winning the admiration of beautiful women. The others fantasized about the benefits of becoming true disciples, status, women, and respect, all within their reach. Unfortunately, the path from inner disciple to true disciple was fraught with challenges, as only a select few could rise to such heights. One must stand out among the many inner disciples, breaking into the top 10 to even have a chance. The hope of achieving such a feat was indeed slim. In this moment, Lu Chaoyang basked in the attention like a star surrounded by admirers, while Lin Feng, the senior brother of the Shinshao Sword Sect, remained overlooked. Due to his exposure as a body cultivator during the sect competition, he is destined for a short life. Who would waste their time on a fleeting existence? Had he not practiced body techniques, Lin Feng would not have been so disregarded. However, Lin Feng remains indifferent. As for beautiful women, he would rather pass. The women he has encountered are incomparable to these few. The Navi ones like Su Xiao and Yi Qingxian, and the more worldly ones like Long Hanswang and Lu Hongwan. Even in the realm of Li Continent's cultivation, they would be a rarity, perhaps a once-in-1,000 years find. The likes of Tang Dodo barely register as past acquaintances, lacking in allure. Before long, they were entering the territory of Yundu County, as Lu Chaoyang remarked, thoroughly enjoying the adoration directed towards him. Senior brother Lu, I am weary. Could you possibly assist me? She implored. Is that appropriate? Lu Chaoyang turned to glance at Lin Feng, his thoughts wavering. The implication of assistance involved both riding a shared flying sword, inevitably leading to physical contact, a tempting prospect indeed. Though Tang Dodo may not rival the likes of Yi Qingxian, her alluring figure and curvaceous form made her an enticing companion for alleviating fatigue. Oh dear. After such a long journey, my strength is quite depleted. Senior brother Lu, please help me, won't you? Tang Dodo's voice was sweet and beguiling, sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Feng found it utterly repulsive. Was she not akin to those insipid flirtations back on Earth? Always eager to latch onto men of perceived strength, almost wishing to burrow into their beds. Very well. Since my junior sister is fatigued, I shall reluctantly lend a hand, Lu Chaoyang proclaimed with feigned nobility, earning eye rolls from several male disciples. If one desires to take advantage, then do so openly, without the guise of reluctant assistance. How hypocritical. Thank you, senior brother Lu, Tang Dodo exclaimed as she quickened her pace, leaping onto Lu Chaoyang's flying sword and retracting her own. They now stood closely together on a single sword, their bodies pressed against one another, and she shamelessly rubbed against him. The warmth of her soft form ignited a fervor within Lu Chaoyang. How delightful. Once they reached Yunda County, he would seek a private moment to claim Tang Dodo for himself. Meanwhile, the hearts of the 6 inner male disciples ached with envy. Tang Dodo's beauty placed her at the pinnacle among inner female disciples, with no access to the true inheritors. They could only cast their longing gazes upon the inner disciples, rendering Tang Dodo a goddess in the eyes of many male disciples. The sight of the 2 bodies entwined sparked discontent among the other 3 female disciples, who lamented their own lack of both beauty and shamelessness. In the realm of Li continent, most women seek men for their strength and potential, while men often prioritize beauty in women. This is an undeniable truth. Rarely does one encounter a woman like Su Shiyao, who, upon discovering Lin Feng's perceived shortcomings, still strives to cultivate herself in hopes of one day protecting him. Siblings raised together, yet drifting apart due to differing talents, is a common tale. Ultimately, in the land of Jiuzhou, strength reigns supreme, power is paramount, relegating all else to secondary importance. Sister Tang, are you feeling more comfortable now? Lu Chaoyang asked with a warm embrace around Tang Dodo, his voice filled with mirth. Yes, I feel much better, thank you, brother Lu, Tang Dodo replied sweetly, taking pride in a subtle change she sensed in his demeanor. After all, what of true discipleship? Even they must bow before the allure of her charms. As the saying goes, it has always been difficult for heroes to resist the beauty of a woman. Tang Dodo fancied herself the enchanting beauty that heroes cannot conquer. There's no need for thanks. We are siblings, it is only natural to support one another. Chapter 88, Yunda County throughout their journey. Lu Chaoyang and Tang Dodo were engrossed in their affectionate exchanges, inciting envy among 6 male disciples and admiration from 3 female disciples. Lin Feng, however, felt neither jealousy nor envy, but rather disgust at their overt familiarity. How long had they known each other? Such intimacy seemed excessive. If it were just the 2 of them, it was likely they would seek a private place for more intimate pursuits. Soon, a magnificent worldly city came into view, Yunda County. Their intended destination. We have arrived at Yunda County. Let us disembark, Lu Chaoyang announced. Yes, brother Lu. The others responded in unison. Lin Feng remained silent, content in his solitude. With no one to engage him, he relished the peace. At that moment, the Yunda County royal residence was adorned with vibrant decorations, bustling with excitement. Aware of the arrival of the disciples from the Divine Sword Sect, the county lord had prepared a warm welcome. Lu Chaoyang led the group to descend over the royal residence of Yunda County. As they approached, Tang Dodo gracefully extracted herself from Lu Chaoyang's embrace, choosing to ride her sword independently. Their presence represented the esteemed Divine Sword Sect, and any display of inappropriate behavior would surely tarnish the sect's reputation. Even as a true disciple, Lu Chaoyang would not dare to sully their name, for Elder Jiang Jingyi, the enforcer, would show no mercy. Where is the county lord of Yundu? Lu Chaoyang proclaimed from above. I, Lu Chaoyang, a true disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, have been sent to Yunda County on a mission. In response, countless figures emerged from the various buildings, respectfully kneeling before them. To be able to fly in the sky rendered one a person of great significance in their eyes. I have the honor of meeting the esteemed disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. Please, descend so we may converse, an elderly man called out, raising his gaze. The 12 disciples gracefully descended before the elder. Are you the county lord of Yundu? Lu Chaoyang inquired. Esteemed immortal, I am indeed the county lord of Yundu. Zhongli sure. The elder replied respectfully. Despite being the local sovereign, capable of commanding respect, he found it necessary to humble himself before the esteemed disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. If there are troubles you face, please speak plainly. Once resolved, we must return to report to our sect. There's no rush. You esteemed immortals have journeyed far and must be weary. I have prepared a humble feast to welcome you and cleanse the dust of your travels. Once you have rested, we can discuss matters of importance at a more suitable time. This is customary when inviting esteemed immortals for assistance. Certainly, gifts must be prepared. How do you all feel about this, my fellow junior disciples? Lu Chaoyong inquired, turning to the group of inner disciples. It is entirely up to Senior Lu. Tang Dodo was the first to respond. It is entirely up to Senior Lu. The others quickly echoed her sentiments. In that case, I must trouble Lord Zhongjun. No trouble at all. It is my duty. Esteemed immortals, please. The group from the Shinxiao Sword Sect followed Zhong Lishur into the Duke's residence. Leaving the household staff of the Duke in a flurry of discussion. Are these the cultivators from the Shinxiao Sword Sect? Someone questioned. Immediately, another reprimanded. Silence. Is it your place to address cultivators so casually? Did you not hear that even the Duke must refer to them as esteemed immortals? If you wish for your own demise, do not drag us into it. It is merely a title, is it not? The individual clearly disagreed. Merely a title? Some esteemed immortals possess peculiar tempers. Should they hear you, they might annihilate your entire lineage. Hissed the person inhaled sharply, hastily closing their mouth, fearing to speak further. Having just entered the Duke's residence, he held little reverence for cultivators, even imagining that he might one day become one himself. Yet, he was unaware that some fates are predetermined from birth. For those in the secular world wishing to enter the realm of cultivation, it is no less than an insurmountable challenge. The Shinxiao Sword Sect, I have heard, is a formidable force even within the realm of cultivation. Another person sighed. Indeed. Do you realize that in the cultivation realm of Lizhou, there are only 4 top-tier forces, and the Shinxiao Sword Sect is among them? An elder from the Duke's residence explained. Is it truly that impressive? Otherwise, why would our Yunda County have such a powerful patron? The elder's face beamed with pride. 10 minutes later, Lu Chaoyong and the 12 others were seated around a table laden with a variety of delectable dishes. Thank you, esteemed immortals, for coming to our aid. Zhong Lishur raised his glass and toast, downing the contents in one gulp. He continued, please, esteemed immortals, make yourselves at home. Let us also express our gratitude for Lord Zhongjun's hospitality. Lu Chaoyong stood to make the announcement. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Zhongjun. The group responded in unison. Please, esteemed immortals, take a seat. There is no need for such formality. This makes me quite anxious, Zhongjun replied. The group settled in. And Zhong Lishur began to toast each individual in turn. I toast to you, Lu Xianchong, he said, raising his glass to Lu Chaoyong. Having just learned of his identity and name. Lord Zhong, please. Lu Chaoyong nodded. After toasting Lu Chaoyong, Zhong Lishur continued to the next individual. Each person introduced themselves, stating both their name and their position within the Shinxiao Sword Sect. The nature of their status dictated the gifts prepared by Zhong Lishur, which is why clarifying this was essential. Following Lu Chaoyong, the rest were all inner disciples until he reached Lin Feng. I toast to you, esteemed immortal. Lord Zhong. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng merely stated his name, omitting his identity as the master brother of the Shinxiao Sword Sect. Ah, so you are Lin Xianchong. Zhong Lishur, though curious as to why Lin Feng only provided his name, refrained from asking. The others remained silent, choosing not to point it out. After the meal concluded, Lin Feng and the other 8 male disciples were escorted by Zhong Lishur into a grand hall. Esteemed immortals, I have arranged a few entertainments for you, Zhong Lishur announced, clapping his hands twice. Soon, a group of exquisitely adorned women, clad in minimal attire that concealed only their modesty, entered the hall and began to perform a seductive dance. Lu Chaoyong and the other male disciples watched with rapt attention. Such indulgences were unseen benefits during their missions. Where else could one encounter such delightful offerings in the sect? Feel free to take any of the ladies who catch your eye. We have prepared rooms for you to rest, and we shall resume our serious discussions tomorrow without interference, Zhong Lishur added with a smile. Lu Chaoyong and his companions exchanged knowing glances, scrutinizing the dancers to determine who might align with their tastes, anticipating the pleasures of the evening. Before long, the dancers approached the 8 men, engaging in intimate dances that allowed for close observation. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He found such an environment rather distasteful. Rising, he addressed Zhong Lishur. Your Highness, I apologize, but I am feeling unwell and shall take my leave to rest. If Master Lin finds these arrangements unsatisfactory, we can certainly offer alternatives. There are many more outside. Zhong Lishur presumed that Lin Feng simply found no one appealing. That won't be necessary. Chapter 89. Concealed Benefits. Zhong Lishur was taken aback by Lin Feng's refusal. As one of the 100 counties under the jurisdiction of the Divine Sword Sect, he had previously sought assistance from them. Typically, none of the disciples from the Sword Sect left dissatisfied with their arrangements. Lin Feng was the first exception. Thus, He shifted his gaze to Lu Chaoyang, who, as the true disciple, held the highest status and whose words would surely command respect. However, Lu Chaoyang feigned ignorance. In terms of status, Lin Feng was the eldest senior brother of the Divine Sword Sect. In terms of strength, he had bested by Peng Fei, who was in the mid-stage of the fifth realm. By any measure, Lu Chaoyang felt vastly inferior. Moreover, Lin Feng had incapacitated Yin Yuanji, a disciple with a formidable background, during the sect's grand competition. To be frank, despite any disdain he felt, Lu Chaoyang dared not offend Lin Feng and even held a measure of admiration for him. The same sentiment was shared among the other true disciples. They all looked down on Lin Feng, but none would dare to cross him. Lu Chaoyang's silence raised Zhong Lishi's suspicions. As the Duke of Yundu, his intelligence, depth of character, and cunning were not to be underestimated. He keenly sensed the underlying complexities. Lin Feng was likely not as simple as he appeared. Since entering the Duke's residence, Lin Feng had spoken little, seemingly remaining inconspicuous, and others had not engaged with him, as if he were isolated. During introductions, he had merely stated his name without disclosing his identity, while the other disciples expressed delight at the entertainment arranged for them. Lin Feng had been the only one to outright refuse, and Lu Chaoyang, the supposed leader, had pretended not to notice. All of this indicated that Lin Feng was decidedly atypical. As for the specifics of his peculiarity, that would require further exploration. Since Master Lin is disinclined, allow me to escort you to your rest. Lu Xinchang, may you all revel in your merriment. Should any of you take a fancy to someone, feel free to take her away, for they have been specially arranged for your enjoyment. They await the affection of you esteemed immortals. With a smile, Zhang Lishi concluded his remarks and turned to Lin Feng, saying, Lin Xinchang, please allow me to escort you to your resting quarters. Thank you, Lord Zhong. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, fully comprehending the intention behind Zhong Lishi's actions. However, he found himself disinclined towards such pursuits. It was not that he lacked interest. Rather, having been acquainted with the frigid beauty of Long Han's Huang since childhood and later nurturing a bond with Su Xiao, alongside frequent encounters with the stunning Lu Hongluan and Yi Qingxian, had rendered his tastes exceedingly discerning. Ordinary charms held no allure for him. Lin Feng followed Zhong Lishi, recognizing that indulging in the unspoken perks of their mission would be far more enjoyable in company. Should someone, like Lin Feng, choose to abstain, it would inevitably cast a shadow of discomfort over the gathering. Even though they were aware he would not divulge their secrets, an unsettling feeling lingered. The women who had originally nestled beside Lin Feng now appeared somewhat at a loss. Please, continue your dance, Lu Chaoyang suggested. Yes, Xianchang. The group of women returned to the center of the hall, resuming their captivating performance. Brother Lu, don't you think Lin Feng is rather lacking in tact? Lord Zhong has prepared such a splendid gathering, yet he offers not a hint of appreciation and leaves us to our own devices. How are we to enjoy ourselves now? A disciple from the inner sect complained. Indeed, I cannot fathom his reasoning. Is it possible he is unwell? You might not be far from the truth, after all. He practices body techniques, and perhaps there is a genuine concern regarding his health. Enough of this chatter. You did not voice your thoughts in his presence. So what purpose does it serve to speak now? If you are unwilling to partake, you may take your leave, Lu Chaoyang replied sternly, clearly displeased yet feeling powerless against Lin Feng's indifference. I am not afraid. A disciple murmured quietly. Lu Chaoyang chose to remain silent, contemplating the implications of such a statement. Was he to infer that he too should harbor fear? The memory of Lin Feng's brutal defeat of Yin Yuanji during the sect competition still loomed large, casting a significant psychological shadow over Lu Chaoyang. It was likely that anyone below the sixth realm would struggle to emerge unscathed, as the sixth realm served as a pivotal threshold, a height unattainable for body cultivators. The women selected by Zhong Lishi were all exceptional in their own right, at least within the secular world, representing the rarest of beauties. Tall, petite, and curvaceous figures catered to a variety of tastes. Soon, the discomfort of Lin Feng's absence faded from their minds as they contemplated the prospect of taking a few companions home. As a cultivator, their physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of a private room alongside Zhong Lishi. Lin Xianren, you may rest here. Zhong Lishi offered. Thank you, Lord Zhong, Lin Feng replied graciously. Would you like me to send a few ladies to you for the evening? Zhong Lishi ventured tentatively. Please. Do not. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, but I truly do not indulge in such matters, Lin Feng quickly declined. He was not one to sow his seeds indiscriminately. For certain actions carry responsibilities that cannot be simply dismissed. Although such occurrences are common in the realm of cultivation in Li Shou, Lin Feng, having traversed from Earth, finds it difficult to accept. Zhang Li scrutinizes Lin Feng with a curious gaze. At such a young age, when one's vitality is at its peak, how can one not be fond of women? Could there be an issue? Alas, he is quite handsome. What a pity. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he would be infuriated if he were privy to Zhang Li's thoughts. Is it so wrong not to indulge in frivolous allure? What kind of logic is that? Men are particularly sensitive to being deemed inadequate, as it touches upon their dignity. Pushing the door open, Lin Feng steps into the room. After a brief moment, Zhang Li turns to leave. There is little more he can do. If Lin Feng is disinterested in women, he cannot force the issue. Such actions would only yield adverse effects. It seems he must explore other avenues to satisfy Lin Feng. If women are not the answer, perhaps another approach will pique Lin Feng's interest. Zhang Li has always sensed that Lin Feng's identity is extraordinary. Aside from the true disciple Lu Chaoyang, Lin Feng is the one he holds in highest regard. Other inner disciples do not garner his attention as much. Winning the favor of Lu Chaoyang and Lin Feng is paramount. Upon entering the room, Lin Feng gazes at the opulent decor, marveling inwardly. Such lavish arrangements are akin to royal treatment. He is astonished to discover that in Li Shou, the secular world seems to indulge in pleasures more than the realm of cultivation. Could it be due to the brevity of life in the secular realm? It is quite plausible. Although the inhabitants of Li Shou live somewhat longer than those on Earth, their lifespan remains limited. An ordinary person may only live for around 200 years, unlike cultivators, whose lifespan can reach an astonishing 5,000 years in the ninth realm. No wonder the disciples of the sect relish the opportunity to undertake missions. Not only do they reap numerous benefits, but they also have the chance to express their true natures and engage in activities they would not dare to pursue within the sect. Perhaps it is the prolonged confinement within the sect that renders everyone so exhilarated when they venture out. Lin Feng is somewhat intrigued. While the male disciples are taken by Zhang Li to witness seductive dances and select beautiful women, what are the female disciples doing? Surely, they are not in search of men. That would be quite absurd. In such matters, men and women are fundamentally different. Chapter 90. The disheveled Zhang Li that night. Lin Feng enjoyed a restful sleep. The luxurious bed was astonishingly soft. After over 20 years since his arrival, he finds himself appreciating the secular world. The following morning, upon encountering Lu Chaoyang and the others, Lin Feng is momentarily taken aback. They appear utterly listless, as if their vitality has been drained. Lin Feng speculates inwardly. Could it be that these fellows were awake all night? Is it really necessary? Even if one has been cooped up in the sect for an extended period, one must still value their health. Though an occasional sleepless night may not be detrimental, a continuous lack of rest would be unbearable, even for a cultivator. Ah, Lu Shidi, your complexion does not seem well. What troubles you? Did you not sleep well last night? Lin Feng feigns nonchalance as he inquires. Indeed, I did not sleep well. I am rather particular about my sleep.